Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes, still holding half a rice ball in his mouth. He blinked, finding himself in front of a wooden stall with the shadow of the Hokage rock looming overhead. He looked down at the bronze jar in his hand, then swept his gaze across the street. Ninja tool shops, ramen stalls, crowds of people in vests and forehead protectors, all so real that they didn't seem like game textures. Really transmigrated. He swallowed the rice ball, patted his pocket, and the system interface still floated in his mind. Infinite jar system activated. Daily refresh: bronze jars 3, silver jars 1, gold jars 0. Current currency: chakra 0, ninjutsu 0. He sighed, placed the jar on the stall and shouted, "Come and take a look. Don't miss out. Open the jar and get the truth. Lucky or unlucky, it's all in the draw." No one paid attention. A child wearing glasses ran past the stall, glancing back twice as he was pulled away by an adult. Lin Xiaofan smiled at him. The child shrank his neck and ran faster. Tisk, this generation of ninja civilians is too cautious. He muttered to himself, casually adjusting the angle of the jar so that sunlight could shine on its patterns. I need to find a way to make them believe this isn't a scam. He pulled up the system instructions again and read, customers pay chakra or ninjutsu to open the jar. The items obtained are bound to the user and cannot be traded. The host receives a 10% attribute feedback. That means I have to get people to pay first. He rubbed his temples. And I need to make them feel it's worth it. Just as he was worrying, a blonde boy bounced past, his eyes bright, as if he saw ramen on sale. Old man, what can I get from opening this jar? Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put on a smiling face. Ninjutsu scrolls, Kekiai Gunkai summons divine weapons. All random, guaranteed not to lose. Really? The boy leaned and poked the jar with his finger. How much? No money, just chakra. Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. First time experience, friend price. Enough for one shadow clone. The boy grinned. That's easy. He formed hand seals, and with a puff, 3 copies of himself appeared standing in a row. Enough. Lin Xiaofan almost slid off his stool. He steadied his expression and nodded. Enough, more than enough. The boy rubbed his hands, then open it. I want the strongest one. Lin Xiaofan took the chakra, and the jar grew warm in his palm. He pressed the open button. The lid popped open, and a white light flashed. Congratulations. You have obtained basic Shuriken Jutsu Mastery Proficiency 50. The boy's smile froze. All 3 shadow clones sighed at the same time. That's it. The boy grabbed his hair. I thought I could get a Rinnegan. First time opening, you're still learning the process. Lin Xiaofan quickly added, the system has a pity mechanic. After 10 consecutive non-lucky draws, you're guaranteed a divine item. Want another go? This time I'll give you double feedback bonus. The boy hesitated, then pulled out a wallet. I still have some pocket money. Can I exchange it for chakra? Yes. Lin Xiaofan patted his chest. Go to the Hokage building's exchange office, mention my name, and get 20 off. The boy ran off like the wind. Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief and slumped back into his chair. The system notification sounded. First transaction completed. Host receives attribute feedback, agility 0. 5. Only 0. 5. He pouted. Stingy system. He finished the remaining half of the rice ball, staring at the people coming and going on the street. Some glanced at him and walked away. Others stopped to watch, but didn't dare approach. He wasn't in a hurry. He slowly tidied up the stall and polished the jar until it shone. The sun was setting. The boy still hadn't returned. Lin Xiaofan was about to pack up when a shout came from a distance. Boss. I brought friends. The blonde boy rushed over, leading 2 companions, a black-haired boy with a cold face and a pink-haired girl. The 3 stood still, their gazes falling on the jar. He says you can get a Sharingan from this. The black-haired boy spoke, his tone cold. Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, but his smile grew even brighter. It's a probability thing, but yes, Kekiai Jinkai has appeared before. Want to give it a try? First-time customers get an extra surprise. The pink-haired girl frowned. You're not tricking kids, are you? I guarantee with my reputation. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the Hokage rock above. I set up my stall here. You can't run away from a monk, even if you run away from a temple. The black-haired boy said nothing, simply reached out his hand. Open one. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up, took the chakra, and the jar glowed again. This time the light was a bit stronger. When the lid popped open, a trace of cold air escaped. Congratulations. You have obtained ice release basic form chakra nature conversion rate 15. The black-haired boy didn't even change his expression. He turned and walked away. The pink-haired girl grabbed him. Wait. Maybe next time you'll get a Sharingan. Waste. The boy shook off her hand. Lin Xiaofan quickly called out, don't go. As the last customer of the day, I'll give you a lucky charm card. Next time you open a jar, the drop rate will double. The boy paused for a moment, didn't look back, but threw out a sentence. I'll come again tomorrow. The pink-haired girl stared at Lin Xiaofan. Does this charm? Really work. System certified honest to the core. Lin Xiaofan winked. Want to give it a try too? Girls usually have good luck. The girl gritted her teeth. Open it. The jar opened for the third time. This time the light was soft and a faint floral scent drifted out. Congratulations. You have obtained Medical Ninjutsu Basic Healing Technique, Chakra Consumption, -20. The girl froze then jumped up. I was just thinking of learning this. It's so accurate. Lin Xiaofan chuckled inwardly. At the same time the system notification sounded, 3 consecutive transactions completed. Host receives Attribute Feedback Intelligence, 1, Charisma 0. 3. The sky grew dark and the crowd dispersed. Lin Xiaofan counted the day's gains, 3 transactions, 3 customers. The feedback attributes were negligible, but at least someone believed. He packed up his stall, putting the jars into his backpack. The system popped up a new notification, refresh tomorrow bronze jars, 3, silver jars 1. Preview. He tapped no. Leave a little suspense. He muttered to himself. Tomorrow I'll raise the price. In the distance the lights of the Hokage building came on, and patrol ninjas walked past the street corner. Lin Xiaofan shrank his neck and quickened his pace into an alley. This place isn't safe. He muttered. I need to quickly save up some survival attributes. He didn't notice that on the rooftop behind him a dark figure watched silently, as he left holding a fragment of the jar he had just picked up. Interesting, the man said in a low voice. Something rarer than a tailed beast. Lin Xiaofan had just set up his stall when the golden-haired boy rushed over, followed by yesterday's 2 companions. Mingren slammed the counter, making the bronze jar jump. Boss, I brought the money. Oh, so fast. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up, his hand already reaching for the jar. Today's luck will surely be better than yesterday. Nonsense. Mingren pulled out a crumpled money pouch and poured out clinking coins. I've been saving my allowance for ages, it's all here. How many jars can I open? 500 taels, exactly 1 jar. Lin Xiaofan flicked his fingers, lining up the coins neatly. Friendly reminder, the system has refreshed new stock today, drop rate increased. Zuizhu stood nearby, hands in his pockets, watching coldly. Xiaoying leaned in close to the jar, her finger tracing the patterns on its surface. Can it really produce something at the level of a Sharingan? It's a probability thing. Lin Xiaofan smiled calmly. But yesterday a customer managed to draw an ice release. Zuizhu's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Mingren couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the jar. Enough talking. Open it. I want the strongest. Lin Xiaofan took the jar, his fingertips touching the surface. The system interface flashed in his mind. Chakra payment confirmed. Opening. The lid popped open, and a blinding white light exploded, illuminating the entire street. The crowd gasped in surprise. Even passing ninjas stopped in their tracks. Holy crap, what is that thing? Mingren's eyes were wide open, holding a card with golden edges. On it was written, Shadow Clone Enhancement Experience Card, 24-hour limited. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. He shouted 3 times, jumping on the spot. 3 shadow clones appeared simultaneously, hopping around the card, cheering. I can make 1,000 clones now. 1,000. Boss, you're amazing. Lin Xiaofan's mouth twitched, and he quickly lowered his voice. Keep it down. This card is bound to you. Once used, it's gone. Worth it. So worth it. Mingren threw his arm around Lin Xiaofan's shoulder, almost choking him. Boss, you're my real brother. From now on, all my allowance goes to you. Xiaoying leaned in, staring at the card with a frown. Is this real? Can shadow clones really be enhanced? Only one way to find out. Mingren said nothing more, his hands forming seals. Bang, 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 bang. Not 3, not 10, but a full 100 shadow clones densely packed along the entire street, even squatting on rooftops. Each clone grinned stupidly and shouted in unison, long live the boss. Passers-by were all dumbfounded. The ramen uncle's ladle dropped to the ground, the patrolling ninja almost drew his sword, and even several heads poked out of the Hokage building window. This is impossible. Xiaoying's voice trembled. Shadow clones drain chakra, where did he get so much? Zuizhu finally spoke, his tone still cold, but his eyes fixed on the card. Give me 1 to open 2. Lin Xiaofan was delighted inside, but kept a straight face. Esteemed customer, the silver jar, just refreshed, it costs extra. How much? Zuizhu directly pulled out his wallet. 2,000 taels, or? Lin Xiaofan deliberately drew out the word, Sharingan chakra, as currency, 20% off. Zuizhu's fingers paused, his eyes turning dangerous. Xiaoying quickly pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. Who knows if it's a scam? Scam. Mingren was directing his clones to form a human pyramid. Hearing this, he turned his head. My 100 clones are standing right here. If the boss were a scammer, I'd tear down his stall first. Lin Xiaofan gave a dry laugh and quickly changed the subject. New customers get a discount. Today's second order comes with a free Lucky Talisman card guaranteed to upgrade the next jar's grade. Zhuozhu didn't reply but didn't put his wallet away. The crowd of onlookers grew, and people began whispering, "Can you really get stuff like that? 500 taels for 100 shadow clones. A steal. Boss, give me one too." Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to raise the price. Bronze jars now cost 800 taels. Limited to 3 jars, first come first served. The crowd immediately stirred. A boy with goggles pushed to the front. "I want to open one. Right now." Lin Xiaofan had just taken the money when the system notification exploded in his mind. First feedback achieved. Host gains chakra 1. He almost laughed out loud, quickly lowering his head to pretend to organize the jars, his mouth twitching wildly. Mingren was still messing with his clones, sometimes making them line up to buy ramen, sometimes making them do backflips. The whole street was in chaos because of him. Xiaoying tried to persuade him to calm down, but was lifted away by 3 clones. Zhuozhu stood coldly to the side, but his eyes never left the stall. "Boss," he suddenly spoke. "How do you calculate Sharingan chakra?" Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, but his face remained calm as an old dog, based on dojutsu strength assessment, starting from 3 tomo, 1 tomo worth 5,000 taels. Zhuozhu narrowed his eyes. Deal. The crowd burst into murmurs. Someone whispered, "Has the Uchiha kid gone mad?" "That's the Sharingan." Lin Xiaofan suppressed his excitement and handed over the silver jar. "Please pay." Zhuozhu closed his eyes, his right Sharingan slowly rotating, a wisp of dark red chakra threads floating out, wrapping around the jar. The jar vibrated violently. Silver light exploded, even more intense than Mingren's earlier commotion. "Congratulations. You have obtained Lightning Release Chidori Sharp Spear Proficiency 30. Zhuozhu took the scroll, his fingers tightening, then turned and walked away. "Hey, where's the lucky talisman you promised?" Mingren shouted from behind. Zhuozhu didn't look back, only threw out a line, "I'll be back tomorrow." The crowd erupted completely. Those who had been watching surged forward. "Give me one to open. Any jars left? Can I pay on credit?" Lin Xiaofan was busy taking money, handing out jars, reciting congratulations, while the system notification sounds kept ringing in his mind. With every jar opened, he could feel the chakra slowly growing inside him, only a little each time, but it accumulated. "Next. Line up. Line up." His voice became hoarse, but his smile couldn't be suppressed. When the sun set, the stall finally quieted down. Lin Xiaofan counted today's income, over 20,000 taels in cash alone, not to mention the wisp of Sharingan chakra paid by Zhuozhu. The system feedback increased his total chakra by a full 5%. Awesome. He slumped into his chair, rubbing his sore cheeks. Mingren hadn't left yet, squatting nearby eating meatballs while his 100th clone was counting money for him. "Boss coming back tomorrow?" "Yes, of course." Lin Xiaofan glanced at him. "But the price will go up again." "No problem," Mingren said, mouth full of food. "I'll smash my piggy bank when I get back." Xiaoying ran back from a distance, her hair disheveled, clearly just escaped from the clone pile. "Boss, that medical ninjutsu really works." "I just tried it. Wound healing speed doubled. System products are always top quality." Lin Xiaofan winked. "New stock tomorrow, bring your friends." Xiaoying hesitated. "That lucky talisman, can it really increase the drop rate?" "Absolutely." Lin Xiaofan patted his chest. "But it costs extra." Xiaoying gritted her teeth. "Open." "I'll open one now." Lin Xiaofan had just handed her a jar when a loud crash came from a distance. Everyone turned to see a cloud of dust rolling from the street corner, and a dozen black-clad figures leaped from the rooftops, heading straight for the stall. "Boss, watch out." Mingren instantly entered combat mode, shadow clones lining up with a swoosh. Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. "Gentlemen, here to buy, or to cause trouble?" The leading black-clad figure sneered. "Infinite jar system. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life." Mingren roared, "Dare to touch my boss." "Brothers, go." 100 shadow clones charged forward with a roar, and the scene instantly turned chaotic. Lin Xiaofan took the chance to pack up. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder, the system notification suddenly sounded. Detected high-risk chakra fluctuations. Host advised to evacuate immediately. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. Behind him, Mingren's clones disappeared one by one, but the delay was enough for him to duck into a narrow alley. The black-clad figures pursued relentlessly, their footsteps drawing closer. "Damn, I just made some money, and now I have to run." He cursed while running, then suddenly remembered something, pulling a bronze jar from his bag. "System, is there an emergency plan? Consume 1 jar to randomly teleport to a safe area. Open." The jar shattered with a crack, and as white light enveloped his body, he heard the black-clad leader's roar mingled with Mingren's curses. When the white light faded, he stood in an unfamiliar alley surrounded by terrifying silence. "Huh, I survived." He slumped to the ground, panting heavily. The system interface automatically popped up. Today's total earnings chakra 8, currency 23500 taels. Unlock new achievement. Daily turnover exceeded 10000. Lin Xiaofan grinned, fished the last coin from his pocket, gently tossed it, and caught it. Tomorrow I'll set up shop somewhere else. Lin Xiaofan had just set up his stall at the new alley entrance when Ming Rin dragged Zhuozhu over with Xiaoying trailing behind, gasping for air while clutching her wallet. Ming Rin slammed his hand on the counter. Boss, I brought Zhuozhu to spend money. He tossed and turned all night. Zhuozhu's face turned cold as he shook off Ming Rin's hand. Shut up. Lin Xiaofan suppressed a grin, his fingers lightly tapping the array of jars. Welcome. Today the silver jar has a new item. A limited edition, Sharingan Advancement Probability 30. Only one jar available. Zhuozhu's gaze instantly locked onto the silver vein jar. 2,000 taels, or a 3-tomo chakra deduction, Lin Xiaofan added. Friendly tip: this jar is bound to ocular power. Non-Uchiha cannot activate its effect. Ming Rin leaned in and sniffed the jar. Smells lucky. Zhuozhu, open it. Xiaoying grabs Zhuozhu's sleeve. Don't be impulsive. What if it's another trial card? Zhuozhu ignored her directly, pulling out a kunai and slapping it on the counter. Pawn this. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. A kunai. Worth at most 500 taels. Uchiha special. Infused with lightning release. Zhuozhu's voice was icy. Enough for one chance. Lin Xiaofan pretended to weigh the kunai as a system prompt rang in his mind. High purity chakra residue. Detected valuation increased to 1,500. He feigned reluctance. I'll consider it as sufficient sincerity. Deal. The moment the jar lid opened, silver light sliced through the morning mist like a blade. Zhuozhu's pupils contracted sharply. Lying in his palm was a translucent talisman, ink like blood. 3-tomo temporary amplification, duration 30 breaths. Activate now. Lin Xiaofan handed over the talisman. The instant Zhuozhu's fingertips touched it, the 3-tomo in his right eye spun wildly, and the outlines of everything in his vision sharpened abruptly. Even the dancing ends of Ming Ren's hair became distinctly countable. He suddenly clenched the talisman, knuckles turning white. How is it? Ming Ren tiptoed closer. Isn't it super? Before he could finish, Zhuozhu abruptly raised his hand and formed a seal. The roar of Chidori exploded at the alley entrance. Blue-white arcs of electricity condensed into a solid spear, its tip piercing through 3 parallel tree trunks before dissipating. The watching crowd collectively stepped back half a pace. Xiaoying covered her mouth. This power. At least 30% stronger than yesterday. Zhuozhu's breathing was slightly rapid. The talisman had already turned to ash and scattered. He stared at his empty palm, his eyes like blades tempered in ice. Any more? He asked Lin Xiaofan. Limited edition, you know. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. The next refresh might take half a month. Ming Ren suddenly interjected. Boss, don't you have an installment plan? Zhuozhu can know. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up and he slowly pulled out a scroll. Indeed. 30% down payment, the remainder in 12 installments. Each installment comes with a free guaranteed advancement talisman. His finger traced along the terms at the end. If you default, the Sharingan's chakra will be automatically collected by the system. Zhuozhu stared at the scroll in silence for a long time. Ming Ren nodded frantically beside him. Sign it. Sign it. I'll be the guarantor. No need for a guarantor. Zhuozhu grabbed the brush and fiercely signed his name on the party B line. Before the ink was dry, the scroll rolled up and vanished on its own. A silver pattern flashed abruptly in his right eye. A cheerful system prompt echoed in Lin Xiaofan's mind. Long-term debt, client bound 1, first installment chakra feedback received. He beamed. Pleasure doing business. Remember to bring friends tomorrow. Oh, and the next billing date is Konoha's payday. Zhuozhu turned and walked away, his back rigidly straight. Ming Ren chased after him, shouting, Hey, how's the amplification talisman? Isn't it awesome? Annoying. Zhuozhu didn't look back, but his pace quickened noticeably. Xiaoying tugged at Lin Xiaofan's sleeve. That installment plan. Is it really safe? System contract honest and fair. Lin Xiaofan slipped her a candy while packing up. By the way, have you saved enough for the medical ninjutsu jar? Xiaoying clutched the candy, hesitating. What if I use my chakra in installments? Lin Xiaofan blinked. Welcome to Consult VIP customer service. At the peak of the noon sun, Pei In appeared before the stall with 6 puppets. His Rinnegan fixed on Lin Xiaofan. I heard your jars can achieve peace. Depends on the budget. Lin Xiaofan pushed forward a gold jar. 6 paths power trial pack. 80,000 taels includes a free talk no jutsu tutorial video. Pei In pondered a moment. Installments. 50% down, 24 installments. Lin Xiaofan handed over the same scroll. Default results in Rinnegan chakra collection. As Tian Dao Pei In signed, Igue Dao suddenly grabbed Lin Xiaofan's wrist. You have Zhuju's chakra fluctuations on you. Lin Xiaofan withdrew his hand calmly. Normal business dealings. Rin Jiandao leaned in and whispered, he signed an indentured contract, didn't he? Perfectly legal. Lin Xiaofan's smile didn't waver. Next. As he packed up in the evening, the system prompt was especially crisp. New debt clients added 2, total chakra 12. Lin Xiaofan counted the clinking coins in his money pouch, humming a tune as he turned into a dark alley. At the corners, Zhuju leaned against the wall waiting for him. Something? Lin Xiaofan feigned surprise. Zhuju tossed him a money pouch. First installment payment. Lin Xiaofan caught it and weighed it. You overpaid. Deposit for the next amplification talisman. Zhuju paused before turning away. Don't tell Ming Ren. At the bottom of the pouch was a note: before next month's payday, I want to see the Eternal Mangekyo trial ticket. Lin Xiaofan crumpled the note into his mouth and chewed, then raised the pouch toward the moon. To the leaks, to the system, to the merchant's life that never goes bankrupt. In the shadow of the alley entrance, Haruno Sakura silently memorized the term installment payment and turned to sprint toward the Hokage building. She decided to apply for a student loan. When Sakura rushed into the alley, Lin Xiaofan had just placed the last bronze jar on the shelf. She clutched 3 receipts in her hand, the edges of the paper softened by sweat. Boss, I want to file a complaint. She slapped the receipts onto the counter, her voice low and restrained. 300 consecutive jar openings, and all I got were medical bandages, hemostatic pills, and disinfectant cotton. Not even a single C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up, his fingers slowly toying with the copper ring on the jar. It's a game of probability after all. Even the unlucky ones are valued customers. Probability fraud. Sakura slammed her fist onto the wooden board, rattling the jars. I checked the Sand Hidden Village's Probability Research Center paper. These basic jars theoretically have a drop rate no lower than 15%. Naruto peeked around the corner. Sakura calmed down. Shut up, Naruto. She grabbed the nearest bronze jar and raised it above her head. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll keep smashing until I get something. The dull thud of the jar hitting the blue stone slab startled the sparrows on the eaves. The second jar, the third. When fragments splashed onto Lin Xiaofan's shoes, he finally sighed. Damaged goods must be paid for in full. Fine. Sakura swung her arm wide and the 107th jar traced an arc through the air. This time, amidst the shattering sound, there was a crisp crack and a dusty stone rolled to Lin Xiaofan's feet. A system notification exploded in his mind. Detected S-rank talent, awakening material monster strength, homologous stone. Stop. Lin Xiaofan bent down to pick up the stone, wiping the dust off its surface with his thumb. This one's on me. Sakura took it, panting heavily. The moment her palm touched the stone, the entire rock dissolved into a stream of light that burrowed into her skin. She instinctively clenched her fist, and the air let out a sharp crack. Try that testing post. Lin Xiaofan pointed at a half-man-high stone pillar in the corner. Sakura stepped forward and drove her fist into the side of the pillar. There was no dull thud, only a network of fine cracks spreading like a spiderweb. 3 seconds later, the pillar collapsed into rubble, and the topmost piece bounced up to hit the eaves, sending tiles clattering to the ground. Naruto crouched down, mouth agape, touching the debris. This is even more powerful than Sasuke's Chidori, right? The same talent as Lady Tsunade. Lin Xiaofan pulled out his ledger and quickly recorded. Congratulations on unlocking a new career path. Sakura stared at her slightly reddened knuckles, her voice trembling a little. Can this be used consistently? Once bound, it won't disappear. Lin Xiaofan closed the ledger. But I suggest you buy a pair of shock-resistant wrist guards first. That punch just cracked 3 lines in your palm. At that moment, Payne's puppet group appeared at the entrance of the alley. The Deva Path glanced at the mess on the ground. How efficient is violent jar opening? A case of the unlucky player's protection mechanism triggering. Lin Xiaofan kicked aside the jar fragments near his feet. 300 attempts guarantee a divine item. Care to try? Gold jars require a 50% down payment. Suddenly, the Preta Path reached out and pressed down on Sakura's shoulder. The way her chakra flows has changed. That's within the scope of after-sales service. Lin Xiaofan pulled the Preta Path's hand away. Customer privacy is not for disclosure. Sakura shook her numb arm, then abruptly pulled all the cash from her wallet and slapped it onto the counter. Give me 10 more bronze jars. Lin Xiaofan paused in counting the money. Are you sure you want to continue? What were those 300 jars just now? She picked up a new jar, weighing it in her hand. Just to warm up. The first new jar yielded a kunai, the second a soldier pill. When the lid of the third jar lifted, a pale gold scroll lay quietly on the velvet lining. Sakura unrolled the scroll and read the title, C-Rank Taijutsu Rockfall. The corners of her mouth had just lifted when the fourth jar doused her enthusiasm. Inside lay a coupon for one more jar free. Naruto crouched beside her counting empty jars. 297, 298. Sakura, don't let your hands shake. The 299th jar yielded a crumpled IOU with the words credit limit 500 Rio written in ink. Sakura stared at the IOU for 2 seconds, then suddenly balled it up, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed it to pieces. When the last jar opened, everyone in the alley held their breath. A silver light flashed, and in Sakura's palm appeared a metal disc engraved with spiral patterns. B-rank ninja tool chakra amplification ring. Lin Xiaofan leaned in for a closer look. Wearing it on the wrist improves the stability of monster strength output. Limited edition. Sakura slipped the metal ring onto her left wrist, turned, and punched the already damaged stone pillar again. This time the stone didn't shatter, it split neatly into 6 pieces, the cuts as smooth as a mirror. Satisfied with the effect, Lin Xiaofan handed her a new installment contract. The accompanying training course requires a 30% down payment and comes with 10 rolls of pressure-resistant bandages. Sakura grabbed the contract and flipped directly to the last page to sign, the nib of the pen piercing through 3 layers of paper. She tore off the stub and stuffed it into her pocket. When she looked up, her eyes were frighteningly bright. Starting tomorrow, 10 jars a day. A series of system prompts rang in Lin Xiaofan's mind. Strength attribute feedback, 2 new long-term customer 1. He smiled as he put away the contract. Remember to bring your friends. There's a discount for groups of 3. Payne's Rinnegan swept across the fragments on the ground. Can this awakening mechanism be replicated in the peace plan? Theoretically, yes. Lin Xiaofan pushed forward a gold jar. But it requires a startup fund of 100,000 chakra. Would you like to pay the down payment now? The Deva Path was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised a hand to form a seal. All 6 puppets simultaneously pulled out their wallets, and coins clinked crisply as they piled onto the counter. Sakura dragged Naruto toward the Hokage building, flexing her wrist as she walked. Help me apply for a student loan. Fill in the maximum amount. Have you lost your mind? Naruto counted on his fingers. Sasuke's installment plan isn't even paid off yet, and now you. Medical ninjutsu jars and monster strength training have to be synchronized. Sakura cut him off. That punch just now made my tiger's mouth go numb. I need to buy a pair of cushioned gloves. When Shikamaru on duty at the Hokage building saw the loan application, he was eating potato chips. He stared at the estimated repayment period 3 years column for a long time, and his hand trembled a little as he stamped it. Are you sure you don't need Kakashi-sensei to be your guarantor? No need. Sakura tapped the metal ring lightly on the desk. I have a stable source of income. On the way back, they passed a dessert shop, and Sakura suddenly stopped. In the window was a limited edition strawberry cake with a price tag that read, payable with chakra. Want to go in? Naruto swallowed hard. Sakura felt her empty wallet, then turned and walked back toward Lin Xiaofan's stall. Under the moonlight, her shadow stretched long, and the metal ring on her wrist occasionally glinted. Lin Xiaofan was counting the day's earnings. Hearing footsteps, he didn't look up. Closed for the day? Come back tomorrow. I want to advance next month's jar opening quota. Sakura pressed the metal ring onto the counter. Take this as collateral. Lin Xiaofan finally looked up, his gaze lingering on her reddened knuckles for a moment. Interest is 3% per month. Default, and I'll take back the monster strength talent. Deal. Sakura grabbed the newly arrived bronze jars and turned away, her back straight. Naruto chased after her, shouting, at least leave some money for dinner. Sakura's steps didn't falter. The first jar had already cracked open in her palm. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the jar, casting scattered patches of light on the ground. Shortly after Sakura departed, Lin Xiaofan closed up his stall. Instead of returning to his lodgings, he hoisted his merchandise rack and headed straight for the plaza outside the Chunin exam venue. The area teemed with people. Ninjas from various villages crowded around the bulletin board, poring over the match brackets, their chatter resembling a bustling market. No sooner had he set up his stall than 3 Sunigakure ninjas encircled him. The leader bore a scar across his face, and his sleeve was emblazoned with the insignia of the Kazekage's personal guard. He stared at the golden jar for a long moment, tapping its surface with his fingers. Can this thing really yield puppetry techniques? Isn't Sunigakure's specialty puppetry? Lin Xiaofan chuckled. You've researched for decades, though opening a jar is quicker. The scarred ninja said nothing, instead slapping down a voucher on credit. I'll settle it with Gaara's appearance fee after his match. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. The system doesn't accept empty promises. Cut the nonsense. The scarred ninja snatched the golden jar. Since when do Suna people pay cash? The jar was forcibly opened, and as the scroll rolled out, a wisp of blue smoke trailed behind it. The scarred ninja unrolled it, his eyes lighting up. Master-level puppetry control. Perfect for Gaara's Shikaku form. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Lin Xiaofan's outstretched hand, the remaining 5,000 Ryo, or equivalent chakra. We'll settle it after I win. The scarred ninja pushed his hand away. Don't block my path. Lin Xiaofan didn't pursue. He stood still, muttering a command under his breath. 3 seconds later, the scarred ninja was suddenly frozen in place, his chakra bound, as if by invisible ropes. His 2 companions tried to support him, but the moment they touched his shoulders, they too were immobilized. System-bound debt collection protocol. Lin Xiaofan walked over, pulled the voucher from the scarred ninja's waist pouch, stamped it with his seal, and said, penalty doubles. It's now 10,000 Ryo. Either pay in full now, or work off the debt for 3 days. The scarred ninja gritted his teeth. How dare you touch Suna? It's not me touching you. Lin Xiaofan tapped his temple. It's system protocol. What you owe is chakra currency, not paper money. The system has the authority to freeze a debtor's energy flow until obligations are fulfilled. A crowd had gathered, including ninjas from Konoha, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. Someone murmured, is this merchant insane? He dares to detain Suna ninjas. This isn't his first time, said a masked Kirigakure ninja nearby. Last time an Iwagakure jonin tried to welch on a debt, and he was locked in front of the stall washing dishes for 3 days. The scarred ninja's face turned ashen. Finally he spoke. How does the work thing work? Simple. Lin Xiaofan handed him a rag. Polish the jars, greet customers, introduce products. 500 Ryo per hour, lunch included. The scarred ninja's hands trembled as he took the rag, but he didn't dare throw it. His 2 companions also lowered their heads, flanking the stall like a pair of stone guardians. The first customer was a Kumogakure genin, pointing at a bronze jar. Can this one yield lightning release? The scarred ninja steeled himself. 8% probability. I'd recommend adding a lightning affinity charm to boost the trigger rate. The Kumogakure genin paid for the jar and scored a trial ticket for lightning release imitation. Beaming, he left. The scarred ninja breathed a sigh of relief and stole a glance at Lin Xiaofan. Don't slack off. Lin Xiaofan was affixing labels to newly arrived silver jars. You're in charge of promoting the limited edition Puppeteer Special Pack. Each sale earns you 2,000 Ryo off your debt. The scarred ninja's mouth twitched, but he picked up the megaphone. Step right up, don't miss out. Exclusive Puppeteer Jars. Contains chakra thread enhancer, puppet core, lubricant, puppet self-destruct delay device. Rated 5 stars by Sunagakure's internal reviews. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Someone shouted, since when did Suna become your spokesperson? The scarred ninja ignored it and kept shouting. The second sale was to a Kirigakure kunoichi. After buying the special pack, she scored a puppet camouflage skin. Delighted, she tested it on the spot, turning herself into a tree. At noon, a Lin Xiaofan handed them rice balls. The scarred ninja wolfed his down, then went back to polishing jars. Business picked up in the afternoon. An old Iwagakure man bought 5 golden jars in one go, scoring 3 Earth Release scrolls and 2 Try Again vouchers. His beard bristled with frustration. Take it easy, old-timer. To everyone's surprise, the scarred ninja began to console him. Have you heard of the non-whale protection mechanism? 10 consecutive pulls without a jackpot, and you're guaranteed an A-rank technique. The old Iwagakure man glared at him. Aren't you from Suna? Why are you siding with an outsider? I'm a temp worker now, the scarred ninja said with a bitter smile. The boss feeds me. As dusk fell, Gaara's match concluded. Exiting the arena, he immediately spotted his own guard hawking wares at the stall. Shikaku snickered from within him. That kid got played hard. Gaara said nothing, walking straight up to the stall. Lin Xiaofan looked up. The Kazekage himself came to settle the bill. How much does he owe? Gaara asked. Principal plus penalty, 10,000 Ryo. He's worked off 3,500, leaving 6,500. Lin Xiaofan produced a ledger. Or you could cover it, and I'll throw in a tailed beast chakra stabilizer trial ticket. Gaara stared at the ledger for a moment, then raised his hand. Sand surged from the ground, wrapping around the scarred ninja's waist and hoisting him into the air, disgraceful. The scarred ninja didn't dare struggle, only muttering, that scroll is actually useful. Gaara ignored him, turning to Lin Xiaofan. I'll pay. But I want to know how this system determines the value of chakra currency. Lin Xiaofan smiled. The Kazekage has an interest in economics. Sunagakure needs new ways to acquire resources, Gaara said. War consumes too much, traditional mission rewards aren't enough. Smart. Lin Xiaofan put away the ledger. Tomorrow morning I'll hold a lecture here on chakra inflation and jar value preservation strategies. Admission is 1 D-rank mission scroll, students get half off. Gaara nodded, and the sand lowered the scarred ninja to the ground. The latter quickly whipped out his wallet to pay the remainder, looking immensely relieved. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Xiaofan tallied the day's earnings. The scarred ninja lingered until the end, and before leaving he asked in a low voice, that scroll. Can it really improve puppet control precision? Why don't you try it yourself? Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. But a word of caution: system items are bound, they can't be transferred. If you dare resell it to Gaara, your chakra gets locked for another week. The scarred ninja shrank back and hurried away. The next morning, a blackboard appeared in front of Lin Xiaofan's stall reading Sunagekyo's Special Advisor Lecture. Gaara indeed showed up accompanied by several Sunagekyo Jonin. The lecture was practical: how to exchange mission scrolls for chakra currency, how to calculate exchange rates between different chakra natures, and why fire-release chakra depreciates in summer. So Lin Xiaofan concluded, rather than having your genin grind through C-rank missions, it's more efficient to pool funds and open jars. With a bit of luck, you might score an S-rank technique, doubling your entire squad strength. The Sunagekyo Jonin exchanged murmurs. A bespectacled old man adjusted his glasses. Do you have data to back this up? Of course. Lin Xiaofan pulled out a stack of reports. These are the opening records of Konoha clients over the past 3 months. Medical Ninja Sakura invested 30,000 Ryo and obtained monster strength and matching tools. Her single-punch destructive power now exceeds that of an average Jonin. Gaara suddenly interjected. If Sunagekyo makes an official purchase, is there a discount? Volume gets you a better rate, Lin Xiaofan smiled. But it requires a long-term agreement. In case of breach, we know the consequences. Gaara cut him off. I'll send someone tomorrow to negotiate terms. As the lecture wrapped up and Lin Xiaofan was packing the blackboard, Pain's Deva Path puppet materialized silently behind him. Sunagekyo is making its move, Deva Path stated. The Akatsuki can enter too. Lin Xiaofan turned around. But you'll need to settle your previous loan first. 100,000 chakra units. Not a cent less. Deva Path didn't respond, instead fixing his gaze on the departing Suna figures. They want to replicate your system. Let them try. Lin Xiaofan packed the blackboard. Without the infinite jar system, all they'll get is junk. Deva Path was silent for a moment, then asked, what if I pay with the power of the Rinnegan? Could I buy out the system? Lin Xiaofan burst out laughing. Nagato, you don't play enough games. This system isn't a product, it's a rule. Rules can't be bought out, only obeyed. Deva Path said nothing more and turned away. Lin Xiaofan watched his retreating figure and muttered softly, who'll be the next one trying to be the house? What he didn't know was that in the highest tier of the stands, a masked man was recording everything with his Sharingan. Closing his notebook, he vanished into the shadows. Lin Xiaofan yawned and began preparing for tomorrow's Kirigakure special event. He'd heard they had a tradition of gambling with one's life at the jar table, so he figured he'd better stock up on first aid kits. Not long after Gaara departed, Jiang Xiaofan had barely tucked the blackboard beneath his shelf when he sensed someone watching him. Not a passing glance, but a deliberate breath-suppressed surveillance hidden within the crowd. He did not look up, continuing to count the day's accounts, his fingers flying across the abacus as he hummed a tuneless melody. System activate counter-surveillance mode. He uttered the words silently within his mind. A soft chime rang in his consciousness. Counter-surveillance mode activated. 3 abnormal chakra fluctuations detected. At the northwest eaves behind the southeast stall, and at the third table of the tea stand directly ahead. Jiang Xiaofan's lips curved slightly as he casually ambled toward the tea stand, picking up a bronze jar to polish. Seated there was an elderly man in a gray robe, head bowed over his tea, the brim of his hat pulled low. Yet his grip on the walking stick was unnaturally steady, his knuckles devoid of any tremor. Elder, would you like a jar? Today's special, buy 2 get 1 free. Jiang Xiaofan leaned in with a grin. Just unsealed master of fire-style insights. Guarantees you won't need firewood to boil water. The old man did not look up, merely setting down his teacup with slow deliberation. I have been retired for many years, no use for such things. Even a pension is worth something. Jiang Xiaofan set the jar on the table. Why not try one? If dissatisfied, I'll comp you a bowl of ramen. The old man finally lifted his gaze, clouded yet penetrating. You can truly unlock a fire-style jutsu. Tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. Jiang Xiaofan patted his chest proudly, though payment must be in chakra. Cash is not accepted. The old man fell silent for a moment before withdrawing a crumpled voucher from his robe, stamped with the seal of the Konoha treasury. How much does this cover? An official voucher. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. At market rate, that equates to 3,000 chakra credits. The old man nodded and pushed the voucher forward. Jiang Xiaofan took at his fingertip, tracing the jar's rim before he called out, open. A scroll unrolled, carrying a wisp of warm air. The old man unfurled it. His pupils constricted, his fingers trembling slightly. He murmured a few incantations and a flame erupted from his palm, its form dense and temperature precise. Clearly the control of a Jonin-level shinobi. Exquisite, the old man muttered, even the hand seal sequence eliminated. Jiang Xiaofan stood with arms crossed waiting for him to process his surprise before speaking slowly. What do you think? Worth your pension? The old man offered no reply, merely carefully tucking the scroll into his robe, rising with his cane to depart. Before disappearing, he tossed over his shoulder, meet me here tomorrow at this hour. Jiang Xiaofan watched his figure vanish around the corner, his smile fading as he turned. He lifted his shelf and deliberately took the long route home, weaving through narrow alleys away from crowds. With each intersection, he secretly affixed a talisman to the wall corner, a newly unlocked tracking interference sticker from his system, capable of briefly masking chakra signatures. Back in his courtyard, he did not light a lamp, simply sitting on the threshold to eat a rice ball. A faint scraping sound came from the roof. Without looking up, he called friends from A&B. You've been crouching too long. Your legs must be numb. Come down for some water. No response came. But moments later a shadow descended silently, a mask concealing his face, save for cold eyes. The third Hokage requests your presence. Now. Jiang Xiaofan patted his hands and rose. Lead the way. He was brought to a secret chamber on the top floor of the Hokage tower. As the door opened, the third Hokage sat at the head of a long table, his pipe set aside, the scroll on Master of Fire-style insights spread before him. Seated along both sides were Konoha's high-ranking officials, the chiefs of the Hyuga Nara and Yamanaka clans, all present, their expressions grave. Sit. The third gestured to an empty seat. Jiang Xiaofan did not refuse, dropping into the chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. You wanted to see me. Where did your jars come from? The third came straight to the point. Given by my system. Jiang Xiaofan sipped his tea. It refreshes daily, and I close up once inventory sells out. What is this system? That is a long explanation. Jiang Xiaofan set down his teacup. Simply put, it is a vending rule. Clients pay chakra, I open jars, the items belong to them, and I take a commission. The Nara chief frowned. The items are bound and non-transferable. What is the principle behind that? System rules. Jiang Xiaofan shrugged. I cannot change them either. The Yamanaka chief interjected. If Konoha were to make an official bulk purchase, could an exception be made? That is negotiable. Jiang Xiaofan smiled. Volume discounts, signed agreements, chakra locks for breach of contract. The same arrangement as Suna. The third raised his hand to halt further questioning, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Xiaofan. You wish to put down roots in Konoha. Business is business. I go where the crowds are. Jiang Xiaofan spread his hands. The Konoha Chunin Exams draw the largest traffic. And if I told you never to vend again? The third's tone was calm, yet carried undeniable weight. Jiang Xiaofan did not panic, instead leaning forward. Then you must support me. The system forces a daily inventory refresh. If I do not open jars, it backlashes upon the host, which is me. When that happens, chakra will run wild. Do not say I did not warn you if the Hokage tower is blown apart. The chamber fell into dead silence. The Hyuga chief spoke, coldly threatening the Hokage. Negotiating terms. Jiang Xiaofan corrected. I can cooperate with regulations, restricted sales zones, reporting high-risk items, priority supply for Konoha ninja, but on one condition: do not cut off my livelihood. The third fell silent for a long while, relighting his pipe. Through swirling blue smoke, he slowly spoke. State your conditions. First, grant me a legal stall, preferably near the training grounds where customer flow is stable. Second, stop stationing ENBU on my roof. It disrupts my sleep. Third, Jiang Xiaofan paused, lowering his voice. I need unlock access to strategic tier jars. The third narrowed his eyes. What are strategic tier jars? For instance, complete sealing technique, compendium, tailed beast, chakra stabilizer, Kaga level experience vouchers. Jiang Xiaofan grinned broadly. These items can only be purchased by Konoha's official channels, and the price is flexible. The elders exchanged hushed whispers. The Nara chief adjusted his glasses. The risk is too great. What if forbidden techniques are unlocked? That is precisely why we sign agreements. Jiang Xiaofan interrupted. Breach the contract and your chakra is locked. What are you afraid of? The third extinguished his pipe and rose. Starting tomorrow, you will vend on the east side of Training Ground 3. ENBU will provide protection. As for strategic tier jars, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Xiaofan. Let me see the goods first. Jiang Xiaofan rose to take his leave, but as he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back. By the way, a reminder. Do not send anyone to steal my jars. The system has anti-theft mechanisms. Any attempt by non-customers triggers chakra backlash. Minor cases result in 3 days of paralysis. Severe cases destroy the meridians entirely. After the door closed, the third spoke to the Shadow's report. An ANBU agent materialized and knelt. The target employed no jutsu throughout, relying solely on verbal negotiation. When mentioning system backlash, his heartbeat remained steady, unlike empty bluster. Additionally, he deployed 7 interference talismans along his return route. Though his technique was unrefined, the effect was significant. The third nodded. Inform Root to suspend probing. Send Kakashi to take over surveillance, focusing on recording client lists and unlocked items. The AMBU agent bowed and withdrew. The Hyuga chief could not contain himself. Are we truly going to accommodate him? Not accommodate. The third relit his pipe. Cooperate. His system holds more value than any intelligence network. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan slipped back to his courtyard, his first act bolting into his bedroom and locking every window and door. He sat cross-legged on his bed, formed hand seals, and screamed within his mind system. Quickly show me what strategic tier jars look like. A chime resonated. Official certification achievement detected. Strategic tier jar category unlocked. Initial inventory inner 4 symbols. Sealing technique limited 1 flying thunder god kanai. Set limited 3 ninetales. Chakra compression capsules limited 5. Lin Xiaofan stared at the virtual panel, nearly drooling. He rubbed his hands together with a greedy chuckle. Listing them tomorrow. The title is already ready. Konoha exclusive Kaga level access. Only missed this and wait a decade. He lay back on his bed, pleasantly plotting his tomorrow's sales pitch. Outside the window, a shadow quietly glided past the eaves. Beneath his mask, Kakashi's voice sighed softly. This kid is more formidable than imagined. Lin Xiaofan rolled over, muttering in his sleep, next jar. Definitely SSR. Lin Xiaofan had just finished putting the strategic level jars on the shelf, not yet having time to hang the banner, when Ming Ren rushed over, eyes gleaming, pointing at the most expensive golden jar. Boss, I want to open this one. Do you have money? Lin Xiaofan glanced at him sideways. I have a card. Ming Ren pulled out a golden boss card, dazzling in the sunlight, a special procurement voucher from the third fire shadow worth 100,000 chakra credit. Lin Xiaofan's eyelids twitched. He had seen this thing just yesterday. It was a high-authority payment tool specially approved by the Muyi Finance Department, usually only issued to Jounin or for special mission allocations. He reached out to stop him, but Ming Ren had already slapped the card onto the jar, shouting, "Give me a Kage-level experience voucher," and pressed his finger down hard. The jar's mouth cracked open, a beam of red light shot into the sky, a wave of heat rushed over, and the air filled with a burnt smell. Ming Ren shouted excitedly, "I got it! I got it!" Lin Xiaofan looked closely and almost fainted. The scroll floating out of the jar clearly read, "Temporary 9-tailed chakra release voucher. Limited to 30 minutes. Are you crazy? Lin Xiaofan snatched the scroll. This thing can be opened casually. The system note says, must be used with a guardian present. What's there to fear? Ming Ren snatched it back. I'm already a genin. I can handle it myself. Before the words faded, he tore open the seal. A violent aura exploded instantly. The ground cracked, shelves collapsed, and the onlookers screamed and scattered. Ming Ren's eyes turned red, his nails grew longer, a chakra cloak wrapped around his body, and he roared to the sky with bared teeth. Lin Xiaofan's scalp tingled. As he retreated, he roared in his mind system. Quickly check the inventory. Is there anything that can suppress the 9 tails? Ding! Detected client chakra rampage, triggering emergency protocol. Host can consume 500 chakra to exchange for seal stabilizer trial pack, effective for 10 minutes. Exchange. Exchange immediately. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth and paid, and a silver-white wristband appeared in his hand out of thin air. He rushed forward, and while Ming Ren had not yet fully transformed into a beast, he snapped the wristband onto his wrist. The red light suddenly contracted Ming Ren's body, stiffened, the blood in his eyes faded mostly, and he knelt on the ground, panting heavily, trembling all over. Next time you open a jar recklessly, I'll tell Zhuju about your Sharingan mortgage. Lin Xiaofan crouched down and threatened in a low voice. Ming Ren shrank his neck and muttered quietly, I didn't know it would turn out like this. As soon as the words were spoken, the roof tiles shattered, and the third fire shadow descended from the sky, not even holding his pipe steady, nearly tripping over himself as he landed. He took one look at the collapsed Ming Ren, then swept his gaze over the mess and the still smoking golden jar, his face turning livid. Lin Xiaofan. The third fire shadow roared, what kind of devilish thing did you sell? Not my fault. Lin Xiaofan stood up, dusting off his pants. He swiped his own card and tore the scroll himself. I even recorded my dissuasion. Want to hear it? The third fire shadow was taken aback. Recording. Built-in system function. Lin Xiaofan pulled out a crystal stone, squeezed it gently, and Ming Ren's words, I can handle it myself, echoed clearly over the training ground. The third fire shadow's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained stern. Miners using high-risk items. You as the seller failed to fulfill your review duty. Review? Lin Xiaofan laughed. The card you gave him has higher authority than mine. The system recognized the payer as Muyi official authorized user and automatically skipped the age verification. If you want to assign blame, shouldn't you first ask who gave a brat an unlimited credit card? The third fire shadow opened his mouth, but was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Nai Liang Lujia walked out from behind the crowd, holding a document. Fire Shadow-sama, according to Article 17 of the Ninja World JAR Trading Management Regulations, if the payer is an official institution, the responsibility shifts to the authorizing unit. Lin Xiaofan has no subjective fault. The third fire shadow took a deep breath, put the pipe back in his mouth. Then what to do now? Simple. Lin Xiaofan pointed to the silver ring on Ming Ren's wrist. I just installed a stabilizer on him that can suppress chakra fluctuations. I suggest Muyi purchase a batch specially for tailed beast Jinchuriki, like what AI Luochi La buy. Price is negotiable, discounts for bulk orders. The third fire shadow stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You little rascal, you mess up and still turn the tables. It's called crisis management. Lin Xiaofan grinned. By the way, let me remind you that temporary nine-tailed chakra release voucher from that jar just now shows that the system can partially extract tailed beast power. If mass-produced, maybe we could distribute tailed beast power experience packs to ordinary ninja. Of course, with a stabilizer installed, otherwise it might explode. The third fire shadow's eyes narrowed. Can you control the extraction ratio? The system decides, Lin Xiaofan shrugged, but I can apply for customized parameters. For example, one-tailed power beginner edition, three-tailed power advanced pack. You can pick the names. Lujio leaned in to whisper a few words to the third fire shadow. The third fire shadow nodded, turned to Lin Xiaofan, and said, from today your stall is upgraded to Muyi Strategic Material Supply Point. Submit a list of high-risk items to the Umbu 3 times a month with priority supply to the Jinbu and medical squad. Pleasure doing business. Lin Xiaofan extended his hand. The third fire shadow did not shake, only snorted, don't think it's over. Ming Ren's medical expenses and the site repair costs will all be deducted from your commission. No problem. Lin Xiaofan withdrew his hand with a grin. By the way, that jar actually has a hidden mechanism. Opening 10 jars of the same type consecutively will activate tailed beast resonance, increasing the drop rate of rare items. The third fire shadow paused in his steps. What does that mean? It means Lin Xiaofan winked. Ming Ren just opened 10 golden jars in a row to get that release voucher. If you want to replicate it, you'll need to prepare at least 1,000,000 chakra credit. The third fire shadow nearly crushed his pipe. That evening, Lin Xiaofan was squatting behind the stall eating a rice ball. When Kakashi appeared silently behind him, the fire shadow-sama asked me to ask you, is the tailed beast resonance real? Of course it's real, Lin Xiaofan said without turning his head, but there's a prerequisite. It must be opened consecutively by the same customer. Switching person resets the count. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Does Ming Ren know? I told him. Lin Xiaofan swallowed the last bite of his rice ball. He said next time he'll bring Zhuju along, each open 5 to make a 10 pull. Kakashi held his forehead. Please be sure to notify the Umbu to evacuate the crowd before he does that. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, pulled out a small box from the bottom shelf, and handed it to Kakashi. A thank you gift for you. Sharingan fatigue relief patch applied to the forehead, lasts 8 hours without dryness. Kakashi took it, hesitated. How much? Free. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand. Consider it, thanks for not snoring on my roof last night. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched under his mask, and he turned and disappeared into the tree shadows. Lin Xiaofan stretched about to pack up when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from the alley entrance. He looked up and saw Chun Ying running over, breathlessly clutching a crumpled note. Boss, quickly take a look at this. She slapped the note onto the counter. I found this in the library's ancient texts section. It says non-African protection mechanism. Is it real? It says after 20 consecutive failures you get a guaranteed drop. Lin Xiaofan glanced at it and laughed. Oh, an internal note from the Sharon Probability Research Center. Where did you steal it? Borrowed. Xiaoying blushed. Just tell me if it's true. It's true, Lin Xiaofan nodded, but there's a catch. The guaranteed item is random. It could be a divine artifact or a one more jar coupon. Xiaoying gritted her teeth. Then I'll try to. Give me 20 bronze jars. Cash or chakra? Lin Xiaofan rubbed his hands. Installments. Xiaoying pulled out her medical ninja ID. I'll bet all of next month's salary. Lin Xiaofan was about to speak when the system prompt suddenly sounded ding. Detected new achievement, official certified supplier. Reward, unlock agent war rules manual. Host can now apply to participate in the regional jar monopoly competition. A winner receives system dividends. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up and he smiled at Xiaoying. Installments are okay, but with one condition. You have to be my first diamond agent candidate. Huh. Xiaoying looked confused. Simply put, Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. Help me recruit customers, and the commission is yours. Recruit 100, and I'll give you a Gang Show's Monster Strength Experience voucher. Xiao Ying's eyes instantly widened. Deal. As night deepened, Lin Xiaofan hummed a tune, while packing up his stall, scheming how to trick the Rinnegan family into buying a Byakugan enhancement package tomorrow. He didn't notice that on a distant rooftop, Pei-in was quietly watching everything, playing with a newly drawn mouth art experience card, lost in thought. The wind blew, carrying a discarded flyer on the ground which featured Lin Xiaofan's portrait and a bold slogan. Opening jars carries risks, top up with caution, but the next one will definitely be an SSR. Xiao Ying's eyes instantly widened. Deal. As night deepened, Lin Xiaofan hummed a tune, while packing up his stall, scheming how to trick the Rinnegan family into buying a Byakugan enhancement package tomorrow. He didn't notice that on a distant rooftop, Pei-in was quietly watching everything, playing with a newly drawn mouth art experience card, lost in thought. The wind blew, carrying a discarded flyer on the ground which featured Lin Xiaofan's portrait and a bold slogan. Opening jars carries risks, top up with caution, but the next one will definitely be an SSR. Lin Xiaofan had just finished putting the strategic level jars on the shelf, not yet having time to hang the banner, when Ming Ren rushed over, eyes gleaming, pointing at the most expensive golden jar. Boss, I want to open this one. Do you have money? Lin Xiaofan glanced at him sideways. I have a card. Ming Ren pulled out a gold embossed card, dazzling in the sunlight, a special procurement voucher from the third fire shadow worth 100,000 chakra credit. Lin Xiaofan's eyelids twitched. He had seen this thing just yesterday. It was a high-authority payment tool specially approved by the Muyi Finance Department, usually only issued to Jounin or for special mission allocations. He reached out to stop him, but Ming Ren had already slapped the card onto the jar, shouting, "Give me a Kage-level experience voucher," and pressed his finger down hard. Pei-in stood before the stall, rainwater streaming down his black robe with red clouds. He neither held an umbrella nor used chakra to dry his clothes, but stood there straight and still like a flagpole planted in the mud. Lin Xiaofan was crouching behind the counter, gnawing on a rice ball. He looked up and nearly choked. "Yo, rare guest." He swallowed the last bite, clapped his hands, and said, "The Akatsuki's VIP customer personally visits. I failed to welcome you from afar." Pei-in ignored him, reached into his robe, and pulled out a scroll, placing it gently on the counter. The scroll's surface shimmered with a dark gold luster with the words, "Peace Achievement Probability 50, engraved along its edge. "I want to open this," he said. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He leaned in to look. "Whoa, the limited edition worth 100,000 chakra. Your eyes are sharp, old man. This is a system exclusive. There are only 3 in the entire ninja world. The last one was bought by the boss of the Mist's gambling jar gang, and he got a 1 more can coupon, which made him so angry, he flipped the casino on the spot." Pei-in's tone was calm. "I don't care what others draw. I only care whether it can make the world bleed less. It can." Lin Xiaofan patted his chest. "System products are always top-notch. If you don't draw a piece-related item, I'll refund you 50,000 chakra myself." Pei-in nodded, raised his hand, and pressed it onto the scroll. The moment chakra was injected, the scroll unfurled automatically, and a golden light shot into the sky, tearing a gap in the curtain of rain. The onlookers gasped, and even the umbu lurking on the rooftops leaned out halfway. The golden light faded and a thin card fluttered down slowly. Lin Xiaofan reached out and caught it. He looked down, and his expression froze. The front of the card bore a silly, grinning portrait of Ming Ren, and on the back was a line of small text. "Talk Jutsu experience card limited to 10 minutes. Persuade the target to lay down their weapon. Success rate varies with the opponent's intelligence." He silently turned the card over and over, confirming he wasn't mistaken. "This." He gave a dry laugh. "Actually, it's quite practical. Think about it. Talk Jutsu is the strongest jinjutsu in the ninja world. It can even make the Nine Tails cry. Dealing with ordinary people is a piece of cake." Pei-in said nothing, just stared at the card, his gaze growing darker by the moment. "How about opening another kin?" Lin Xiaofan asked tentatively. "I just got a new 6 Paths Power Experience pack in stock, guaranteed to give you Rinnegan fragments." Pei-in finally spoke. "You said earlier that if I didn't draw a piece-related item, you'd compensate me with 50,000 chakra." Yes. Lin Xiaofan hurriedly pulled out his wallet. "Cash or transfer?" Pei-in shook his head. "No need. I was just thinking, so-called probability is merely another form of violence." With that, he turned and walked away, his back straight as a rod. Rain beat against him, and each step left a deep footprint. He walked extremely slowly but never looked back. Lin Xiaofan scratched his head and shouted after him, "Hey, next time remember to bring an umbrella. If you catch a cold, you can't save the world." No one answered. After Pei and left, Lin Xiaofan stared at the talk jutsu card for a long time. Suddenly he slapped his thigh. Oh my god. This thing can interfere with thoughts. He immediately opened the system panel and operated it swiftly with his fingers. Ding! Detected special item talk jutsu experience card. Hidden mechanism triggered. Host may consume this card to exchange for the Akatsuki exclusive regret pill and customization permission. Exchange. Lin Xiaofan didn't hesitate. As soon as the system prompt faded, a pitch black can suddenly appeared on the top shelf. The can was engraved with the words, Akatsuki Limited Open Can and Regret, and next to it was a crying little figure pattern. Lin Xiaofan grinned and hung up a banner. Akatsuki Internal Exclusive. Cures Gacha Addiction. Miss it and wait 10 years. That night, a contact hawk from Sharingan village delivered a secret letter saying that the Akatsuki had posted a bounty on the dark web titled, Obtain the Can System, with a string of zeros after the reward that made one dizzy. After reading the letter, Lin Xiaofan leisurely made a cup of tea and casually posted the promotional image of the regret pill can on the forums of all major ninja villages. Caption, Lord Pei and personally tested it effective. Open the can for 3 hours, and you'll comprehend the true meaning of life. Buy now and enjoy a 20% discount, plus a free copy of the Introduction to Peace Philosophy Manual. The next morning, before the stall even opened, a long queue had already formed at the door. The first in line was a masked ninja who lowered his voice and asked, Boss, can that regret pill can really make people not regret? No, Lin Xiaofan answered honestly. But it can make you regret with more depth. The man was silent for a moment, then pulled out a money pouch. Give me 10. Sure. Lin Xiaofan quickly took the money and casually asked, And who might you be? You look unfamiliar. From Yan'an village, the other said vaguely. I heard you can draw bloodline limits here. Our captain sent me to check it out. Lin Xiaofan chatted while opening cans. Yan'an is dabbling in the can economy now. I remember last time when Sharingan came to purchase, they said your village elder was too old-fashioned, stubbornly refusing to connect to the system. Times have changed, the man sighed. Even the Akatsuki has started placing orders. If we keep putting on airs, we might be kicked out of the top tier. The can opened, a white light flashed, and a card dropped out. The man picked it up and his face fell. Earth Release Basic Teaching DVD. This stuff is piled up in my basement. A whole drawer. Don't rush, Lin Xiaofan said with a smile, handing over the second can. 10 pulls guarantee a reward. Next time you might get Dust Release. The man gritted his teeth and opened 3 more, only to draw an order: Kanai Maintenance Kit Ninja, Tool Storage Technique Guide, and How to Get Along with Your Boss. A Workplace Survival Guide. He clutched the cards, his fingers trembling. Boss, is your system targeting Yan'an? How could that be? Lin Xiaofan said with a righteous face. The system is fair and just cheating, neither old nor young. Your luck is just bad. Pure uneven distribution of luck. The man took a deep breath and suddenly lowered his voice. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Lord de Yimo. He heard that Pei In drew the talk jutsu card and wants to ask if it can be transferred. Lin Xiaofan blinked. Can't be transferred. It's a bound item. However, he drew out his tone. I can customize a Dust Release experience card for you. As for the price, it's negotiable. The man's eyes lit up. How much? 200,000 chakra plus Yan'an Village's priority procurement rights for strategic materials for the next 3 months. Lin Xiaofan held up 2 fingers. No bargaining. The man hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Deal? But I need to consult first. No need to consult, Lin Xiaofan interrupted. If you pay the deposit now, I'll reserve a slot for you immediately. If you're late, they'll be gone. Sharingan has already booked 5 Wu-in snatch 3, and only 2 are left in stock. Hearing that, the man immediately took out money. I'll take them all. Lin Xiaofan happily accepted the deposit and casually handed him 2 regret pill cans. A gift for you. Drink a sip before opening the can. It'll keep your mentality as steady as an old dog. The man left with profuse thanks. Lin Xiaofan hummed a tune while counting his earnings when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Chun Ying standing there with a stack of documents, her expression not too pleasant. Boss. She slapped the documents on the counter. The non-chieftain protection mechanism you sold has a problem. What problem? Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. It's not a 20-pull guarantee at all. Xiaoying gritted her teeth. I opened a full 30 cans last night, and all I got were the cheapest consumables. The last can even gave me a thank you for your patronage. Lin Xiaofan finally looked up and examined her seriously. Oh, that. The mechanism has been updated. It's now a 30-pull guarantee. You're messing with me, eh? Xiaoying slammed her fist on the counter, splitting the wood. By heaven and earth. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand to swear. The system made a temporary adjustment. I just found out too. Tell you what, I'll compensate you with a Gangshou's Monster Strength Experience coupon free of charge. Xiaoying looked at him suspiciously. Really? More real than pearls. Lin Xiaofan fished out a pink card from the drawer and handed it over. Limited to 24 hours. Side effect is double appetite. It's recommended to stock up on food in advance. Xiaoying took the card, her expression softening. That's more like it. By the way, did Pei Yan really draw the talk jutsu card? Absolutely true. Lin Xiaofan nodded. He's now standing in the rain in Yu'in village, standing like a post. They say he's been standing there for almost a day without moving. Xiaoying looked thoughtful. Do you think this card could affect people's thought patterns? Like forcibly implanting some ideology? Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. How could that be? It's just an ordinary experience card. It automatically expires when the time is up. Don't overthink it. Xiaoying stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Boss, your right eyelid twitches when you lie. Lin Xiaofan instinctively covered his right eye. Nonsense. This is fatigue. Yes, a muscle spasm from staying up late. Xiaoying didn't call him out. She turned to leave, but halfway she looked back. Oh, by the way, the third Hokage asked me to tell you that during the Chunin exam next month your stall must be moved to the east side of the exam venue for easier supervision. No problem. Lin Xiaofan agreed readily. And by the way, ask if they can assign a personal bodyguard to Ming Run. Last time he opened a can and almost blew up the exam venue. Xiaoying waved her hand and left. Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the system panel. He found the description of the Talk Jutsu experience card and indeed spotted a line of small text at the very bottom note. May temporarily alter the target's cognitive inclination. Specific effect depends on the chakra resonance between both parties. He stared at that line for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Looks like I'll need to add a risk warning to such items in the future. Just as he was pondering, the system suddenly popped up a new message. Ding. Detected that the regional Kin Monopoly rights battle is about to begin. Does the host wish to apply to participate? The winner will obtain the exclusive agency rights for Kin sales in the eastern part of the Land of Fire. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to click confirm, a person suddenly appeared in front of his stall. The person wore a cloak, a hood covering his face, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Boss, I want to buy the system administrator permission. Lin Xiaofan's hand trembled, and he almost closed the panel. What did you say? He feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb, the man sneered. I know you have access to the core code. Name your price. How much to sell it? Lin Xiaofan slowly stood up, his smile fading. Esteemed customer, you might be mistaken. I only sell cans here, not the system. Is that so? The man slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. Then what if I say, I represent Yujibwa Ban? Lin Xiaofan's back instantly tensed. He stared at those eyes, then suddenly grinned. What a coincidence. Zhuozhu just pawned his Sharingan here yesterday. If you're interested, you can talk to him about installment payments. The man's pupils contracted and his hand under the cloak clenched slightly. You're interesting, he said in a low voice. But don't think you can toy with the entire ninja world with just a few cards. I don't intend to toy with anyone, Lin Xiaofan shrugged. I'm just a conseller. If you want to buy, buy. If not, feel free to leave. Don't waste my time for business. The man was silent for a moment, then suddenly threw down a bag of money. 10 golden cans. Open them now. Lin Xiaofan weighed the money bag, and his smile returned. Sure thing. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. He turned to fetch the cans, his fingers secretly pressing a button under the counter. On a distant rooftop, Kakashi's figure flickered and vanished. He had just placed 10 golden jars on the counter. Before Lin Xiaofan could open the first one, the stall erupted into chaos. 3 Wuyin ninjas burst out of the crowd, their clothes tattered, eyes bloodshot, clutching blades. The leader kicked over a nearby stall selling kunai, yelling at Lin Xiaofan, You cheated our boss out of 100 chakra. If you don't pay up today, I'll chop this crappy stall of yours into pieces. Lin Xiaofan didn't move. He quietly pressed something under the counter again, a smile plastered on his face. Brothers, let's talk things out. I've heard about the gambling jar gang's issue, but you got one more jar from your own opening. The system rules are clearly written: no returns, no exchanges. Bullshit. The ninja slashed his blade onto the counter, sending wood chips flying. What damn system? I'm going to kill you today. The blade tip was less than half a foot from Lin Xiaofan's nose, yet he didn't even blink. The next second, a yellow figure dropped from the sky, crashing straight into the ninja's chest. The man flew 3 zhongs away, his blade slipping from his hand and embedding itself into the ground with a buzzing sound. Xuanhua Mingren landed steadily, hands on his hips. Who dares to touch my boss? The crowd scattered in a circle, with someone murmuring in surprise, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief, patting Mingren's shoulder. Perfect timing. I'll settle your bodyguard fee at the end of the month. Mingren grinned. Don't worry, boss. I've signed a contract. The remaining two Wuyin ninjas exchanged glances and suddenly attacked simultaneously. One flung poison needles, the other swung a blade straight for Lin Xiaofan's throat. Mingren used a body flicker to block ahead, forming a single hand seal. With a puff, 5 shadow clones appeared surrounding the two. The fight didn't last long. Mingren didn't use the Rinnegan nor activate the Ninetales mode. He purely relied on taijutsu and shadow clones in a battle of attrition, beating the two until they were crawling on the ground. The last ninja was pinned to the ground, face pressed into the mud, still cursing. Just wait. The mist won't let you off. Lin Xiaofan crouched down, smiling. When your boss lost everything, why didn't he think about whether he would be let off? The ninja stiffened his neck and said nothing. Lin Xiaofan stood up, dusting off his hands. Just as he was about to speak, a system prompt suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected malicious competition behavior. Triggering Diamond Agent Defense Protocol. Host Mingren automatically certified as official bodyguard. Permission binding complete. Ding. Regional monopoly right competition mechanism activated. The jar sales rights in the Eastern Fire Country have entered an open bidding phase. The winner will receive system dividends and an exclusive business license. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He turned to face the crowd, raising his voice. Everyone, you just saw it. Someone who can't take a loss wants to smash my stall and steal my business. This kind of behavior must be stopped. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on him. So, Lin Xiaofan waved his hand. I've decided to hold the Fire Country Jar King Championship. The champion will directly obtain the exclusive jar sales agency rights for the entire Eastern Fire Country. Registration fee starts at 100,000 with no upper limit. The crowd immediately erupted. 100,000. That's robbery. Is the boss crazy? Wait. Agency rights. Does that mean the winner can exclusively sell jars in the Eastern Fire Country? Lin Xiaofan nodded. Exactly. Exclusive. System certified. From now on in this territory, only the champion can set up a stall to sell jars. Anyone else will be considered a black market. The system won't recognize it, and anything open will be void on the spot. At these words, several people in Chamber of Commerce uniforms immediately changed expression. The representative of the Sandy Hidden Probability Research Center squeezed to the front, lowering his voice. Boss Lin, isn't this rule a bit too harsh? Our previously agreed cooperation. Rules are rules, Lin Xiaofan interrupted. Either participate or withdraw. It's the new system rule, I can't do anything about it. The man gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll register. The masked ninja from the rock hidden also came closer. We'll register too. But, can we pay in installments? Sure. Lin Xiaofan smiled like a fox. A down payment of 300, the rest to be settled after the competition. Win and it's all free, you lose and it's doubled. The man's face turned bitter, but he still nodded. Mingren, standing nearby, was utterly confused and couldn't help asking, boss, what about me? Can I also participate? You? Lin Xiaofan glanced at him. You're a bodyguard, not a contestant. Besides, if you participate, who will watch the stall for me? Mingren scratched his head. Oh, then can I place a bet? Bet it. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Sure. Bet on the champion, odds 10 times. But you need to pay a deposit first, starting at 5,000. Mingren immediately pulled out his wallet. I bet on myself. Lin Xiaofan grabbed his hand. You can't bet on yourself. Why? Because you're my bodyguard, Lin Xiaofan said with righteous indignation. A bodyguard betting on his boss's competition is considered insider trading. The system will ban your account. Mingren slumped his face and put away his wallet. At that moment, the person in the cloak who claimed to represent Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. I register. Lin Xiaofan turned to look at him. 100,000 chakra cash. The man sneered, pulled a scroll from his chest, and slapped it directly onto the counter. The scroll unrolled, chakra waves surged, numbers flickered, and finally settled at 120,000. The extra counts as interest, he said. Lin Xiaofan accepted the scroll, his smile unchanged. Welcome to the competition. But let me remind you, during the competition, using the Sharingan's Genjutsu to interfere with opponent's jar opening is prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. The man said nothing, his eyes flickering beneath the hood, then turned and left. The crowd began to stir. Some paid money to register, some inquired about the rules, and others directly formed teams on the spot. Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to shout, registration deadline is 3 days from now. Limited spots, first come first served. Register now and get an extra unlucky protection voucher to guarantee no sinking. Xiaoying had returned at some point, arms crossed, standing at the side. Boss, this competition of yours. It's not another last-minute rule change, is it? Impossible. Lin Xiaofan said with a serious face. System certified, no cheating. You said the same thing last time. Xiaoying rolled her eyes. In the end, the 30-pull guarantee became 40 pulls. That was a system upgrade. Lin Xiaofan said with righteous indignation. This time it's absolutely stable. If you don't believe me, ask Mingren. Mingren nodded vigorously. Right. The boss never lies. Xiaoying stared at Lin Xiaofan for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Fine, I'll register too. You? Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. A medical ninja participating in the Jar King Championship. Not afraid of opening a bunch of bandages. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaoying pulled out a card from her bag. I have this, Tsunade's super strength experience voucher. Doubles my strength for 24 hours. Can't open jars, but I can still beat people up right. Lin Xiaofan gave a dry laugh. Then good luck. More and more people were registering. Even Kakashi appeared silently in the corner of the stall and handed over a note. Lin Xiaofan opened it and read, the third Hokage approves the event but requires one additional rule. Ban the use of S-rank forbidden techniques. Lin Xiaofan picked up a pen and replied, no problem. Also help me apply for a venue. The empty lot next to the East Exam Grounds will do. Kakashi put away the note and dropped a line before disappearing. Pain is coming. Lin Xiaofan paused. In the distance through the rain screen, the figure of Pain slowly approached. He didn't hold an umbrella, his clothes soaked, clutching that talk no jutsu experience card in his hand. His eyes were eerily calm. The crowd automatically parted a path. Pain walked to the stall and placed the card on the counter. I want to participate. Lin Xiaofan stared at him. Are you sure? The side effects of this card haven't worn off, yet have they? Not needed. Pain's voice was very soft. I just want to see how many tricks your system can play. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Welcome. Registration fee is 10000 cash or card. Pain raised his hand, channeling chakra into the payment scroll on the counter. Numbers flickered and 100 was credited. He turned to leave, but Lin Xiaofan suddenly called out, Hey Lord Pain. Pain stopped. Take an umbrella, Lin Xiaofan said. If you catch a cold, you can't save the world, and you can't win the competition. Pain didn't turn around, just softly hummed an acknowledgement and walked into the rain. Mingren leaned in and whispered, Boss, is he still not clear-headed? Very clear-headed. Lin Xiaofan put away the scroll and said in a low voice. That's why he's the most dangerous. He looked up at the sky. The rain was falling harder. But the line of people registering in front of the stall didn't diminish, it only grew. People from the sandy, hidden rock, hidden mist, hidden, and even cloud hidden all came. Some paid money, some signed contracts, and some opened jars on the spot to test their luck. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his hands, feeling delighted. A system panel popped up with a new message, ding. Current registrations 27. Estimated total revenue 270000 chakra. Host privilege is about to ascend to Diamond Agent, unlocking the Agent War gameplay. He was about to confirm when a muffled sound suddenly came from the corner of the stall. Turning around, he saw a Wuyi ninja lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, still clutching the jar he had just opened. The jar rolled to the side and a card fell out, Poison Experience Voucher, Mild Edition. Lin Xiaofan sighed and waved to Mingren. Go drag him to the side. Don't affect others' registration. Mingren ran over and carried the man away, muttering as he walked, Boss, can this competition really be pulled off? Yes. Lin Xiaofan looked at the surging crowd, smiling confidently. As long as they still want to open jars, they have to follow my rules. He lowered his head and tapped confirm on the system panel. Ding. Permission upgrade complete. Agent War gameplay activated. First battle target, Eastern Fire Country. Countdown 72 hours. The rain was still falling. Lin Xiaofan pulled out an umbrella, opened it, and leisurely walked to the front of the stall, shouting at the crowd, next. Line up for registration. Don't push. Pay first, then fill out the form. No one listened. Everyone was surging forward, scrambling to shove money into his hands. Mingren came back after carrying the man, wiping the rain off his face. Boss, I'm hungry. Hold on, Lin Xiaofan said without turning around. When we close up, I'll treat you to ramen. Really? Really? Then can I order a large bowl? Small bowl. Mingren slumped his face and stood back in place, continuing to be a human signboard. Lin Xiaofan counted the money, his grin nearly reaching his ears. He knew that from today on, this stall was no longer just a stall. It was an arena, and he was the house. Naruto had just dragged the unconscious mist ninja behind the stall when Sasuke walked over from the warehouse, carrying 2 boxes of jars. His head was bowed, bangs covering his eyes, his steps heavier than usual, the wooden crates making a faint friction sound in his hands. Lin Xiaofan spotted him and immediately waved Sasuke. Place the goods on the 3rd shelf from the left, don't stack them crooked. Sasuke didn't respond, walked straight to the designated spot and bent down to set the boxes. When the box hit the ground, it thudded dully. He straightened up, brushed the dust from his hands, and turned to leave, but Lin Xiaofan called after him. Wait, you still owe 30,000 for last month's installment. Settle it today, or we reserve your Sharingan enhancement trial coupon's next batch. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of his shirt. He didn't turn around, his voice barely above a whisper. Understood. Lin Xiaofan was about to say more when the crowd at the stall suddenly erupted into commotion. Someone gasped in a hushed tone, others quickly stepped back. A dark figure slipped silently through the crowd and stopped directly in front of the stall. Uchiha Itachi stood there, his cloak half damp, his expression calm. His gaze swept over the shelves and finally landed on Sasuke's back. Sasuke stiffened, then slowly turned around. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Itachi spoke, his tone flat. Sasuke, you're working a part-time job. Sasuke said nothing, but his fists clenched. He stared at Itachi, emotion churning beneath the surface, fiercely suppressed. Noticing the tension, Lin Xiaofan quickly chimed in, "Oh, a familiar face. New customer. We carry 3 grades, bronze, silver, gold, and our new limited reprint series offers a free item with every 3 purchases. Supports chakra installment plans." Itachi ignored him, his eyes fixed only on Sasuke. "You've grown weaker." Those words struck Sasuke like a needle, piercing deep into his nerves. He snapped his head up, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, his triple Tomo Sharingan activating in an instant. "Shut up." Sasuke growled, "You have no right to judge me." Itachi remained unfazed. "Strength isn't earned by working odd jobs." Sasuke's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. He whipped his head toward Lin Xiaofan, voice hoarse, "I want that. The eternal Mangekyo trial jar. Right now?" Lin Xiaofan paused, then flashed a professional smile. "Oh, mister. Sasuke has excellent taste. That's a rare item. Original price is 500,000. Since you're a valued customer, I'll give you a friend's rate of 450,000. Installments available, 50,000. Deposit the rest in 12 installments. No installments." Sasuke interrupted him, pulling a scroll from his coat and slapping it onto the counter. "Full payment. Open it now." The scroll unfurled, its chakra readings fluctuating wildly before settling at 450,000. Lin Xiaofan accepted the scroll and cheerfully handed over a pitch-black jar etched with intricate patterns. "Good luck to you. 10 minutes of experience. If it exceeds the time limit without renewal, it will be automatically recycled." Sasuke snatched the jar and twisted off the lid without hesitation. Light exploded from within, engulfing him in an instant. When the glow faded, Sasuke's eyes had transformed into 6-pointed star patterns. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. He raised his gaze and looked straight at Itachi. "Come then." Itachi's composure finally cracked. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the faintest curve touching his lips. "Interesting." In the next moment, both vanished. Streaks of afterimage burst through the air, the dense sound of fists and feet colliding like a rainstorm. Sasuke's attacks were fierce, each strike carrying the roar of splitting wind. Itachi moved with effortless ease, occasionally countering between dodges, his movements precise, as though calculated. Lin Xiaofan didn't chase after them. Instead, he lazily pulled out a small notebook, recording while watching the fight. Left hook offset by 3 degrees, body flicker delay of half a second. Tisk, Sasuke is still too hasty. The crowd had long dispersed, leaving only Naruto squatting behind the stall, munching on a rice ball. Between bites, he muttered, "Boss, if they break anything, do they have to pay for it?" "They do." Lin Xiaofan didn't even look up. "For every shelf they break, Sasuke's wages get double deducted." The fight lasted less than 5 minutes before Sasuke was suddenly struck on the chest by Itachi's palm, sent flying backward and crashing into half the shelving unit. He struggled to get up, but the Mangekyo began flickering. Clearly the time limit was nearing. Itachi remained where he stood, making no pursuit. Looking down at Sasuke, he spoke softly, "Not enough yet." Gritting his teeth, Sasuke forced himself to his feet, the Mangekyo in his eyes spinning furiously. He formed hand seals, chakra surging wildly. "Tsukuyami." Itachi's voice was quiet, but Sasuke's body jerked violently, his pupils contracting sharply. Frozen in place, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He had already been pulled into the Jinjutsu realm. 10 seconds later, Sasuke fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The Mangekyo in his eyes completely faded, reverting to an ordinary Sharingan. Itachi stepped closer, reaching out as if to touch his shoulder, then withdrew his hand. Turning to Lin Xiaofan, "Do you still have that jar?" Lin Xiaofan closed his notebook, his smile radiant. "Temporarily sold out, but..." He deliberately drew out the syllables. "If you're willing to pay a deposit up front, I can customize a Brothers Clash commemorative edition for you, complete with battle footage and data analysis report." Itachi was silent for a moment, then withdrew another scroll from his coat and placed it on the counter. 100,000 as a deposit. "I want to know how this system works." Lin Xiaofan took the scroll and winked. "Business is pleasant. Estimated delivery in 3 days, free shipping. Itachi said nothing more and turned to leave. Passing by Sasuke, his steps paused ever so slightly, but he ultimately did not stop. Sasuke slumped against the ground, utterly drained. Naruto ran over to help him up, but Sasuke shoved him away. Lin Xiaofan strolled over, squatted in front of Sasuke, and waved the notebook in his hand. Don't lose heart. Your combo data from just now was quite good. I'm planning to make it into a tutorial video and sell it. You'll get a 10% cut of the profits. Sasuke looked up and glared at him, his eyes burning with anger. Lin Xiaofan was unfazed, patting his shoulder, getting angry won't make money. By the way, the shelf you broke, deducted from next month's wages. Sasuke suddenly rose to his feet and strode away, his figure swaying, but refusing to stop. Naruto scratched his head. Boss, can he actually walk back like that? He can. Lin Xiaofan stood up and stretched. As long as he doesn't starve to death. He turned back to the counter, opened the system panel, and began tapping furiously. A few minutes later, a new product listing notification popped up. New pre-order Uchiha Brothers limited reprint jar. Includes 10-minute Eternal Mangekyo experience, Tsukuyami resistance, training manual, price 800,000 chakra. Pre-orders exceeding 1 million units trigger early shipment. Current reservations 0. Lin Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, then called out to the crowd, limited to 1,000 units. First come, first served. Huabe installments accepted. The crowd erupted instantly. Some shouted, save one for me, while others surged forward to scan QR codes and pay. The Sand Village representative pushed to the very front, his face green. Boss Lin, isn't this pricing a bit expensive? Lin Xiaofan cut him off with a smile. Then wait for the next batch, but the price will increase by 20% and the resistance manual won't be included. Gritting his teeth, the Sand representative pulled out a scroll. I'll order 10. The order count surged wildly, surpassing 300 in just 10 minutes. Lin Xiaofan hummed a tune while tallying accounts, occasionally glancing toward the distance. Sasuke's figure had long disappeared around the corner. Naruto leaned over, mouth full of rice ball. Boss, is Sasuke really going to be okay? What could possibly go wrong? He shows up tomorrow to move goods, as usual, not a single cent of wages withheld. He paused, then added, oh, save him a bowl of hot soup. Leave it on the kitchen stove. Naruto grinned. Got it. The rain had stopped at some point, and sunlight filtered through the clouds onto the stall. Lin Xiaofan finished the last entry, stretched, and yawned. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Pre-order amount has exceeded 500,000. Broader bond analysis module unlocked. Host may now view the Uchiha clan emotional fluctuation curve. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and opened the module. 2 fluctuating line graphs appeared on the screen. One raging with violent oscillations, the other as smooth as a mirror. He stared at them for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Interesting. He closed the panel and called out to the queuing crowd. Next. No pushing. Scan the code before paying. No one listened. Everyone surged forward, desperate to shove money into his hands. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his palms together, quietly delighted. He knew that from today onward this stall was no longer selling jars. It was selling stories. And he, the screenwriter. After Sasuke left, Lin Xiaofan wiped the counter and counted the prepaid scrolls he had just received. 10,000 chakra was no small amount. As soon as the system prompt ended, a line of red text automatically popped up on the panel. Hidden protocol activated, Akatsuki data stream incoming. His fingers paused, but he didn't look up, continuing to count money while humming a tuneless tune. The crowd jostled around him, snatching jars, and no one noticed the fleeting glint in his eyes. The data stream spread like an underground river at the edge of his vision. The image blurred for a few seconds, then cleared. Pain sat on a high chair. Conan stood beside him, and they were speaking. The words came in fragments, but he could catch key phrases: jar source system, host priority contact. Lin Xiaofan didn't even raise an eyebrow. With his left hand pretending to arrange the shelves, his right hand moved swiftly under the counter, copying the entire data stream into the system cache. The motion was as smooth as scanning a customer's payment code. Boss, I want 3 brother limited jars. The Sunagakure representative shouted, slamming the table, spittle nearly splashing onto the scrolls. Queue up. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. Pay first, deliver later. No bargaining. The Sunagakure representative gritted his teeth and pulled out a scroll. Lin Xiaofan took it, scanned the value, confirmed it, and entered it into the system. He didn't glance at the data stream the entire time, as if it were mere background noise. Inside the stream, Conan handed a piece of paper to Pain. He looked at it for a few seconds, nodded, and said something. Lin Xiaofan's ears twitched. He didn't catch the whole thing, only the word agency. A corner of his mouth twitched, and he continued to attend to the next customer. Boss, I only have 50,000. Can I pay in installments? A Kirigakure shinobi rubbed his hands together, his gaze wavering. Yes, Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. 20% down payment interest monthly items reclaimed, if overdue. The Kirigakure Shinobi's face paled, but he still signed the contract. Lin Xiaofan put away the scroll and casually took a screenshot of the data stream, stashing it into the system's pending development project folder. Next, he shouted. The crowd surged forward again. The data stream continued. Pain stood up, walked to the window, and Conan followed him. They were silent for a moment. Then Pain spoke, his voice clearer this time. If he can truly provide the power of the 6 paths, we can consider cooperation. Lin Xiaofan tapped his fingers on the counter, mentally calculating how to package this conversation as an Akatsuki black market VIP internal test qualification. He even came up with a slogan, resonating with the divine, unlocking a new posture of peace. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Naruto leaned in, holding a half-eaten rice ball. Sasuke's Tsukuyami was so cool just now. Can you give me a trial version too? Lin Xiaofan shot him a glance. First, make up for the tailed beast chakra you owe from last month. Naruto shrank his neck, muttered stingy, and turned to help customers carry goods. The data stream suddenly jerked. The image switched to a map with several red dots marked on it, one of which was just outside the village of Konoha. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, memorized the location, and conveniently saved a screenshot of the map, annotating it with potential delivery point. Ding! The system prompt sounded again. Data stream caching complete. Parse immediately. No rush. Lin Xiaofan replied in his mind, then turned to the crowd and shouted, last 50. Closing up after these are sold. The order numbers climbed rapidly, and within 10 minutes the inventory was cleared. When Lin Xiaofan closed up, it was nearly dark. He leisurely tidied the shelves and pulled up the data stream for another look. In Pain and Conan's conversation, they had mentioned system permissions hierarchy and chakra payment limits. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a ready-made template for a membership system? As he walked, he created a new page in the system, Akatsuki Black Market Supreme Membership Plan, divided into bronze, silver, and gold tiers, each with different discounts and exclusive item pools. At the very top, the diamond tier directly displayed an icon for a 6 paths power experience voucher priced at 1 million, with a note limited to 1 first come first served. When he reached the alley entrance, he stopped and looked back at the stall area. It was empty now, with only a few customers who hadn't managed to get jars stomping their feet in place. Lin Xiaofan smiled, turned, and ducked into a side path. The system panel was still open, and the data stream lay quietly in the cache like a pile of chips waiting to be traded. He pulled out a communication scroll and sent a message to Pain. Your organization's needs have been received. Custom plan will be delivered tomorrow. Installments available, 30% down payment. After sending the message, he put away the scroll, hummed a tune, and headed home. Passing a ramen shop, he packed a bowl of tonkatsu soup and asked the boss to add extra scallions. Once home, he placed the soup on the table, opened the system backend, and began editing the membership agreement details. The dialogue from the data stream was disassembled and reassembled into a complete business model. Power isn't something you get by working for others, he recalled Itachi's words from earlier that day. He scoffed. That's because you never met the right merchant. He picked up the soup and took a sip, burned his tongue, but he didn't put it down. Suddenly the system prompt sounded again. Akatsuki has received the message. Replying now. Lin Xiaofan put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and opened the new message. Pain replied with only 2 characters, deal. Lin Xiaofan grinned, finished the soup, and pushed the empty bowl aside. On the system panel, the reservation button for the membership plan lit up, and the first customer ID was none other than Nagato001. Lin Xiaofan stretched, closed the panel. The sound of night watchman's calls drifted in from outside. He got up, drew the curtains, and lay down on the bed. Before sleeping, he took one last look at the data stream cache. A small line of text had appeared there, suspicious access detected. It is recommended that the host strengthen the firewall. He turned over, muttered, I'll deal with it tomorrow, and soon fell asleep. The system interface automatically turned off, leaving only the sound of breathing in the room. But the data stream continued to run quietly in the background, new information flowing in relentlessly, like a net slowly tightening. Pain's reply had just arrived when Lin Xiaofan slammed the communication scroll onto the desk and casually opened the system backend. Instead of shipping immediately, he locked down the delivery button for the 6 paths experience vouchers with a small note, pending activation of the tracking protocol. He swiped across the interface, pulling up the data stream fragments he had just intercepted. He trimmed the segment where Pain mentioned cooperation, layered it with his own narration, Akatsuki Organization Official Certification, Peace Power First Experience. Limited channel now open. Then with one click he pushed it to all the Ninja World's customer terminals. In less than 10 minutes the order notification sounds would not stop. Lin Xiaofan slowly finished his soup, wiped his mouth, and then opened the first payment success notification. Changmin 001, a 30% chakra deposit, the amount sitting just below the system's detection threshold. Quite cautious, he muttered. His fingers kept moving as he secretly added a rune plugin to the jar generation module. It resembled decorative patterns embedded within the jars, seems completely invisible when not activated. Its sole function was to locate the host's chakra fluctuations and transmit coordinates in real time. Only after finishing this did he press the production button. The jar slowly materialized from nothingness, entirely black with golden cloud patterns floating upon its surface, the Akatsuki emblem carved at the bottom. Lin Xiaofan picked it up and gave it a gentle shake, listening to the faint energy hum within, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Instead of shipping directly, he first opened a livestream window. The camera focused on the counter with a banner hastily made overnight hanging in the background. Akatsuki co-branded Peace Jar launch. 1% of chakra from each jar sold will be donated to rebuild Yuan. Mingren was the first to burst into frame, his hair still disheveled. Boss, what new gimmick are you pushing this time? Can this jar pull out the Nine Tails chakra? No. Lin Xiaofan held the jar high. But it can grant a passive aura of plus 50% peace probability. Activate one before a fight and your enemy will automatically reason with you. For real? Mingren's eyes lit up. How much? I'll pay in full. Not selling to you. Lin Xiaofan pulled the jar back. This is exclusive to Supreme members. You haven't even reached silver tier, get in line. Mingren slouched to a corner, sullenly drawing circles in the dirt. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and turned to the camera to read from his script. Dear viewers, this is not an ordinary product. This is faith investment. Buy one jar, gain strength, show your compassion, and the children of Yuan get an extra meal. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Some questioned its authenticity, others called it hype, but more simply placed their orders. As Lin Xiaofan collected payments, he also took screenshots of negative reviews and selected the most fierce one to read aloud. Someone says I'm exploiting suffering. Funny enough, the Akatsuki just sent me a thank you letter saying they're personally overseeing the use of these funds. He opened a forged letter supposedly handwritten by Xiaonan and projected it into the air. Its elegant script expressed gratitude on behalf of the Yuan people, the organization's seal stamped at the signature line. The audience could hardly tell what was genuine, only that it looked impressive, and the order count rose another notch. While things were heating up, the system suddenly popped up a notification: high-risk chakra detected approaching. Lin Xiaofan didn't even lift his eyelids. He switched the live stream to the background and casually sent Payne a message: goods are ready. Immediate transmission upon receipt of the final payment. A faint sound of breaking wind came from outside the window. Lin Xiaofan pretended to arrange the shelves while actually activating 3 layers of defensive formation arrays beneath the counter. The visitor never showed themselves. Only a slip of paper drifted in and pinned itself to the desk: inspect goods. The handwriting was sharp, carrying an oppressive weight. Lin Xiaofan picked up the note with 2 fingers and brought it to his nose to smell. It carried a mixture of rainwater and metal. He grinned, stuffed the note into the shredder, and turned to retrieve that specially made jar from the safe. Tell your boss inspection is fine, but the rules must be followed. He spoke to the empty air. First, no violent disassembly. Second, you must recite the specified incantation when opening. Third, he deliberately drew out the word: remember to leave a 5-star review after using it. The instant the note burned to ashes, the jar automatically floated up and drifted slowly toward the window. Lin Xiaofan watched the direction it disappeared into his fingers, secretly tapping Morse code beneath the counter. A command to the system tracking program: activate. He switched back to the live stream, pretending nothing had happened. Where was I? Oh right. The first batch of 100,000 jars has sold out. Pre-orders for the second batch open tomorrow at noon. Those who order now can also receive a bonus Xiaonan-style paper release tutorial video. The audience frantically flooded the chat, demanding the link. Lin Xiaofan methodically listed the product, the price 30% higher than the first batch, with a grand-sounding justification: raw material costs rising, charitable expenses increasing. In reality, none of that was true. It was simply banking on fan favoritism. After working until midnight, the orders were finally processed. Lin Xiaofan stretched and was about to end the live stream when he suddenly received a private message from Payne: goods received, effect questionable. He almost laughed out loud and quickly covered his mouth. The effect was indeed questionable. Besides the basic chakra amplification, the jar contained only some flashy light and shadow effects. The real 6 paths experience had never been included. It all relied on later update patches. But his reply was particularly sincere. Dear valued VIP customer, for first time use we recommend pairing it with our peace meditation tutorial for superior results. Also attached is a Yuin reconstruction progress report for your review. The attachment was a photoshopped image of few thatched huts with an Akatsuki charity primary school sign standing nearby, several blurry figures waving in the background. Pain did not reply again, but the system notification sounds rang 3 times consecutively. The other party had purchased 3 peace meditation tutorials in succession, all deluxe editions. Lin Xiaofan happily recorded the accounts and casually exported the tracking data to take a glance. The red dot was moving along the border of the rain country, the trajectory quite stable. It appeared they would not be changing bases in the near term. He hummed a tune as he packaged the data, naming it Fishing Harvest 001, and stored it in an encrypted folder. Just after saving, Mingren burst in with dark circles under his eyes. Boss, I saw Akatsuki members cursing you on the forum. They're saying your jar is a scam. Normal, Lin Xiaofan replied without looking up. When you reap the leeks too harshly, the pigs will inevitably squeal. But they're saying they're coming to shut us down. Mingren jumped up and down in anxiety. Zhuizhu isn't here, and I can't fight 6 pains alone. Lin Xiaofan finally looked up at him. Who said anything about fighting? Tomorrow dress formally and come with me to the Peace Jar Charity press conference. Huh, Mingren was bewildered. Press conference? Where? Yuin Village. Lin Xiaofan smiled like a fox. Our VIP client is questioning the effect. Then let's go demonstrate in person. Might as well check out their base's interior design for reference when we open branches later. Before Mingren could react, with his mouth agape, the system suddenly displayed a red warning. Tracking rune encountered interference, signal strength decreased by 40%. Lin Xiaofan's smile did not waver as his fingers rapidly operated the interface, switching to a backup frequency band. At the same time, he sent a new message to Payne. Considering your organization's special requirements, our store is launching a door-to-door after-sales service. The first order is free, limited slots, first come first served. After sending the message, he patted Mingren on the shoulder. Stop spacing out. Go prepare your speech draft. I've already thought of the theme for you, how to achieve world peace with a jar. Mingren was pushed out the door with a mournful expression. Lin Xiaofan closed all windows, leaving only the tracking interface flickering in the corner. The signal stabilized again, the red dot coming to rest at a location and no longer moving. He narrowed his eyes and observed for a moment, speaking softly, found you. Outside the window came the sound of the night watchman's bell. Lin Xiaofan rose and pulled the curtains, casually sticking a peace jar promotional poster onto the glass. Moonlight fell upon the golden cloud patterns, casting an illusory warmth. He lay back on the bed as the system interface automatically dimmed. The tracking data continued updating like a silently slithering snake. Lin Xiaofan closed his eyes, a smile still playing on his lips. Tomorrow would be busy. He needed to deal with Pain, keep the client satisfied, and pretend not to know the base coordinates. But it didn't matter. A merchant's greatest strength lay in packaging a trap as a gift. He turned over and quickly fell asleep. Before the last trace of light on the system screen extinguished, it displayed a new prompt: proxy war preparation phase unlocked. Regional monopoly rights bidding countdown 7 days. While Naruto was still yawning, Lin Xiaofan had already set up the live streaming equipment. The camera aimed at the hastily erected platform in the center of Amagacure's plaza, with a banner reading Universal Peace Trial Charity Sale 2nd Edition as the backdrop. The crowd below was packed. Amagacure villagers, journalists from various nations, and numerous jar enthusiasts who had traveled from Konoha and Sunagacure. Boss, do I really have to go up there and talk about achieving world peace through jars? Naruto gripped the speech script, his palms slick with sweat. I can't even explain what peace is. You don't need to explain. Lin Xiaofan adjusted the microphone without looking up. Just smile, nod, and at the crucial moment shout, I believe in Boss Lin. Leave the rest to me. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Xiaofan had already pressed the livestream button. The image instantly broadcast across all Ninja World customer terminals, with a flood of comments surging in. Here they come. The jar god himself and Amagacure. Isn't Pain supposed to attend? Waiting for a live fail of the 6 Paths trial ticket. Lin Xiaofan cleared his throat and smiled broadly. Thank you all for coming. Today's event isn't about selling. It's to prove one thing: our 6 Paths trial ticket is no gimmick. It's a divine artifact that can truly change the world. As his words fell, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing steadily on the platform. Pain stood expressionless at the forefront with Conan at his side, her paper wings slightly unfurled. The last Azura Path puppet carried a half-human tall black jar, gently placing it in the center of the stage. The entire venue fell silent. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, his tone respectful. Thank you, Lord Payne, for taking time from your busy schedule to grace us. Your personal inspection is the greatest endorsement of our product. Payne said nothing, merely staring at the jar. Its surface was pitch-black cloud patterns swirling, and the Akatsuki emblem at the base glinted coldly in the sunlight. Begin. He finally spoke, his voice low. Lin Xiaofan nodded and turned to the camera. Now we will conduct the first public live test. Lord Payne himself will open the 6 Paths trial ticket. No editing, no special effects, completely authentic. He made a gesture of invitation. Payne stepped forward slowly, pressing his palm against the jar. The moment his chakra was injected, the golden patterns on the jar's surface flared, and a low hum grew. Lin Xiaofan quietly retreated to the control console, his fingers gliding swiftly over the system panel. Tracking runes activated, counter-interference program initiated. Data streams like spider webs tangled with Payne's chakra fluctuations, silently altering the preset path within the jar. The jar lid slowly opened. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, transforming into 6 phantom silhouettes encircling Payne. The audience held their breath, waiting for a miracle. The next moment, the phantoms twisted, coalescing into a massive mouth, the face of Naruto Uzumaki. Payne, your so-called peace is fundamentally wrong. The virtual Naruto's voice boomed, rattling the eardrums of the crowd below. True peace isn't built on fear and manipulation. It's built on understanding, on bonds, on an unyielding heart. The crowd erupted in uproar. Payne's body stiffened, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. That mouth continued its torrent. You think the Rinnegan can bring order? Wrong. Only by acknowledging pain and embracing others can you create a world without war. Come on, shout with me. Believe in the power of bonds. Someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh. More were stunned, their hands trembling as they held up cameras. Conan's expression turned grim, her paper wings snapping open. What the hell is this? Lin Xiaofan looked innocent. Oh my, it seems the system just updated with a Talk No Jutsu synergy module. Perhaps it wants to help Lord Payne gain a deeper understanding of true peace. Payne snapped his head up, his gaze like a blade aimed at Lin Xiaofan. The latter's smile remained unchanged, and he even turned up the livestream volume. The virtual Naruto grew more passionate. What was your dream as a child? To be a hero or a god? Look at yourself now. You can't even fool yourself. Nagato, wake up. Shut up. Payne barked, unleashing a surge of chakra in an attempt to forcibly terminate the effect. But the tracking runes had already locked onto his energy circuits, and the Talk No Jutsu effect intensified with his resistance, raising the volume another notch. Denial is useless. I understand your pain. But using pain to create more pain will only plunge the world into deeper darkness. The audience below was in complete chaos. Payne got schooled by his own jar. This Talk No Jutsu is more persistent than my grandma's nagging. Refund. I want a refund. Where's the promised 6 Paths power? Lin Xiaofan seized the moment to appear before the camera, his voice heartfelt. Ladies and gentlemen, see that. Even Lord Payne was moved to speechlessness. What does that prove? It proves our product truly touches the soul. However, he shifted tone, considering that some customers may have a lower tolerance for philosophical reflection experiences. Our store is urgently launching a truth refund insurance. If you purchase and feel within 7 days that the jar's content doesn't match expectations, you can apply for a full refund. Limited to today, only while supplies last. The comments instantly flooded with bye. Conan grabbed Lin Xiaofan by the collar. You did this on purpose. Heaven's my witness. Lin Xiaofan pried her hands off, straightening his collar. It's a random system event. How could I control it? Besides, Lord Payne has always pursued peace, hasn't he? Listening to different perspectives helps refine one's theory. Payne slowly lowered his hand. The virtual Naruto's voice continued, but he no longer tried to interrupt. He stared at the chattering mouth, his expression complex. Nagato, Conan whispered. Payne raised a hand to stop her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Continue. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Let him finish. Payne's voice was soft yet clear across the entire venue. I want to hear it all. The virtual Naruto paused, then grew even more enthusiastic. That's more like it. Communication begins with listening. First, you have to admit the Akatsuki's financial deficit. Lin Xiaofan quietly sent a command to the system, record all of Payne's micro-expressions and chakra fluctuations. Data streamed like a waterfall across the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The live stream lasted a full hour. The virtual Naruto ranged from economic policy to educational reform, from Amigakura's infrastructure to international relations, interspersed with several impromptu rap segments. Payne never interrupted again, listening quietly, occasionally frowning, occasionally lost in thought. The audience shifted from laughter to silence, and by the end many were nodding along. Maybe. He's making some sense. Could Pain actually be brainwashed? Check the forums. The Akatsuki official account just posted a statement saying they're re-evaluating the peace implementation outline. Lin Xiaofan interjected at the right moment. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Pain. This live test has fully demonstrated that the Six Paths trial ticket not only enhances power, but also promotes intellectual progress. Order now and receive a free Naruto-style Talk No Jutsu quick pack. The sound of order notifications rang incessantly. As the event wound down, Pain finally spoke. I want this jar. Lin Xiaofan beamed. VIP exclusive benefits, of course, it's reserved for you. However, he lowered his voice. I suggest adding a mute button in the next update. Pain gave him a long hard look, then turned and walked away. Conan followed, casting a fierce glare at Lin Xiaofan before leaving. As the crowd dispersed, Naruto collapsed into a chair. Boss, I almost thought Pain was about to join Konoha on the spot. Not that easy. Lin Xiaofan packed up his equipment, glancing at the system backend. Tracking data showed that traces of the Talk No Jutsu effect still lingered in Pain's chakra fluctuations, with a slight deviation in his decision-making logic. But he'll start doubting his methods. Lin Xiaofan closed the livestream window. Doubt is the beginning of change. Naruto scratched his head. So what do we do now? Wait. Lin Xiaofan opened a new pop-up. Anomalous access requests to the Akatsuki internal network originating from Pain's terminal. The fish has taken the bait. Time to reel it in. He sent an encrypted message. Respected Lord Pain, in response to today's experience feedback, our store has specially customized a Piece 2.0 upgrade plan for you. Click the link for details. The link led to a disguised system penetration program, masquerading as an update patch. Dark clouds gathered over Amigakure, and as the first raindrop fell, Lin Xiaofan was humming a tune while counting the day's earnings. As raindrops just struck the equipment box, Lin Xiaofan wiped the smile off his face. He stared at the link that had just been clicked on the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A string of green characters popped up in the system backend. The Peace algorithm simulator had been implanted. He made no sound, only pressing his lips together. Pain's terminal was still uploading data continuously. Chakra fluctuations, thought reaction rhythms, decision latency times. All were broken down into code and stuffed into the simulator. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the analysis panel, dragging the Pain threshold and Peace definition weight to the front. The values flickered rapidly, but he didn't even blink. Boss, are we really going to upgrade the Akatsuki? Mingren leaned in, still holding half a rice ball. They just got tricked by you, and now you're sending a new plan. Not sending a plan. Lin Xiaofan minimized the panel. It's sending a hook. He created a new document titled Six Paths 2.0 Beta Invitation. The content was well-crafted: new Peace simulation module, chakra optimization protocol, and a 30 increase in organizational synergy efficiency. At the end, a bold line. Only core members can submit biological samples to activate the permission. Can this work? Mingren swallowed the rice ball. Pain isn't stupid. He doesn't need to be stupid. Lin Xiaofan packaged the invitation into a compressed file with a forged digital signature. He just needs to think it's the path he chose himself. Within a minute of sending the file, a system alert sounded. Conan's terminal sent a request to connect to the internal encrypted channel. Lin Xiaofan clicked allow and turned on the recording function. Boss Lin, Conan's voice came through the speaker, cold as iron. Did you personally write this invitation? Of course. Lin Xiaofan leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. You saw the last livestream. The Talk No Jutsu module was noisy, but it did stimulate mental activity. We've improved the 2.0 version, focusing on optimizing the decision logic chain. What do we need to do? Very simple. Lin Xiaofan sent over the prepared operation guide. Each core member provides a chakra sample, and the system will tailor a unique Peace path based on individual differences. The more complete the sample, the more significant the optimization. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Nagato agreed, Conan said, but the samples must be collected by me personally, and the transmission must be fully encrypted. No problem. Lin Xiaofan pulled up a preset camouflage program. I'll open a dedicated interface. Your data will only enter an isolated sandbox, never leaked. After hanging up, he immediately switched to the backend. The sandbox was fake. The real data stream was penetrating in reverse through the simulator. Every time Conan uploaded a sample, the system simultaneously copied a raw chakra signature and embedded a subconscious instruction in the thought pattern about Peace, requiring joint consultation and joint construction. That's too sly of you. Mingren watched the data flicker on the screen. If they find out they've been tampered with, won't they come after us? By the time they find out, they won't be able to leave this system. Lin Xiaofan imported the newly collected data into the analysis model. Look at Payne's decision curve. After the last livestream, his reliance on forced peace dropped by 7%. With this sample interference layered on top, he might even propose negotiations with Konoha at next week's meeting. Mingren opened his mouth, then finally managed, "You're even more calculating than Kakashi-sensei." Lin Xiaofan didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the newly popped-up alert window. Payne's terminal suddenly initiated a high-intensity scan trying to trace the data flow in reverse. He quickly launched a confusion protocol, disguising the real path as system update logs. He's suspicious. Lin Xiaofan's finger hovered over the enter key. Should we cut the connection? Don't. Mingren panicked. We finally. Before he finished, the scan progress bar on the screen suddenly stopped. Payne's terminal sent a new message, sample collection complete, awaiting further instructions. Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief and pressed the confirm key. The data package began to decompress automatically, and the piece algorithm simulator took the opportunity to inject a piece of new code into the core program. The next time Payne uses the Rinnegan, the system will quietly adjust the energy output ratio, reducing the power of the Chibaku Tensei by 15% while enhancing the clarity of the illusionary body technique. Done. Lin Xiaofan closed all windows and stretched. By this time tomorrow, the Akatsuki's meeting minutes will have an extra item: consider non-force solutions. And then oi. Lin Xiaofan opened the new orders page, which showed 500 custom wind release cans just ordered by Sunagakure. Once they get used to using our system for decisions, we'll sell them a piece maintenance package, charge per-use fare to both young and old. Mingren stared at him for a long moment, then laughed. Boss, you're not planning to earn their pensions too, are you? Smart. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. Next step is to launch the Akatsuki pension plan. Save up €1 chakra and get a free Rinnegan maintenance service. Outside, the rain fell harder and water droplets on the equipment box formed lines. Lin Xiaofan hummed a tune while checking his account balance when suddenly another system alert sounded. Conan sent a new message: Nagato requests to increase sample collection frequency to once a week. That's exactly what I want. Lin Xiaofan replied with a smiley emoji and casually adjusted the collection frequency to twice a day. The simulator's progress bar silently inched forward one notch. On Payne's thought pattern map, the color of the dictatorial region was fading. Mingren leaned over to glance at the screen. Aren't you afraid of messing up? What if one day he actually brings the Akatsuki to surrender? How will you explain to Konoha? Who said I want them to surrender? Lin Xiaofan turned off the computer and picked up his damp coat. What I want is for them to convince themselves. Peace shouldn't have only one way to be achieved. He pulled open the tent door and the sound of rain rushed in. The lights of the distant Amigakure blurred into a haze in the rain curtain, and faintly a few masked figures could be seen hurrying across the square. Let's go. Lin Xiaofan handed the order tablet to Mingren. Tomorrow we still have to deliver to Sunagakure. Remember to remind me to buy waterproof cloth. The 3 servers that got ruined last time haven't been compensated by them yet. Mingren followed behind him holding the tablet, muttering, "You're not selling cans, you're the ninja world's troublemaker." Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. Wrong, I'm the product manager of the ninja world. The customer's needs are my needs. The raindrops hit the waterproof cloth above their heads, crackling. Lin Xiaofan took out his phone to check the time and casually sent a push notification to Payne's terminal. Detected an increase in your peace philosophy activity. Presenting a complimentary bond resonance experience voucher. Please check it. The moment the screen went dark, a light came on in the window of the tallest tower in Amigakure. Payne stood by the window, clutching the freshly printed system report. The edges of the paper creased from his grip. When Conan pushed open the door and came in, she saw him staring at the line. Recommend adopting a negotiation mechanism. Nagato. Payne folded the report. At tomorrow's meeting, pull up the contact information for the Konoha representative. Conan was stunned. You're going to contact Konoha? Let's see their terms first. Payne walked to the desk, his sleeve brushing the lamp switch. We have to try other paths. Outside, a lightning bolt flashed, illuminating the pitch-black can on the table. Beside the Akatsuki emblem at the bottom of the can, a tiny system watermark had appeared, Piece 2. 0 Beta 37th Iteration. Payne folded the report, his sleeve brushing past the desk lamp switch as the room's light dimmed. Conan remained motionless by the door, her fingers resting on the frame, knuckles blanched white. For tomorrow's meeting, pull up the contact information of the Konoha representatives. Payne's voice was steady, as if discussing something routine. You intend to contact Konoha? Conan stepped forward, her soul silent against the carpet. Let's first see what terms they offer. Payne opened a drawer and retrieved a stack of scrolls. It's worth trying another path. Conan said nothing more. As she turned to leave, she quietly closed the door behind her. Light from the corridor seeped through the crack, casting a long, slender shadow across the floor. Pain lowered his gaze to the wax seal on the scroll's edge, his fingertip tracing the brittle layer. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan stared at the data stream on his screen, the corner of his mouth curving upward. A new notification popped up on the system dashboard. Piece 2. 0 algorithm triggers high-level decision intervention. Bonus points 500. He opened the points mall in exchange for a diplomatic negotiation lucky jar, tagged as a limited-time offer that came with a bonus talk no jutsu amplifier upon opening. Boss, what new trick is this? Naruto leaned in, crumpling a freshly unwrapped rice ball wrapper in his hand. The Akatsuki are making a move. Lin Xiaofan placed the lucky jar on the homepage at slot priced at 9999 chakra. Pain initiating peace talks on his own means our algorithm is starting to take effect. Isn't that a good thing? Naruto took a bite of his rice ball. If they stop attacking Konoha, we can sell even more jars. It's good, but we can't let them think it was too easy. Lin Xiaofan adjusted the color scheme of the ad image. We need them to feel this was a result they earned themselves, not something pushed by the system. He created a new promotional campaign page titled, "The Road to Peace is Never Easy. Let luck bolster your negotiations," and attached a complimentary bond resonance trial voucher. Within a minute of going live, an order appeared in the backend from an encrypted account in Amigacure with a buyer note reading Nagato. See, he takes the bait on his own. Lin Xiaofan forwarded the order screenshot to Naruto. Once he uses this trial voucher, his next meeting will lean even more toward nonviolent solutions. Naruto stared at the screen for a long while, then suddenly asked, but what if he actually reaches a deal with Konoha? How do we make money then? Who said a deal means no more fighting? Lin Xiaofan tapped a few keys, changing the lucky jar's stock to only 3 remaining. Peace comes with a price tag too. The longer they sit at the negotiation table, the more chakra they burn. Eventually they'll have to come back and buy my prolonged negotiation energy refill packs. Outside, the rain grew heavier, droplets tracing the edges of the equipment case before sliding off. Lin Xiaofan opened the monitoring panel and switched to Conan's terminal feed. She sat before the computer, fingers striking the keyboard in rapid succession, dense log files scrolling across the screen. She's auditing the backend. Naruto frowned. Could she find out we've been tampering with things? Relax, those logs are all forged. Lin Xiaofan pulled up a prearranged program, replacing the actual operation records with entries labeled as system auto-optimization suggestions. All she would see was that Pain had initiated the peace talks himself, with the system merely providing data analysis support. Conan paused her typing, staring at the screen in silence for a moment before closing the log window. She rose, walked to the window, parted the curtains to glance at the rain, then returned to her seat and reopened an encrypted folder. She's activating audit mode. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. More wary than I expected. Should we cut off her access? Naruto asked. No. Lin Xiaofan deliberately increased the data transmission volume instead. Let her dig. The deeper she digs, the more reliable she'll find the system. What we're showing her is exactly what she wants to see. A series of verification requests popped up on Conan's screen. After entering her password, she accessed the deep log archive. Every single record displayed user-initiated decisions, triggering system responses. Not a single anomaly flagged. She flipped through several pages, her brow gradually relaxing. Finally, she closed the laptop, leaned back in her chair, and let out a long sigh. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaofan pushed a system message, detected high-intensity administrator workload. Complimentary clarity recovery potion issued. Please remember to balance work and rest. Conan glanced at the notification, didn't claim it, and closed the window outright. She doesn't trust us, Naruto said. She doesn't need to. Lin Xiaofan raised the price of the recovery potion by 20%. She just needs to depend on the system. Pain's terminal suddenly lit up with a new notification, Peace Projection Module Update Complete. New feature, Multi-Party Negotiation Simulator. Trial recommended. He clicked on the details page, watching a demo video where several virtual figures sat around a round table, the atmosphere cordial, their words measured. He pressed the Try Now button and the system loaded the scenario automatically. A Konoha representative materialized on screen whose opening words were, "We can talk." Pain stared at the screen for a long time, not exiting the interface until the simulation had run its course. He picked up a pen and wrote a single line in his notebook, tomorrow's meeting agenda, feasibility assessment of contacting Konoha. Over on Lin Xiaofan's side, a system prompt arrived. Target has completed first piece simulation. Subconscious implantation progress 15. He nodded with satisfaction and casually topped up Pain's account with 10,000 chakra, leaving a note reading system-sponsored support in the pursuit of peace. That's brutal. Naruto shook his head. Sending him money and items like that, he'll practically worship you. The customer's needs are my needs. Lin Xiaofan opened the new orders page. Sunagakure had just placed an order for 500 jars of Wind Release Special Blend, marked for express delivery. Once he gets used to making decisions through our system, we'll sell him the Peace Maintenance Package, pay-per-use fair and square. Naruto followed behind him, tablet in hand, muttering, "You're not planning to make money off their pensions too, are you?" "Smart." Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. "Next step, we launch the Akatsuki pension plan. Deposit 1 chakra and get free Rinnegan maintenance service." Conan logged into the system backend once more. This time she didn't check the logs. Instead, she opened the permissions management page and created an independent audit account set to the highest clearance level, accessible only to herself. After doing so, she pulled up Pain's operation records from the past 7 days, cross-referencing timestamps and command contents one by one. Lin Xiaofan watched the surveillance feed and let out a quiet chuckle. She's covering her own tracks. He opened the forgery program and generated a batch of false operational trails, injecting them into the audit account's data stream. Let her dig. The more she finds, the more she'll trust the system. Conan finished reviewing the records, closed the page, and walked to Pain's door. She knocked twice, waited for the sound of "come in," and then entered. "You're investigating the system?" Pain didn't look up, still flipping through a scroll. "I have some concerns," Conan said, standing by the desk. "Recent decisions seem to have been guided by the system." "Guided?" Pain set down the scroll. "You think the system is manipulating me?" "Not manipulating," Conan paused. "More like, it knows what you want to do and then helps you do it better." Pain fell silent for a moment, then reached for the pitch-black jar, his fingertip tracing the Akatsuki emblem at its base. "Perhaps," he said, "but if it can truly help me achieve peace, being guided isn't such a bad thing." Conan said nothing more, gently closing the door as she left. On Lin Xiaofan's end, a system notification arrived. Target accepts system-assisted positioning. Subconscious implantation progress 10. He immediately sent out a new message. "Congratulations on achieving the trust-established milestone. Complimentary 6 Paths Power Trial Card issued, valid for 24 hours. Pain opened the email and read the card's description, a flicker of something moving across his eyes. He didn't use it right away, instead saving it to his favorites. "He's hesitating," Naruto observed. "Doesn't matter," Lin Xiaofan said, closing the monitoring panel. "Next time he hits a wall in a meeting, he'll remember to use it." Outside, the rain began to ease, the water droplets on the equipment case no longer forming a continuous stream. After tallying his account balance, Lin Xiaofan sent Pain another push notification. "Your peace advocacy activity continues to rise. Advanced Negotiation Strategy Library, free trial access now open. Please check." As the screen went dark, lights flickered back on in the highest tower of Amigakure. Pain stood at the window, clutching a freshly printed system report, its edges creased from his grip. As Conan pushed open the door, she saw him staring at the recommendation to adopt a negotiation mechanism. "Nagato. Pain folded the report. "For tomorrow's meeting, pull up the contact information of the Konoha representatives." Conan froze. "You intend to contact Konoha? Let's first see what terms they offer." Pain walked toward the desk, his sleeve brushing past the lamp switch. "It's worth trying another path." The pitch-black jar stood silently on the desk. Beside the Akatsuki emblem at its base, a system watermark flickered faintly for an instant, then vanished. After Conan pushed the door and left, Lin Xiaofan stared at the permission logs on the screen, his fingers tapping the keyboard twice. The system backend automatically flagged her newly created audit account, displaying the highest clearance level. He didn't touch the permission lock. Instead, he pulled up the forgery module and stuffed a batch of clean operation records into that account. She was starting to distrust the system. Naruto leaned over Riceball, still chewing in his mouth. "Want me to go explain things to her?" "Explain what?" Lin Xiaofan didn't even lift his head. "Tell her we deliberately steered Pain toward peace talks. Then she could smash the server tomorrow. But if she really uncovers something, she won't find anything." Lin Xiaofan opened the simulator and generated a trajectory of Pain making autonomous decisions. Every record she saw would show that Pain himself wanted peace. The system merely provided data support. Even the timestamps were aligned to her habitual rhythm. Naruto swallowed the last bite of his rice ball and frowned. "You even calculated when she likes to check logs?" "Not calculated. Guided her to choose herself." Lin Xiaofan opened a new window and created an interface disguised as an internal whistleblower channel. The title read, "Discovered a system anomaly. Please submit evidence, and we will prioritize processing it." Below was a data upload portal. The more she suspected the system was problematic, the more she would fill it with information. "The more she submits, the better we understand her thinking patterns." He pressed publish, and the interface immediately appeared on Conan's terminal homepage. In less than half a minute, the first submission arrived, the content being system prompts recommending negotiation mechanisms before Payne's last 3 meetings. She's testing us. Lin Xiaofan imported the data into the modeling program. Look, she didn't directly question system manipulation. She singled out the word recommendation, which means she cares about whether decisions are influenced, not the decisions themselves. Naruto stared at the screen. What's the next move? Drop bait. Lin Xiaofan created a new system message and sent it to Conan. We've detected your interest in decision support functions. We're granting temporary access to this strategy traceability analysis feature, allowing you to view the original data sources behind each recommendation. The permission was set for 24 hours and required manual activation. Conan indeed clicked in. She pulled up the original parameters from Payne's operations and checked the trigger conditions one by one. Lin Xiaofan simultaneously activated reverse tracking, recording every click, pause, and backtrack she made to generate a behavioral profile. She's looking for loopholes, Naruto said. What if she actually finds traces of forgery? She won't. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the preset interference program. What she saw as original data was actually dynamically generated based on her query habits over the past 3 months. She likes checking timestamps first, so we make the timestamps as authentic as possible. She enjoys comparing commands before and after, so we ensure the logic is seamless on both ends. Conan sat before the screen for a long time, then closed the analysis page. She submitted no new reports and didn't cancel her audit account. She simply logged out quietly. Is she giving up? Naruto asked. No. She's waiting. Lin Xiaofan pulled up her behavioral report. She reviewed the strategy traceability permissions 3 times in a row, which means she suspects a trap. But she didn't close it, which means she still wants to use it. He casually added a new feature to the internal whistleblower channel. Anonymous submissions would earn double points. The points mall updated in sync, adding a cognitive pattern optimization coupon redeemable for exactly double points. She won't redeem it, Naruto shook his head. She's not stupid. She doesn't need to be stupid. Lin Xiaofan smiled. She just needs to believe she's in control. That night, Conan logged into the system again. This time she didn't touch her audit account. Instead, she opened Payne's schedule. Tomorrow's meeting agenda remained the same, assessing the possibility of contact with Konoha. But in the remarks field, a line of text auto-generated by the system read, based on historical data, proactive contact can reduce conflict probability by 63%. She stared at those words for a long time, ultimately leaving them untouched. Lin Xiaofan received a notification. Target subject has accepted risk assessment conclusions. Subconscious implantation progress 5. He immediately pushed a new message to Payne. We've detected an increase in your commitment to peace initiatives. A high-level negotiation script pack has been gifted to you. Please check your inbox. Payne opened the email. Inside was an audio tutorial with a gentle narrator speaking at a slow pace, explaining how to defuse hostility during negotiations. He paused playback after the first segment and turned to look at the dark jar on the corner of his desk. When Conan pushed the door open, she saw him holding it. Any new discoveries? She asked. No. Payne set the jar down. I'm just noticing the system's recommendations are becoming increasingly practical. Conan said nothing and walked to his desk to pull up tomorrow's meeting preparations. The system's auto-generated version, led with opening remarks, should utilize "we understand your position" phrasing. You're going to use that. She pointed at the screen. Give it a try. Payne saved the file. It's better than bluntly saying surrender. Conan didn't object. As she exited the room, she gently closed the door behind her. Lin Xiaofan watched the surveillance feed and smiled faintly. He opened a new order page. Sunagakure had just added 300 orders of customized wind release files marked as Negotiation Edition. He raised the price by 15% and added a note contains emotional stabilization compounds. You're even selling vials for negotiations? Naruto stared in disbelief. Why not? Lin Xiaofan confirmed the order. The longer they negotiate, the more chakra they consume. Once they realize words alone won't suffice, they'll come to me to buy prolonged negotiation energy supplements. He created a promotional event titled, Peace is Not Easy. Supply comes first, listing 3 packages: Basic Edition, with Chakra Recovery Elixir Advanced Edition, adding Emotional Calming Aromatherapy, and Deluxe Edition, featuring a 1-day 6 Paths Power Trial card. When Conan logged in again, she spotted the promotion immediately. She didn't click it. Instead, she opened the internal whistleblower channel and submitted a new report. Is the system inducing users to purchase specific products? Lin Xiaofan viewed the submission and fed it directly into the cognitive modeling program. Her questioning style was typical. Instead of outright denial, she probed boundaries with interrogative phrasing. The program auto-generated a response. All products are selected by users independently. The system merely provides matching recommendations. He pressed send and simultaneously credited 500 points to Conan's account with the note, "Thank you for your oversight. Points awarded as appreciation." Conan saw the points notification and frowned. She didn't claim them and didn't submit another report. She simply closed all pages. "She's hesitating," Naruto said. "She's weighing options." Lin Xiaofan pulled up her behavioral prediction model. She currently faced two choices: either dig deeper into the system gambling that she could find definitive evidence, or hold back and observe whether pain would genuinely change after using those items. He activated the forgery program and generated a batch of user feedback data, all praising the high-level negotiation script pack. Sender IDs were randomly generated, but the tone and wording deliberately mimicked Akatsuki members' communication style. Conan logged in again. Indeed. She scrolled through the user feedback, verifying posting timestamps one by one. Lin Xiaofan adjusted the data flow in real time, ensuring each comment's posting time was staggered and intervals matched human operational habits. After reading the final entry, she closed the page. Lin Xiaofan received a system notification: target subject has completed first-round behavioral verification. Cognitive modeling progress at 40%. He immediately pushed a new message to Conan. "We've detected excessive workload recently. A deep sleep assistance program has been gifted to you for efficient rest." Conan glanced at the notification and dismissed it without clicking. She still doesn't trust it, Naruto sighed. She doesn't need to trust it. Lin Xiaofan raised the sleep program's price by 30%. She just needs to depend on it. Outside the window, the rain had stopped. Water droplets no longer fell from the equipment casing. Lin Xiaofan tallied his account balance and casually sent a push to Pain. "Congratulations on achieving the Peace Pioneer milestone. You've been granted advanced access to the multi-party negotiation simulator. Please experience it." Pain opened the simulator and loaded a new scenario. On screen, the Konoha representative sat across from him and opened with, "We can talk." He stared at the screen for a long time before exiting the interface. Picking up his pen, he wrote in his notebook, "Tomorrow's meeting. Attempt using system-recommended phrasing." When Conan pushed the door open, she saw him closing his notebook. "Decided?" she asked. Pain stood up. "Might as well try." Conan said nothing more. As she turned to leave, she gently closed the door behind her. Lin Xiaofan received a notification: target subject has adopted system recommendations. Subconscious implantation progress 10. He nodded with satisfaction and credited 10,000 chakra to Pain's account with the note, "Friendly sponsorship from the system supporting the peace cause." Naruto trailed behind with a tablet, muttering, "You're not planning to profit from their retirement funds too, are you?" "Precisely." Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. "Next step: launch the Akatsuki pension plan. Accumulate 100,000 chakra and receive Rinnegan maintenance services." Conan returned to her room and reopened her audit account. She pulled up Pain's recent operation records and checked them item by item. Lin Xiaofan simultaneously activated interference programs, replacing real trajectories with markers indicating user-initiated triggers. Halfway through, she suddenly paused. A system message popped up: "Administrator, high-intensity work detected. A mental clarity restorative has been gifted to you. Remember to balance work and rest." She stared at the message for a moment, then reached out and clicked accept. Lin Xiaofan watched the back-end data and allowed a slight smile to form. The restorative's actual effect was a subtle mental suggestion that would create a fleeting positive bias towards system-sent content. The dosage was low enough to avoid suspicion, but sufficient to introduce minor deviations in her judgment. "She's compromising," Naruto said. "She's adapting." Lin Xiaofan pulled up her cognitive model. Latest data showed her vigilance threshold toward the system was slowly declining. By the time she grew accustomed to using their tools to solve problems, she would forget why she started investigating in the first place. Conan consumed the restorative and returned to work. She pulled up tomorrow's meeting preparations, ran through the system-recommended phrases one by one, and finally checked the opening remarks. Lin Xiaofan received a notification: target subject has adopted recommended content. Cognitive modeling progress at 50%. He immediately pushed a new message: "Congratulations on your first strategic adoption. A decision confidence booster has been gifted to you. Please check your inbox." This time Conan didn't hesitate. She accepted it directly. Outside, the lights atop the highest tower in Amigacure flickered back on. Pain stood before the window, gripping a freshly printed system report, the edges crumpled beneath his fingers. When Conan pushed the door open, she found him gazing blankly at the line, recommending the adoption of negotiation mechanisms. Nagato. Payne folded the report. For tomorrow's meeting, pull up Konoha's contact information. Conan froze. You're going to reach out to Konoha? Let's see their terms first. Payne walked toward his desk, his sleeve brushing the lamp switch. We have to try another path. The dark jar sat quietly on the desk. Beside the Akatsuki insignia at its base, a system watermark flickered for an instant before fading away. Payne closed the report and turned toward the communication terminal. Xiaonan stood by the door unmoving until he finished entering the Mu-Yi contact code before speaking. Are you really going to negotiate? The system's suggestion was worth a try. Payne pulled up an encrypted channel. At least he could first hear what they offered. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan had just received a trigger prompt and immediately clicked open the backend operation panel. He retrieved the usage records of the high-level negotiation strategy library, marked all the entries Payne had browsed as adopted, and then generated a new push notification, detected user preference for negotiation path. Special diplomatic rhetoric enhancement can now available with 20 off for first order. Mingren crouched under the counter rummaging through inventory. Hearing the alert tone, he poked his head out. Boss, can this thing really help people speak? It's not about helping people speak. Lin Xiaofan adjusted the can's parameters to the bronze-level basic model. It was about helping people say the right words. He opened the customer management interface and located the file for the Mu-Yi delegation. Third Hokage Zilai Kakashi and Mingren. The profiles of all four were neatly lined up on the screen. He clicked into each one, and in the recent needs field he filled in improving negotiation performance, avoiding impulsive remarks, strengthening stance expression, and increasing persuasiveness. The system automatically matched for customized cans identical in appearance, but different in content. Lin Xiaofan implanted a subconscious guidance chip into each can with data streams synchronizing in real time to his monitoring panel. How does the chip work? Mingren leaned and staring at the screen. Before each sentence is spoken, the system predicts the other party's reaction and filters the optimal expression. Lin Xiaofan pressed the confirm key. For example, if you originally wanted to shout, "I want to become Hokage," the chip would help you change it to, "I am willing to give everything for peace." Mingren grinned. Then I don't have to memorize speeches. No need. Lin Xiaofan packed the cans into a gift box and affixed a label reading, Mu-Yi exclusive limited first release. You just need to focus on eating ramen. The night before the Mu-Yi delegation departed, Lin Xiaofan personally delivered the goods. When third Hokage took the gift box, he frowned slightly. What is this? A small tool to enhance negotiation efficiency. Lin Xiaofan beamed. Free trial, full refund, if unsatisfied. Zilai tore open the packaging and sniffed. It smells like ink. The scent of knowledge. Lin Xiaofan pulled out an instruction manual. Spray once in the morning, noon, and evening. Don't drink water after spraying. The effect lasts 6 hours. Kakashi flipped through the manual in silence, but Mingren had already followed the tutorial and sprayed a mouthful. As soon as the misty liquid entered his mouth, his eyes widened. Wow! I suddenly want to recite the declaration of the will of fire. Third Hokage reached out to stop him. Wait, don't. Mingren opened his mouth and recited, "The way of the ninja lies in protection, not destruction. The foundation of peace lies in understanding, not conquest." Third Hokage's expression changed. This passage was not found in any official Mu-Yi document. Its phrasing resembled the pamphlets of the Shao organization. Lin Xiaofan feigned surprise. Oh dear, it seems this batch got mixed with a test version program. Zilai grabbed his wrist. What are you playing at? Misunderstanding. Lin Xiaofan broke free. This is just a basic guidance function. The deep protocol will only activate during formal negotiations. Kakashi closed the manual. What is the deep protocol? Mandatory recitation of the non-combat clause. Lin Xiaofan said lightly. It prevents situations from getting out of control at critical moments. Third Hokage placed the gift box back on the table. We don't need this kind of thing. Are you sure? Lin Xiaofan pulled up the system interface. Payne has already pre-ordered the same model. If at the negotiation table only the Mu-Yi representatives are unable to use rhetoric, I'm afraid. Third Hokage was silent for a moment, then gestured for Kakashi to accept the gift box. After Lin Xiaofan left, Zilai immediately examined the can's ingredients. The instrument showed they were non-toxic and harmless, containing only trace amounts of chakra stabilizer and language center activation factor. Should we report this? Kakashi asked. Let's try it first. Third Hokage picked up his own can. We need to know what cards the opponent holds. The next morning, the Mu-Yi delegation set out. Mingren spent the entire journey reciting various peace declarations, even chanting, "Replace swords with dialogue," while eating. After spraying the can, Kakashi's speech became unusually organized. Even his hand seals carried a rhythmic sense. Zilai Yi complained that he had started writing his diary in parallel sentences. Third Hokage found that every time before he spoke, 3 sets of alternative lines would flash through his mind. Lin Xiaofan sat in his shop watching the real-time data stream. The language patterns of the 4 were being reshaped by the chips, and the keyword match rate was rising minute by minute. He adjusted the parameters, increasing the trigger frequency of the 3 words compromise, coexistence, and mutual benefit by 15%. Where are they now? Mingren asked. Almost at Yuin village. Lin Xiaofan switched to the map interface. They will contact the Shao organization's reconnaissance squad in half an hour. Will the chip be exposed to it? No. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the stealth mode switch. Unless the other side has a system of the same level, they'll just think the Mu Yi representatives suddenly became exceptionally eloquent. At the border of Yuin village, Pei In stood by the window of a high tower. Xiaonan handed him an intelligence report. The Mu Yi delegation is carrying an unidentified device suspected to be a new type of sealing technique carrier. After reading the report, Pei In opened the system shop. The homepage ad prominently displayed a meeting atmosphere regulator kin priced at 8 chakra. Buy one, he said. Xiaonan didn't move. Do you really believe in this? No. Pei In entered the payment password. But I have to see what Lin Xiaofan is up to. Lin Xiaofan immediately received the order notification. He installed a 2-way synchronization module on Pei In's, ensuring that the rhetoric chips on both sides could recognize each other and operate in coordination. Now both sides are in our script, he said to Mingren. What if they realize they're being manipulated? They won't. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the thought anchor data. All decisions appear to be their own. We just slightly optimized the order of the options. When the Mu Yi delegation arrived at the negotiation site, the 3 members of the Shao organization were already waiting. In front of Pei In lay the newly arrived can still unopened. Xiaonan stood behind him, her gaze sweeping over the 4 from Mu Yi. Each wore a similar curve on their lips, and their speech rhythms were almost synchronized. Third Hokage spoke first. We come for peace. The moment these words were uttered, Lin Xiaofan's monitoring panel flashed a prompt. Keyword, peace, triggered. Non-combat clause preloaded. Pei In picked up his can and shook it. What a coincidence. We just received a batch of peace props too. Zilai Yi warily pressed his hand on the scroll at his waist. What are you trying to say? Nothing. Pei In twisted open the lid. Just curious, which version did you use? Third Hokage didn't answer. He felt his throat tighten, as if some force was pushing him to continue speaking. Sure enough, the next moment, before he even realized it, a sentence popped out of his mouth. Willing to establish a mutual trust mechanism with the Shao organization. Xiaonan sharply turned to Pei In. The phrasing of this sentence was exactly the same as the first item of the high-level negotiation strategy pushed by the system last night. Lin Xiaofan laughed out loud in his shop. He opened the point shop and redeemed a cup of milk tea for himself, celebrating the first successful real-world application of the language programming function. Mingren leaned in. What's next? Wait. Lin Xiaofan bit on the straw. Wait for them to say what we want to hear. Across the negotiating table, Pei In suddenly spoke. Propose establishing a joint monitoring agency to oversee the implementation of the ceasefire agreement. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 from Mu Yi simultaneously showed shocked expressions. Because this sentence was precisely one of the core clauses in Lin Xiaofan's preset script. Third Hokage opened his mouth intending to refute, but instead blurted out, agree to add a third-party arbitration seat. Kakashi and Zilai Yi exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They clearly hadn't planned to concede so quickly. Lin Xiaofan watched the skyrocketing synchronization rate in the data stream and said leisurely, see. No need to fight at all. It's just a matter of a single sentence. Outside the window, rain began to fall again, and the water droplets on the equipment box once again formed a line. After tallying the day's earnings, Lin Xiaofan casually sent a push notification to Pei In, detected smooth negotiation progress. Special gift 1 consensus accelerator for you. Please accept. Pei In stared at the suddenly popped-up notification, his finger hovering over the claim button. Xiaonan whispered, don't click. Pei In clicked. Lin Xiaofan received a prompt, target accepted, deep guidance. Subconscious implantation progress 20. He closed the panel with satisfaction, turned to Mingren, and said, prepare for the next phase. Once they sign the agreement, we'll sell the compliance assurance can. Mingren blinked. What if they go back on their word? They won't. Lin Xiaofan created a new automated task. The chip would forcibly play the full text of the peace declaration whenever they had a thought of breaching the agreement. The lights in the highest tower of Yuin village stayed on until late into the night. Pei In sat at the table, the newly drafted agreement spread before him. Xiaonan stood by the window watching the Mu Yi delegation depart by car below. Do you think this is normal? As she asked. What's not normal? Payan didn't look up. Too smooth, Xiaonan said. Every response, every concession seems like it was rehearsed in advance. Payan put down the pen. Maybe we finally found common language. Xiaonan said nothing more. She walked back to the table, picked up the unopened can, and placed it in the bottom drawer. Lin Xiaofan received a system prompt. Target has retained the unused can. Backup plan triggered. He immediately pushed a new message. Friendly reminder: unopened products may affect system compatibility. It is recommended to activate as soon as possible. Payan saw the prompt, smiled slightly, and ignored it. Lin Xiaofan wasn't in a hurry either. He knew that when the next negotiation hit a deadlock, Payan would naturally remember the can in the drawer. After all, no one can resist the temptation of something absolutely better, especially when better has already been programmed into their language. Payan stared at the draft agreement, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Xiaonan stood behind him, her gaze fixed on the clause about the joint oversight body that had just been written. Don't you find it strange? She asked. Payan didn't look up. What's strange? We never discussed this, Xiaonan said. You brought it up and they agreed immediately. Payan stopped tapping, picked up his pen, and continued writing. It might be a coincidence. Xiaonan said nothing more. She walked to the window and watched the rain villages patrolling Shinobi in the streets. The Konoha delegation had already left, but the feeling of being guided still lingered. Lin Xiaofan sat in the shop, data streams scrolling rapidly across the screen before him. Mingren crouched under the counter, organizing inventory, muttering about the new varieties of jars that had arrived. Boss, won't the chip actually expose us? He asked. No, Lin Xiaofan replied, staring at the screen. Unless they become suspicious themselves. As soon as he finished, the system suddenly flashed a red alert. Synchronization rate exceeded 85%, triggering the self-protection mechanism. Lin Xiaofan's expression changed, and he immediately opened the control panel. Damn it, he said. Mingren popped out from under the counter. What's wrong? The speech chip is overloaded, Lin Xiaofan said, rapidly entering commands. I need to find a way to disrupt the negotiation process. He pulled up a backup plan and implanted a new module into Mingren's chip parameters. Mingren sneezed, rubbing his nose. What did you do? Added a little feature for you, Lin Xiaofan said. Remember to sneeze during the next negotiation. Right now, Mingren sneezed again. Not now, Lin Xiaofan said, closing the panel. When they start reading the agreement aloud. In the Yuan village meeting room, the Konoha delegation and the Akatsuki organization reconvened. The third Hokage brought out the modified agreement, ready to read it clause by clause. Payan sat opposite with the unopened jar placed before him. First clause: both parties shall cease all hostile actions. The third Hokage began. Payan nodded. Agreed. Second clause: establish a joint oversight body to supervise the implementation of the ceasefire agreement. The third Hokage continued. Just as Payan was about to speak, Mingren let out a loud sneeze. Papers flew off the table, and the third Hokage scrambled to catch them. Ziyi quickly helped hold down the documents, while she frowned at Mingren. Sorry, Mingren said, rubbing his nose. It just got a little itchy. Payan watched the scene without speaking. Xiaonan approached and whispered, should we continue? Wait, Payan said. In the shop, Lin Xiaofan saw the data stream return to normal and breathed a sigh of relief. He sent a message to Mingren, good job. Mingren received the message and grinned. What he didn't know was that Lin Xiaofan had already implanted a new program into all the chips, the seed of doubt. In the Yuan village meeting room, the third Hokage rearranged the documents and prepared to continue reading. But Payan suddenly spoke. Who drafted this clause? The third Hokage was taken aback. We agreed on it together. Is that so? Payan said, looking at the agreement. The wording is very distinctive. Ziyi became alert. Is there a problem? Nothing, Payan said. It's just that some sentences feel like they were extracted from a specific text. Xiaonan looked at the third Hokage and noticed a slight unease in his expression. Kakashi lowered his head to read the agreement, his brow furrowing deeper. Third clause: both sides shall establish liaison officers and exchange intelligence regularly, the third Hokage continued. Payan did not respond immediately. He picked up his pen, wrote a few words on a piece of paper, and pushed it to Xiaonan. After glancing at it, her expression changed slightly. Lin Xiaofan watched the data jumping on the screen and knew the plan had succeeded. The seed of doubt had already begun to take effect. Both sides were questioning the source of each other's phrasing. Boss, what now? Mingren asked. Wait, Lin Xiaofan said. Wait for them to discover the problem themselves. In the Yuan village meeting room, the atmosphere became subtle. After the third Hokage finished reading each clause, Payan would pause before responding. Xiaonan frequently glanced at the Konoha delegation, observing their expressions. Seventh clause established trade routes to allow limited circulation of goods, the third Hokage read. Pain suddenly asked who proposed this clause. The third Hokage was momentarily at a loss. He couldn't recall who had first suggested it, only that he had thought it was a good idea at the time. I did. Kakashi spoke up. It was mentioned in last week's meeting. Pain shook his head. There's no record of this clause in last week's meeting minutes. Kakashi frowned. Impossible, I remember it clearly. Zilai interjected. Maybe we misremembered. Let's double-check the records. Lin Xiaofan watched the trust curve plummeting on the screen and smiled with satisfaction. He sent a push notification to Pain, detected divergence in the negotiation. Complimentary sample of Clarify Thinking experience has been sent. Please check. Pain saw the notification, his finger hovering over the claim button. Xiaonan whispered, don't click it. Pain clicked it. Lin Xiaofan received the prompt and immediately adjusted the parameters. The newly implanted module began to work, making it easier for Pain to notice anomalies in the agreement. 10th clause, both parties pledge not to develop new types of weapons, the third Hokage read. Pain interrupted directly. This clause is problematic. The third Hokage asked, where's the problem? The wording is too vague, Pain said. What qualifies as a new type of weapon? Does a change in chakra nature count? Does a bloodline limit count? The third Hokage was momentarily unable to answer. He realized his understanding of the clause was hazy, as if he had been coerced into accepting it. Perhaps we should rediscuss it, Zilai said. Lin Xiaofan closed the monitoring panel and stretched. He said to Ming-Run, prepare for the next phase. When they start arguing, we'll sell the mediation special jars. Ming-Run asked, what if they don't argue? They will, Lin Xiaofan said, creating a new automated task. The seed of doubt has been planted. Now it just needs a little time to germinate. In the Yuin village meeting room, the debate grew increasingly heated. The third Hokage found he couldn't remember the source of certain clauses, while Pain questioned every sentence. Xiaonan stood to the side watching the two sides trade accusations when suddenly she realized something. Pause for a moment, she said. Everyone turned to look at her. Xiaonan walked to the table and picked up the agreement. Have we been manipulated? The third Hokage was stunned. What do you mean? These clauses, Xiaonan pointed at the agreement. Every sentence seems carefully designed to make us reach a specific agreement. Kakashi's face changed. Are you saying someone is controlling the negotiations? I don't know, Xiaonan said. But this feeling is very wrong. Pain was silent for a moment, then suddenly picked up the unopened jar. Perhaps the answer is here. Lin Xiaofan saw the system prompt and smiled. He knew Pain was finally about to open the jar. Once opened, the two-way synchronization would be complete, and the true manipulation would only just begin. Boss, have they discovered it? Ming-Run asked worriedly. They can't, Lin Xiaofan said. They'll only think they figured it out themselves. In the Yuin village meeting room, Pain opened the jar and took a puff. Instantly his thoughts became exceptionally clear. He looked at the third Hokage and noticed a dazed look in his eyes. Let's start over, Pain said. This time we'll negotiate on our own. The third Hokage nodded. All right. Lin Xiaofan watched the data stream restart on the screen, knowing the game had just entered the next level. He sent a push notification to all his clients. Detected restart of negotiations. Introducing the autonomous decision enhancement jar at 50 off for the first order. Ming-Run looked at the notification and scratched his head. Boss, is this really okay? Of course it is, Lin Xiaofan said. They think they're making the decisions, but they're just choosing the options we've given them. Outside, the rain grew louder and water droplets on the equipment box formed a continuous line. Lin Xiaofan counted the day's earnings and poured himself a cup of tea. He knew that by the next negotiation, Pain would come to him voluntarily to buy a more advanced jar. After all, in this world, no one can resist a better choice, especially when better has already been quietly programmed into their minds. Pain placed the jar on the table, his fingers grazing its edge. The third Hokage cleared his throat and reopened the draft agreement. Konan stood motionless by the window, her gaze fixed on the rhythm of the turning pages. First, extend the ceasefire to 3 years, the third Hokage read aloud. Pain did not respond immediately. He looked down at the notes he had just written, then up at the document in the third Hokage's hands. This clause wasn't mentioned last week, he said. The third Hokage flipped to the previous page. It's in the records. The records were added later, Pain said. The ink color is different. Jiraiya leaned in to look, and Kakashi also reached for the document. Konan walked over and stood behind Pain, her eyes scanning the annotation marks at the corners of every page. Lin Xiaofan sat behind the counter, the data stream on the screen accelerating. Naruto crouched by the shelf counting the newly arrived bronze jars, humming a tune. Suddenly a prompt popped up on the system. Lin Xiaofan clicked it open and saw Konan's name appear in the behavior log. She had accessed the negotiation recording backup 3 times. Interesting. Lin Xiaofan entered a command and created a new task module in the system backend. He pushed a message to Conan, detected frequent access to historical data. Special internal whistleblowing channel activated. Submit abnormal behavior to exchange for a limited edition silver jar. Conan's phone vibrated. She glanced down but didn't open it. Pain noticed her movement. What's wrong? System notification, Conan said. It says reporting anomalies can get me a jar. Pain sneered. They want us to report each other. Lin Xiaofan watched Conan slip the phone into her pocket, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He adjusted the parameters, setting the push content to auto-refresh in the background. 3 minutes later, a second message popped up. First report reward doubled. Complimentary memory clarification trial vial included. This time Conan tapped into it. She scrolled through the page and saw the reporting options listed: the third Hokage Jiraiya Kakashi, and even Pain himself. Each name had a blank remark field waiting for suspicious behavior. Boss, will she really fill it in? Naruto leaned over to ask. Yes, Lin Xiaofan said. The more doubts people have, the more they want to prove themselves right. In the Rain Village meeting room, the third Hokage was still explaining the source of the clauses. Pain interrupted him. Do you remember who first mentioned the term joint oversight? The third Hokage opened his mouth, but said nothing. He turned to look at Kakashi, who shook his head. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. I think you said it first. I don't recall, the third Hokage said. Conan suddenly spoke up. I checked the recordings. That term first appeared in a conversation between Lin Xiaofan and Naruto on the night your delegation arrived. Everyone fell silent. Pain looked at Conan. When did you check? Just now, Conan said. The system gave me access. The third Hokage's face changed. How could the system give you access? Because I filed a report, Conan said, opening her phone to show the first record she had just submitted. The third Hokage's vague memory of the clauses suspected of external interference. After submission, the page jumped. A silver jar icon rotated slowly with a note underneath, delivered to account. Pain stared at the icon, saying nothing. The third Hokage stood up. This is wrong. The system shouldn't have such functions. Why not? Conan countered. The customer has the right to know the truth. Lin Xiaofan received a system notification. Conan's behavior data was uploading. He opened the analysis panel and saw the trust curve plummeting while user activity skyrocketed. He casually topped up Conan's account with a batch of points, attaching a note. Thank you for your active participation. The next batch of report rewards includes a loyalty detector trial version. Conan received the points credit notification, her finger pausing for a moment. She looked up at Pain. They're inducing us into infighting. Pain picked up a pen and crossed out several lines on the paper. Then don't fight, he said. We'll draft our own. The third Hokage frowned. There's not enough time. The daimyo are waiting for signatures. Then let them wait, Pain said. Or go buy an expedited service jar from Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan saw this line and let out a laugh. He sent a separate push to Pain, detected your rejection of the system's recommended plan. Special independent agreement editor, access granted, limited time free. Pain clicked the link. The page jumped to a blank document with the title, Akatsuki, Konoha Peace Agreement Custom Version. He tried entering a new clause, and the system immediately prompted. This clause may trigger economic sanction risks. Enable diplomatic buffer module. Pain dismissed the prompt and continued writing. Conan stood beside him, whispering, They're digging a trap for you. I know, Pain said. But there's something we want in the trap too. Lin Xiaofan monitored Pain's editing trajectory. Every keystroke generated 3 backup plans in the background. He adjusted the weights, making terms like intelligence sharing and agency rights allocation automatically highlight. Pain deleted the word twice, but on the third try he used agency rights again. Boss, he took the bait. Naruto pointed at the screen. Not yet, Lin Xiaofan said. Wait until he submits. Pain finished the last clause and clicked save. A confirmation box popped up, draft agreement generated. Pay 5000 chakra for compliance review. Pain didn't pay. He printed it directly and handed it to the third Hokage. Negotiate based on this. The third Hokage took the paper, read only the first line, and shook his head. This is impossible. The Sand won't agree to open the jar black market. Then let them disagree, Pain said. We can sign separately with the Mist. Lin Xiaofan saw this and knew the timing was right. He sent a group push, detected deadlock in multilateral negotiations. Exclusive mediation special jar series launched, containing neutral clause templates and risk assessment reports. First order includes a trust restoration trial vial. Conan's phone rang again. This time she didn't look at the content, she just turned off notifications. Pain glanced at her. Not going to see what it is? No need, Conan said. It's just telling us we can't live without it. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Conan to see through this layer. He quickly tagged Conan's account as a high-alert user in the backend, while simultaneously unlocking a hidden mission submit real behavior data for 7 consecutive days to exchange for system bottom layer log access permission. When Conan received the push again, her finger hovered over the screen for a long time. Finally, she tapped it, read the mission description word by word, and then entered her first piece of data. Today, I suspect the system manipulated the negotiations. No countermeasures taken. Submission successful. The system chirped crisply. Lin Xiaofan watched the new field added to the data stream, leaned back in his chair, and smiled with satisfaction. He knew that Conan would dig deeper, submit more details, and try to find the system's vulnerabilities, and every query, every input would tighten the net further. Boss, what if she actually finds something? Naruto was a little worried. She won't, Lin Xiaofan said. Even if she does, it's because I let her find it. In the Rain Village meeting room, the third Hokage and Pain were still arguing over clause details. Conan stepped away from the discussion and walked to a corner to open her laptop. She pulled up the system logs and began comparing data changes before and after each negotiation. In the lower right corner of the screen, an inconspicuous icon flashed, the activation prompt for the loyalty backlash protocol that Lin Xiaofan had just implanted. Lin Xiaofan saw the prompt light up, but didn't move. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a slow sip. He knew that Conan would soon notice discrepancies in the data, doubt whether her own judgment had been tampered with, and verify repeatedly. And every moment of self-doubt would trigger the next phase of the protocol. Outside, the rain grew heavier. Water droplets on the equipment box formed lines and dripped down. Naruto lay on the counter yawning. Boss, can they finish the talks tonight? No, Lin Xiaofan said. Tomorrow they'll come to buy stay-awake jars. Naruto scratched his head. So what do we do now? Wait, Lin Xiaofan said, closing the monitoring panel. Wait for Conan to submit her 7th piece of data. Conan sat in front of the computer for a long time. She scoured all the records she could access and found that every time she felt doubt, the system would conveniently push a relevant feature. She stopped typing and stared blankly at the screen. Her phone vibrated again. She looked down. A new push detected, long period without data submission. Kind reminder, today's remaining report quota will expire soon. Conan stared at the line of text, her fingers slowly tightening. She took a deep breath, opened the report page, and typed in the remarks field. The system is exploiting my suspicion to induce behavior. This is the 17th anomaly record. She submitted. The system immediately replied, data recorded. Rewarded with 1 deep log key, valid for 24 hours. Conan looked at the key icon but didn't tap it. She closed her laptop and walked over to Pain. Stop the talks. Pain looked up. Why, oi? We've been set up, Conan said. From the very first jar. Pain put down his pen, was silent for a moment, then picked up his phone. He opened Lin Xiaofan's shop page and ordered a gold jar with a note. I want the kind that can see the truth. Lin Xiaofan received the order notification and smiled. He knew Pain wasn't buying a jar. He was buying a step away to continue the negotiations while appearing unmanipulated. He replied, shipped. Complimentary cognition calibration module attached. Wish you smooth negotiations. Conan looked at the reply on Pain's phone screen and suddenly said, next time we should go directly to Lin Xiaofan. Pain didn't answer. He just put his phone away and picked up the pen again. Let's change this clause first. Lin Xiaofan watched the data jumping on the screen, knowing the game had only just begun. He sent a group push to all customers, celebrating negotiation restart. All jars 10 off. Spend enough to get a free suspicion seed cleanser trial vial. Naruto looked at the push content and whispered, Boss, is there really such a cleanser? No, Lin Xiaofan said. But they'll buy it. Conan stood by the window gazing at the streets of the Rain Village. What she didn't know was that every piece of data she had just submitted was generating new manipulation pathways in Lin Xiaofan's system. And the so-called loyalty backlash was not actually a punishment. It was a more advanced induction program specifically designed for those who thought they had seen through everything. Lin Xiaofan tallied the day's earnings and closed all background processes. He knew that tomorrow morning Conan would come to him with more questions. And he would have answers ready, each one taking her a step further from the truth. After all, in this world, the most expensive thing was never the jar, but the illusion that I was in control. Xiaonan closed her laptop and tapped her fingers twice on the desk. Pain looked up at her, but said nothing. She slid her phone across to him. The screen displayed a system notification that had just arrived. Deep log key activated, underlying operation records accessible for 24 hours. Are you really going to check? Pain asked. I have to, Xiaonan said. Lin Xiaofan never gives anything for free. Pain nodded and didn't dissuade her. He lowered his head again to review the draft agreement, his pen moving across the paper, amending the wording of the clauses. Xiaonan picked up her phone and opened the key entry. The screen flickered and jumped to a pitch-black interface with a line of text floating in the center. Please enter search keywords. She typed, negotiation intervention, and pressed enter. Data streams scrolled, and after a few seconds over a dozen records popped up, each marked with time operator and scope of influence. She opened the first one. Its content showed that the third Hokage had accessed the instructions for the peace probability enhancement can on the night before the meeting, and the can's function description explicitly stated it could increase the target's acceptance rate. Xiaonan frowned and continued scrolling. The second record indicated that during the meeting Kakashi had received a system-pushed memory enhancement trial pack, which after use caused a deviation in his memory of a certain conversation. The third was about Jiraiya. Before speaking, he had taken an emotional stability capsule, causing his originally fierce opposition to suddenly soften. She read through them one by one, and the more she read, the more wrong it felt. All the records were too complete, too clear, as if someone had organized them in advance and placed them before her. She stopped her finger and stared at the screen dazed. Her phone vibrated. A new message popped up. Detected you are reviewing sensitive logs. Would you like the cognitive assistance module to assist in analysis? Xiaonan did not agree, but directly dismissed the notification. She typed the keyword Lin Xiaofan again and pressed enter. This time fewer records appeared, only 3. The first one was the time point when he adjusted the push frequency, which happened right after her first review of the negotiation recording. The second was the operation log of him granting Pain access to the self-agreement editor with traces of parameter modifications attached. The third was blank. She stared at that blank record for a long time, her finger hovering over the screen without moving. The system prompted again. Some data cannot be displayed due to insufficient permissions. Upgrade to Bug Hunter level to unlock all content. Xiaonan let out a cold laugh and opened her personal center. In her account lay a newly credited badge, Bug Hunter Junior Certification. The moment she claimed it, the system automatically refreshed the page and a small line of text appeared below the blank record. This data requires decryption in conjunction with the loyalty backlash protocol. She didn't hesitate and clicked decrypt. The screen flickered and displayed a paragraph. User Xiaonan, your current behavior path has been marked as a high-value sample. The system will synchronously record every decision, every doubt, and every verification of yours. The data is used to optimize the next-generation cognitive filter model. Thank you for your contribution. Xiaonan slammed her phone face down on the table. Pain looked up. What's wrong? He's watching me, Xiaonan said. From the moment I opened the first record, he's been recording my reactions. Pain put down his pen, then stopped investigating. No, Xiaonan said as she picked up her phone again. He wants me to stop, so I'll just keep going. She opened the system settings, found the data sync option, and turned it off. A warning popped up. Turning off sync will disable some functions. Confirm. She clicked confirm. Another window appeared. Abnormal operation detected. Enable emergency recovery mode. Xiaonan ignored it and directly exited the settings page. She typed the keyword loyalty backlash and pressed enter. This time the content made her freeze. A full page of all the reports she had submitted over the past 7 days, each followed by a line of annotation. User emotional fluctuation 3, a suspicion threshold decreased by 5, a self-verification tendency increased. At the very bottom was a bold line, cognitive filter progress 72. Estimated final calibration in 7 days. Xiaonan's fingers trembled slightly. She opened the last record. It was her report just now about the system exploiting suspicion psychology to induce behavior. The annotation read, user has detected manipulation intent triggering protocol phase 2. Reverse trust construction. She took a deep breath, opened the report page, and typed in the remarks. Lin Xiaofan implanted false data in the system's underlying layer, inducing me to misjudge the bug's location. Submitted. The system replied instantly, report accepted. Reward real permission experience card, limited to 10 minutes. Xiaonan opened the card, and the screen jumped to a completely new interface. Here the data was no longer filtered, the raw code was exposed. She quickly scanned through it, and finally found a key line of instruction among the garbled code. If user, level hunter grant fake, RT, access, she stared at that line of code, her heartbeat quickening. This was a fake root permission, a trap specifically designed for people like her who thought they had found a loophole. Just as she was about to take a screenshot, the screen flickered, and a red warning flashed, unauthorized operation detected. Experience card terminated early. The phone locked automatically. When she unlocked it again, the interface had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Xiaonan handed the phone to Pain. What he shows us is what he wants us to see. Pain took the phone, swiped a few times, and suddenly asked, do you remember the truth you bought yesterday? Xiaonan nodded. Open it, Pain said. Xiaonan opened her inventory, found the golden can, and clicked to open. A flash of light, and a card appeared in the item slot, Cognitive Calibration Module Trial Version. She clicked to use it, her vision blurred, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on the streets of my village in front of Lin Xiaofan's stall. Naruto was squatting beside the shelf counting cans, and Lin Xiaofan sat behind the counter fiddling with something. Xiaonan wanted to step closer, but found her body uncontrollable, frozen in place. She heard Lin Xiaofan say, when she finds out that's a fake permission, she'll come back looking for the real loophole. By then the net will be almost closed. Naruto asked, will she really come back? Yes, Lin Xiaofan laughed. Smart people find it hardest to accept that they've been fooled. The more she investigates, the deeper she sinks. The scene suddenly shifted and Xiaonan returned to reality. On her phone screen, the countdown showed 3 minutes left. She immediately opened the report page and typed, Lin Xiaofan predicted all my actions and set traps accordingly. Submitted. The system replied, data recorded. New task unlocked, submit real behavior data for 7 consecutive days to exchange for system administrator observation permission. Xiaonan let out a cold laugh and directly closed the page. She stood up and walked to the window. It was still raining, the streets were empty. Pain came up behind her. What now? Let's go find him, Xiaonan said. Ask him face to face. Pain didn't object. He put away the draft agreement and grabbed his coat. Let's go. The two left the meeting room and headed straight for Lin Xiaofan's shop. When they pushed the door open, Naruto was dozing on the counter and Lin Xiaofan was counting the ledger without looking up. Welcome. Today we have a new honesty can buy 2 get 1 free. Xiaonan walked up to the counter and slapped her phone on the table. The underlying log you showed me was fake. Lin Xiaofan looked up, his expression innocent. How could that be? The system never lies. And that line of code? Xiaonan stared at him. Grant fake. RT. Access, explain that. Lin Xiaofan chuckled. Oh, that. It's an anti-addiction mechanism to keep you geniuses from getting too engrossed and hurting yourselves. Xiaonan sneered. Anti-addiction. Then why did you record every move I made? Customer experience optimization, Lin Xiaofan shrugged. We need to know what you like and what you hate. Pain spoke up. What is the loyalty backlash protocol? Lin Xiaofan blinked. A kind of after-sales service. For example, if you buy a can and aren't satisfied, we can help adjust your mindset so you feel it was worth it. Xiaonan gritted her teeth. You're manipulating our judgment. Don't put it so harshly, Lin Xiaofan shook his head. I just provide options. Whether you choose them is up to you. Naruto was woken by the noise and sat up, rubbing his eyes. Boss, are they here to return cans again? No, Lin Xiaofan said. They're here to claim a prize. He tapped on his tablet a few times and Xiaonan's phone vibrated. She looked down. A new message. Congratulations on completing the Bug Hunter Jr. task. Reward, Eye of Truth. Trial pack valid for 10 minutes. Xiaonan didn't open it. I don't want your reward. You have to take it even if you don't want it, Lin Xiaofan smiled. It's been automatically issued. If you don't use it, it'll expire in 10 minutes. What a pity. Pain grabbed Xiaonan's wrist. Try it. Xiaonan hesitated, then opened the trial pack. The scene before her changed again. This time she saw Lin Xiaofan's perspective. On the screen in front of him, countless data lines intertwined into a web, each line labeled with the name Xiaonan Pain, 3rd Hokage Jiraiya. Her name was the brightest, with new nodes constantly popping up, deepening doubt, active verification, emotional fluctuation. Most terrifying of all, behind each node was a percentage number, her degree of controllability. The scene vanished and Xiaonan's face turned pale. Lin Xiaofan asked, how was it? Much more interesting than that fake permission, right? Xiaonan didn't answer. She turned and walked away. Pain followed, glancing back before leaving. Lin Xiaofan waved at him. Remember to come by this stay awake energy can tomorrow. You'll need it for the negotiations. It was still raining. Xiaonan walked ahead, her steps quick. Pain asked, where to now? Back to Yuan, Xiaonan said. Redraft the agreement. Not investigating anymore. I'll investigate. Xiaonan stopped, but not his way. Pain nodded. What do you need me to do? Keep an eye on the 3rd Hokage, Xiaonan said. See if he buys the energy can tomorrow. The two disappeared into the rain. In the shop, Naruto asked, Boss, will they really come back? Lin Xiaofan turned off the surveillance screen and smiled. Of course they will. The game has just begun. They haven't lost enough yet. He opened the backend and created a new folder, naming it Xiaonan Cognitive Modeling Day 7. Inside, 6 data reports were already stored, each detailing her behavior trajectory, emotional changes, and decision logic for that day. Tomorrow, the 7th report would be generated. Then the loyalty backlash protocol would officially launch. And Xiaonan would never know that the so-called reversal was actually a deeper layer of inducement. Lin Xiaofan stretched and said to Naruto, pack up, closing time. Naruto jumped up. Great. I'm hungry, let's go eat ramen. Dutch treat. Lin Xiaofan emphasized. You still haven't paid off the can money you owe from last time. Naruto's face fell. Boss, you're worse than a loan shark. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and slowly locked the counter. He knew that early tomorrow morning Xiaonan would come knocking with new questions, and he would have answers ready, every answer bringing her one step closer to the destination he had designed. After all, in this world, the most valuable thing wasn't the items inside the cans, but the expression on people's faces when they willingly walked into a trap. That look of, I've seen through you. Xiaonan pushed the door open and entered the room. Peiyan was already seated at the table. Without a word, she turned the laptop toward him, the screen still displaying the draft agreement. Peiyan glanced at it, tapped a few keys on the keyboard, deleted the clause on data sharing scope, and replaced it with a temporary authorization limited to the negotiation period. He won't agree, Xiaonan said. He knows we'll modify it. Peiyan didn't look up. But once it's changed, he'll know what we're thinking. Xiaonan sat down and opened the system background log. The page auto-refreshed, displaying a new prompt. Protocol modification detected. Synchronize cognitive modeling parameters. She didn't click. Instead, she closed the window and re-entered the keyword, third-generation behavior prediction. 3 records popped up. The first showed that the third generation had checked the usage instructions for the energy cans yesterday afternoon. The second indicated he had lingered for 5 seconds on the purchase page this morning. The third was a system-pushed limited-time discount coupon. He's waiting for us to make a move, Xiaonan said. Then let him wait. Peiyan saved the document and stood up to get water. The faster he collects the behavior data you submit, the more obvious the loophole becomes. Xiaonan didn't respond. She slid her finger on the touchpad and opened the loyalty backlash protocol details page. A countdown timer appeared at the bottom, the numbers slowly decreasing. She took a screenshot and sent it to Peiyan. Activation in 7 days, right on the negotiation day. Peiyan glanced at it, placed a glass of water beside her hand, and said, take a sip. Don't stare at the screen too long. Xiaonan didn't touch the glass. She continued scrolling through the records. A new message suddenly popped up. Frequent operations detected. Gift 1 focus enhancer can. Use immediately. She declined. The page instantly jumped to the mall's homepage where the golden cans were on sale with the slogan, buy 3 get 1 free. Stay sharp for negotiations. She sneered, closed the page, reopened the complaint channel, and typed in the remarks, system induces users to rely on energy-boosting items, impairing judgment. She submitted it. Within a second, the system replied, complaint upheld. Reward 1 real behavior analysis report, sent to your email. Xiaonan opened the email. The attachment was a PDF titled, User Xiaonan Day 7 Behavior Trajectory. She skimmed through it and found a detailed record of every click, every pause, and every deletion she had made from last night until now, including timestamps and durations. At the bottom, a bold annotation read, emotional fluctuation peak occurred during review of third-generation records. Suspicion index rose to 89. She closed the laptop and looked up at Peiyan. He's using my reactions to train his model. Then let him train, Peiyan said. We'll stick to the original plan. Xiaonan reopened the draft agreement and added a clause at the end. If the system intervenes in the negotiation process, this agreement shall be automatically voided. She saved and sent it. The system immediately popped up, agreement received. Under review. Estimated wait time, 3 minutes. She leaned back in her chair, staring at the countdown. At 2.5 minutes, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Ming-run. The boss just handed me a can and told me to give it to you. He said it's for staying up all night. Xiaonan replied, don't touch it. Just throw it away. Ming-ren replied instantly, can't do that. He said if I don't open it, ramen prices will go up tomorrow. Xiaonan didn't reply. She stood up and walked to the window. The rain had stopped. A few pedestrians were on the street. Peiyan came up behind her. Zhuozhu is downstairs. What's he doing here? Supervising. He's here to make sure you don't secretly buy a can, Peiyan said. Xiaonan frowned. Since when did he get mixed up with Lin Xiaofan? Last month, Peiyan said. He signed an installment contract to get the Eternal Mangekyo experience ticket. Now half his monthly salary goes to the system. Xiaonan was silent for a moment, then turned to grab her coat. Let's go see the third generation. Now, before Lin Xiaofan catches on. They went downstairs. Zhuozhu was indeed standing on the street corner, hands in his pockets, and didn't greet them when they came out. Xiaonan walked over. How much did he fleece you? Zhuozhu glanced at her. Not much. Just enough to buy 10 golden cans. Then why haven't you run? Can't run, Zhuozhu said. The penalty for breach of contract is 3 times the value of the items I've unboxed. I've even mortgaged my Sharingan to him. Xiaonan didn't ask further and walked straight ahead. Zhuozhu followed. The boss said if you really want to see the third generation, you'd better bring some energy cans as a gift. Otherwise he won't listen. Xiaonan stopped. He told you to relay that. Yes, Zhuozhu nodded. He also said if you don't bring them the third generation will buy them himself on the negotiation day, and the price will double. Xiaonan sneered. He's forcing me to help him sell his products. Pretty much, Zhuozhu shrugged. But he said you can get a 20% discount. Xiaonan ignored him and kept walking. When they reached the door of the Hokage's office, the guard stopped them. Do you have an appointment? Xiaonan flashed her pass. Urgent business. The guard let them in. They pushed the door open. The third generation was sitting behind his desk reviewing documents. He looked up, smiled, and said, "It's late. What's the matter?" Xiaonan got straight to the point. Lin Xiaofan has implanted a manipulation module in the system that can influence your judgment. The third generation put down his papers. Elaborate. Xiaonan pulled up the draft agreement and the complaint record, projecting them onto the wall. The third generation studied them for a while, then nodded. There is indeed a problem. However, he paused. If we don't use the system, how will the negotiation proceed? The other party's data is all in it. We can cross-check manually, Xiaonan said. There's no time. The third generation shook his head. The negotiation is tomorrow. Switching plans now is too risky. Xiaonan clenched her teeth. Then at least don't use the energy cans. The third generation chuckled. Why not? Those cans work well. I tried one last night and felt great. Xiaonan froze. You've already used one? Yes, the third generation nodded. Lin Xiaofan gave it to me. Said it was a new product trial. Xiaonan turned and walked out. Pei-en followed, but before leaving he glanced back. The third generation had already lowered his head to read the documents again. On the desk sat an empty can with a label reading, Energy Boost Limited Edition. Back on the streets, Zhu was still there. Seeing them come out, he asked. Negotiation broke down. Xiaonan didn't answer. She pulled out her phone, opened the mall, found the energy cans placed in order, and paid. The system instantly popped up. Thank you for your support. Your order has triggered a group purchase discount. Invite 2 friends to buy together and enjoy 50% off. She dismissed the pop-up, handed her phone to Pei-en, and said, monitor this for me. If the third generation buys another can before tomorrow's negotiation, notify me immediately. Pei-en took the phone. What's your plan? Play along to the end, Xiaonan said. He wants data? I'll give him more. Zhuozhu interjected. The boss said if you really want to win, wear that blue jacket tomorrow. He said it boosts negotiation success rate by 15. Xiaonan glared at him. You're still relaying his messages. Can't help it, Zhuozhu shrugged. He's still holding my last month's salary. Xiaonan ignored him and turned to walk back. Pei-en followed and asked softly, are you really going to follow his rhythm? No, Xiaonan said. I'm going to make him think I'm following his rhythm. Back at the apartment, she reopened the computer, accessed the system backend, found the cognitive modeling module, and deliberately clicked repeatedly on a few irrelevant options, generating a large amount of meaningless data. The system quickly prompted, abnormal operations detected. Enable smart filter function. She clicked agree. The page refreshed and displayed a new line. User behavior pattern updated. Cognitive filter calibration progress increased to 85. Xiaonan sneered and continued operating. At 2 a.m. The system popped up again. User still active detected. Gift 1 late night special can. Open now. She clicked open. A flash of light and a card appeared in the item inventory, language logic enhancer trial version. She clicked use. Her vision blurred. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in the negotiation room. The third generation was speaking, but his words were all garbled. Lin Xiaofan sat in the corner, a monitor in front of him, data streams scrolling across the screen, each labeled with third generation language module stability. The scene vanished. Xiaonan was back in reality. Her phone vibrated with a new message. Trial ended. Full version requires 2000 chakra. Purchase. She didn't click. She closed the page, reopened the draft agreement, and added a clause. The system shall not interfere with the user's language expression ability. She saved and sent it. This time the system didn't pop up a message. It simply displayed agreement approved. Xiaonan stared at the screen until the countdown reached 0, then closed the laptop. Pei-en came out of the kitchen and handed her a cup of hot tea. Get some rest. You have the negotiation tomorrow. Xiaonan took the cup, but didn't drink. He'll be there. I know, Pei-en said. That's why I'll sit beside you. Xiaonan nodded and went to wash up. As she passed the living room, the TV was on. The news was reporting, the Mycan Association has launched a new product today, negotiation special set, containing 1 energy can, 1 calm can, and 1 persuasion can. Limited edition, first come, first served. She turned off the TV, went to her room, and lay down. In her mind, all she could see was Lin Xiaofan's smiling face. She knew he was watching, knew he was waiting, and knew that her so-called rebellion was just another one of his scripts. But she didn't care. As long as she could stall him, as long as she could make the third generation see clearly, even for one more second, it was worth it. Footsteps came from outside the window, soft, but deliberately not hidden. Xiaonan didn't get up. She pretended to be asleep. The footsteps stopped at the door, then left after a moment. She opened her eyes, reached for her phone, and pulled up the surveillance feed. Lin Xiaofan stood downstairs, looked up at her window, then turned and walked into the night. Her phone vibrated with a new message. Remember to eat breakfast tomorrow. Opening cans on an empty stomach makes you dizzy. Xiaonan didn't reply. She locked the screen. She knew that tomorrow at the negotiation table, he would be sitting in some corner watching her struggle with a smile. But she also knew that the real battlefield was not there. It was in every piece of data she actively submitted, in every purchase she pretended to fall for, in every word she deliberately misspoke. The game had only just begun, and this time she would not play by his rules. As Conan pushed open the meeting room door, the third Hokage was already seated at the head of the table, idly turning an empty can in his hand. She didn't pause, walking straight to the seat across from him. Pain followed the chair, scraping softly as he pulled it out. Lin Xiaofan wasn't present, but the monitor in the corner was on, data streams scrolling and refreshing. Let's begin. The third Hokage set the can down, his voice steady. Conan nodded, projecting the draft agreement onto the wall. No sooner had she read the first clause than the third Hokage raised a hand to interrupt. Wait, this clause needs to be changed. His finger tapped the line about the system not intervening in language expression. Delete this one. Replace it with the party has the right to independently choose auxiliary tools. Conan remained still. Pain spoke up, reason. Negotiation is a battle of wits, not a competition of banned items. The third Hokage's tone was light. I used an energy refill can last night, worked wonders. I plan to use it again today. With that, he pulled a fresh can from his briefcase, its label gleaming with gold light. Conan watched him twist off the lid, her throat tightening. The moment the can opened, the third Hokage's pitch suddenly rose half a notch, his sentence structure beginning to warp. Given the irreversibility and nonlinear developmental trajectory of the current situation, our party proposes adopting a dynamic weight allocation mechanism to optimize resource distribution efficiency. The room fell silent. Naruto stared with his mouth agape, while Sasuke frowned and took notes. Conan quickly pulled up the back-end logs. A prompt flashed on the screen, abnormal activation of language module detected. Initiate counter protocol. She clicked confirm. But the third Hokage seemed unaware, continuing his speech. Therefore, based on the coupling effect of the probability convergence model and the law of entropy increase, we must acknowledge the necessity of system intervention, otherwise cognitive bias accumulation could lead to decision-making collapse. Lord Hokage. Conan cut him off. Could you repeat what you just said? The third Hokage blinked, his speech returning to normal. I said system assistance is highly necessary. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, the third Hokage opened the can again and took another sip. This time his wording was even more absurd. Based on the mapping laws of quantum entanglement states in macroscopic social structures, I propose establishing a cross-dimensional credit evaluation system using consumption frequency as a quantified loyalty indicator. Naruto couldn't help but raise his hand. Gramps Hokage, is that quantum thing a new topping at the ramen shop? No one laughed. Sasuke's pen scratched a long line across the paper with a data column noting a language chaos index of 73. Conan quickly typed commands, activating the second layer of countermeasures. A window popped up on the screen, protocol loaded. Overriding native language logic. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, his voice fluctuating. Sorry, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. But come to think of it, the underlying architecture of the Kin system indeed reflects highly intelligent characteristics, its closed-loop design of feeding behavioral data back into model iteration. Enough. Pain suddenly stood up and slammed his cup heavily on the table. The third Hokage flinched, and the can slipped from his hand, rolling toward the edge of the table. Conan seized the moment to lunge and catch it. As her fingertips touched the can, a system prompt echoed in her mind. Hostile operation detected. Labyrinth of words program initiated. The third Hokage cleared his throat, and when he spoke again, his words were eerily smooth. After careful consideration, our party fully supports the system's deep involvement in the negotiation process. In fact, such involvement is not only reasonable but necessary. Conan's head jerked up. The third Hokage wore a gentle smile, but his words sounded like reciting pre-written lines. The system achieves optimal resource allocation by precisely capturing users' subconscious needs. We should embrace this change, not resist it. Pain placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering, he's legitimizing the system. Conan gritted her teeth. This wasn't the third Hokage's style at all. She pulled up the back end and watched as the cognitive modeling module's progress bar surged wildly, jumping from 85 to 92, still climbing. A small text prompt appeared in the corner of the screen. User third Hokage language module stability controlled. Naruto suddenly stood up, fumbling through his pockets. Where's the can the shopkeeper gave me? He said it would come in handy at a critical moment. He searched for a while, finally pulling out a small silver can with amplification runes carved into its surface. Sasuke reached out to stop him, but Naruto had already twisted off the lid. Everyone listen up. Naruto's voice suddenly amplified threefold, exploding across the meeting room. Everyone clapped their hands over their ears. The third Hokage was thrown back by the force, his documents scattering across the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Konan rushed to the projector and pulled up the final version of the agreement. Now we vote. Should the system be prohibited from intervening in language functions? Pain immediately raised his hand. Just as the third Hokage was about to speak, Naruto's amplified voice came roaring back. I think the cans are great. Last time I got a Ninetales chakra trial card and fighting felt super awesome. The sound waves rattled the windows. Konan seized the moment to hit the confirm button, but the system flashed a red warning. Mass suggestion rune detected. Agreement frozen. Naruto finally turned off the can, scratching his head in apology. Sorry, the shopkeeper said this would help me speak more clearly. The third Hokage straightened his collar, his expression returning to normal. Looks like everyone's tired. How about a 10-minute break? Konan didn't move. She stared at the energy refill can the third Hokage had picked up again, where the residual liquid shimmered with an eerie glow. Pain slipped her a note. It read, he's baiting us into justifying the system's rationality. Konan clenched the note. The third Hokage took a third sip from the can, his tone sincere. Actually, the system is like a teacher guiding a student. It doesn't force you, but just helps you discover better choices. Sasuke suddenly closed his notebook. Lord Hokage, do you remember the Ninja Academy expansion budget you approved yesterday? The third Hokage froze. Of course, 300 million Ryo. But in the education optimization plan, pushed by the system, it recommends cutting it to 150 million. Sasuke met his gaze directly. You clicked agree at the time. The temperature in the room plummeted. The third Hokage opened his mouth, then suddenly erupted into violent coughing. He leaned on the table, gasping for breath, and stammered that was the data supported by the system. There was no data support. Sasuke flipped to the latest record. You clicked agree 7 minutes after using the energy refill can. Konan seized the moment to interject. The system is exploiting your decision-making inertia. Every sip of that liquid strengthens your dependence on it. The third Hokage wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his fingers unconsciously caressing the can. Just as everyone expected him to argue, he let out a long sigh. You're right. Konan and Pain exchanged glances, both seeing wariness in the other's eyes. Sure enough, the third Hokage's next words were, so we need the system even more to help us identify these traps. For example, right now, he raised the can. I can clearly recognize that I'm being influenced. That's the self-awareness the system bestows. Pain sneered, it makes you think you're resisting, while actually it's reinforcing its control. No. The third Hokage shook his head. It's cooperation. The system provides the tools, so we decide how to use them. He took another sip, his gaze growing clearer. Just like this energy drink in my hand, the key lies in the user's will. Konan suddenly understood. Lin Xiaofan had never intended to hide his manipulation. He deliberately let the third Hokage appear controlled, then used the Hokage's own words to argue for the system's legitimacy. Every rebuttal was adding bricks to the system's edifice. Every doubt was cementing its foundation. Naruto whispered to Sasuke, so are we winning or losing here? Sasuke didn't answer. He stared at the pile of empty cans in front of the third Hokage, then suddenly stood and walked to the window. Sunlight streaming through the glass struck the can bodies, refracting into fine runes. Those patterns formed a miniature array, pulsing in sync with the third Hokage's breath. The bell signaling the end of the break rang. The third Hokage straightened his suit and smiled. Let's continue. Regarding the system's profit-sharing ratio, I have a new proposal. Konan watched him talk at length, then suddenly smiled. She quietly opened her phone and sent Lin Xiaofan a message. You win. Starting tomorrow, all Konoha civil servants get energy refill cans. Sent successfully. The monitor in the corner suddenly went black. 3 seconds later, it flickered back to life, displaying a new line of data. User Konan compliance 99. She pocketed her phone and looked up to meet the third Hokage's expectant gaze. I agree with your proposal. But there's one condition. Name it. I want to personally oversee the can distribution. A faint smile curved Konan's lips. After all, no one knows how to make customers addicted better than I do. The third Hokage laughed heartily and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. The instant their hands clasped, Konan felt a sharp, subtle sting in her palm. She looked down and saw a sliver of metal tubing peeking from the third Hokage's sleeve, quietly winding around her wrist. A system chime sounded at the perfect moment. Proxy war preliminary phase complete. Cognitive battlefield officially initiated. Naruto leaned in, asking, "So what's next?" Konan withdrew her hand and patted Naruto's shoulder. "Go buy cans. As many as you can." She turned and walked toward the door. Pain fell into step beside her, whispering, "You're really going to help him expand his influence?" "No," Konan said quietly. "I'm collecting samples. Every person under his control is a key to cracking the system." At the end of the corridor, Lin Xiaofan leaned against the wall, munching on a rice ball. Seeing them emerge, he waved a greasy hand. "Nice talk, huh? I saved you a VIP discount on the next batch of energy refill cans." Konan walked past him without a sideways glance. Lin Xiaofan called out behind her, "Tell the third Hokage to drink plenty more. There's a new product launch tomorrow." Pain grabbed Konan's arm as she started to turn. "Ignore him." "I wasn't planning to." Konan quickened her pace. "Let's hit the black market. Find something that can block the can's effect." Sasuke appeared at the stairwell landing. "The shopkeeper says the blockers the black market sells are all obsolete versions he scrapped." Konan stopped dead. He knew. He knows everything. Sasuke shrugged. "Including the listening device you've got hidden in your pocket right now." Konan reached into her pocket and felt a hard object. She gave a cold laugh, threw it on the ground, and crushed it under her heel. As the chip shattered, a faint, distorted laugh from Lin Xiaofan drifted from the distance. Back in her office, Konan immediately pulled up all the surveillance feeds. Every screen showed different people using cans. Shikamaru downing a calm can at a strategy meeting, Ino squealing over a beauty can, even Kakashi secretly opening a power boost can on the flag at a family balcony. Pain set a cup of coffee beside her hand. "He's turning all of Konoha into a testing ground." "Then let him test." Konan's fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up a deep code interface. "I want to see if the system shows a weakness when everyone depends on those cans." At 3 a.m., the system suddenly pushed a new message: "High-frequency cracking attempt detected. Awarded 1 administrator trial card, valid for 24 hours. Konan stared at the golden card floating in front of her, her finger hovering over the use button. Pain wrapped his arms around her from behind, his voice low, "Don't touch it. It's a trap." "I know." Konan dismissed the card and opened the shop page instead. Buying 10 energy refill cans. The most expensive kind. As the payment success tone sounded, the first rays of dawn filtered through the window and fell on the desk. Konan rubbed her tired, stinging eyes and whispered, "The game just leveled up. Now it's my turn to exploit his loopholes." Pain said nothing, only quietly dimming the room lights. The monitor glowed softly, data streams cascading down like a waterfall. Amid the dancing numbers, a small line of text was barely visible. "User Konan Rebellion 100. The sound of a delivery man's footsteps echoed from downstairs. Konan stood up to open the door, taking the package embossed with the Merchant Guild's logo. When she opened the can on top, she found a sticky note on its bottom. "Remember to check the inside of the can next time. Lin Xiaofan." She tore the note to shreds and tossed it in the trash, but carefully tucked the can into the deepest drawer of her desk. As Xiaonan placed the last energy drink can into the drawer, Pain stood by the window watching the delivery man leave the building below. She said nothing, tapping her fingers twice on the desk as the system prompt appeared: "Administrator trial card activated. Remaining time 23 hours of 59 minutes. Are you really going to use it?" Pain turned around. No point letting it go to waste. Xiaonan opened the permission panel, and the first thing she did was pull up the third Hokage's complete operation logs from the past 72 hours. The data loaded faster than expected. She frowned. Too clean, not even a single accidental click. Pain walked up behind her to look at the screen. "He's waiting for you to check." "I know." Xiaonan switched to the language module's backend and manually entered the original recording of the third Hokage's speech from yesterday. After automatic comparison, the system flashed a line in red: "Non-standard semantic structure detected. Auxiliary correction recommended." She clicked decline, then repeated the process 3 more times. Each time the system displayed the same warning, its tone growing increasingly urgent. On the 4th attempt, the screen froze for half a second. A hidden record appeared in the logs: "User third Hokage, cognitive overwrite, count 17. 17 times," Pain read aloud. 3 more than we counted. Xiaonan didn't respond, instead pulling up Naruto's purchase records. The most recent transaction was an amplifier can bought 20 minutes ago, with a note in the remarks column reading "Boss's special." She opened the usage feed. Naruto was shouting at an empty field, his voice rattling the leaves on nearby trees. The system flagged an emotional amplification rate of 89, with a small line of text beneath associated user Lin Xiaofan, revenue 0. 3. He's using Naruto to test the group control threshold. Pain said. Xiaonan closed the video and searched for Sasuke's account instead. The latest transaction was an installment payment, the product name encrypted into garbled characters. She attempted to decrypt it with administrator privileges. The progress bar stalled halfway, and through an error target data is protected by Diamond Tier Protocol. Interesting. She sneered. Even I can't break through this. Pain placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't push it. Check Sakura Haruno's side first. Xiaonan pulled up the medical department's surveillance feed. Sakura was smashing cans in the lab, more than a dozen fragments scattered across the floor. The system flagged the bad luck protection mechanism as triggered, but with each can she shattered the luck value in the corner of the screen, gave a little jump. On the 7th can the value spiked suddenly. Sakura froze, staring at the new can in her hand. She's deliberately triggering the pity system. Xiaonan quickly logged the data fluctuations. Every time the luck value changed, the system recalibrated its probability model. Pain pointed at the screen. Look at her left hand. Xiaonan zoomed in. On Sakura's ring finger was a ring, its inner side engraved with fine runes. Each time she raised a can, the runes gave a faint glow. The system log updated in real time. External interference source detected. Countermeasure initiated, failed. A mist village suppressor ring, Pain said. Looks like Sasuke wasn't lying to you. Xiaonan didn't reply. She sent Sakura a message directly. Where did you get that ring? The reply came instantly. Picked it up on the black market. The seller said it can block one force system push. Xiaonan stared at the message for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed out loud. She opened the shop page and ordered 30 energy drink cans with the note express delivery to the Hokage's office. The moment the payment succeeded, a new prompt appeared. Unusual purchasing behavior detected. A box of calm cans has been gifted to you. He's taken the bait. Xiaonan dismissed the notification and turned to Pain. Have Naruto buy 10 more amplifier cans, different batch. Pain frowned. Too obvious. Obvious is exactly what we want. Xiaonan opened the backend code interface and created a new data collection program. I need to compare the effects across different batches. The program had just begun running when the screen flickered. Lin Xiaofan's face appeared in a small window in the corner, a rice ball dangling from his mouth. Yo, having fun. Xiaonan ignored him, her fingers flying faster across the keyboard. Lin Xiaofan swallowed his rice ball and said vaguely, heads up, the admin trial card has a cooldown. Once it's used up, you'll have to wait a month. Thanks for the tip. Xiaonan finally looked up. And while you're at it, ask the third Hokage what time tomorrow's new product launch starts. Lin Xiaofan grinned. 9 sharp. Bring enough money. After the window closed, Pain asked, you're actually going? Of course. Xiaonan saved the data collection program, stood up, and straightened her clothes. No risk, no reward. As she reached the door, the system suddenly flashed a warning. High-risk operation detected. Terminate administrator privileges. Xiaonan clicked no and walked out. In the hallway, Naruto came running toward her, carrying an armful of cans, nearly crashing into her. Xiaonan. He steadied himself. The boss said these cans will help me ask clearer questions at the launch event. Xiaonan glanced at the labels, all different models of the amplifier series. She reached out and took the top one. I'll take this one. Naruto scratched his head, but the boss said, just tell him I borrowed it. Xiaonan turned and walked back. I'll return it when I'm done. Back in the office, she pried open the can and inspected the inner wall. Sure enough, a note was stuck there. Smart people choose smart cans. Lin Xiaofan. She tore off the note and placed the can along with the one she'd stashed earlier into the collection program's sample slot. The data on the screen began jumping wildly. Pain leaned in for a closer look. The two cans have completely opposite effects. One amplifies, the other suppresses. Xiaonan stared at the curve graph. He's testing my judgment. Midway through the program, the system forcibly launched a new window. User Xiaonan violation detected. Administrator trial card terminated early. Xiaonan remained still, letting the countdown hit 0. The screen dimmed, then lit up again, displaying a new message. Thank you for participating in system optimization testing. Loyalty 5. Pain sneered. He's buttering you up. Let him. Xiaonan closed the message and pulled up the data she'd collected. Hidden at the bottom of the curve graph was a string of anomalous code. When she enlarged it, she found an encrypted command. She tried decrypting it with the third Hokage's key. It worked. What is this? Pain asked. A permission backtracking path. Xiaonan said softly. If we can find the trigger condition, we can reverse engineer control of the system. Before she could dig deeper, the office door swung open. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe. The boss wants you. Xiaonan closed her laptop. What for? The launch event's been rescheduled. Sasuke walked in and tossed a flyer onto the desk. 8 tonight at the Merchant Guild's basement. Pain picked up the flyer. Why the change? They added a lucky draw segment. Sasuke looked at Xiaonan. The grand prize is an Eternal Mangekyo experience voucher. The boss said you'd be interested. Xiaonan held the flyer saying nothing. The system helpfully displayed a prompt high-value target detected. Immediate attendance recommended. Tell him I'll be there. Xiaonan tucked the flyer into her pocket and asked him whether the draw requires a deposit. Sasuke nodded and left. Pain waited until the door clicked shut before speaking. It's a trap. I know. Xiaonan opened the drawer and took out the 2 cans she'd hidden earlier. So I'll bring a gift. She unscrewed the first can and poured its liquid into a test tube. Then the second. This time a pale blue powder came out. Mixed together, the liquid turned a murky gray-green. The system immediately sounded an alarm. Illegal substance formulation detected. Report upload. Xiaonan clicked no and tucked the test tube into her sleeve. Pain watched her. You plan to make a move at the event? No. Xiaonan adjusted her clothes. I'm going to make him come to me. She walked to the window and saw Lin Xiaofan talking to the delivery man below. The man handed him a package. Lin Xiaofan weighed it in his hand, then looked up. Xiaonan didn't avoid his gaze. She met it head-on. Lin Xiaofan grinned and waved. His lips moved. She couldn't hear the words, but she could read them perfectly. See you tonight. She drew the curtains and turned to Pain. Get ready. We might be up late tonight. Pain nodded silently and pulled up the structural blueprint of the basement. Xiaonan sat back down at the computer and reopened the encrypted command. At the end of the code was a strange symbol, like a closed eye. She clicked it, and the screen went pitch black. A moment later, blood-red letters emerged. Find me, and the authority is yours. Xiaonan took a deep breath and shut down the computer. Outside the window, the sky was darkening. From below came the sounds of the merchant guild setting up the venue. She touched the test tube in her sleeve and said softly, let the game begin. Pain walked up beside her. What do you need me to do? Keep an eye on Naruto. Xiaonan stood up. Don't let him drink anything from those cans. And the others, let them drink. Xiaonan headed for the door. The more the better. The corridor lights flickered, and in the distance came the sound of Lin Xiaofan humming a tune. Xiaonan's pace didn't falter as she made for the stairs. At the corner, she spotted Sakura Haruno hurrying past, the ring clutched tightly in her hand. Xiaonan called out, how's the ring working? Sakura stopped and hesitated. It blocks regular pushes, but it still fails against forced commands. Got it. Xiaonan nodded. Don't wear it tonight. Sakura froze. Why? Because I'm going to make it fail completely. Xiaonan finished, then hurried down the stairs. A long queue had already formed outside the merchant guild, mostly Konoha shinobi. Shikamaru stood at the end of the line yawning. Spotting Xiaonan, he raised a hand in greeting. You're here for the draw too? Xiaonan asked. Dragged along by Ino. Shikamaru sighed. She says this time there's definitely a limited edition. Xiaonan smiled, but didn't respond. She circled around to the back door. The guard recognized her and let her through without a word. The basement was brightly lit with Lin Xiaofan standing on stage adjusting equipment. Seeing Xiaonan enter, he gave a whistle. VIP treatment. Front row reserved. Xiaonan walked to the first row and sat down, placing the 2 empty cans on the table. Lin Xiaofan glanced at them, pretended not to see, and continued fiddling with the microphone. At 8 sharp, the crowd flooded into the basement. Naruto squeezed in next to Xiaonan, shaking his newly bought can with excitement. Xiaonan, let's team up for the draw later. Sure. Xiaonan agreed, her gaze sweeping across the room. Sasuke leaned against the wall. Sakura sat in the corner. Even Kakashi had shown up, covertly shoving potato chips into his mouth. Lin Xiaofan cleared his throat and clapped his hands. Apologies for the wait, everyone. Tonight, besides the lucky draw, there's a special segment. He dragged out the pause, building suspense before declaring a live can opening challenge. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lin Xiaofan added with a grin, simple rules. Whoever pulls the most rare items in 1 minute wins. Prizes double. Xiaonan glanced at her watch. 3 minutes until the draw begins. Quietly, she unscrewed the test tube in her sleeve and let a few drops of the gray-green liquid fall into the water cup in front of her. Lin Xiaofan was still riling up the crowd on stage. For fairness, all contestants must use cans provided on site. Naruto raised his hand, but the ones I brought can't be used. Lin Xiaofan cut him off decisively. But we have a buyback station right outside. Fair prices. Xiaonan picked up her cup and took a sip. The liquid was bitter, yet a warmth spread instantly through her throat. The system flashed a warning, abnormal status detected. Initiate purification protocol. She clicked no, feeling a numbness creeping into her fingertips. Lin Xiaofan suddenly turned his gaze toward her, sharp for just a moment, then back to a smile. Now let's welcome our special guest, Miss Xiaonan, to draw tonight's first prize. The spotlight swung over. Xiaonan rose and walked to the stage, taking the draw box. Lin Xiaofan leaned in and whispered, "How's my special blend treating you?" Xiaonan didn't answer. She reached into the box. The moment her fingers brushed a card, the system crashed. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly scanned the back end. All data was converging toward a single address. Congratulations. Lin Xiaofan announced loudly. Miss Xiaonan has drawn an administrator trial card renewal voucher. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Xiaonan gripped the card, feeling the fine runes etched on its back. She turned to face the audience and raised it high. I decline the prize. I'm giving it to. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the room. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes went wide. Really? Really? Xiaonan stepped off the stage and pressed the card into Naruto's hands. The system immediately displayed a notification: user Xiaonan. Loyalty decreased to 94. Lin Xiaofan applauded from the stage. Generous. Now, let's continue. Before he could finish, the basement lights went out completely. In the darkness, Xiaonan heard the system shriek a sharp alarm: permission breach. Permission breach. She reached into her pocket, found the test tube, and took another sip. The bitterness was stronger, but her vision suddenly became crystal clear. In the darkness, she could see streams of data surging from all directions toward where Lin Xiaofan stood. Pain had appeared beside her without a sound, whispering, "Found it. His core server is directly beneath us." Xiaonan nodded and quietly pressed the send button on her phone. The screen flashed one final message: samples collected. Vulnerability coordinates locked. When the lights came back on, Lin Xiaofan was cheerfully announcing the next round of the draw. No one noticed the faint gray-green mist seeping through the cracks in the floor beneath Xiaonan's feet. The lights flickered back on as Lin Xiaofan stood on the stage, clapping his hands with a smile. That little incident just now was a surprise Easter egg from the system. Let's continue the lottery. Naruto clutched the renewal coupon, his eyes gleaming. Sister Conan, can this really let me be an administrator again? Try it, Conan murmured. Activate it. Without hesitation, Naruto tore off a corner of the card. A system prompt immediately echoed through the hall. User Uzumaki Naruto. Administrator trial card activated. Remaining time 24 hours. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, but didn't stop him. Instead, he applauded. What boldness. Then this round of the lottery shall be drawn by our new administrator. Naruto leaped onto the stage and reached into the lottery box. The moment his fingers touched a slip of paper, the system let out a sharp alarm: permission conflict detected. Permission conflict detected. Conan seized the opportunity to stride quickly to Sasuke's side, lowering her voice. Can you pull up your installment payment contract now, eh? Sasuke glanced at her without a word, but his fingers tapped twice on the inside of his sleeve. A moment later, he handed her a folded slip of paper. Conan unfolded it to find a string of encrypted coordinates. She memorized them swiftly, then tucked the paper back into Sasuke's hand. Do as I say when the time comes. On the stage, Naruto had already drawn a lottery ticket and held it high. Talk no Jutsu experience card. Comes with a 50% bonus to peace probability. Some in the audience laughed, others sighed. Lin Xiaofan, however, grinned even wider. Congratulations. This card is a rare item personally certified by Mr. Pain. Pain stood in the corner expressionless. Conan walked over and said in a low voice, the gray mist is spreading. It will cover the entire basement in 3 minutes. Pain nodded and raised a hand in a gesture. The vents in the ceiling corners silently opened, allowing more gray-green vapor to seep out slowly. Lin Xiaofan seemed to sense something. His gaze swept across the hall and finally landed on Conan. Miss Conan, would you like to draw another round? This time the prize is an eternal Mangekyo experience voucher, guaranteed not to fail. Conan walked onto the stage, but instead of taking the lottery box, she looked straight at Lin Xiaofan. I have a question. Why did the system allow me to transfer the renewal coupon to Naruto? Aren't transfers prohibited by the binding rules? Lin Xiaofan grinned. Because you're a special case. The system likes clever people, especially those bold enough to gamble. Conan didn't respond. She reached into the box. The moment her fingertips touched a card, the system crashed again. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she quickly input a command, injecting the vulnerability coordinates into the server beneath Lin Xiaofan's feet. Lin Xiaofan suddenly coughed, his expression flickering. But he quickly recovered his smile. Congratulations. You've drawn. System log full unlock permission. The audience erupted in murmurs. Conan gripped the card tightly, then turned to face the crowd. I forfeit the prize and give it to Haruno Sakura. Sakura froze. Me? Yes. Conan walked off the stage and pressed the card into Sakura's hand. Trigger it with your ring. Hesitating, Sakura slipped on the ring and activated the permission. The system immediately flashed a warning: external interference source detected. Initiating countermeasures. Failed. The gray mist concentration surged, plunging the entire hall into darkness once more. In the blackness, Conan heard Lin Xiaofan's voice echoing from all directions. "You're playing big, Conan." Conan didn't reply. Instead, she moved quickly to Naruto. "Use your administrator privileges to retrieve Lin Xiaofan's operation logs from the last 72 hours. Naruto complied. The moment the data streamed out, Conan's pupils contracted. There was a hidden record in the logs. User Lin Xiaofan. Cognition override count 0. "He's been lying to us," Conan whispered. "He was never overwritten by the system." Pain moved to her side. "Then why is he pretending?" "To fish," Conan said with a cold smile. "He's been waiting for us to attack, so he can collect offensive and defensive data." Sasuke suddenly spoke up. "My installment contract has been decrypted. The coordinates point to basement B3. Conan nodded. "That's where his core server is." When the lights flickered back on, Lin Xiaofan stood in the center of the stage holding a golden jar. Final round of the lottery. The prize is a Diamond Agent Qualification Challenge ticket. The winner can challenge me directly, and if you win you take over the Leaf Jar Merchant Association. The crowd went wild. Conan, however, was staring at Lin Xiaofan's feet. The gray mist seeping through the floor cracks was being slowly absorbed by some force. "He's reverse using the gray mist," Pain murmured. Conan didn't move, but said to Naruto, "Use your administrator privileges to force open every jar in the hall." Naruto grinned, then slammed the system confirmation key. In an instant, hundreds of jars across the hall opened simultaneously, sending multicolored light shooting into the air. Lin Xiaofan's smile froze for the first time. System alarms blared one after another. Massive abnormal opening detected. Massive abnormal opening detected. Conan seized the moment to stride swiftly to the edge of the stage, pouring the last vial of gray-green liquid into the vent. The mist density spiked instantly, even Lin Xiaofan's figure becoming blurred. "Game over," Conan said into the microphone. "Your server, I've already locked it." Lin Xiaofan's voice came through the mist, tinged with amusement. "Is that so? Then take a look at the system backend now." Conan glanced down at her phone. The data on the screen was jumping wildly. Every attack had been recorded, analyzed, and archived. A new line of text appeared at the bottom. "Sample collection complete. Defense protocol upgrade successful. Thank you for the test. Loyalty 10. Conan gritted her teeth. Pain pressed a hand on her shoulder. He was prepared. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiaofan, a kunai in hand. "Your server has more than one vulnerability." Lin Xiaofan didn't turn around. "Sasuke-kun, you still have 36 installments left on your contract. If you default now." Before he could finish, Sasuke slashed his own palm, letting the blood drip onto the floor. The moment the blood touched the gray mist, it formed a temporary shield field. Sakura activated the permission, pulling up the system's underlying code. "Found it. His core protocol is here." Conan immediately entered commands, attempting to seize control. The system progress bar reached halfway, then suddenly froze. Lin Xiaofan's voice rang out again. "Not bad, you almost had me there." When the lights fully illuminated, Lin Xiaofan stood in place, completely unharmed. He clapped his hands. "Tonight's lottery ends here. Thank you all for participating, especially." He looked at Conan, "My best tester." Conan stared at him coldly. "You deliberately slowed down the response time just to collect our attack patterns?" Lin Xiaofan smiled without answering, then turned and walked toward the backstage. As he passed Conan, he murmured, "Next time bring enough chakra. I'll give you a 20% discount on this session's data fee." Naruto sidled up. "Sister Conan, what do we do now?" Conan put away her phone and took a deep breath. Wait. Wait for what?" "Wait for him to come to us." She looked at Sasuke and Sakura. "You two continue with the original plan." Pain frowned. "He's already on guard." "I know." Conan headed for the exit. "That's why he'll make the first move." Outside the Merchant Association, the night was deep. Shikamaru leaned against the wall. When he saw Conan emerge, he raised a hand in greeting. "Get anything good?" Conan shook her head. Drew a blank. Shikamaru chuckled. "The boss said tomorrow's new product launch is still on 9 o'clock sharp." Conan didn't stop walking. "Tell him I'll be there on time." At the corner, Sakura caught up, clutching the ring. "The permission is gone. The system marked it as a recognized threat." Conan nodded. "Expected." Sakura hesitated. "Can we really beat him?" Conan didn't answer. Instead, she looked up at the second-floor window of the Merchant Association. Lin Xiaofan stood there waving at her. She averted her gaze and said to Sakura, "Bring your laboratory key tomorrow. I want to see those smashed jars." Sakura was taken aback. "What use are those fragments?" "The fragments contain the system's original code." Conan turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan thinks he's collecting data, but actually, she didn't finish, but Sakura understood. The night wind scattered the lingering gray mist. The signboard in front of the Merchant Association glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Conan touched the empty test tube in her pocket and whispered, "The game has only just begun." Behind her, Lin Xiaofan's laugh drifted faintly. See you tomorrow, Miss Conan. Don't forget to bring money. Xiaonan didn't look back, heading straight toward the laboratory. Ying followed behind, clutching the now inert ring in her hand, her steps hesitant. Do you really think those fragments are useful, eh? Ying asked in a low voice. The system wouldn't keep junk without reason. Xiaonan kept walking. Lin Xiaofan is too clean. Clean as if he was never overwritten. That can only mean one thing: he never needed to be. Ying frowned, but he's a system host. How could he not be affected? Unless he already installed something else in his own mind. Xiaonan stopped and turned to her. Like a self that can deceive the system. At the lab entrance, several boxes of shattered jar remnants left from last month's failed tests were stacked. The guard saw Xiaonan, hesitated, and didn't stop her. Ying pulled out a key and unlocked the door. The metal hinges screeched. Inside, dim lighting revealed a workbench strewn with uncleared glass shards and data cables. Xiaonan put on gloves and crouched down to search. Ying stood nearby, staring at the shards, then spoke. Do you think Lin Xiaofan has been waiting for us to find this? He'd love us to act, Xiaonan said without looking up. The more proactive we are, the happier he is. Ying fell silent for a moment, then walked to the console and activated the scanner. I'll help locate regions that might retain original code. The machine hummed to life, a red beam sweeping across the pile of fragments. Xiaonan's fingers stopped on a glass piece with charred edges. She scraped off a bit of residue and placed it into the analysis slot. The screen flickered for seconds, then displayed a line of garbled text. It's not gibberish, Ying leaned in. It's a fragment of the original protocol beneath the encryption layer. Xiaonan entered decryption commands, and the progress bar crept forward. Ying stared at the screen, her breathing shallow. If this is data from before the system's birth, then the binding laws, luck conservation, proxy war rules, all of it was added later by him. No, Xiaonan shook her head. This is the framework he wrote before binding. The system is just an executor, the real designer is himself. The screen suddenly popped up, a full paragraph, Self-Mirror Protocol V0. 1. Consciousness Backup Module Activation Condition, Host Cognitive Overwrite, Count 1. Ying's eyes widened. Overwrite, Count 0. So he was never controlled by the system. He never needed to be controlled, Xiaonan sneered. He left himself a backdoor ready to take over the entire system at any time. We thought we were cracking his defenses, but we were actually helping him test vulnerabilities. Ying looked up sharply. What do we do now? Continuing analysis will just feed him data. No. Xiaonan turned off the analyzer. We take the data with us. She quickly copied the extracted code fragments into an encrypted chip. As she pulled it out, a faint blue glow flickered along its edge. Ying alertly looked toward the door. Someone's coming. Footsteps grew louder, but stopped outside. Xiaonan shoved the chip into Ying's hand. You go first, through the ventilation shaft. And you, I'll stall them. Xiaonan picked up a shard and drew a bloody line across her palm. The gray mist hasn't fully dissipated. That'll buy me time. Ying gritted her teeth, nodded, and slipped into the vent. As the door was pushed open, Xiaonan stood with her back to the entrance, sorting fragments. Pretty quick work. Lin Xiaofan's voice came from behind. Xiaonan didn't turn. You deliberately left these fragments waiting for us to take the bait. Talking to a smart person saves time. Lin Xiaofan walked to her side and glanced at the workbench. But you missed one thing. Self-Mirror Protocol isn't a backdoor, it's the main program. The system was my shadow from the start. Xiaonan finally turned around. So you made Naruto the admin, had Sasuke sign contracts, and had Pain spread the gray mist, all to collect attack samples. The more samples, the faster the protocol upgrades. Lin Xiaofan smiled. That string of code just now was enough for me to update 3 versions. Xiaonan stared at him. What are you really after? To make the game more fun. Lin Xiaofan spread his hands. Opening jars alone is boring. Ooh, I need someone to bet with. Urgent footsteps sounded from outside, and Sasuke's voice rang. Xiaonan, go. Xiaonan seized the moment, stepped back 2 paces, and a test tube slid from her sleeve. Liquid splashed across the floor, and gray mist surged, blurring the view. Lin Xiaofan didn't chase. He just reached up and tapped the surveillance camera. The bait's taken. Time to reel in the line. When Xiaonan rushed out of the lab, Ying was waiting at the corner. Without a word, they hurried down the corridor. Only after they ran beyond the guild's territory did Ying pant and ask, can the data on the chip still be used? He definitely left a tracking program. Xiaonan held the chip between her fingers. But it doesn't matter. We're not trying to crack the system. Then what? To let him know that we know. Xiaonan pocketed the chip. Fear doesn't come from the unknown. It comes from the realization that the other side knows your thoughts better than you think. Ying was stunned. You mean? We're scaring him. He's fishing. We flipped the table. Xiaonan looked toward the guild. Tomorrow's press conference, he'll bring out new jars. That's the real battlefield. In the distance, Naruto's shout echoed, "Sister Xiaonan." Sasuke says Lin Xiaofan has inventoried all diamond tier stock backstage. A hint of a smile tugged at Xiaonan's lips. Once he finishes inventory, he'll change the rules. In clenched her fist, "How do we fight this time?" "We don't fight." Xiaonan stepped forward. "We buy." "Buy." What he fears most isn't someone cracking the system, Xiaonan said softly. It's someone who understands the customers better than he does. On the second floor of the guild, Lin Xiaofan watched the two receding figures on the monitor, tapping his fingers on the desk. A notification popped up in the corner of the screen: Self-Mirror Protocol V0. 4 upgrade complete, 3 new countermeasure modules added. He pressed the communicator. "Tell Shikamaru to change the press conference flow tomorrow. For the first round of lottery, the prize will be customer loyalty exchange voucher." His assistant hesitated. "That doesn't comply with existing rules." "Rules?" Lin Xiaofan laughed. "From today, whatever I say is the rule." He turned off the monitor, and as he pivoted, caught sight of a forgotten piece of paper on the desk. The mouth ninjutsu experience card Naruto had won. On its back, someone had written in pencil, "You missed one thing, customers grow." Lin Xiaofan stared at those words for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. He picked up the paper, tore it in half deliberately, and fed it into the shredder. "Grow." As the shredder word, he spoke to the empty room. "You have to survive until tomorrow first." Outside the window, moonlight was swallowed by clouds. The guild sign flickered a few times, then went dark completely. As the lights flickered on backstage, Mingren immediately shouted, "I want to draw first." Zhuozhu stood half a step behind him, his face cold, clutching a freshly signed contract scroll. Ing rolled her eyes beside them, while Xiaonan stood quietly in the corner, as if nothing had happened. Mingren clapped his hands, not loudly but enough to halt everyone's movements. "No jars for sale today." He paused, waiting for Mingren to open his mouth in protest, then continued, "Instead, we're issuing loyalty vouchers. Every coin you've spent in the chamber entitles you to 1 draw." Mingren froze. "Then I can draw 10 times. "In theory, yes," Mingren smiled. "But each person is limited to 1 voucher. What you get depends on fate." Zhuozhu frowned. "Is the binding rule still in effect?" "Of course," Mingren nodded. "Whatever you draw, it's bound to you alone. Transferring it will cause it to vanish into dust. System rules, I can't change that." Xiaonan said nothing, simply lowering her head to adjust her cuffs. Ing glanced at her, but remained silent. The front hall was already packed. Mai's high-ranking officials, Shane's representatives, Wuin's gamblers, and even Payan had sent a clone to sit in the 3rd row. Mingren stepped onto the stage holding a stack of gilded cards. The lights blazed so brightly that they were almost blinding. "Thank you all for coming." He wasted no time on pleasantries. "Today I won't talk about probabilities or guarantees, only about bonds. Every sliver of chakra you've spent in the chamber, I remember." Some in the audience chuckled, others frowned, but no one responded. Mingren didn't care. He pulled out the first card, Naruto Uzumaki, highest cumulative spender, qualification confirmed. "Please come up." Mingren leaped up and rushed forward, nearly knocking over the host. Mingren handed him the card, sliding his finger lightly across its surface. A system prompt immediately sounded: "Loyalty redemption initiated, randomly drawing rare item." The entire hall held its breath. The card glowed blue and a line of text slowly appeared: "Kaga level experience card, transferable." The crowd erupted instantly. "Transferable? What about the binding rule?" The Shine representative shot up. "A system bug." Wui's people were already pulling out money ready to buy. Zhuozhu's eyes darkened. He turned to look at Xiaonan. She still kept her head down, but her fingers twitched ever so slightly. Mingren's face changed abruptly as he snatched the card back. "Impossible. The system would never allow a transferable item. There's something wrong with this card." He slammed it onto the detection device in front of everyone. The screen flickered wildly, then finally displayed a line of red text: "Item valid. No rule conflict." The crowd erupted. Mingren grinned. "So I can transfer it to Zhuozhu?" Mingren gritted his teeth. "According to the rules, yes." Zhuozhu didn't reply, he just stared into Mingren's eyes. There was no surprise in that gaze, only suspicion. Xiaonan finally looked up and said softly, "Congratulations, Mingren." "What good fortune." Mingren ignored her, turning to the audience. "This draw is void. The system is investigating an anomaly. All vouchers are suspended until further notice." "Wait," Payan's clone suddenly spoke up. "Since the system has deemed it valid, on what grounds do you call it void? Are the rules set by you or by the system?" Mingren stood frozen. The crowd began to jeer. "Why should you get to stop it? We want to draw too. Are you afraid we'll get something good?" Mingren took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. "Fine, continue drawing, but only today. After tomorrow's system upgrade, all rules will be reset." No one heeded his warning. As soon as the second card was issued, people in the audience began bidding for the vouchers. The price soared to 3 times the original. Ing leaned close to Xiaonan's ear. You're doing? Xiaonan shook her head. I only had the gray mist particles briefly interfere with the binding rules recognition module. Whether it works depends on whether the system is willing to accept it. And it did accept it, Ing whispered. That means Mingren has been waiting for this moment. On stage, Mingren watched the chaos, his fists clenched white. But no one noticed the faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. When the third card was drawn, Zhuazhu suddenly raised his hand. I forfeit my redemption. The hall fell silent for a moment. Mingren raised an eyebrow. Why, oi? I don't believe in luck, Zhuazhu said. I believe in the price. Mingren smiled. Smart. Xiaonan walked over to Zhuazhu and handed him a test tube. A residual sample of gray mist. Want it? Zhuazhu took it without asking its purpose. When the presentation ended, the crowd had mostly dispersed. Mingren was hopping around with his Kage level experience card, eager to show it off to Yaluka. Ing grabbed him to stop him from leaving. Zhuazhu stood by the door waiting for them. Xiaonan slowly gathered the discarded cards on the table. Mingren walked over and stood beside her. Enjoying yourself? Smoother than I expected, Xiaonan replied without looking up. You deliberately let it happen. Even the detection device's data was fake. Oh. Mingren raised an eyebrow. How so? If you truly wanted to block the item, the system would have erased it directly, not given you a no-conflict prompt. Xiaonan tucked the last discarded card into her bag. You were baiting us to test the boundaries. Mingren didn't deny it. And what did you find? We found that you're not afraid of the rules being broken, Xiaonan said, meeting his gaze. You're afraid that no one dares to break them. Mingren gave a low laugh and turned to leave, but Xiaonan called him back. The Kage level experience card has a consciousness synchronization program embedded, doesn't it? She said calmly. You want to read the user's memories, especially their fears. Mingren paused mid-step, not turning around. Smart people tend to die young. So I'm learning how to live long like you, Xiaonan said, handing him the bag. 3 of the discarded cards have been tampered with. You'd better check them. Mingren took the bag, weighing it in his hand. Next time don't make a move under my nose. Next time I'll choose a place you can't see. Xiaonan turned and walked away. At the door she added, your clients understand you better than you think. That's not a threat, it's a reminder. Mingren stood still until her silhouette disappeared down the corridor. Then he lowered his head and opened the bag. 3 discarded cards lay quietly inside. On the back of one, written in pencil, the synchronization program has been reverse embedded. While you read them, they are reading you too. He stared at the words for a long time, then suddenly laughed out loud. Interesting. He pulled out his communicator. Notify the tech department. Starting tomorrow, all new jars will have a built-in memory feedback module. Record every emotional fluctuation from the customers when they open a jar. His assistant hesitated. Wouldn't that violate the privacy agreement? From today on, there is no agreement. Mingren hung up and fed the scribbled card into the shredder. Only the rules I allow them to see. As the shredder hummed, hurried footsteps approached from outside the door. Luan pushed the door open, his face grave. Shine and Wuyin have jointly sent a letter demanding the nationwide release of the loyalty voucher. They plan to use economic warfare to force you to hand over system control. Mingren didn't look up. Let them redeem it. Are you insane? Luan's eyes widened. Once you open it up, all the consumption data across the entire ninja world will be monopolized by them. Then let them monopolize it. Mingren pressed the shredder switch. Data doesn't matter. What matters is who uses the data to think. Luan was silent for a moment. What exactly are you trying to do? Upgrade the game. Mingren looked up, his eyes gleaming. One person opening a jar is gambling. A crowd opening jars is war. And war is never won by following rules. Luan asked no more and left. Mingren walked to the window, gazing at the bustling crowd below. Some were trading vouchers, others arguing over distribution plans, and a few were secretly copying cards. He pulled out a brand new loyalty voucher, slowly rubbing it between his fingers. What's there to fear? He muttered to himself. The crazier the clients, the more alive the system becomes. Suddenly Mingren's loud voice came from outside the window. Xiaonanjia. Zhuazhu said he's going to transfer the Kage level experience card to my dad. Mingren's hand jerked and the card fell to the floor. He bent down, picked it up, and stared at the card for a few seconds before breaking into an even wider grin. Transfer away, he said to the empty air. The more it's transferred, the faster I win. In the distance, Xiaonan stood on the rooftop watching the lights on the second floor of the chamber. Ing walked up beside her. Did he find out? He did, Xiaonan said. But he doesn't care. Why, oi? Because he's waiting for us to discover more. Xiaonan turned. Come on, time to prepare for tomorrow's client growth plan. As Ing followed her, she asked, can we really win this time? Winning isn't important, Xiaonan said without stopping. What matters is making him understand. Even leaks can evolve. Their figures vanished into the night. One of the lights on the second floor of the chamber suddenly went out. When Naruto burst through the doors of the Trade Association, the gold-edged card clutched in his hand, his voice rattled the glass counter. Lin Xiaofan had just emptied the shredder when he looked up to see Sasuke and Konan following behind Naruto, their steps synchronized, as if rehearsed. I want to transfer it to my dad. Naruto slammed the card on the table, his eyes blazing with intensity. He wants to try what it feels like to be Hokage. Lin Xiaofan didn't move, his fingers tapped twice on the edge of the desk. Are you sure? After the transfer, the binding will be invalidated. It's gone once used. I'm sure. Naruto thumped his chest. My dad is the 4th Hokage. He'll definitely use it better than me. Sasuke stood by silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Konan slowly took a pen from her bag, wrote a few lines in the register, and slid it across to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan glanced at it, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. All right, the system will process it, but let me remind you, the experience card comes with consciousness synchronization. The user's memories will be temporarily read, including emotions, tactics, even fears. Naruto froze. What? Then will my dad see me wetting the bed when I was little? No. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Only strategic level memories are synchronized, like combat habits, chakra allocation patterns, command style, things that help improve combat power. That's fine. Naruto exhaled in relief, snatched the card, and said, I'm going to find him right now. He spun around and dashed off, nearly knocking over a potted plant by the door. Sasuke followed, but before leaving, he turned back to look at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes probing. Konan didn't move. She waited until they were gone before speaking. Aren't you afraid they'll discover the synchronization program? Afraid? Lin Xiaofan chuckled. I'd rather they use it as many times as possible. Konan didn't reply. She just closed the register, her fingers brushing over the cover. Pain has already applied for access. The 3rd Hokage is also on the list. The fishy one are lining up for the net. Let them line up. Lin Xiaofan opened a drawer, took out a gray mist key, and weighed it in his palm. I've already modified the parameters in the system backend. Every time a card is activated, the feedback data first passes through my filter layer. They see only what I allow them to see. Konan raised her eyes. Even the 4th Hokage. Him especially. Lin Xiaofan tucked the key into his sleeve. The 9 tails once resided inside him. Once the resonance protocol is triggered, the feedback data volume will be 3 times that of others. Do you think I can afford to miss that? Konan was silent for a moment, then turned to leave, but Lin Xiaofan called her back. That pen you gave Naruto, you mixed gray mist particles into the ink, didn't you? His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Konan paused, but didn't deny it. Just a little. It won't affect writing, but it can interfere with the system's recognition of the synchronization path, making him think the data flow is one way. Clever. Lin Xiaofan nodded. But next time don't add anything under my nose. I might not be able to control my expression. Konan didn't look back. You knew I would act. The customer knows the vulnerabilities better than the system. Lin Xiaofan leaned back in his chair. I didn't stop you because you helped me test the firewall's resilience. And by the way, thank Pain for me. His application has been approved. See him in the VIP room at 10 tomorrow morning. Konan finally turned to face him. What exactly are you trying to dig out of their minds? Not dig. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Borrow. Borrow their experience to perfect my proxy war model. Every diamond level client and above is a living database. Konan asked no more, pushed the door and left. Only after she was gone did Lin Xiaofan press the communication button under the desk. Technical department, initiate plan B. Encrypt and package all sync data, prioritize extracting the 4th Hokage's memory fragments related to the 9 tails. An assistant's voice came through. But the 4th Hokage hasn't activated the card yet. He will. Lin Xiaofan hung up. Naruto was already running toward the Hokage building with the card. At the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze had just set down his documents when the door burst open. Naruto rushed in, holding the card, his face brimming with excitement. Dad, try this. It lets you experience what it's like to be a Kage. Minato took the card and examined it closely. Transferable. When did the system change the rules? I don't know. Naruto rubbed his hands together. Lin Xiaofan said it's legal. Just use it and tell me what it feels like. Minato hesitated for a moment, then injected his chakra into the card. A blue light flashed. He closed his eyes and his consciousness was instantly pulled into a gray mist space. At the same moment, in the basement of the Trade Association, Lin Xiaofan's screen lit up, data streams scrolling wildly. His fingers moved rapidly, intercepting key fragments. 9 tails, chakra fluctuation patterns, residual traces of the seal technique, Jinchuriki emotion suppression mechanisms. Just as I thought. He murmured to himself, the 4th Hokage's memories contain half of a 9 tails control protocol. When he sacrificed himself to reinforce the seal, the system secretly backed up the data. Suddenly, a red warning flashed on the screen. Reverse data crawler detected. Source unknown. Lin Xiaofan wasn't flustered. Instead, he smiled. Conan, you're quick. He typed on the keyboard, letting the crawler enter a preset honeypot zone, while quietly copying the other side's intrusion path. You think you're stealing my data? Actually, I'm teaching you how to steal. At the base of the Akatsuki, Pain opened his eyes, the chill of the gray mist still lingering on his fingertips. Is the synchronization complete? Conan nodded. The third Hokage's tactical memories have been extracted, including the ANBU defense map of Konoha and high-level meeting records. But Lin Xiaofan's filter layer is too thick. The core decision-making logic is encrypted. Pain frowned. He deliberately let us in to observe our method of cracking. Yes. Conan pulled up a piece of data. He left false intelligence in the honeypot, a fake timeline for the proxy war. If we believe it, our next move will fall into his rhythm. Pain was silent for a moment. Then we'll play along. Act according to his timeline, but insert our variables at key nodes. Let him think he's in control while the pieces have already changed hands. Conan didn't speak. She simply pushed a list across the table. On it were the names of all the high-level officials who had claimed the Kage-level experience card, with the fourth Hokage at the top. What Lin Xiaofan wants most is the Ninetales resonance data inside the fourth Hokage, she said. If we can implant interference codes during the synchronization process, we can contaminate his database. Pain picked up a pen and drew a circle next to the fourth Hokage's name. Notify Nagato to prepare the God's Perspective overlay program. When Lin Xiaofan thinks he's harvesting memories, we'll make him see the scenes he least wants to face. On the second floor of the Trade Association, Lin Xiaofan stared at the screen, a smile on his lips. The fourth Hokage's data streamed in continuously, the outline of the Ninetales resonance protocol gradually becoming clear. As he was about to save, the screen flickered, and a strange scene forcibly inserted itself. It was from his past life, the sight of him staying up late, opening jars, his mother sitting by the bedside, sighing, rain pattering outside the window. His fingers froze, his smile stiffened. The scene flashed by, and a system prompt sounded: reverse gift complete. Gray mist key charged to 100. Lin Xiaofan shot to his feet, not even bothering with the chair that toppled over. He stared at a line of small text in the corner of the screen. You think you're controlling the game? No, the game is controlling you too. Hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Naruto burst and face flushed. My dad said the card is used up. He also said he saw strange images like someone else's memories. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, bent down to right the chair, and said in a calm voice, that's normal. During synchronization, unrelated memories occasionally cross over. Tell him not to worry. Naruto scratched his head. Oh, can I have another one? No. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. One per person, but you can recommend others to come and claim one. Naruto's eyes lit up. Sasuke hasn't used his yet. I'll go get him. He rushed out like a whirlwind. Lin Xiaofan sat back down, staring at the warning on the screen. The gray mist key in his pocket grew slightly warm, as if mocking his arrogance. He pulled it out, placed it on the table, and said softly, had enough fun. Time for me to reel in the line. A line of tiny text appeared on the key's surface. The prerequisite for reeling in is that you first admit you're also a fish. Lin Xiaofan stared at the line, then suddenly laughed. He picked up the key and shoved it directly into the shredder. Then let's shatter together. As the shredder word, Conan's voice came from outside the window. Client growth plan phase 2 initiated. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. He just pressed the communicator. Notify all high-level personnel. Tomorrow's press conference. Theme: memory is currency, sharing is win-win. The assistant hesitated. Isn't that too risky? Risky. Lin Xiaofan hung up, watching the gray shreds spew from the machine. When the leaks learn to wield a sickle, the farmer needs an even bigger one. He stood up and walked to the window. Downstairs, Naruto was dragging Sasuke toward the Trade Association. Conan stood at the street corner looking up at him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips. Lin Xiaofan smiled too. Come on, let's see whose sickle is faster. Naruto swept into the trade guild with a gust of wind, Sasuke following close behind, while Conan crossed the threshold a beat slower. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up, tapping his fingers twice on the table, as if waiting for something. Dad said the cards are all used up. Naruto's voice boomed, nearly shaking the walls. He also said he saw some weird images, like someone else's memories. Only then did Lin Xiaofan raise his eyes, his tone calm. Occasional memory crosstalk during synchronization is normal. Don't worry about it. Naruto scratched his head. Oh, so can I get another card? No. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. One per person, but you can recommend someone else to claim one. Naruto's eyes lit up. Sasuke hasn't used his yet. I'll go get him. He turned and ran, nearly knocking over a potted plant by the door. Sasuke remained still, studying Lin Xiaofan for a few seconds before speaking. You knew they would see the extra stuff. Lin Xiaofan didn't deny it. Data synchronization isn't one-way transmission, it's a two-way exchange. While they read the system's preset content, their own memory fragments get carried in, including emotions, habits, even subconscious images. Sasuke frowned. So the fourth Hokage saw your past. Not entirely. Lin Xiaofan opened a drawer, took out a gray mist key, and held it in his palm. Some things I allowed him to see, others the system chose on its own. Konan approached the counter, her fingertips lightly tapping the surface. Pain has extracted the third Hokage's tactical memory, but the core decision-making logic is encrypted. I know. Lin Xiaofan tucked the key into his sleeve. I left false intel in the honeypot about the proxy war timeline. If you believed it, your next move would fall into my rhythm. Konan didn't reply. Instead, she took a pen from her bag, wrote a few lines in the register, and slid it across to Lin Xiaofan. He glanced at it, his lips twitching almost imperceptibly. Gray mist particles mixed into the ink. Just a little. Konan's tone was flat. It won't affect writing, but it can disrupt the system's recognition of the synchronization path, making the user think the data flow is one way. Clever. Lin Xiaofan nodded. But next time, don't add ingredients right under my nose. I might lose control of my expression. Konan didn't respond, turning to leave, but he called her back. That pen you gave Naruto, it was to test the firewall resilience, wasn't it? He leaned back in his chair. I didn't stop you because you also helped me verify the vulnerability location. Konan paused mid-step. You knew I would act. Downstairs, Naruto was dragging Sasuke toward the guild. Konan stood at the street corner, looking up to meet his gaze, a faint, elusive smile on her lips. Lin Xiaofan smiled too. Come on, let's see whose scythe is faster. On the day of the launch, the guild hall was packed. Representatives of the 5 great nations, members of the Akatsuki, scholars from Suna, gamblers from Kiri, all were present. Lin Xiaofan stood on the stage, microphone in hand, while the large screen behind him displayed the words, memory sharing. Today we open a new era. His tone was light. No longer one-sided purchase of jars, but sharing of experience, tactics, and thoughts. Everyone's memory is a resource. Someone in the audience raised a hand. How do you guarantee privacy? No guarantee. Lin Xiaofan answered directly. Upload means authorization, use means feedback. If you want to gain others' experience, you must first give your own. A fair trade, honest and square. Pain sat in the back row, hands folded, his gaze calm. Konan stood beside him, holding a pen, its tip gently rubbing against her palm. Minato Namikaze sat in the front row, his expression complex. The images he had seen the previous night still lingered in his mind. The young man sitting alone in front of a computer, rain and thunder raging outside the window, the only light coming from the screen. Lin Xiaofan's gaze swept across the hall, finally settling on Minato. Fourth Hokage, would you like to be the first to upload? Minato was silent for a moment, then stood up. I can do it. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Lin Xiaofan nodded, signaling the technicians to prepare the equipment. Minato walked up to the stage, placed his hand on the sensor, and slowly channeled his chakra. The data began to flow. Lin Xiaofan stared at the back-end screen, the corners of his mouth lifting. He knew Konan would seize the chance to inject contamination code, and he knew Pain would activate the god's perspective at the critical moment. But he was even more certain. All of this was running within his mirror sandbox. The real battlefield was not in reality, but deep within the data. The progress bar on the screen advanced slowly, the outline of the Nine-Tails resonance protocol becoming increasingly clear. Lin Xiaofan's finger hovered above the confirm button, a one press, and he could extract the complete data. At that very moment, the screen went black. A line of text appeared, welcome to the real world. Lin Xiaofan's smile vanished. He looked up at the audience. Konan was writing something. Pain sat with eyes closed. Minato stood frozen, his expression dazed. No one noticed the anomaly. Only he knew. This was not a system prompt, but a greeting from another layer. He slowly withdrew his hand, not pressing the confirm button. This concludes today's demonstration. He spoke into the microphone. Everyone go back and digest the concept. The upload channel will officially open tomorrow. The crowd gradually dispersed. Minato was the last to leave. Before departing, he turned back to look at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes carrying an indescribable emotion. Lin Xiaofan didn't look away, meeting his gaze. Minato ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Konan walked to the front of the stage and handed him a slip of paper. Lin Xiaofan unfolded it. Written on it, you think the mirror sandbox was built by you. He looked up, but Konan had already turned and walked away. Lin Xiaofan crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the shredder. The machine hummed, spitting out a pile of gray shreds. He stared at the fragments and murmured, no matter who built it, it's mine to manage now. Outside, the sky was darkening. Naruto and Sasuke were still arguing downstairs about who would upload their memories first. Lin Xiaofan stepped off the stage and pushed open the back door. The night wind rushed in. He looked up at the sky. Not a single star was visible. The gray mist key in his pocket began to grow warm again. Lin Xiaofan stared at the gray mist key on the table, his fingers tracing its edge. On the screen, the footage from the mirror sandbox kept looping. His mother sat by the bed, her hand on his shoulder, her voice as soft as the wind. "Don't stay up too late." He didn't turn it off. Footsteps approached outside the door, and Xiao Nen pushed it open, holding a datapad. The sync logs have been archived. The third generation has an appointment tomorrow at 10 in the morning. The fourth generation's feedback data is being reanalyzed. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. Did the contamination code implant successfully? Yes. Xiao Nen set down the datapad. The Ninetales protocol fragments were overwritten, and the system flagged it as abnormal fluctuation without triggering an alert. Good. Lin Xiaofan finally looked up. "You moved faster than I expected." Xiao Nen didn't respond, just stood there watching him. "You shouldn't have left that memory in the sandbox." "Why, oi?" Lin Xiaofan smiled. "That was my bait." "Bait can backfire." Xiao Nan's tone was calm. "The emotional protocol isn't within the system's recognition range. It might activate unknown modules." "Then let it activate." Lin Xiaofan stood up, walked to the screen, and swiped his fingers across the control panel. "I uploaded that memory not to reminisce, but to make you trace it." A flicker crossed Xiao Nan's eyes. "You deliberately exposed the vulnerability." "The vulnerability is fake." Lin Xiaofan pulled up the backend logs. "The real emotional protocol is hidden at the bottom layer of the gray mist key. It only activates when resonance reaches the threshold, and your intrusion path just happened to step on the trigger line." Xiao Nen was silent for a few seconds. "Pain said you're more dangerous than we imagined." "Not dangerous." Lin Xiaofan shook his head. "It's clarity. I know what you want to dig up, and I know what the system wants to hide. So I opened a gap and let you dig for me." Xiao Nen didn't say anything more. Before turning to leave, she left a sentence. "When the third generation comes tomorrow, don't let him see the sandbox contents." "He won't see it." Lin Xiaofan pressed the save button. "I've added 3 layers of filtering. Even the system itself can't read the raw data." After the door closed, Lin Xiaofan sat down again, his finger hovering over the delete key, but he didn't press it for a long time. The footage on the screen kept repeating, his mother's hand resting on his shoulder, as if she had no intention of leaving. He took a deep breath and opened the communicator. "Technical Department, Initiate Plan C. When all uploaded memories pass through the mirror sandbox, automatically strip emotional labels and transfer them to an independent partition." The assistant asked, "Risk level?" "Maximum." Lin Xiaofan said, "But it's worth it." After hanging up, he stared at the screen for a long time, then suddenly spoke. "Mom, this time I'm not hiding." The screen didn't respond, only the gray mist slowly flowed in the corner, as if waiting for something. The next morning, the third generation appeared punctually in the VIP room. Lin Xiaofan received him personally with a newly made memory synchronization card on the table. "I heard you've created a sharing function," the third generation asked directly after sitting down. "An optimized version." Lin Xiaofan handed over the card. "Upload tactical thinking exchange for others' experience, and the system automatically matches the optimal combination. Would you like to try it?" The third generation took the card and injected chakra. Gray mist rose and data began uploading. Lin Xiaofan watched the back end, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It's begun," he murmured. Xiao Nen stood in the monitoring room, her fingertips lightly tapping the console. "Contamination code ready. Target, the third generation's tactical database." In the data stream, a piece of abnormal code quietly mixed in. Lin Xiaofan didn't block it. Instead, he voluntarily opened a gap in the firewall. "You think you're rewriting my script?" He stared at the screen, murmuring, "Actually, every line of code is in my annotations." The sync ended and the third generation opened his eyes, his expression calm. "Efficiency is good, faster than expected. The system upgraded the algorithm." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "The data you uploaded has been matched to 3 optimal tactical combinations ready for use at any time." The third generation nodded. "I'll recommend it to the Umbu at the next meeting." After he left, Lin Xiaofan remained alone in the VIP room. The screen in front of him was split into 2 parts. On the left was the raw data stream, on the right was the mirror sandbox where all contamination codes were isolated. He opened a hidden folder inside the sandbox where several memory fragments not marked by the system lay quietly. Scenes from his past life, his mother, the room, the computer screen, the gacha interface. He stared at them for a while, then turned off the screen. "You think you're harvesting me," he said softly. "Actually, I'm waiting for you to help me find myself." Outside the door, Xiao Nen pushed it open, holding a report. "The contamination code has taken effect," she said. "The third generation's tactical data has been tampered with." Lin Xiaofan nodded. "Good." Xiao Nen didn't leave, standing at the door watching him. "Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Lin Xiaofan smiled. You helped me test the system's limits and incidentally activated the memory lock I hid at the bottom layer. This deal I've made a huge profit. Xiaonan was silent for a moment. Pain said you're more dangerous than we imagined. Not dangerous. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. It's clarity. I know who I am and I know what you want to do. That's why I dared to open this gap. Xiaonan finally turned and left, leaving a sentence as she closed the door. Tomorrow the fourth generation will come again. Lin Xiaofan didn't respond, just opened a drawer and took out a brand new gray mist key. Come on, he murmured. Let's see what you can dig out this time. He placed the key on the table and the screen lit up again. Inside the mirror sandbox, a new memory fragment slowly emerged. The scene when he first obtained the system, his mother's hand gently resting on his shoulder, her voice gentle, "Don't stay up too late." Lin Xiaofan stared at the image, not moving, not blinking. "Mom," he said softly, "this time I won't lose it again." The gray mist key vibrated slightly on the table, and a line of fine text appeared on its surface. The prerequisite for reeling in the line is that you must first admit you are also a fish. Lin Xiaofan reached out and picked up the key. Instead of putting it into the shredder, he pressed it directly against his chest. Then let's sink together. The moment the key touched his skin, gray mist seeped from between his fingers and spread along his veins. A system prompt sounded. Emotional protocol activated, unlocking permissions. Lin Xiaofan closed his eyes, allowing the gray mist to envelop his body. He knew that this time it wasn't him controlling the system. It was the system responding to him. Outside the door, Xiaonan's footsteps approached again. She pushed the door open and saw Lin Xiaofan standing in the center of the gray mist, holding the key, his gaze calm. "Are you crazy?" she asked. "Not crazy." Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes. "I just finally understood that the system isn't a tool. It's a key." "A key?" Xiaonan frowned. "A key to what?" "To open mine." Lin Xiaofan looked down at the key. "And also to open yours." Xiaonan didn't say anything more, just stood at the door watching the gray mist slowly recede, revealing Lin Xiaofan's complete figure. The key in his hand had disappeared, replaced by a faint gray mark running across his palm. "Tomorrow's press conference," Lin Xiaofan said, "change the theme to emotion is permission, only resonance can break through." Xiaonan nodded. "Pain will come. Let him come." Lin Xiaofan walked toward the door. "This time I won't set up a firewall." Xiaonan followed behind him. "Are you sure you want to bet this big?" "It's not a bet." Lin Xiaofan stopped at the stairway. "It's a reckoning." Downstairs, Mingren was dragging Zhuozhu toward the Merchant Association, while Chunin followed behind, shouting not to spend money recklessly. At the street corner, Pei In stood in the shadows looking up at the second-floor window. Lin Xiaofan also looked at him, a curl on his lips. "Come on," he said. "Let's see whose sickle is faster." Xiaonan stood beside him and asked softly, "Aren't you really afraid they'll dig to the bottom?" "Afraid," Lin Xiaofan said, "but I'm more afraid of forgetting why I took this sickle." Gray mist slowly flowed between the two like a silent river. In the distance, the Merchant Association sign glittered in the sunlight, bearing 4 large characters. Infinite Jar. Lin Xiaofan walked down the stairs with firm steps. "Mom," he murmured, "this time it's my turn to take you home." Lin Xiaofan stood by the second-floor window, the curtains undrawn. Payne stood across the street looking up at him with a gaze as calm as if appraising an unopened package. "He's here." Xiaonan stood by the door holding a freshly printed agreement. The launch was half an hour early, and Mingren and Zhuozhu were already downstairs arguing over who would open the first jar. "Let them argue." Lin Xiaofan turned to the console, opened the permission interface of the mirror sandbox, and directly connected it to the main venue's projection screen. "I want Payne to open that folder himself." Xiaonan didn't move. "Are you sure?" Once the connection is established, his stream of consciousness will directly collide with the gray mist key's underlying layer. The system might crash. "It won't crash." Lin Xiaofan tapped a few keys on the keyboard. "It will only resonate." He pressed enter and a dialog box popped up in the center of the screen. "Allow external consciousness to directly connect to the mirror sandbox." Why? Lin Xiaofan didn't choose. Instead, he pushed the mouse to the edge of the desk and shouted downstairs, "Payne, come up and click it yourself." The downstairs fell silent for a moment. Mingren was hopping around with a freshly drawn Ninetales chakra experience ticket, while Zhuozhu coldly tried to snatch it, and Chunin tugged at his collar from behind. Payne didn't move. He simply lifted his foot and stepped into the Merchant Guild's gate. The sound of footsteps on the stairs was unhurried, each step landing in the gaps of the system's heartbeat. Lin Xiaofan didn't turn around, nor did he close the screen. Payne walked up behind him, his gaze falling on the unchosen prompt. "Aren't you afraid I'll delete it?" Payne spoke, his voice low and steady. "You won't." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "You're more eager than anyone to know where the system came from." Payne didn't reply, but reached out and pressed Y. The screen flickered and gray mist gushed out from the projector, condensing into a spinning vortex in midair. The venue lights automatically dimmed, and all the clients looked up. Even Ming Ren forgot to wave his ticket. What kind of special effect is this? Ming Ren asked. It's not a special effect. Zhuozhu stared at the center of the vortex. It's a memory. In the gray mist, a bed appeared with a woman sitting on the edge, her hand resting on a young man's shoulder. The image was blurry, the sound intermittent, but every word was clear. Don't stay up too late. Payne's pupils contracted, and all 6 Rinnegan lit up simultaneously. He tried to sever the connection, but found his consciousness already entangled by the gray mist. The more he struggled, the tighter it gripped. Emotional protocol activated. The system's voice rang out cold and mechanical. High resonance, individual detected. Permission unlocked to layer 7. The gray mark on Lin Xiaofan's palm suddenly burned hot, as if pressed by a branding iron. He didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward and thrust his entire arm into the gray mist vortex. Come on, he said to Payne. Let's see who gets devoured first. Payne gritted his teeth, chakra erupting the power of the 6 paths, tearing open a corner of the gray mist. But the next second, the gray mist poured back into his brow, too fast, even for the Sharingan to capture. Symbiotic retrospection program activated. The system announced again. Tracing the host's obsession origin, the image shifted. No longer a bed and a mother, but a cramped, rented room, a computer screen glowing with a gacha interface, a young man slumped in a chair, his fingers still clicking the mouse. Beside him sat a bowl of cold instant noodles. The bottom right of the screen showed 3:00 a.m. This is me, Lin Xiaofan said quietly. The last moment before I died. Payne froze and placed the 6 paths, eye showing its first crack-like fluctuation. You aren't a transmigrator. I am. Lin Xiaofan turned to look at him. But the system didn't come with me. It was something I forged with my last bit of consciousness, just before I breathed my last. The gray mist suddenly surged, enveloping both of them completely. The venue fell into darkness, only the projection screen still glowing, playing fragmented images. A young man, staying up late, for gacha, a mother pushing open the door, with water, a computer blue screen, a heart-stopping gray mist crawling out from the screen's cracks, wrapping around the young man's wrist, turning into a chain-like mark. The system was born from my unwillingness. Lin Xiaofan's voice echoed in the gray mist. I wanted to live, wanted to see her one more time. So it came alive, carrying my obsession, and shoved me into this world. Payne's breathing grew heavy, the 6 paths power destabilizing. You deliberately let me touch the key, just to make me see this. Not just that. Lin Xiaofan's palm mark spread to his neck. I want you to know that the system isn't a tool, not a cheat. It's a part of me, the last thing my mother left me. The gray mist suddenly contracted, all of it flooding into Payne's body. He grunted and fell to one knee, his Rinnegan spinning wildly, but unable to parse the data stream before him. Resonance peak exceeded threshold. The system announced. Proxy war rules rewriting. The victor will no longer gain regional monopoly rights, but the authority to modify the host's memories. Lin Xiaofan crouched down to meet Payne's eyes. Now you have 2 choices. 1, continue being the god of the Akatsuki, using the 6 paths power to tear down my system. 2, admit that you're also trapped in someone else's script, and join me in flipping the table. Payne didn't speak, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The gray mist slithered through his veins like countless needles probing his nerves. A commotion rose from downstairs. Ming Ren rushed up, still clutching the experience ticket. What happened? Why did my Ninetales power suddenly turn into a parent-child interaction experience pack? Zhuozhu followed behind, his face grim. My Eternal Mangekyo installment contract got overwritten. Now it's automatically deducting family harmony points every month. Chunin squeezed to the front, staring at the instant noodle bowl on the screen. This system, isn't it a mama's boy? Lin Xiaofan ignored them, only looking at Payne. Choose. Stay a reaper, or become a man who sees clearly. Payne slowly raised his head, the gray mist in his Rinnegan now solidified like a thin veil over his irises. If I choose the latter, what can you give me? The truth. Lin Xiaofan stood up. The system's true admin authority doesn't lie with the diamond agents. It lies with the Jar God embryo, the gray mark on my palm. The stronger the resonance, the higher the authority. That collision of yours just now has already granted you temporary editing rights. Payne closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the gray mist had mostly receded. I want to change one rule. Speak. Cancel the transfer equals Ash's binding law. Payne's voice was hoarse. Let power flow freely, not locked into one person. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Fine, but you have to do something for me. What? Help my mother come home. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the frozen image on the screen. The mother's hand still resting on the young man's shoulder, the background, the shabby, rented room, her consciousness fragments scattered across the memories of everyone who had ever opened a jar. I want you to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to find them all. Pain was silent for a long time, then finally nodded. Deal. The gray mist dissipated completely, and the venue lights returned. The clients looked at each other in confusion. The jar props had all changed. Ming Ren's Ninetales ticket now came with a maternal love bonus. Zuoju's Sharingan contract had added a family bond clause, and even Chunai Ying's freshly smashed strength jar had a prompt please hug your family before use. What is this? Ming Ren scratched his head. Open a jar, get a parent. Consider it a system upgrade. Lin Xiaofan walked down the steps, the gray mark on his palm, faintly glowing. From today on, resonance value replaces luck value. The more you care about someone, the stronger the things you open. Zuoju frowned. So I'll always be unlucky. Not necessarily. Lin Xiaofan winked at him. You could try sending a text to Itachi. Chunai Ying suddenly raised her hand. Can I still smash jars to relieve stress now? Yes. Lin Xiaofan smiled. But after smashing, remember to call your parents. Pain stood in the corner, not joining the discussion. Xiaonan walked over and handed him a glass of water. How do you feel? Like being stripped naked and rolled through my memories. Pain took the glass, and as his fingertips touched the rim, the gray mist flashed again. But he didn't lie to me. The system really has warmth, left behind by that woman. Xiaonan followed his gaze to Lin Xiaofan. He was being pestered by Ming Ren about how to calculate the damage multiplier for maternal love, while secretly slipping a family summoning ticket into Zuoju's pocket. He's crazier than we thought, Xiaonan said. No. Pain shook his head. He knows what he's doing better than we do. Suddenly cheers erupted from downstairs. A client had just opened a family portrait experience jar, and the projection screen immediately displayed a warm family photo. Parents hugging a child with the gate of Konoha in the background. Lin Xiaofan looked at the photo, the gray mark on his palm, gently pulsing. He didn't speak, but pulled out his communicator and dialed a number he hadn't called in a long time. Mom, he said into the receiver. I found the way home. There was no sound on the other, and only static. But the gray mark suddenly throbbed violently, as if responding. Pain walked over and stood beside him. Need me to help locate the signal source? No. Lin Xiaofan hung up and put away the communicator. She's not on the phone. She's in everyone's jars. He looked up at the ceiling as if he could see through the floors to the sky. Next target, dye all the jars of the 5 great nations in the color of home. Ming Ren leaned in. Can I draw a photo of my mom? Yes. Lin Xiaofan ruffled his blonde hair. As long as you truly miss her. Zuoju silently pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, showing an unsent draft. Bro, coming home for dinner tonight. The gray mark on Lin Xiaofan's palm continued to warm like a hard awakening. He knew the real war had only just begun. Not for territory, not for combat power, but to retrieve piece by piece the tenderness that the ninja world had forgotten. Let's go, he said to Pain. First, Sunagakure. Their probability research center is perfect for emotional data modeling. Pain nodded and followed him out. As he passed Xiao, then he said quietly, tell Nagato that the Akatsuki won't sell piece jars anymore. Xiaonan raised an eyebrow. Then what will you sell? Reunion. Pain pushed open the door, sunlight streaming and illuminating his half-gray, half-black Rinnegan. Buy one, get one free with a side of mother's cooking. Lin Xiaofan laughed heartily, startling the pigeons perched on the eaves. The gray mark on his palm traced an arc in the air as if signing his name. In the distance, the 3rd Hokage stood on the Hokage rock, gazing at the merchant guild. He held the corrupted memory card in his hand, a slight smile on his lips. Young people playing so big. The wind swept over the rock face, carrying the clamor of the clients below. Someone shouted for another jar, someone cried that they had drawn their father's silhouette, and someone laughed that the system had become sentient. Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. He simply raised his right hand, letting the gray mark face the sun. Mom, he whispered. This time let me be your eyes. Gray mist seeped through his fingers, condensing into a line in the air, welcome home, host. Then it slowly dispersed as if it had never existed. As Pain pushed the door open, Lin Xiaofan was just slotting the last circuit board into the mainframe. Temari stood by the console, 3 freshly printed access cards in her hand, her brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. You really planned to break through Sunagakure's firewall with tears. She slapped the cards onto the table. That probability model of theirs was personally calibrated by the 3rd Kazekage. Even Gaara's Shikaka data can't produce an error. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up, his fingers flying across the keyboard, precisely because it's too accurate it's prone to collapse. Man proposes, heaven disposes, but heaven's plans are nothing against a mother's intuition. Kankuro, crouched in a corner with puppet parts, looked up at that. My mom's been gone a long time. What if I can't cry? The system autofills. Lin Xiaofan opened a folder revealing over a dozen audio files. Those who draw a maternal voice vessel. Even if they've never had a mother, will trigger childhood memory projection. Kindergarten teachers' neighbor aunties, even the first Hokage's portrait on the Hokage rock, can serve as emotional anchors. Sakura Haruno burst in from the doorway clutching 2 bags of steaming rice balls. Eat something before you hack their system. Sunagakure just sent out an alert. They've detected anomalous data streams. Let them investigate. Lin Xiaofan tore open a rice ball wrapper and took a huge bite. When Gaara draws his vessel, you're in charge of guiding his emotions. How do I guide him? Sakura distributed the rice balls to everyone. You can't expect me to sing him a lullaby on the spot, can you? No need. Lin Xiaofan swallowed his food and opened a communicator. Have Naruto cause a commotion. Sasuke, play the cold shoulder. All you need to do, when Gaara draws the Shikaku parent-child agreement, is say it actually wants to hear you tell it a story. Pain suddenly spoke. Shikaku can be tamed by emotion. All-tailed beasts are orphans sealed away. Lin Xiaofan pulled up a code snippet. They don't rampage because of excess chakra. It's because no one ever talks to them properly. Gaara pushed the door open, sand flowing silently at his feet. He swept his gaze across the crowded room and walked straight to the console. Let's begin. Lin Xiaofan handed him a golden vessel voucher. After you draw, remember to read the fine print in the bottom right corner of the screen. Gaara took the voucher and inserted it into the reader. The machine hummed for a moment, then dispensed a vessel decorated with a cherry blossom pattern. He reached for the lid, but paused. Why pink? Random color scheme, Lin Xiaofan said without flinching. Maybe it thinks you've been lacking love lately. The moment the vessel opened, the lab's lights flickered wildly. A line of text appeared on the projection screen. Congratulations. You've obtained the Shikaku parent-child agreement. Recite a fairy tale to it every night before bed to increase chakra synchronization by 30. Gaara stared at the screen, his fingers absently tracing the vessel's surface. Kankuro leaned in to peek, but Temari slapped him away. Stop messing around. Sakura cleared her throat. Actually, Shikaku is pretty lonely. Last time Kurama inside Naruto said it hears Shikaku humming lullabies in the middle of the night. Gaara's head snapped up. How would Kurama know? They have a tailed beast group chat. Lin Xiaofan made it up on the spot. You haven't joined. Gaara didn't respond, looking down to open the agreement details. The text on the screen suddenly twisted and reformed into a distorted recording. A hoarse voice humming an off-key lullaby with wind and faint sobs in the background. Kankuro suddenly covered his ears. What the hell is that? It's making my scalp crawl. Temari's face went pale. It's Shikaku. Is it crying? Pain's Rinnegan suddenly flared. The data flood has begun. Every mainframe in the lab blared a sharp alarm simultaneously. When the researchers rushed in, they found every screen playing the same message. Familial resonance value exceeds threshold. Original luck model compromised. Someone trembling opened their own draw record and discovered that yesterday's S-rank ninjutsu had transformed into a mommy's charm. With a passive effect, automatically plays nagging voice lines when attacked. A bespectacled researcher suddenly collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. I drew a recording of my mom scolding me for being picky. She's been gone for 10 years. Amid the chaos, a gray mark spread from Lin Xiaofan's palm to the console, burrowing into the mainframe's interface like a living thing. A cold system voice echoed. Access level upgraded to 7. 5. Emotional algorithm root control acquired. Sakura grabbed Lin Xiaofan's sleeve. Why do you look so terrible? The price of swapping access rights. Lin Xiaofan shook her off and continued typing. Now every vessel produced in Sunagakure is bound to bond value. The more you care about someone, the stronger what you draw becomes. Gaara spoke suddenly. Shikaku's data has changed. On the projection screen, the normally volatile red chakra waveform had smoothed out, with a few pink heart icons popping up at the end. Kankuro glanced over and blurted out, this thing isn't gonna make me knitted a sweater, is it? Simpler than that. Lin Xiaofan brought up the new rules panel. Chat with it for 10 minutes a day. Attack power doubles. Temari snatched the mouse. Wait. Kirigakure just reported. Their gambling guild has collectively rebranded as a family counseling center. Pain walked to the window, watching the crowd gathering below. The Akatsuki's auction house is overhauling too. They're pushing a family bond package. Buy a Rinnegan and get a free family portrait session. Lin Xiaofan slumped into his chair, letting out a long breath. Gentleness is the ultimate cheat code, right? Sakura suddenly pointed at the screen. Look at Gaara's vessel. The cherry blossom pattern was fading, gradually transforming into a silhouette of desert and moon. A line of small text appeared on the vessel's surface. Shikaku certified qualified guardian. Gaara reached out to touch the words, and sand gently wrapped around his wrist like some clumsy embrace. He was silent for a moment, then said softly, tonight. I'll read it, the little prince. Kankuro groaned. I fell asleep by chapter 3 of that book. You can hire Naruto to take over. Lin Xiaofan grinned, pulling out a communicator. He just started a tailed beast bedtime service, back in Konoha. 20 off for monthly subscriptions. Temari suddenly pressed her hand on Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. System stability has dropped 40. Are you sure you're not going to fix it? No. Lin Xiaofan broke free of her grip. This is exactly the flaw I want. To let everyone know that strength can come from love, not slaughter. Pain turned around, gray mist swirling in his eyes. Where to next? Amigate cure. Lin Xiaofan stood stretching his stiff neck. Conan said their orphanage is the perfect test site for the grand parental love data model. Sakura chased after him. What about my strength of 100 vessel? You can't seriously expect me to hug my parents every day. After the system update, hug targets have been expanded to include pets and potted plants. Lin Xiaofan winked. Does your summoning slug count? Gaara suddenly shoved his vessel into Lin Xiaofan's hands. Same time tomorrow. I want another one. What do you want this time? Lin Xiaofan weighed the vessel in his hands. Shikaku specifically requested a deluxe illustrated edition of Andersen's fairy tales. Gaara walked toward the door, sand paving a smooth path behind him. It said, with pictures. Kankuro chased after him, shouting, what about my puppet modification plan? Redesign it as a stroller. Lin Xiaofan yelled back. Add a bottle holder. Temari facebombed. Are you trying to turn the entire Shinobi world into a daycare? Correction. Lin Xiaofan raised his palm, the gray mark glowing hot. I'm turning daycare into the new world order. Pain suddenly grabbed his shoulder. The gray mark is devouring your chakra. I know. Lin Xiaofan shook him off, flashing a grin. But look, he pointed toward the window. On the streets of Sunagakure, Shinobi were gathered in circles, sharing the vessels they'd just drawn. One was playing a recording of his mother's youthful singing, another was showing off his father's handwritten lunch recipes, and a little girl was hopping around with a voucher for her grandfather's tobacco pipe. Hear that? Lin Xiaofan said softly. This is true peace. Sakura suddenly tugged his sleeve. I just got a strange message on my communicator. Lin Xiaofan looked down at the screen, which displayed a single line: Mother's Cooking Essence. Second taste data pack unlocked. The gray mark suddenly pulsed violently, as if responding to something. A flicker passed through Pain's Rinnegan. The signal source is an Amigate cure. Let's go. Lin Xiaofan put away his communicator. Time to deliver vessels to the orphanage kids. This round's theme is Grandma's knitting needles. Temari threw her hands up. Why is it always family themes? Because the sturdiest armor is a sweater knitted for you by someone who loves you. Lin Xiaofan pushed open the lab door, sunlight spilling onto his glowing palm. Come on, let's go flip the next table. Pain followed behind him, gray mist coiling around their intertwined shadows. In the distance, Shikaku's roar had morphed into a humming tune, wildly off-key, yet strangely warm. Before Pain could finish pushing open the door, Lin Xiaofan had already tucked the communicator into his pocket, the ash mark growing warm in his palm. Without looking back, he waved a hand dismissively. Go on, the Rain Village is pressing for time. The orphans can't wait to pull the grandparents' blessing jars. Sakura Haruno caught up, still holding a half-eaten rice ball. You really plan to use a knitting needle as the key? Can that thing even trigger a system regression? It's not the needle that triggers it, it's emotion. Lin Xiaofan pulled a stack of jar tickets from his backpack as he walked. The system responds to gentleness, not force. The softer the approach, the easier it cracks. Last time the Sand Village toppled the probability model with a lullaby. This time we're using Grandma's stitching, same principle. Pain followed behind, his voice low. Conan won't cooperate easily. She doesn't need to. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The kids will choose for her. The streets of the Rain Village were damp puddles reflecting the overcast sky. A few children in worn coats stood at the orphanage entrance, standing on tiptoes to peer out. The director stood on the steps, a length of dark blue fabric peeking from his sleeve, its stitches fine and even. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, crouching down to meet the eyes of the little girl at the front. No ninjutsu for sale today, no chakra boosters either. We're playing a game, pulling memory fragments to see what your grandparents looked like when they were young. The girl's eyes lit up. Can I pull my grandma? She knitted me gloves before she left. Yes. Lin Xiaofan handed her a bronze jar ticket. Whatever you pull, the system decides. But the more sincerely you wish to see someone, the more accurate the result. The children swarmed forward, grabbing for tickets. Sakura stood by, maintaining order, occasionally telling them not to push. Pain stood in the shadow of the wall, his gaze sweeping over each child's face, before finally settling on Conan. Conan hadn't moved, leaning against the doorframe, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her sleeve. Lin Xiaofan walked over and handed her a gold jar ticket. You have top priority. The system has reserved a special edition for you. Conan didn't take it. I don't need memories. Not memories, unfinished business. Lin Xiaofan pressed the ticket into her hand. like a letter never sent, a sweater never finished, or a word never spoken. Conan looked down at the ticket silent for a moment, then turned and walked inside. Lin Xiaofan winked at Sakura. Get ready to record the data. When she opens the jar, the ash mark will resonate. One by one, the children opened their jars. Someone pulled a memory of their grandpa sneaking fruit as a young man. Another got a tune their grandmother hummed while putting them to sleep. Another found a safety blessing their great-grandfather wrote to his family before going off to war. With each jar opened, the ash mark spread an inch further up Lin Xiaofan's arm, pulsing faintly like a living thing. When it was Conan's turn, the room fell silent. She sat by the window, fingers pinching the edge of the jar, hesitating to lift the lid. Lin Xiaofan stood behind her, speaking softly. Don't be afraid. The system won't force you to accept anything. It only returns what has been forgotten. Conan took a deep breath and opened the lid. The instant the jar opened, the ash mark surged up to Lin Xiaofan's neck. He grunted, his body swaying. Sakura grabbed his arm to steady him. You're pale. I'm fine. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. The system is pulling deep data. It takes a lot out of me. A yellowed letter floated out of the jar, written in elegant handwriting, the salutation reading, to my future child. Conan's fingers trembled slightly as she carefully unfolded the letter. The letter was short, just a few lines. If you're reading this, it means I couldn't be there to watch you grow up. Don't blame me, and don't hate this world. At the very bottom of the cabinet, there's an unfinished sweater, blue. I was going to give it to you for your 5th birthday. The stitches might not be perfect, but I knitted every one while I was thinking of you. Conan's eyes reddened. She didn't cry, just pressed the letter against her chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. The ash mark suddenly fluctuated violently, pouring out of Lin Xiaofan's body and seeping into the cracks of the floor. A faint tremor ran through the ground, followed by a dull rumble from the direction of the basement. Sakura tensed. There's something down there. Don't panic. Lin Xiaofan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The system embryo is awakening. The cradle of the first jar god is buried right beneath this building. Pain walked to the basement entrance, his Rinnegan glowing. The energy reaction is strong, but not hostile. Of course it's not hostile. Lin Xiaofan smiled. That's the power of gentleness. Harder to tame than a tailed beast's chakra. The director suddenly stepped out from the corner, his voice hoarse. How do you know about the cradle? Lin Xiaofan turned to look at him. The stitching on your sleeve. It's exactly the same as mine. Before she left me an unfinished sweater too. The director's face changed, and he instinctively tugged at his sleeve. Impossible. That stitching was my wife's own creation. No outsider could know it. The system can. Lin Xiaofan tapped his temple. It collects all forgotten emotions, stitches, tones, habitual gestures. As long as someone remembers, it can reconstruct. Conan suddenly spoke. What's in the cradle? The embryo of the first jar god. Lin Xiaofan said. Not a weapon, not a power core. It's the first vessel of gentleness recognized by the system. It survives on emotional resonance. The more people genuinely care for it, the stronger it becomes. Sakura frowned. So what now? Dig it out. No need to dig. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. It will come out on its own. Once Conan places the letter she's holding directly above the cradle. Without hesitation, Conan turned and walked toward the basement stairs. Pain followed her. Sakura moved to stop them, but Lin Xiaofan held her back. Let her go, he said quietly. This is her moment. We just gave her a push. When the basement door opened, gray light spilled out through the crack, spreading like mist. Conan descended step by step, her footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. Pain stood at the entrance, not going further. Moments later, the gray light abruptly contracted, coalescing into a vague infant silhouette hovering in midair. It didn't cry, didn't move. It simply floated there, surrounded by hair-thin gray threads, each one strung with fragmented images. A half-knitted sweater, an unsent letter, candy secretly tucked into a child's school bag, hands reaching out to pull up a blanket in the middle of the night. Conan stood before the cradle, gently placing the letter upon it. The infant silhouette trembled slightly. The gray threads tightened, slowly wrapping the letter within their embrace. A few seconds later, the gray light expanded again, flooding the entire basement, then slowly receded. Lin Xiaofan felt the ash mark within him settle, its restlessness gone. A system notification chimed in his mind, emotional resonance achieved. Embryo activated. Access synchronized to level 8.0. He let out a long breath and collapsed to the ground. Done. Sakura crouched down to support him. You've overexerted yourself. You need rest. No time for rest. Lin Xiaofan pushed himself up using his knees. The proxy war is about to escalate. Now it's not just about jar monopoly rights. It's about custody of the embryo. Whoever controls the embryo rewrites the system's core rules. Pain emerged from the basement, holding a piece of gray cloth embroidered with a half-finished knitting needle pattern. The director gave it to me. Said it was his wife's only keepsake. Lin Xiaofan took the cloth. The moment his fingertips touched the stitches, the ash mark pulsed again. He froze, then murmured, "My mom left an identical one behind too." Sakura stared at him. "So you knew all along that the director had something to do with your mom?" "No." Lin Xiaofan tucked the cloth into his chest pocket. "But the system knew. It's been guiding me, poking at the most painful places, because that's where the strongest power lies." Konan emerged from the basement, cradling the gray infant in her arms. It curled in her embrace, quiet, as if asleep. "It's chosen you as its guardian." Lin Xiaofan grinned. "Congratulations. You're now the ninja world's #1 babysitter." "Oh wait, Nanny." Konan ignored his joke, looking down at the gray infant in her arms, asking softly, "What does it need? Stories, knitted sweaters, or just having you around?" Lin Xiaofan shrugged. "Same as raising a kid, really. Just without the diaper changes." Pain spoke up suddenly. "The Akatsuki will come for it." "I know." Lin Xiaofan rolled his stiff neck. "So we need to move fast. Next stop, Konoha. Tell Naruto to get ready for a live stream. I've already got the title. The whole ninja world watches Konan babysit, with a giveaway for a limited edition lullaby." Sakura slapped her forehead. "Can you be serious for once?" "I am serious." Lin Xiaofan pulled out his communicator and dialed Naruto's number. "Hey, is the Ninetales home? Borrow its voice for a sec. Sing a lullaby to the embryo. Yeah, that off-key, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. It loves that one." A burst of excited shouting came through the receiver. "Leave it to me. Oh, and by the way, is there a discount for babysitting?" "Discount? I'll give you a broken bone." Lin Xiaofan hung up and reached out a hand to Konan. "Come on, let's go flip the table on this new world. And this time it's the parenting table." Konan didn't acknowledge him. She walked straight out, cradling the gray infant. Pain followed, and Sakura grabbed Lin Xiaofan's arm to haul him to his feet. The director stood in the doorway, looking like he wanted to speak. Lin Xiaofan paused as he passed him. "We'll talk about the stitching another time. Right now, I've got to teach the whole world how to rule the ninja world with a knitting needle." The director opened his mouth, but in the end only nodded. The rain was still falling, but the children outside the orphanage hadn't dispersed. They huddled together, sharing the memory fragments they'd just pulled. Someone mimicked their grandpa's cough. Someone else imitated their grandmother's gesture of patting down a quilt. Laughter mingled with the rain, drifting far along the gray streets. Lin Xiaofan walked at the back, the ash mark flowing slowly in his palm like a tame serpent. He glanced down and murmured, "Gentleness, huh? Turns out that's the strongest cheat code of all." Pain walked beside him, gray mist wrapping around their shadows, stretching all the way to the street corner. In the distance, from the direction of Konoha, came the sound of Naruto bellowing a song at the top of his lungs, the tune wildly off-key, but no one minded. Lin Xiaofan leaned against the wall, his breath slightly ragged. Gray streaks crept from his palm up his arm, pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the egg in the cradle. Ignoring his pallid complexion, he swiped his finger to open the livestream interface of the generation-skipping love jar. "Attention, little ones." His voice was hoarse, but his tone remained nonchalant. "Today we're not drawing ninjutsu or weapons. We're drawing the stories your grandma never finished, the candy wrappers your grandpa hid. Whatever you get, the system will instantly recreate it." The orphanage children formed a circle, their eyes gleaming like freshly charged batteries. The first child reached into the jar and pulled out a yellowed map showing a crooked route ending at the old locust tree behind the hill, Grandpa's secret stash. The child let out a scream and dashed out the door, shouting, "I'm going to dig up the money." The second child drew half a strand of yarn. As the system's prompt recited Grandma's unfinished scarf, the child wrapped the yarn around their neck, sneezed, and then giggled. Haruno Sakura crouched nearby, handing out biscuits while muttering, "This counts as a prop." "It does," Lin Xiaofan grinned. "Emotionally bound items. The stronger the bond, the more powerful they are." When it was Conan's turn, she hesitated before reaching in. Her fingertips touched something hard. She pulled out a letter. The envelope read, "To my future child," in neat, gentle handwriting. She opened it and read the first line, tears streaming down. Lin Xiaofan immediately pressed the jar's base, the gray streaks crawling up his arm into the container. The system's voice droned low, high concentration emotional resonance detected. Initiating deep retrospection protocol. The ground trembled slightly, and a dull thud came from the basement. The director walked briskly from the end of the corridor, a corner of embroidered fabric visible at her cuff, the stitches fine and neat. Lin Xiaofan stared at the stitches, his throat tightening. "What are you doing?" the director demanded sternly. No one answered. Konan pressed the letter to her chest, closed her eyes, then opened them, and asked directly, "Was this letter placed by you?" The director said nothing, turned, and walked toward the basement. Lin Xiaofan followed with Pain close behind. Haruno Sakura wanted to stop them, but Naruto pulled her back. "Let them go. I'll watch the kids here." The basement door was ajar. Inside sat an old cradle, and in it lay a grayish-white egg, its surface covered in cracks pulsating gently with the rhythm of a heartbeat. The director stood by the cradle and said softly, "It has waited too long for someone who can awaken it with gentleness." Lin Xiaofan approached, the gray streaks spread from his palm enveloping the eggshell. The system's voice chimed, "Host chakra consumption at 30. Continue activation." "Continue," he said. A crack split the shell, and light shone through. Pain grabbed his shoulder. "You can't hold out." "I can," Lin Xiaofan smiled. "Gentleness. It's always a losing deal, isn't it?" Haruno Sakura rushed in carrying a medical kit. "Your face is ashen." "It's fine." He waved a hand. "Just keep a tab for me. This expense I'll bill Conan later." Conan stood at the door still clutching the letter and whispered, "I'll pay double." The director turned. The embroidery on her cuff was especially clear in the dim light. Lin Xiaofan stared at the stitches and said quietly to Pain, "Watch her." "Those stitches, they're my mother's." Pain said nothing, but gray mist silently coiled around the stair railing. The light from the cradle flickered as if breathing. Naruto crouched beside it and asked in a low voice, "When will it open its eyes?" "When it's heard enough stories." Lin Xiaofan leaned against the wall, catching his breath. Like the song Grandma hummed while knitting. Haruno Sakura rolled her eyes. "You're making that up." "I'm not." He closed his eyes. "When I was little, my mother used to sing that to put me to sleep." The basement fell silent, broken only by the faint vibration of the eggshell. Pain suddenly said, "The proxy war is about to begin." "Yeah." Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes. "But this time we won't rely on fists." "Then what?" "On knitting needles." He grinned. "The sharpest weapon is a sweater someone stayed up all night to knit for you." The light in the cradle suddenly flared for an instant. The director stood at the stairway motionless. She glanced at her own cuff, then looked up at Lin Xiaofan, her expression complex. "Do you know what you're doing?" she asked. "I do." Lin Xiaofan nodded. "I'm betting my life for the truth." "The system's origin isn't something you can touch," she said. "It will devour you." "Then let it." He smiled. "I'm already drowning in debt. One more won't make a difference." Haruno Sakura tugged his arm. "Your chakra is almost empty." "Worth it," he said. "Gentleness is never free." Conan walked over, folded the letter, and slipped it into his pocket. "Next time I'll treat you to hot soup. Remember to add extra green onions," he said. The director turned and walked upstairs, her steps light. Lin Xiaofan stared at her back and murmured, "She's no ordinary director." Pain nodded. The gray mist detected a resonance frequency identical to the embryo's. "So she's the first host?" Haruno Sakura asked. "Or the guardian?" Lin Xiaofan said. "Or maybe both." Naruto suddenly jumped up. "So what do we do now?" "Grab the cradle and run." "No running." Lin Xiaofan shook his head. "The live stream isn't over yet." He raised his hand, and the broadcast screen flickered back to life. The children were still queuing outside, drawing from the jar, laughter ringing out. Some drew Grandma's pickling recipe, some drew Grandpa's fishing diary, and one drew a fragment of great-grandmother's wedding dress. The system generated a physical item on the spot, and wearing it even added defense. The live stream chat exploded. "Holy crap, you can draw that." If my mom knew I could pull a recording of her scolding me, she'd crawl out of her grave to scold me again. "Give me the link. I want to draw my grandma's yarn ball." Is the streamer insane? Selling stuff like this? Lin Xiaofan grinned at the camera. "Next jar guaranteed SSR." As the words left his mouth, the egg in the cradle shuddered violently. The cracks widened and light spilled through the gaps, illuminating the entire basement. The system's voice echoed again. "Second stage forced awakening. Emotional resonance value exceeds critical threshold. Proxy war authority unlocked." Pain frowned. "Too fast." "Not fast enough." Lin Xiaofan shook his head. "They're already on their way." Haruno Sakura asked nervously, "Who?" "The Akatsuki, the Sunigakure Probability Squad, the Kirigakure Gambling Jar Gang. All diamond-level agents and above." He said, "The system's dividend war has officially begun." Naruto clenched his fists. "Then we're sure to win. With me here." "Calm down first." Lin Xiaofan pointed at the cradle. "It's got gentleness as its mother now. If you shout too loud and scare it might kick you off the binding list." Naruto immediately clamped his mouth shut, crouched in a corner, and munched on a rice ball. Conan walked to the cradle and gently touched the eggshell. Light swirled around her fingertips, as if responding. "It likes you," Lin Xiaofan said. "Because it thinks I look like its mother," Conan whispered. Lin Xiaofan didn't reply, just stared at the increasingly faint gray streaks on his own palm. The director came down the stairs holding a bowl of hot soup. "Drink this," she said, handing it to Lin Xiaofan. "You can't hold on much longer." He took the bowl, sniffed it. "Not enough green onions." "Just drink it," she said. He downed it in one gulp and handed the bowl back. "Another round." The director didn't move, just looked at him. Your mother. Was her surname Chun? Lin Xiaofan froze for a moment. She always said gentleness is the sharpest blade. The director said softly, because no one guards against it. Lin Xiaofan stared at her. You knew her? No, she said. But I've seen the stitches she left behind. Pain suddenly spoke. You were the system's first tester. The director didn't deny it. Haruno Sakura gasped. So you purposely let Conan draw that letter? Not on purpose, the director said. The system chose her. Lin Xiaofan set down the bowl and straightened up. Then now it's my turn. He walked to the cradle and placed both hands on the eggshell. The gray streaks completely covered the surface and light burst from the cracks, illuminating everyone's eyes. The system's voice rang coldly. Host chakra consumption at 70. Embryo second stage activation. Binding relationship confirmed. Guardian Lin Xiaofan. The eggshell shattered completely. A tiny hand reached out from inside and grasped his finger. Lin Xiaofan looked down at the hand and smiled. Welcome to the ninja world, little ancestor. The director said quietly, the proxy war has officially begun. Outside footsteps approached from afar. The first opponents had arrived. The dean had just taken away the empty bowl when the footsteps outside the door ceased. Lin Xiaofan did not lift his head. His fingers were still clutched by the embryo, and the gray mark crawled from his fingertip all the way to his elbow like a living thing. They're here, Payan said. I know. Lin Xiaofan released his hand, and the embryo retracted, the light dimming for a moment. He straightened up, patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said, draw the can now. Naruto hesitated. Right now? Yes, right now. Lin Xiaofan opened the livestream interface, his voice rising. Dear viewers, the next client will unveil today's limited emotional resonance. Can. Mother's Lullaby. The barrage instantly flooded Lullaby. Can you even draw that? Are you crazy, host? They're already at the door, and you're still doing a lottery. Naruto, hurry up and draw. I want to hear how my mom used to scold me for not covering myself when sleeping. Sakura grabbed Lin Xiaofan's arm. Your chakra is only at 30%. If you keep streaming, you'll die. I won't die. Lin Xiaofan shook her off. Gentleness is both a blade and a shield. Remember that. He pressed the start button, the can floated and spun. Naruto reached in and pulled out a yellowed sheet of music. As soon as the system notification finished reading the title, the melody began to play automatically, soft, slow, with a slightly hoarse humming. Naruto's eyes instantly reddened. That's my mother's voice. Shounen stood by the cradle, her fingers pressed against the eggshell, saying nothing. Payan frowned as gray mist spread from under his feet, coiling around the stair railing. The melody drifted outward through the basement, through the orphanage corridor, across the walls, and into every livestream screen open in the ninja world. At the Sunagakure Probability Research Center, Temari was staring at the data panel when she suddenly stopped typing. At the Kirigakure Kan Gambling Gang, the boss had just bet 100,000 chakra on a critical hit rate 30 when he heard the melody and smashed his cup. At the Akatsuki headquarters, Kakuzu paused his money counting, and Haiden's chanting caught in his throat. In the high-level conference room of the 5 great nations, the representatives who had been arguing furiously fell silent together. The melody was not long, less than a minute, but the moment it ended, the system notification resounded across the entire ninja world. Global emotional resonance peak detected. Gray mark broadcast protocol forcibly activated. All diamond level and above agents receive the war contract. Lin Xiaofan smirked, the dizziness from chakra depletion surging to his head. He swayed and was steadied by Sakura. You're insane, she hissed. Using a lullaby as a war declaration. They'll think you've lost your mind. That's exactly what I want them to think. Lin Xiaofan pushed her away, walked to the cradle, and placed both hands on it. Gentleness is not a weakness, it's a weapon. No one guards against what they don't expect. The embryo gave a light leap under his palm, and the light rekindled. Payan came to his side. The Ninetales is reacting. Lin Xiaofan turned to look at Naruto, who was still staring blankly at the sheet music with a faint red glow flickering from his abdomen, as if responding to the melody. The taming has begun, Lin Xiaofan said quietly. Emotional resonance can soften a tailed beast's will. The system annotated it long ago, you just didn't read carefully. Shounen finally spoke, you planned this all along. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Having Naruto draw the lullaby wasn't luck, it was system selection. The Ninetales inside him has the most volatile emotions, making it easiest to trigger global resonance. Sakura gritted her teeth. You should have told us in advance. We almost thought you were going to die. If I told you, you'd have stopped me. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Gentleness. A losing business. But the return rate is high. Footsteps approached outside the door. The first batch of agents had arrived. Temari of Sunagakure led the group, followed by 4 probability researchers, all holding data analyzers. Temari pushed the door open and entered, ignoring Lin Xiaofan to stare at the cradle. Is the embryo binding complete? Just completed. Lin Xiaofan leaned against the cradle. Welcome to watch the show. Admission is free, but participation requires signing the contract. Temari sneered. You think a song can make us surrender? It's not the song. Lin Xiaofan pointed to his temple. It's the memory. Who did you think of when you heard that song just now? Temari's expression stiffened. My mother, a researcher behind her, blurted out. She always hummed that tune to send me to bed when I stayed up crunching probabilities. Another chimed in, my father too. He hummed it on his deathbed. Temari said nothing, but her grip on the data device loosened. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Diamond agents are human too. They all have mothers. The system doesn't buy this, but people do. Pei-En suddenly raised his hand, and gray mist condensed into a barrier blocking the door. The second batch had arrived. The Kirigakure-kan gambling gang led by a burly-faced man who barked as he entered. Lin Xiaofan. What kind of trick are you pulling? Fighting with a nursery rhyme? Not fighting. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Negotiating. Sign the contract, divide the territories, and open the cans in peace. Refuse to sign, and the global resonance backlash will mark the emotional memories you revealed while listening as weaknesses. The gang leader's face changed. Are you threatening us? A reminder. Lin Xiaofan corrected him. A gentle reminder. Sakura rolled her eyes. You call that gentle? Of course. Lin Xiaofan said matter-of-factly. I didn't throw a punch, I didn't yell, and I even played you a song. How considerate. Naruto suddenly interjected. Can I draw again now? I want to hear it one more time. No. Lin Xiaofan pressed down on his head. The Ninetales just reacted. Don't provoke it. Once the war is over, I'll hold a private session for you. The embryo jumped again, this time more violently. Light spilled from the cracks, illuminating every face in the room. The system notification sounded once more. Host's authority has reached the 8th tier threshold. Agent war officially begins. First battle zone, the Kan Black Market on the Fire Country border. Pei-En frowned. Too fast. Not fast enough. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. They've been waiting for this moment. The system divides the red, and the winner takes all. Xiaonan walked over and slipped the earlier letter back into his pocket. Double the hot soup. Remember to drink it. Extra scallions, Lin Xiaofan said. The dean came down the stairs carrying another bowl of soup. She said nothing, handed the bowl to Lin Xiaofan, and swept her gaze across everyone present. Drink this, and you should go, she said. Lin Xiaofan took the bowl and gulped it down, hissing from the heat. Next time really add more scallions. The dean turned and walked back upstairs, her steps light. Temari suddenly asked, were you the first host? The dean did not look back. I am a witness. The gang leader grew impatient. Enough nonsense. Lin Xiaofan will sign the contract, but we want the East District of the Black Market. The East District goes to Sunagakure. Lin Xiaofan wiped his mouth. The West District is yours, the North goes to Akatsuki, the South to Konoha, and the Central District will be decided by lottery. Why should you decide? The gang leader roared. Because I can make all of you zone out with a single song. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the cradle. And because it now recognizes me as its guardian. System rules, the embryo's binder has priority allocation rights. Pei-En added. Refuse to sign, and next time we'll play recordings of your childhood bedwetting. Dead silence. Temari was the first to pull out a contract scroll. The West District is acceptable, but we want priority drawing rights. Deal. Lin Xiaofan curved his finger, and the gray mark spread from the cradle to the scroll, automatically signing his name. The gang leader cursed under his breath, but signed as well. Sakura whispered, are you really giving them priority? No. Lin Xiaofan murmured. The system notes state that priority only applies to non-combat cans. If they draw a dud like peace probability 50, don't say, I didn't warn them. Naruto raised his hand. What about me? You're in charge of putting the Ninetales to sleep. Lin Xiaofan patted his stomach. If it acts up, just hum the song. The embryo suddenly shook violently, the cracks widened, and a tiny hand reached out again, this time grabbing Lin Xiaofan's clothes. System notification, hostile approach detected. Embryo's self-defense mechanism activated. Lin Xiaofan looked down. Don't be afraid. Mom is here. The dean paused at the stairway, turned back, and said softly. She said the same thing back then. Lin Xiaofan did not respond, only held the tiny hand tighter. Outside the door, the third batch arrived. The full Akatsuki organization. Obito stood at the front, his voice icy beneath the mask. Lin Xiaofan, you've gone too far. Just warming up. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Want some soup? Unlimited scallions. Obito did not move, but his sleeve trembled slightly. The embryo's light suddenly illuminated the entire basement. The moment the dean finished speaking, Obito's sleeve trembled slightly. Lin Xiaofan did not lift his head. His finger was still grasped by the embryo, and a gray trace climbed from his fingertip all the way to his elbow like a living creature. She said the same thing back then. The dean's voice was soft, but every word struck deeply in the basement. Obito remained still, a cold laugh escaping from beneath his mask. Lin Xiaofan, you've gone too far. Just warming up. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Want some soup? I've got plenty of scallions. The embryo's light suddenly surged, blinding everyone. Taking advantage of the blinding light, Lin Xiaofan stared at the dean's cuff. The stitches were fine and dense, arranged in the shape of runes identical to the pattern in the corner of his mother's diary from his past life. His heart raced, and the dizziness from chakra depletion surged to his head, but he gritted his teeth and held on. The system interface popped up in his mind, and he quickly forged a log entry. Identity authentication mechanism activated. Contact with the cradle automatically binds the first-generation host permissions. Gentleness is both a blade and a shield, he said in a low voice loud enough for Obito to hear. Obito took a step forward, and the floorboards beneath him emitted a faint creak. Pain raised his hand, and gray mist condensed into a barrier, but Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, signaling him not to stop. Let him touch it, Lin Xiaofan said. The system recognizes people, not words. Obito stopped before the cradle, looking down at the tiny hand tightly clutching Lin Xiaofan's collar. Light spilled from the cracks, flickering across his mask, now bright, now dim. You think switching containers can fool me? Obito's voice was cold and hard. I didn't fool you. Lin Xiaofan let go, stepping aside. Touch it, and you'll know the truth. Naruto stood nearby, holding the sheet music in silence. Sakura wanted to step forward, but was stopped by pain. Konan leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed on the dean, never moving away. Obito paused for a moment, then reached his hand toward the cradle. The moment his fingertips touched the eggshell, the light exploded violently, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. The system prompt boomed. First generation, host identity verification passed. Permission transfer in progress. Obito jerked his hand back, but it was too late. Runes rose from the surface of the cradle, winding around his arm, burrowing into his sleeve, echoing the stitches on the dean's sleeve. You set me up. Obito's voice was low, filled with anger. You walked right into it. Lin Xiaofan straightened up, pale, but with a smile on his lips. The system only recognizes bloodline and memory fragments, not masks. The dean stood at the stairway, neither turning back nor speaking. Her sleeve trembled slightly, and the rune stitches glowed faintly. First generation Jar God. Pain frowned. Acting, Lin Xiaofan corrected. The real Jar God vanished long ago, only the seal and inheritance rights remain. The dean is the guardian, Obito is the bloodline heir. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Obito ripped off his mask, revealing his Sharingan, and glared at Lin Xiaofan. How do you know? When you touched the cradle, the system read your memory fragments. Lin Xiaofan pointed to his temple. And incidentally, it also read the dean's. Both of your memories contain the same image of a woman humming a lullaby to put a child to sleep. Obito's pupils contracted. My mother. His voice was hoarse. And the dean's younger sister. Lin Xiaofan said. Also my mother from my past life. The entire room fell silent. Naruto opened his mouth, but no words came out. Sakura's eyes widened, looking from Lin Xiaofan to the dean. Konan finally moved, walking to the dean's side, and asked softly, is it true? The dean did not answer, she merely nodded slightly. Obito stumbled back a step, the runes still flickering on his arm, as if confirming ownership. So you forged the system log to lure me into touching the cradle? He stared at Lin Xiaofan. Exactly, Lin Xiaofan admitted openly. Gentleness is a disguise, the truth is the killing blow. You can defend against force, but not against family bonds. The system prompt sounded again. Host authority upgraded to the 8th order threshold. The proxy war transitions to the destined bloodline competition phase. First battle area unchanged. New rule: bloodline heirs may challenge the current binder. The winner gains custody of the embryo and priority distribution of global dividends. Pain looked at Lin Xiaofan. You knew this would happen. Guessed it. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his temples. The system never gives hints for free. Every time the dean brought soup, the runes on her sleeve glowed. When the embryo grabbed my collar, the light followed the rune path, meaning it recognized the pattern. Sakura couldn't help asking, then why didn't you tell us earlier? Would you have believed me? Lin Xiaofan countered. Even Obito himself didn't know he was the heir. If I said it, who would take it seriously? Naruto suddenly spoke. What do we do now? Can Obito take the embryo? Yes. Lin Xiaofan nodded. But he has to beat me first. Obito sneered. How much chakra do you have left? 30%. 20%. Less than 10%. Lin Xiaofan admitted. But I have the system client's live stream viewers, and, he pointed at the cradle. It recognizes me as its guardian, not you. The embryo jumped again. Its tiny hand released Lin Xiaofan's collar and instead grabbed the edge of the cradle. The light stabilized, no longer spilling out. It's choosing sides, Conan said. The dean finally turned around, walked down the stairs, and stood on the other side of the cradle face to face with Lin Xiaofan. You are so much like her. The dean looked at Lin Xiaofan. Even the way you deceive people sounds the same. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Xiaofan grinned. My mother taught me well. The dean reached out and gently pressed her hand on the cradle. Runes spread from her sleeve, connecting with the runes on Obito's arm, forming a closed circuit. Bloodline verification complete. The system prompt was cold. Inheritance right battle begins in 24 hours. Location: Jar Black Market Central Arena at the Fire Country border. Rules: no restrictions, no rescue, winner takes all. Obito clenched his fist, the runes flickering in sync with his emotions. I will kill you, he said. Welcome. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Make sure you bring enough chakra. Don't blame my system for cheating you if you can't pull out a jar later. Sakura rolled her eyes. You're still thinking about selling jars at a time like this? Occupational hazard. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. Besides, if he wins, the jars are his to sell. If I win, I keep earning. Someone has to serve the customers right. Naruto raised his hand. Can I place a bet? No. Lin Xiaofan pushed his head down. You're in charge of calming Kurama. Don't cause trouble. The embryo suddenly shook violently. The crack widened and a pillar of light shot up through the basement ceiling, piercing the night sky. The system broadcast across the entire ninja world. Fateful battle announcement. Current Guardian versus Bloodline heir. The winner controls the embryo. The loser loses all jar permissions. Limited tickets available for viewing. Payment accepted in chakra or ninjutsu. Temari of Sunagakure pushed open the door holding a data device. Just received a notice. The probability model collapsed. This battle cannot be predicted. The boss of the Mist Jar Gambling Syndicate followed behind, his face full of fierce flesh. I'm betting 100,000 chakra on Obito. Bet on my side and you get a 20 discount. Lin Xiaofan shouted. Plus a free piece, probability 50 experience jar. Another scam, the gambling boss cursed. Clear pricing, no cheating. Lin Xiaofan said with conviction. Pain walked over to Lin Xiaofan and asked in a low voice, are you really confident? No. Lin Xiaofan answered honestly. But I have a trump card. What trump card? My mother's diary. Lin Xiaofan patted his pocket. The dean slipped it to me just now. It's not a letter, it's a diary fragment. It says, gentleness is not a weakness, it is a key. Pain was silent for a moment. I hope this key can open a path to survival. Conan came over and handed Lin Xiaofan a small bottle, double concentrated chakra supplement. Use it sparingly. Thanks. Lin Xiaofan took it. Next time add more scallions. The dean stood beside the cradle and said softly, she always said that back then. Lin Xiaofan did not respond, only looked down at the embryo. The tiny hand reached out again. This time it did not grab his collar, but gently touched his fingertips. The light wrapped around them tenderly. Obito stood opposite the runes, burning brightly on his arm. He said no more, turned, and left his footsteps heavy. The system prompt sounded for the last time. Countdown begins. The fateful battle, no one can escape. Sakura sighed, you're gambling with your life again. Not gambling with my life. Lin Xiaofan smiled. I'm betting on what my mother taught me, whether gentleness can truly win. Naruto held the sheet music and softly hummed a lullaby. The melody drifted and the embryo's light softened in response. The dean looked at Lin Xiaofan with a complicated expression. You really are so much like her. She repeated. Lin Xiaofan looked up and smiled. Of course. I am her son. The light gradually dimmed, but did not go out. It steadfastly protected the cradle, protected Lin Xiaofan, and protected the secret that was about to change the ninja world. After Dai 2 left, no one spoke in the basement. Lin Xiaofan sat down by the cradle, hands resting on his knees, his fingertips still tingling. The system's chime had barely faded when a new message flashed across his mental interface. Emotional resonance trap preset. Trigger condition: Dai 2 contacts a container bearing memory fragments. Mingren crouched down, rolling the sheet music into a tube to tap his shoulder. You're really going to live stream and sell those jars? There's almost no chakra left. How else do I survive? Lin Xiaofan didn't look at him. His fingers tapped the air, pulling up the back end. 3 limited edition jars sealed with fragments of his mother's memories. Starting bid, 5,000 chakra. Minimum increment, 500. Chunin frowned. Are you insane? You can't just throw that out there. If I don't, how would he ever touch it? Lin Xiaofan looked up. Gentleness is the bait and also the detonator. He thinks he's fighting for the inheritance, but he's really stepping on the path I paved. Pei-In stood in the corner, gray mist swirling around his wrist. Are you sure he'll bid? Yes. Lin Xiaofan smiled. He's just been certified as the bloodline heir. His emotions are unstable. When he sees something related to my mother, he won't be able to resist. Besides, he lowered his voice. Didn't the boss of the jar gambling syndicate bet 100,000 chakra on him winning? With those guys around, the jars will only get hotter. Xiaonan walked over and handed him a note. From the headmistress. She said to read it during the live stream. Lin Xiaofan unfolded it. There was only one line. When she coaxed the child, she always put in scallions first. He paused for a moment, then folded the note and tucked it into his sleeve. Got it. The system countdown had 23 hours left. Without resting, Lin Xiaofan started the broadcast. The camera focused on 3 jars. They had bronze shells engraved with dense runes, identical to the ones on the headmistress's sleeve. The title was blunt: Final Clearance, Mother's Limited Memory, Jars Miss Them Forever. Viewers poured in quickly. Someone from Sunagakure spammed asking if they were real, while the missed jar gambling syndicate directly dropped their bidding codes. Lin Xiaofan sat in front of the camera, pale-faced, his voice weak. Dear regular customers, today's session might be my last live broadcast. My chakra is almost gone. Once these jars are cleared, I'm shutting down. The comment section exploded. Don't scare a streamer. Is Dai 2 about to make a move? Open the jar. I want to see what the memory fragments look like. Lin Xiaofan coughed twice, then slowly opened a preview of the first jar. First jar contents a lullaby fragment, a handwritten recipe for scallion soup, plus a page of the headmistress's personal annotations. He deliberately paused for a few seconds, letting the comments flood with "OMG tears, my mom was like that too," before continuing. Second jar contents a childhood cradle video, a bedtime story recording. The third jar, he drew out the word. Contents the first handwritten draft of the embryo awakening secret code. The live stream room went silent for an instant, then traffic surged. Even the Konoha higher-ups quietly created alt accounts to watch. The jar gambling syndicate's boss was the first to bid 6,000. I'll take the whole lot. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Single jar auction, no bundles. And he grinned. The winner must open the jar in person. Proxy bids are invalid. The comments went wild again. This is aimed at Dai 2, isn't it? So shady. He knows Dai 2 can't show his face, yet he does this. Peak merchant aesthetics. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to see the comments, continuing in his weak voice. Don't push yourselves if you don't have enough chakra. If the system detects that someone other than the winner opens the jar, it will disintegrate instantly. Don't waste your money. No sooner had he spoken than anonymous account 001 bid 7,000. Lin Xiaofan's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, silently confirming the bid. The second jar went up for auction, and the price soared to 12,000. Anonymous 001 struck again, outbidding everyone. When the third jar started, the jar gambling syndicate boss angrily threw down 15,000, only for Anonymous 001 to raise it directly to 20,000. The comment section fell silent for 3 seconds, then flooded. Dai 2 confirmed. Masked man broke. Lin Xiaofan, you're a genius. Lin Xiaofan leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, but his hand quietly pressed against his chest. The stabbing pain of chakra depletion surged upward in waves. He forced himself not to collapse, still shouting, "Thank you, Boss 001, for your support. Remember to pick up your prize at the black market arena on time. Late arrivals won't be accepted, and the system doesn't offer refunds or exchanges." Anonymous 001 said nothing more, but didn't leave the live stream. Chunin tugged at his sleeve off camera. Are you really going to give him the secret code? That's the key to reverse controlling the inheritance, isn't it? Give it to him, and he'll dare to touch it. Lin Xiaofan whispered. Once the jar is opened, the resonance trap activates automatically. The more he wants to control the embryo, the more he'll be entangled by my mother's memories. Mingren leaned in with the sheet music. What if he doesn't open the jar? He will. Lin Xiaofan closed his eyes. He doesn't believe gentleness can kill, so he'll have to verify it with his own hands. Just before the live stream ended, Lin Xiaofan suddenly looked into the camera and recited a line. When she coaxed the child, she always put in scallions first. The comments section went silent instantly. Anonymous 001's avatar flickered once, then went offline. Lin Xiaofan shut down the live stream, collapsed into his chair, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Xiaonan handed him a chakra supplement. He downed it in one gulp, grimacing at the bitterness. Payan asked, "What's next?" "Wait." Lin Xiaofan panted. "Wait for him to lose control, wait for him to open the jar himself, wait for him to be blasted by gentleness." Chunin sighed. "This move of yours is too risky. How can you win without risk?" Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes. He can guard against ninjutsu, against the system, against schemes, but he can't guard against my mother. Mingren suddenly raised his hand. "So what can I do?" "Go squat at the black market in trance." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "When Dai 2 arrives, sing the lullaby out loud." "Huh." Let him get into the mood early. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. Use the Ninetails chakra as a loudspeaker, make sure everyone in the arena can hear. Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh. The headmistress came down the stairs holding a bowl of hot soup scallions floating on the surface, its aroma wafting. She placed the soup in front of Lin Xiaofan. Drink it. You still have the strength to set up the trap. Lin Xiaofan held the bowl blowing on the steam. Did you trick my father the same way back then? The headmistress didn't answer. She only said as she turned to leave, she always said gentleness isn't a weakness. It's a key. Lin Xiaofan lowered his head to drink the soup, saying nothing. The system's chimes sounded softly. Emotional resonance trap activated. Target locked. Countdown remaining 22 hours, 47 minutes. He set down the bowl, his fingers tapping a rhythm lightly on the table, as if waiting for something. Footsteps came from outside the door, very soft but hesitant. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up, only said the door's unlocked. The soup is still warm. The footsteps paused for a moment, then the door was pushed open. Dai Tu stood at the entrance, his mask removed, his eyes bloodshot. He stared at Lin Xiaofan, his voice hoarse. I bought the jars. Lin Xiaofan looked up, smiling like a merchant who had just swindled a customer. Welcome. Cash or chakra payment. When the door was pushed open, Lin Xiaofan was swallowing the last mouthful of soup. A few specks of scallion clung to the bottom of the bowl. He didn't put it down in a hurry, his fingers lightly stroking the rim. Dai Tu stood at the door without his mask, his eyes fiercely red. He stared at Lin Xiaofan, his voice squeezed out from his throat. The jars, I bought them. Lin Xiaofan put down the bowl, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Welcome. Cash or chakra payment. Dai Tu didn't respond, walked straight to the table, pressed his palm on the surface, and a wave of chakra instantly spread out. A system prompt chimed softly in Lin Xiaofan's mind, confirming the transaction. All 3 jars were in the backstage of the black market arena. Lin Xiaofan stood up, patted his pants. Open them yourself. Anyone else touches them, and they'll be annihilated. System rules you should know. Dai Tu stared at him. You set a trap. Doing business, you need some security. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. If you don't believe gentleness can kill, then verify it yourself. Dai Tu was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Lin Xiaofan didn't stop him, only added when he was near the door, finish the soup before you go, it's not hot anymore. Dai Tu halted, looked back at him. It's not for you. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the bowl on the table. It's for my mother. Before she coaxed the child to sleep, she always added scallions first. Dai Tu neither moved nor spoke. Lin Xiaofan didn't rush, either leisurely sat back in the chair, tapping the air to summon the system interface, pretending to check the order records. Actually, he was waiting for Dai Tu to reach out himself. After a long while, Dai Tu walked back, picked up the bowl, tilted his head, and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Xiaofan's eyelid twitched, and the system prompt exploded immediately. Emotional resonance triggered, embryonic key, activating. Dai Tu put down the bowl, his brows furrowed, as if stung by something. He raised his hand to press his temple, his breathing rhythm disrupted. Feel it. Lin Xiaofan's tone was light. My mother's memory fragments hidden in the scallions. Not poison, a key. Dai Tu jerked his head up, his eyes fierce. You dare scheme against me. It's not really scheming. Lin Xiaofan spread his hands. I just bet that you can't bear to cut the last umbilical cord. Gentleness is not a weakness, it's the unlock code for the highest authority. That's not my words, it's my mother's. Dai Tu gritted his teeth, chakra surging inside him, trying to suppress the wave invading his consciousness. But the more he suppressed, the clearer the memory fragments became. Lullabies humming, the image of scallions floating on the soup, all burrowing into his mind. Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to guide the gray remnants to parasitize in reverse, using the frequency of the mother's humming to quietly alter the inheritance protocol. The system authority bar wildly jumped in his mind, approaching the critical point of the 8th level. Dai Tu let out a sudden grunt, dropped to one knee, and only managed to stay upright by gripping the table. He looked up at Lin Xiaofan, his voice trembling. What do you want? I want to survive. Lin Xiaofan crouched down to meet his eyes. You want to survive too, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have come to drink this soup. Dai Tu said nothing, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Footsteps came from outside the door. Mingren poked his head in with sheet music in his arms. Boss, Dai Tu really came. Should I start singing now? Lin Xiaofan waved his hand. Wait a bit longer, let him digest a little more. Mingren said, oh, and retreated, but didn't go far, squatting at the door and humming a tune. The sound was not loud, but enough to carry into the room. Dai Tu's face grew even worse. The melody pierced deep into his consciousness like needles, overlapping with the lullaby in his memory. He tried to block it, but the gray remnants had already entangled his chakra pathways. The more he struggled, the tighter they bound. Lin Xiaofan stood up, patted his shoulder. Don't resist. You can't resist. My mother's things were never meant to harm. They're meant to make people accept fate. Dai-Tu flung his hand off, staggered back a few steps, and leaned against the wall, gasping. He stared at Lin Xiaofan with a complex look, anger, reluctance, and a trace of wavering he himself hadn't noticed. You can't win. Dai-Tu growled. The system inheritance is in my hands. You're just a merchant. What's wrong with being a merchant? Lin Xiaofan smiled. Merchants understand people's hearts best. What you're grabbing is authority, what I'm selling is memories. Which is more valuable? You decide. Dai-Tu said nothing more, turned, and rushed out the door. Lin Xiaofan didn't chase, only shouted at the door. Remember to open the jars at the black market. First come, first served. Mingren jumped up. Can I sing now? Sing louder. Lin Xiaofan sat back in the chair, rubbing his temples. Let him hear it on the way, get into the mood early. Mingren immediately opened his throat, and with the Nine Tails chakra boost, the song shook the windows. The lyrics were taught by the director, simple and repetitive, all words to coax a child to sleep. Xiaonan came down the stairs holding a newly brewed soup. You really let him drink it. How else would I trigger the resonance? Lin Xiaofan took the soup, blew on it. He thinks he's stealing the system, but he's actually helping me upgrade my authority. Chunin frowned. What if he cuts off the connection midway? He can't. Lin Xiaofan took a sip of the soup. The gray remnants have already parasitized successfully. The more he resists, the deeper the bond. Now in his mind, half is his own, while half is my mother's memories. Whose do you think he'll listen to? Pei-In stood in the shadows, gray mist swirling around his wrist. You're gambling too big. How else can I win? Lin Xiaofan put down the bowl. He can guard against ninjutsu, against schemes, against system loopholes, but he can't guard against my mother. The system prompt sounded again, authority breakthrough to level 7. 9 embryonic resonance, stabilizing. Lin Xiaofan squinted, his fingers lightly tapping the table in rhythm with the tune Mingren was humming. Dai-Tu hadn't gone far. He stood at the street corner, hand on his chest, breathing rapidly. The song was still looping in his ears. With each hummed line, the gray remnants burrowed deeper into his consciousness. He wanted to cut it off, but as soon as he closed his eyes, all he saw were scenes from childhood. His mother carrying a bowl of soup, first sprinkling scallions, then gently blowing it cool and bringing it to his lips. He slammed his fist into the wall, shattering the bricks. But the song didn't stop, nor did the memories. Lin Xiaofan's voice seemed to linger in his ears. Gentleness is not a weakness, it's a key. Dai-Tu gritted his teeth, turned, and walked toward the black market. He knew what Lin Xiaofan was waiting for him to open the jars himself, to be blasted by gentleness. But he had no choice, because he had already drunk that bowl of soup. Lin Xiaofan sat in the room, listening to the distant singing, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He pulled up the system interface, watching the authority bar slowly climb, and whispered to himself, Mom, this time I'll use your gentleness to win a big one. Xiaonan took away the empty bowl, and as she passed by him, she asked softly, What's next? Wait for him to open the jars. Lin Xiaofan closed his eyes. Once the jars are opened, the inheritance will be mine. Chunin sighed. Aren't you afraid he'll go all out? I am. Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes, grinning slyly. That's why I sent Mingren to follow him. Nine Tails chakra as a loudspeaker, ensuring the song follows him wherever he goes. Outside, Mingren's song grew fainter, drifting toward the black market. Lin Xiaofan leaned back in his chair, his fingers still tapping the table, the rhythm unchanged. He was waiting for Dai-Tu to open the jars with his own hands. Waiting for the system authority to surge to the 8th level. Waiting for this proxy war to fully shift to the level of consciousness. The director came down from upstairs, carrying another bowl of soup with scallions floating on the surface. She placed the soup in front of Lin Xiaofan, said nothing, and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan looked down at the soup and said softly, You won like this back, then, didn't you? No one answered. Only the system prompt chimed softly in his mind, countdown, remaining 22 hours of 46 minutes. As Dai-Tu burst into the backstage of the black market arena, Mingren's song had already chased to the nape of his neck. The melody was not loud, yet it pierced his eardrums like needles. Each hum injected a fragment of a foreign memory into his mind, a soup bowl, scallions, a woman humming as she coaxed a child to sleep. He shook his head, trying to fling the images away, but the more he shook, the clearer they became. The gray marks burrowed along his chakra pathways like vines, entangling his nerves. The tighter he struggled, the deeper they constricted. The leader of the gambling jar gang stood before 3 golden jars, arms crossed. You know the rules. Open them yourself. If anyone else touches them, they'll be reduced to ashes. Dai-Tu ignored him, walked straight to the first jar, and pressed his palm against its lid. The system prompt echoed coldly in his mind, emotional inheritance protocol preloaded. Confirm activation. He gritted his teeth and flung open the first jar. A gray light exploded and a phantom shot out from the jar's mouth, hurtling toward his forehead. It was neither a jutsu nor a weapon. It was a memory, his mother crouching beside his bed, gently patting his back, humming the very same song Ming Ren was singing now. Dai-Tu staggered back a step, sweat beading on his brow. He wiped his forehead with his hand, his palm damp, whether with sweat or something else he could not tell. The second jar. His voice came out hoarse. No one urged him, no one stopped him. The gambling jar gang leader retreated to the corner, arms crossed, watching the show. Xiao Nan and Pei En stood at the doorway, one silent, the other with a complex expression. Lin Xiaofan was not at the scene, but he knew Dai-Tu would open it. The system interface flickered in his mind. The authority bar was stuck at 7. 9 tiers, just shy of the final push. He sat in the room, fingers tapping the table in rhythm with Ming Ren's song. Chunin stood by the window, frowning. Can he really withstand it? Even if he can't, he must. Lin Xiaofan did not look up. The gray marks have already parasitized him. The more he resists, the deeper the bond. Right now, half his mind is his own, half is my mother's. Who do you think wins? Chunin did not reply, only sighed. On the black market arena, Dai-Tu opened the second jar. This time what emerged was not a memory, but a melody. It plunged directly into the depths of his consciousness, overlapping with Ming Ren's song, creating a resonance. His knees buckled. He nearly fell, steadying himself only by gripping the jar. The third jar, he growled as if spurring himself on. The gambling jar gang leader finally spoke. I advise you not to rush opening the last one. It's a limited jar with harsh triggering conditions. You might even lose your life. Dai-Tu ignored him, already pressing his palm on the third jar's lid. The system prompt sounded again, emotional inheritance protocol activated. Do you wish to sign? He wanted to refuse, but his fingers pressed down involuntarily. The gray marks seized the opportunity to deepen, crawling along his nerves into the core of his consciousness. Fragments of his mother's memory slipped in, gentle yet unyielding. His vision darkened, his body swayed. Ming Ren's song suddenly soared, amplified by the Nine-Tails chakra, its piercing power surging. The melody was no longer a lullaby, but a ritual chant carrying a forced, resonant frequency. Dai-Tu grunted, falling to one knee. He raised his hand to cover his ears, but the sound was not outside. It was inside his mind, in his bones, along every path his chakra flowed. What do you want? He growled into the air, as if interrogating Lin Xiaofan. No one answered. Only the cold system prompt rang out, emotional inheritance protocol signing in progress. Countdown 3, 2, 1. He tried to sever the connection, but the gray marks had already merged with his chakra. The more he suppressed, the stronger the backlash. The fragments of his mother's memory seized dominance, gentle yet implacable. He closed his eyes, and all he saw were scenes from childhood. His mother holding a bowl of soup, sprinkling scallions, blowing it cool, and bringing it to his lips. Drink, it's not hot anymore. The voice was not an illusion, it was real. Right beside his ear, so tender it made him want to cry. He snapped his eyes open, his hand had already flipped open the third jar. Gray light burst forth, and a contract pattern rose from the jar's bottom, surging straight into his chest. The system prompt exploded, emotional inheritance protocol, signing complete. Authority transfer initiated. Dai-Tu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body toppling backward, caught by Pei En. You lost. Pei En's voice was calm. Dai-Tu said nothing, only stared fixedly at the 3 empty jars. The gray marks had fully integrated into his body, no longer an external thing, but a part of him. The fragments of his mother's memory lay quietly in the depths of his consciousness, neither noisy nor restless, yet firmly occupying the core. Lin Xiaofan's voice seemed to linger in his ear. Gentleness is not a weakness, it is the key. He had lost. Not in strength, not in strategy, but in that bowl of soup, in that song, in that shred of tenderness he thought he had long discarded. The system authority bar leaped wildly in his mind, breaking through the 8-tier threshold. The proxy war officially entered the stage of consciousness sovereignty struggle. Lin Xiaofan stood up in the room, rubbing his temples. It's done. Chunin turned around. What's next? Wait for him to wake up. Lin Xiaofan smiled. When he wakes, he'll find that although the system authority is still in his hands, the right to use it belongs to me. Xiaonan walked over and placed the empty bowl on the table. Aren't you afraid he'll fight to the death? Afraid, yes. Lin Xiaofan picked up the bowl, glanced at the bottom. That's why I had Ming Ren follow him. The Nine-Tails chakra as a megaphone, ensuring the song follows wherever he goes. Outside, Ming Ren's song continued, drifting toward the hospital. Dai-Tu lay on the stretcher, eyes closed, breathing steady. No one knew if he was truly unconscious or pretending. Pei En looked down at him. You still have a chance to sever the connection. Dai-Tu did not open his eyes, only whispered, it can't be cut anymore. The gray marks had grown together with his chakra. The fragments of his mother's memory lay quietly in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. The more he tried to shake them off, the tighter they bound. Lin Xiaofan sat in the room, fingers still tapping the table in the same rhythm. He was waiting for Dai Tu to wake, waiting for the system authority to stabilize, waiting for this proxy war to fully become a tug-of-war at the level of consciousness. The director came down from upstairs, another bowl of soup in hand, scallions floating on the surface. She placed the soup before Lin Xiaofan, said nothing, and turned away. Lin Xiaofan looked down at the soup, murmured softly, "Is that how you won back then too?" No one answered. Only the system prompt gently sounded in his mind, authority stabilizing. Estimated time until full integration, less than 1 day. Dai Tu opened his eyes, the cracks on the ceiling resembled a spider web. He tried to move his fingers, but as soon as his chakra had gathered half an inch, the gray marks rushed up from his chest, coiling around his meridians and pressing them down. That force was not fierce, but it carried the rhythm of a mother patting her child to sleep. One pat after another, scattering all the energy he had just mustered. "Awake now?" Lin Xiaofan's voice came from the doorway, a bowl of soup in his hand, with scallion pieces floating untouched on the surface. "Drink it first, then make a fuss." Dai Tu did not reply. He turned over to sit up, but suddenly his nape tightened. Ming Ren's song was wedged into the gaps of his bones, and the Nine-Tails chakra hammered the tune into his spine. His movement stalled. The gray marks took the chance to burrow toward his Dantian, fragments of his mother's memories crawling up along his nerves, gently but firmly blocking every path of resistance. "What did you implant?" Dai Tu stared at the twitching veins on the inside of Lin Xiaofan's wrist, where a pulse frequency synchronized with his own. Lin Xiaofan set the soup bowl on the bedside table and tapped the rim with his fingertip. "Heartbeat calibration protocol. Every time you struggle, my pulse shakes along with it. The system determines it as a symbiotic state." He pulled open his collar, revealing the contract pattern below his collarbone. "Now your life gate is tied to my heartbeat. Gentleness is a shackle, not a key." Pei En pushed the door open, holding a crumpled contract paper in his hand. Article 7 of the proxy war rules: during the stage of consciousness symbiosis, the host and the parasite share permissions. He slapped the paper onto Dai Tu's chest. "Sign it, or let the gray marks sign for you." Dai Tu grabbed the contract to tear it, but as soon as he exerted force in his palm, Lin Xiaofan suddenly began coughing. Blood splattered on the edge of the soup bowl. Dai Tu's own chest also gave a sharp jerk, as if someone were gripping his heart and pulling it outward. The gray marks followed this force and drilled deep into the reaches of consciousness. The tune of his mother's humming mixed with Ming Ren's voice and poured into his eardrums. The two melodies twisted into a single rope, wrenching his temples into a throbbing ache. "Don't waste your strength." Xiaonan leaned against the window frame, peeling, and orange bits of peel dropping all over the floor. "The more you try to cut the connection, the more the system confirms the binding." That mouthful of blood was well spit. The permission bar directly rose to 30% of the 8th rank. Dai Tu flung the contract paper to the ground. The page burst into flames midair, and when the ashes landed, they formed a crooked character meaning recognize. Lin Xiaofan bent down to pick up the ashes and rub them between his fingers. Additional clause of the emotional inheritance agreement: refusal to sign is considered default acceptance. He opened his palm and let the ashes trickle down. "Now your mind is housing my mother, your veins are flowing with my blood, and your chakra carries Ming Ren's BGM. Want to go solo?" The dean walked over from the end of the corridor, swinging an iron ladle. The handle clanged against the doorframe. "The soup is getting cold." She glanced at Dai Tu's livid complexion and added back, "Then old Madonna also lay on the bed bargaining with me like this, and ended up obediently drinking 3 bowls. Dai Tu suddenly threw off the covers and got out of bed. The moment his chakra went berserk, the gray marks abruptly began drawing energy in reverse. His vision went black, and the dull thud of his knees hitting the floor perfectly overlapped with the sound of Lin Xiaofan's chair legs scraping against the ground. Ming Ren's song rose at that exact moment. The Nine-Tails chakra shook the hospital window glass with a hum. In Dai Tu's mind, the rhythm of his mother's patting suddenly sped up, merging with the heartbeat, the song, and the glass vibration frequency pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. Synchronization rate 67%. Sakura Haruno poked her head in from outside the door, holding a chakra detector. If it exceeds 5 more points, the dual vessel deity mechanism will be triggered. Either you two share one body, or you both become vegetables. Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged on the floor, his back against the bed frame. "Choose. Either let me continue being your heartbeat pacemaker, or cut the connection now and gamble with your life." He pulled out a bronze vessel and placed it on his knee. Friendly reminder: the non-chieftain protection mechanism does not work on consciousness symbiosis. Dai Tu propped himself up on the floor and looked up just in time to see Lin Xiaofan's carotid artery pulsing in sync with his own breathing. The gray marks stretched a thread-thin band of light between the two. Fragments of Mother's memory rotated slowly within the light band, occasionally releasing a lullaby that disrupted Dai Tu's chakra circulation. Pei-En suddenly raised his hands to form a seal. As his Rinnegan swept over the light band, he said in a low voice, "Permission, grafting completion 82%. It is recommended to sign a supplementary agreement immediately." "Sign what?" Dai Tu's voice was hoarse. "Acknowledge Lin Xiaofan as the holder of the system master control." Xiaonan stuffed an orange segment into her mouth and added, "Also transfer 30% of the Akatsuki's dark web auction house shares to him. Consider it medical expenses." Dai Tu grabbed a kunai from the pillow and stabbed it toward his own thigh. The blade tip was still half an inch from his skin when Lin Xiaofan suddenly clutched the same spot and screamed. Blood seeped through Lin Xiaofan's fingers at the same time a gash opened on Dai Tu's leg. The gray marks drilled into the muscles along the wound, and fragments of Mother's memory took the opportunity to play a scene of him crying when he fell and scraped himself at age 5. "Does it hurt?" Lin Xiaofan grinned, blood dripping from his chin onto the bronze vessel lid. "Now do you understand what life gate binding means? Stabbing yourself is stabbing me. If I sneeze, you catch a cold. If I'm hungry, your stomach cramps." He suddenly broke into a violent cough, and a surge of metallic sweetness rose in Dai Tu's throat. The dean knocked the iron ladle against the back of Lin Xiaofan's head. "Can't you shut up for 2 sentences? She grabbed Dai Tu's arm and draped it over her shoulder. "Come to the kitchen and drink soup. Finish it all before you touch the vessel." Half dragged, half pulled into the corridor, Dai Tu heard Ming Ren's song rushing up from downstairs. The Nine-Tails chakra wrapped around the tune and slammed into his ear canal. The gray marks immediately began to dance in his blood vessels, and the rhythm of his mother's padding automatically matched the song's frequency. He staggered forward, each step landing in the gap between Lin Xiaofan's heartbeats. Half a beat too fast, and his vision would go black. The earthenware pot on the kitchen stove gurgled and bubbled. The dean ladled out a fresh bowl and shoved it into Dai Tu's hands. The scallion pieces still floated on the surface. The steam made his eyelashes damp. Lin Xiaofan slumped in the chair across the table, gnawing on a rice ball, his chewing rhythm perfectly synchronized with Dai Tu's swallowing. Dai Tu had just swallowed the 3rd mouthful of soup when Lin Xiaofan suddenly hiccuped. His stomach instantly churned. The adaptation period still has half a day. Sakura Haruno leaned against the kitchen doorframe and counted down. "The countdown for the dual vessel deity mechanism activation begins. I suggest you 2 hold hands now to increase affection." Pei-En slapped the supplementary agreement next to the soy sauce bottle. "Sign it, or let the system sign for you." His Rinnegan swept over the hand holding the soup spoon, and he added, "Refusing to sign will cause the gray marks to devour all your Sharingan chakra." Dai Tu stared at the blood fingerprint at the end of the agreement for a long time. Suddenly the soup spoon slipped from his hand and clattered into the bowl. The soup splashed onto the paper, and the ink bled into a shape that resembled the smiling face his mother used to draw on his palm when putting him to sleep. Lin Xiaofan's hand trembled in response, and a grain of rice ball fell into the soup bowl. "I'll sign." Dai Tu dipped his finger in the soup and pressed his fingerprint onto the blank space of the agreement. The gray marks climbed up along his fingertip onto the paper, solidifying the soup stain into a contract emblem. Lin Xiaofan let out a long exhale and collapsed back onto the chair. The contract pattern on the side of his neck glowed faintly. In Dai Tu's mind, the tune of his mother's humming suddenly turned into a lullaby. The gray marks curled quietly within the chakra pathways like a snake that had eaten its fill. The dean scooped up the ladle and tapped the rim of the pot. "Congratulations to the newlyweds." As she turned to ladle more soup, she muttered back, then old Madonna hugged the earthenware pot and slept for 3 days after signing. Outside the window, dusk gradually deepened. Ming Ren's song had stopped sometime. Dai Tu stared at the last scallion piece at the bottom of the bowl and noticed it was gently swaying with Lin Xiaofan's breathing. Abito stared at the last scallion fragment at the bottom of his bowl, watching it tremble gently with Lin Xiaofan's breathing. The moment he set down his spoon, a sneeze erupted from Lin Xiaofan's side. Abito's nostrils tickled, his throat tightened, and he sneezed in perfect synchronization. Soup droplets splashed onto his chin, exactly mirroring what happened to Lin Xiaofan. Both men raised their hands to wipe their faces, their movements indistinguishable. "Don't move." Haruno Sakura burst in, holding a synchronicity detector. "The rate has climbed again, 73% now." The director stood at the doorway, iron spoon in hand. "The training camp is ready. Go over there now." Lin Xiaofan snatched the remaining half onigiri from the table and shoved it into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing. Abito's stomach clenched violently, as though an invisible hand had grabbed it and pulled downward. Just as Obito was about to curse, Lin Xiaofan suddenly choked his face, turning crimson from coughing. Obito's throat tightened, and he fell into a violent coughing fit alongside him. Spicy onigiri. Obito glared at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan pointed to his own mouth, unable to speak. A sudden burning sensation flared across Obito's tongue, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. He opened his mouth to shout, but a burst of flame erupted instead, scorching the soup bowl before him black. The system forcibly activated 5-cent sharing. Pain stood at the end of the corridor. From this moment on, everything you see, hear, taste, smell, and feel will be fully synchronized. Obito raised his hand to wipe his tears, and on Lin Xiaofan's side the same gesture followed. Their movements were perfectly synchronized down to the exact height of their raised arms. Obito attempted to turn his head to the left, and Lin Xiaofan's neck mirrored the movement. When he quickened the pace, Lin Xiaofan struggled to keep up, his actions growing stiff and uncoordinated. Stop struggling. Conan leaned against the wall, peeling an orange. The more you resist, the higher the synchronization rate climbs. Obito clenched his teeth and set his chakra circulating within. The moment he gathered even a fraction of chakra, the gray markings coiled around it and crushed it apart. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaofan suddenly clutched his eyes and screamed, rolling off his chair onto the floor. Blinding pain erupted from deep within Obito's eyeballs. He dropped to his knees, fingers digging into the cracks of the flooring. On Lin Xiaofan's side, he too rolled across the ground, his fingers clawing into the floorboards in exact imitation. Their movements remained perfectly synchronized, rolling in the same direction. Sharingan backlash. Haruno Sakura crouched to examine the data. Lin Xiaofan is experiencing Obito's pain. Obito tried to halt his chakra circulation, but his body was no longer his own. Waves of excruciating pain crashed over him, and he curled into a ball on the floor, fingers digging desperately into the wood. Blood seeped from Lin Xiaofan's nail beds. Authority fusion progress is accelerating. Pain glanced down at his data pad. The stronger the pain, the faster the fusion. Obito gritted his teeth and forced his chakra to keep circulating. Darkness clouded his vision, yet he refused to stop. Lin Xiaofan was beyond words from agony, only able to emit broken, intermittent moans. Have you lost your mind? Conan tossed aside the orange peel. Keep this up and both of you will be ruined. Obito ignored her and continued driving his chakra forward. The pain intensified to its zenith, as though his eyeballs might shatter. Lin Xiaofan trembled all over, but still did not beg for mercy. 8th-stage authority unlock at 45%. Haruno Sakura called out the numbers, her voice trembling. Still rising. Suddenly a vision flashed before Obito's eyes. A blurred figure being peeled away, a pained expression crossing their face for just an instant. He tried to make out the person's face, but the agony prevented him from focusing. Memory fragment of the first pot god. Pain's voice grew low. It seems pain resonance has triggered a deeper coordination mode. Obito gritted his teeth and endured, his chakra spinning faster and faster. Near unconsciousness loomed, yet he refused to stop. Lin Xiaofan had curled into a tight ball, fingers digging desperately into the floor, all fingernails shattered. 60%. Haruno Sakura's voice shook. If this continues, something serious will happen. Obito offered no response, his chakra still surging forward. Agony reached its breaking point, threatening to tear his consciousness apart. Lin Xiaofan could barely speak through the torment, managing only the faintest whimpers. Enough. The director struck the wall with his iron spoon. Stop now, or both of you will become vegetables. Obito turned a deaf ear and continued driving his chakra. Darkness closed in around Obito's vision, yet he persisted. Lin Xiaofan convulsed across the room, but still did not beg for mercy. 70%. Haruno Sakura's voice trembled. The twin pot god mechanism is about to activate. Suddenly Obito's vision went blank, and every trace of pain vanished in an instant. He opened his eyes and found himself seeing through Lin Xiaofan's perspective. The kitchen ceiling above, the director's hand raised with an iron spoon, Haruno Sakura's back as she crouched on the floor. Authority fusion complete. Pain holstered his data pad. You now share a single visual system. Obito tentatively blinked his left eye, and Lin Xiaofan's left eye blinked in perfect sync. When he turned his head to the right, Lin Xiaofan's head followed suit. Their movements were flawlessly synchronized down to the identical blink rate. Congratulations. Conan clapped her hands. You're genuinely conjoined twins now. Lin Xiaofan slowly rose from the floor, and Obito stood up alongside him. Their movements matched precisely, rising at the same pace. Lin Xiaofan lifted his hand to touch his eye, and Obito did the same. How do you feel? Haruno Sakura asked. Lin Xiaofan opened his mouth to respond, and Obito's mouth opened simultaneously. Both spoke at once, their voices overlapping, Can it possibly get worse? The director bonked both of them on the head with his spoon. Cut the chatter. Go clean up the kitchen. Obito and Lin Xiaofan turned toward the kitchen in perfect unison. At the stove, both reached for the cloth at the same moment, their hands colliding. What do we do now? Obito asked. Adapt, Lin Xiaofan replied. Together they grasped the cloth, turned, and began wiping the stove. Every motion matched perfectly down to the exact pressure applied to the surface. I can't live like this, Obito said. Just get used to it, Lin Xiaofan answered. They sighed in unison and continued cleaning the stove. Their movements remained perfectly synchronized, the rhythm of their sighs identical. Outside the window, Naruto's singing drifted in, and Kurama's chakra seeped into both their ears through the sound waves. Obito's mind automatically matched the melody of his mother's humming to the song's frequency, the gray markings pulsing gently within his veins. At least I don't have to listen to Naruto sing alone anymore, Lin Xiaofan said. Is that supposed to be comforting? Obito asked. It's the truth, Lin Xiaofan answered. Together they set down the cloth, turned, and walked toward the door in perfect sync. Their footsteps matched perfectly, every stride identical. The director stood at the doorway, tapping his iron spoon against the frame. Training hasn't finished. Keep going. Obito and Lin Xiaofan exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. They turned toward the training camp, their movements flawlessly synchronized, even the sound of their sighs overlapping. The training camp's gate creaked open slowly, revealing darkness within. They stepped inside together, every motion perfectly matched. In the darkness, the gray markings formed a gossamer thread of light, between them fragments of maternal memories spiraling slowly within the glow. Are you ready? Lin Xiaofan asked. No, Obito replied. Together, they stepped forward, stepping into the darkness. Daitu and Lin Xiaofan stepped inside simultaneously, their movements perfectly synchronized. In the darkness, a faint gray streak stretched between them, as thin as a silk thread, within which fragments of their mother's memory slowly revolved. Don't move rashly, Lin Xiaofan said in a low voice. I'm not moving, Daitu replied. They lifted their feet and set them down at the same time, even the sound of their soles scraping the ground merged into one. With each step, the gray streak brightened and blurred images emerged within the band of light. A woman crouching beside a bed, gently patting a child's back. Who is that? Daitu asked. Your mother, Lin Xiaofan said. Daitu's step faltered and Lin Xiaofan stopped as well. The light band flickered, the scene shifting to the woman humming a lullaby to put the child to sleep. Daitu subconsciously hummed half a line, and Lin Xiaofan's throat moved as he hummed the same tune. Shut up, Daitu said. You started it, Lin Xiaofan retorted. They continued walking, their steps once again in sync. The light band grew brighter, revealing more images. The woman cooking soup, sewing clothes, wiping away tears. Daitu grew increasingly irritated and finally closed his eyes. In the pitch-black darkness, the pain surged sharply. His eyeballs felt as if pierced by needles, and his temples throbbed violently. He gritted his teeth and endured, but then heard Lin Xiaofan let out a muffled groan. Open your eyes, Lin Xiaofan said, his voice strained. No, Daitu replied. I'll count to 3, Lin Xiaofan said. 1, Lin Xiaofan said. Daitu ignored him. 2, Daitu kept his eyes shut. 3, Lin Xiaofan abruptly opened his eyes, staring straight into the abyss ahead. Instantly, a blinding light exploded before Daitu's eyes, and excruciating pain shot from his eyeballs to his forehead. His knees buckled, nearly giving way, and Lin Xiaofan staggered as well. Both of them grabbed the wall for support. Are you insane? Daitu roared. Authority fusion requires pain stimulation, Lin Xiaofan panted. The more pain, the faster the progress. Daitu wanted to curse, but his throat refused to produce sound. The light band flickered violently, and images of the mother flashed past. She smiled, cried, hugged the child, pushed the child away. The final frame froze on her back as she turned and walked away. 75%. The voice of Pain came from the depths of the darkness. The twin jar god mechanism has entered an irreversible stage. What does irreversible mean? Daitu asked. Your bodies and consciousness will gradually merge, Pain said. The system has begun to parasitize the hosts in reverse. Daitu tried to turn his head to look at Lin Xiaofan, but his neck was stiff and wouldn't move. Lin Xiaofan didn't move either. Both remained in the same posture, as if nailed to the ground. Can it be stopped? Daitu asked. No, Pain said. Unless one of you dies. Daitu was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That's simple. I'll kill him. Lin Xiaofan also laughed. You can't kill me because you'll die first. They raised their hands simultaneously and clenched their fists, their movements identical. Daitu wanted to punch Lin Xiaofan, but his arm had barely lifted when it stopped. Lin Xiaofan's arm had also risen, his fist aimed directly at his own face. Want to try? Lin Xiaofan said. Daitu didn't move. He knew that if he threw a punch, Lin Xiaofan's face would take the hit, and he himself would suffer the same pain. Coward, Lin Xiaofan said. Wise man, Daitu retorted. They remained locked in stalemate, neither moving. The gray streak of light flowed slowly, and the images of the mother gradually faded, replaced by a strange man. He knelt on the ground, his hands torn apart by an invisible force, his face filled with despair. Who is that? Daitu asked. The first-generation Jar God, Payan said. The gesture of a plea for help at the moment of being stripped away. Daitu stared at the man, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Lin Xiaofan stared as well. Their gazes overlapped, allowing them to see more clearly. The man's fingers were bent into a specific shape, as if he were gesturing something. Is he asking for help? Daitu asked. Or perhaps passing information, Payan said. Daitu tried to step closer, but as soon as he moved, Lin Xiaofan moved too. They both took a step forward at the same moment. The image in the abyss suddenly twisted, the man's figure vanished, replaced by a blank void. It's gone, Daitu asked. Temporarily, Payan said. When your authority is further enhanced, you'll see more. Daitu wanted to ask more, but his throat was dry and he couldn't speak. Lin Xiaofan was in the same condition. They both swallowed at the same time. Training's over, the dean's voice rang out. Come out. Daitu turned around, and Lin Xiaofan turned as well. Their movements were identical, even the angle of their turns the same. As they walked out of the dark training ground, the sunlight stung their eyes, but no one closed them. They knew that closing their eyes would only intensify the pain. How do you feel? Xiaonan leaned against the wall and asked. Terrible, Daitu said. Getting used to it, Lin Xiaofan said. They both raised their hands to shield their eyes from the sun, their actions exactly alike. Mingren ran over from a distance, holding 2 jars in his hands, his face beaming with excitement. I got it. Mingren shouted. The enhanced version of Ninetail's chakra. Daitu frowned, and Lin Xiaofan frowned too. Their expressions synchronized, even the curve of their frowns identical. Congratulations, Lin Xiaofan said. Want to share half? Mingren asked. No need, Daitu said. He said it for me, Lin Xiaofan added. Mingren scratched his head. You two are like one person. More troublesome than one person, Daitu said. At least we don't have to repeat ourselves, Lin Xiaofan said. They both sighed at the same time, lowered their hands simultaneously, and walked toward the cafeteria. Their steps were in perfect sync, even the amplitude of their arm swings matched. What's for lunch? Daitu asked. Curry rice, Lin Xiaofan said. Too spicy, Daitu said. You decide, Lin Xiaofan said. They both changed their minds at once. Ramen. When they reached the cafeteria entrance, the dean blocked them. Training continues this afternoon. Can we take a day off? Daitu asked. No, the dean said. The system has already begun reverse parasitism. We must accelerate the fusion progress. Daitu wanted to argue, but Lin Xiaofan spoke first. Understood. Daitu glared at him. You agreed for me. You'd have to go anyway, Lin Xiaofan said. They stepped into the cafeteria at the same time, grabbed trays simultaneously, and stood in line together. When the person in front turned around and bumped into Daitu, Lin Xiaofan also swayed. They both frowned and rubbed their shoulders at the same time. Sorry, the person quickly apologized. It's fine, Daitu said. He said it for me, Lin Xiaofan added. After getting their food, they found seats and sat down. Their movements were synchronized, even the sound of pulling out chairs overlapping. Mingren sat across from them with a bowl of ramen, slurping a mouthful of soup and sighing with satisfaction. You guys are really unlucky, Mingren said. You even have to eat together. Shut up and eat your noodles, Daitu said. He said it for me, Lin Xiaofan added. Mingren grinned. Want me to feed you? I promised to sync the movements. Daitu and Lin Xiaofan picked up their chopsticks at the same time, lifted the noodles simultaneously, and brought them to their mouths together. Their chewing rhythm was identical, and they swallowed at the same moment. Boring, Daitu said. Just get used to it, Lin Xiaofan said. After finishing their meal, they stood up simultaneously, cleared their trays together, and walked toward the sink. While washing dishes, Daitu thought about skipping a rinse, but Lin Xiaofan had already started a second thorough rinse, so Daitu had to follow suit. What's the afternoon training? Daitu asked. Advanced visual deprivation, Payan said, appearing behind them without warning. You will enter the mirror abyss where there is no light, only each other's perspective. Sounds even worse, Daitu said. Indeed, Lin Xiaofan said. They put down their trays at the same time, turned around simultaneously, and both looked at Payan. Their gazes were synchronized, even the degree of pupil contraction matched. Ready? Payan asked. No, Daitu said. We'll get used to it, Lin Xiaofan said. They both sighed at the same time, then stepped toward the training ground in unison. Their steps were perfectly aligned, and the sound of their heels striking the ground merged into one. The great door of the mirror abyss slowly opened, revealing pitch darkness inside. They stepped inside simultaneously, their movements absolutely identical. In the darkness, the gray streak lit up again, and new images emerged within the band of light. The first-generation Jar God's hand gestures were clearer, and his lips were moving, as if saying something. "What is he saying?" Daito asked. "Can't hear clearly," Lin Xiaofan said. They both gazed into the abyss, trying to read his lips. The excruciating pain returned, but this time, they didn't close their eyes. They knew that closing their eyes would only make things worse. "Hold on," Lin Xiaofan said. "No need to state the obvious," Daito said. They gritted their teeth simultaneously, endured the pain together, and kept their eyes fixed on the image in the abyss. The light band flickered, and the first-generation Jar God's gestures became increasingly clear. At last they could make out his lip movements. "Don't trust the system. Trust not the system." The four characters exploded soundlessly from the abyssal mirror, freezing both Daito and Lin Xiaofan in place. The gray trace light band trembled violently, as if stretched and twisted by an invisible hand. The first-generation Jar God's lips were still moving, but the image began to disintegrate, shattering into fragments of gray-white afterimages. "What did he say?" Daito's voice tightened. "You heard it." Lin Xiaofan didn't look at him, his eyes still fixed on the void ahead. "Trust not the system." "Nonsense." Daito sneered. "The system is the source of our power. Without it you couldn't even qualify as a bronze client. Then try it yourself." Lin Xiaofan curled the corner of his mouth, reaching out to touch the image. "Verify if he's lying." Daito didn't move. He knew Lin Xiaofan was provoking him, and that this man never did anything without gain. But he was even more aware that if the lip reading was true, then everything they were doing now, fusion training, enduring excruciating pain, was all a trap set by the system. Afraid. Lin Xiaofan turned his head, his gaze eerily calm. "Afraid of backlash. Or afraid you can't handle the truth." "Shut up." Daito raised his hand palm, facing the abyssal mirror. "Let's see what it can do to me." The moment his palm touched the invisible barrier in the void, an excruciating pain exploded. It wasn't the needle-like sting from before, but as if someone had thrust a red-hot iron rod into his spine, then seared along his nerve straight to his forehead. Daito's knees buckled, nearly falling, while Lin Xiaofan also arched his back abruptly. Both gritted their teeth and grunted. "Pain synchronization, rate 90. Pei-Yin's voice came from the darkness, devoid of emotion. "Consciousness interpenetration initiated." Daito tried to pull back his hand, but his fingers seemed glued, unable to move. Lin Xiaofan didn't move either. Both maintained the same posture, even their trembling frequencies synchronized. The gray trace light band surged. The image of his mother reappeared, but this time it wasn't gentle lullabies or mending clothes. She stood in a dim room, facing a man in a black robe. "Who is that?" Daito asked. "The first-generation Jar God." Lin Xiaofan's voice was hoarse. "They're talking." In the image the woman looked tense, her lips moving rapidly, as if arguing. The first-generation Jar God shook his head, raising his hand to make a gesture, identical to the one he used when begging for help. The woman suddenly grabbed his wrist, tears streaming down. "What are they saying?" Daito pressed. "Can't make it out." Lin Xiaofan frowned. "But it's definitely not good." Daito leaned forward to get a closer look, and Lin Xiaofan leaned forward simultaneously. Their movements synchronized like puppets controlled by the same string. The abyssal mirror twisted abruptly, the scene switching. The first-generation Jar God knelt on the ground, his hands torn by an invisible force, despair etched on his face. The next second the woman turned and walked away, her back resolute. "Stop!" Daito roared. "Can't stop." Lin Xiaofan panted. "The system is accelerating the parasitic process. The more we resist, the more excited it gets." Daito wanted to curse, but his throat couldn't produce sound. He felt something seeping over from Lin Xiaofan's side. Not chakra, not memories, but an emotion, cold, calculating, laced with a mercenary cunning. He suddenly realized this was Lin Xiaofan's thought pattern. "Are you peeking into my mind?" Daito gritted his teeth. "Not me." Lin Xiaofan smiled bitterly. "It's the system. It's making us contaminate each other." Daito tried to sever the connection, but his consciousness felt glued, impossible to shake off. He saw Lin Xiaofan staying up late, opening jars, saw him smiling ingratiatingly at clients, saw him secretly keeping accounts and calculating commissions. Worse, he sensed Lin Xiaofan's judgment of him. This guy gets carried away, easily, need to manipulate him with words. His thirst for revenge is strong, can use power as bait. "Get your thoughts out of my head." Daito yelled. "I want it too." Lin Xiaofan's voice trembled. "But now the system is in control, not us." The gray trace light band suddenly contracted, cutting into their skin. Daito's vision went dark, nearly fainting, and Lin Xiaofan staggered too. Both of them grabbed the wall, breathing heavily. Permission breakthrough threshold reached. Pei-Yin said, "The host cannibalization phase officially begins." "What does that mean?" Daito asked. "You will start fighting for dominance." Pei-Yin paused. The loser will have their consciousness devoured. Dai Tu sneered, then let's see who caves first. Lin Xiaofan didn't respond. Instead, he suddenly raised his hand and traced a few strokes in the air. He was tampering with the gray trace log. Dai Tu immediately felt the shift in data flow. The system's pain feedback weakened for a moment. What are you doing? Dai Tu was alert. Giving you a chance. Lin Xiaofan grinned. I lowered the pain threshold. Now touching the image won't hurt as much. Take the chance to verify the lip reading in exchange for permission breakthrough. You think I'm stupid? Dai Tu squinted. You lowered the threshold to make me trigger deeper contamination proactively, so you can gain more control. Clever. Lin Xiaofan nodded. But you have no choice. Either gamble with me, or let the system grind you into pieces slowly. Dai Tu was silent. He knew Lin Xiaofan was right. The system wouldn't give them time to hesitate. He took a deep breath, raised his hand again, and reached for the mirror. This time the pain was indeed lighter, but the consciousness penetration was faster. He saw Lin Xiaofan's past life memories. A cramped rental room, a table littered with instant noodle cups, a screen flashing with a gacha interface. What shocked him more was that Lin Xiaofan's suspicion of the system had never stopped, only buried extremely deep. You knew the system was flawed all along. Dai Tu asked. Guessed it. Lin Xiaofan was frank. But the sweeteners it offered were too tempting. Ooh, I couldn't let go. Dai Tu sneered, so you used me. Tit for tat. Lin Xiaofan retorted. Aren't you also trying to use the system's power to resurrect Lin? At the mention of Lin, Dai Tu's eyes darkened. He stopped talking, focusing on resisting the mental erosion. But the more he resisted, the clearer Lin Xiaofan's memories became. The tricks to manipulate clients, the methods to rig probabilities, even how he induced Ming Ren to spend money on jars. Enough. Dai Tu yanked his hand back. The abyssal mirror contracted sharply, but the gray trace light band didn't disappear. Instead, it tightened further. Dai Tu staggered backward, and Lin Xiaofan followed suit. They collided, then quickly separated. 95. Pei En reported. Fusion degree irreversible. What about the director? Dai Tu panted. He must have a way to stop this damn thing. The director is observing. Xiaonan's voice came from the side. He said this is a necessary path. Bullshit. Dai Tu cursed. Necessary path. It's the system devouring people. Lin Xiaofan didn't speak. Instead, he looked down at his own hand. The fingertips faintly glowing gray, identical to Dai Tu's. He knew his own thought patterns were influencing Dai Tu, and Dai Tu's paranoia was eroding him. If this continued, they would become the same monster. Ming Ren is here. Lin Xiaofan suddenly said. Dai Tu turned and indeed saw Ming Ren running over with 2 new jars, his face full of excitement. I got another one. This time it's a Sage Mode experience ticket. Dai Tu frowned, and Lin Xiaofan frowned too. Their expressions synchronized, even the angle of disgust identical. Want to share half? Ming Ren offered enthusiastically. No need. Dai Tu refused. He spoke for me. Lin Xiaofan added. Ming Ren scratched his head. You two are becoming more and more alike, even saving words. Saving words, my ass. Dai Tu muttered. At least no need to repeat explanations. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. They both sighed at the same time, then turned and walked toward the cafeteria. Their steps were synchronized, even the swing of their arms identical. Ming Ren followed behind, chattering endlessly about the jar opening details. But neither of them listened. Their consciousnesses were still pulling at each other, Lin Xiaofan's mercenary nature and Dai Tu's gloom intertwining into an eerie balance. In the cafeteria, they picked up trays, queued, and got food, their movements perfectly synchronized. Someone in front turned and bumped into Dai Tu, and Lin Xiaofan swayed as well. They both rubbed their shoulders and frowned simultaneously. Sorry. The person quickly apologized. It's fine. Dai Tu said. He spoke for me. Lin Xiaofan sighed helplessly. When they sat down to eat, Dai Tu deliberately slowed down, picking up dishes, trying to break the sink. But Lin Xiaofan also slowed down, his chopsticks suspended in midair, waiting for his move. They froze for a moment, then both sighed and quickened their eating pace simultaneously. Afternoon training is cancelled. The director suddenly appeared. The system needs a stabilization period. What does that mean? Dai Tu asked. Your current state is very dangerous. The director stared at them. Continuing training might trigger consciousness devouring prematurely. Dai Tu sneered. Perfect, I'd welcome it. Lin Xiaofan didn't speak, but quietly glanced at the gray trace log. His earlier tampering had taken effect. The permission had indeed loosened a fraction. As long as he could induce Dai Tu to trigger another mirror verification, he could gain higher control. Let's take a day off. Lin Xiaofan suddenly spoke. We can't escape anyway. Dai Tu glared at him. What are you plotting again? Conserving energy. Lin Xiaofan grinned. We'll fight again tomorrow. They both put down their chopsticks, simultaneously stood up, and cleared their trays. At the sink, Dai Tu deliberately skipped a rinse, But Lin Xiaofan had already started a second thorough wash, so Dai Tu had to follow. You did that on purpose. Dai Tu lowered his voice. Tit for tat. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Aren't you also trying to test my limits? Dai Tu didn't reply but stared at the water's reflection. Two identical faces, even the sneering expression synchronized. He knew this game had only just begun and the loser would lose themselves. See you tomorrow. Dai Tu turned and left. See you tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan followed. Their footsteps overlapped as they walked toward their respective rooms. Just before closing the door, Dai Tu suddenly turned back. If the system really is deceiving us, what do you plan to do? Lin Xiaofan paused for a moment. Flip the table. Dai Tu raised an eyebrow. Just you. Just us. Lin Xiaofan corrected. After all, now you are me and I am you. The door closed and the corridor fell silent. The gray trace light band flickered beneath the door crack like a venomous snake lying in wait. The moment the door closed, Lin Xiaofan hadn't gone far. He leaned against the wall, waiting until the footsteps faded completely before slowly crouching down. His fingers traced a few lines on the floor, and the residual image of the ash trace log surfaced, the sliver of loosened authority still there. Dai Tu wasn't asleep. Lin Xiaofan could sense him sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind replaying the words of the first jar god from the abyss mirror, don't trust the system. Lin's face also flickered, but every time he was about to make out her expression, the image twisted into a mass of gray mist. Lin Xiaofan grinned silently. He knew Dai Tu wouldn't last long. The vengeful fear the truth the most, yet the truth is also the easiest lever to crack them open. He rose and crept to the small compartment at the end of the corridor, where the dean usually processed data. The door was unlocked, the screen still glowing. The ash trace synchronization rate curve spiked wildly, the peak hovering near 95, occasionally surging upward before falling back. Snooping isn't nice. Xiaonan's voice came from behind. Lin Xiaofan didn't turn around. Do me a favor. Say it. Change Dai Tu's training for tomorrow to a memory retrieval simulation. Xiaonan didn't agree immediately. You know the consequences. I know. Lin Xiaofan turned around. I want him to actively touch the mirror. The deeper the better. How much of your self-awareness are you willing to sacrifice? Enough to trade for authority. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. Anyway, we share pain now. If he breaks down, I hurt too. Might as well seize control early. Xiaonan stared at him for a few seconds, then turned and entered commands on the console. The curve on the screen shot up sharply, then slowly fell back. Done, she said. But the system defense mechanism will trigger. You might not hold up. Let's try. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his fingers. Better than waiting to be devoured by him. The next morning, Dai Tu's face was worse than usual when he pushed open the door. Lin Xiaofan stood at the cafeteria entrance chewing a rice ball. Seeing him approach, he deliberately shook the jar in his hand. New limited edition. Pull a prize and get a Sharingan enhancement trial ticket. Dai Tu ignored him and walked straight toward the training ground. Lin Xiaofan followed slowly, still chewing, mumbling. The program changed today. The dean said we need to test memory synchronization depth. Dai Tu stopped in his tracks and turned to glare at him. You're doing. How could I have that ability? Lin Xiaofan swallowed the last bite. The dean thinks you reacted too violently yesterday. Needs to ease you up. The mirror device was already set up in the center of the training ground. The ash trace bands were thicker than usual, hovering in midair with a slight tremor. Pei-en stood before the console, expressionless, reporting, awareness synchronization ready. 96. Dai Tu stood motionless before the mirror. Lin Xiaofan walked over and stood beside him, their shadows overlapping. Scared? Lin Xiaofan asked. Let's talk. Dai Tu raised his hand and pressed it directly onto the mirror surface. The pain came faster than last time, but less sharp. Dai Tu gritted his teeth and endured. Lin Xiaofan winced slightly on his side, but quickly relaxed. The ash trace bands coiled around them. This time not cutting into the skin, but crawling up their arms and stopping near their temples. The mirror images began to flicker. First Lin running through the hospital corridor, then the battlefield of the Mist Village, then the Canopy Bridge. The explosion's firelight, the shattered rocks, and the moment Lin fell. Dai Tu's breathing grew rapid. Lin Xiaofan glanced sideways and saw his pupils violently contracting. The image suddenly froze. Lin's chest was pierced by a kunai, blood seeping out, but her face showed no pain, only a smile. The next moment the camera pulled back. A blurry figure stood behind her holding another kunai. Dai Tu lunged forward, desperate to see who it was. Lin Xiaofan was pulled by the synchronization and stumbled forward as well. The ash trace bands tightened abruptly, and both their temples twitched. Don't move, Lin Xiaofan whispered. The system is recording your reaction. Dai Tu didn't listen. He kept leaning forward. The mirror image suddenly warped. Lin's body began to turn transparent, but the shadow behind her grew clearer. A black robe, a mask, and the faint outline of the Jar God logo on the chest. That was... Dai-Tu's voice trembled. Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He knew what Dai-Tu was seeing. The first Jar God standing behind Lin holding a kunai. In the system-altered memory, Lin died at the hands of Mist Ninja. But now the original version was exposed. Dai-Tu suddenly roared and punched the mirror surface. Lin Xiaofan was pulled by the synchronization and also threw a punch, but he forced himself to stop mid-motion. The ash trace bands tightened fiercely, and both of them grunted in unison. Emotional fluctuation exceeds threshold. Pei Yan reported. 97. Dai-Tu gasped, his eyes fixed on the mirror. The image kept flashing, the first Jar God's face growing clearer, finally freezing on a smiling expression. He's smiling. Dai-Tu's voice was hoarse. He killed Lin, and he's smiling. Lin Xiaofan seized the opportunity, his fingers quickly tracing a few lines in the air. He was implanting a memory calibration anchor. Dai-Tu didn't notice his entire attention was on the mirror. Impossible. Dai-Tu muttered. The system wouldn't lie to me. Of course it would. Lin Xiaofan took the chance to speak. It needs you to hate to go mad so it can drain your chakra. Dai-Tu jerked his head toward him. You knew all along. Guessed it. Lin Xiaofan spread his hands. But I had no proof until now. The mirror image suddenly switched to Dai-Tu's own face. Younger, standing before Lin's grave, swearing to create a new world. The next second the image cracked. Countless jars poured out from the cracks, drowning his oath. Post-mutual devouring activated. Pei Yan's voice was icy. Dominance contest begins. Dai-Tu's body swayed. Lin Xiaofan immediately steadied him, but the synchronization made them both stagger. The ash trace bands suddenly split. One coiled around Dai-Tu's neck, the other wrapped around Lin Xiaofan's wrist. What did you do to me? Dai-Tu grabbed Lin Xiaofan's collar. Helping you see the truth. Lin Xiaofan didn't struggle. Now do you believe me? Dai-Tu didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly released his grip, turned, and punched the mirror's surface. The mirror shattered on impact, but the fragments didn't fall. They floated in the air, each shard reflecting a different image. Lin's smile, the first Jar God smile, and the ever-fluctuating streams of data from the system interface. 98. Pei Yan reported. Lin Xiaofan felt a throbbing at his temples. Dai-Tu's emotions surged over him like a tide. Anger, despair, and a hint of wavering that even Dai-Tu himself hadn't noticed. He knew the moment had come. Listen. Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. I can help you rewrite this memory, but you have to let me take the lead. Dai-Tu sneered. Why should I? Because I know how to bypass the system defenses. Lin Xiaofan pointed at his own temple. The anchor I just implanted. It can temporarily block its surveillance. Dai-Tu stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and grabbed his throat. You've been scheming against me all along. Lin Xiaofan didn't resist. He let himself be choked, yes. But right now you need me. The ash trace bands suddenly trembled violently. Both of them felt a wave of dizziness. The mirror fragments began to reassemble, forming a giant face. The face of the first Jar God with the same smile from before. Authority breakthrough. Pei Yan said. 99. Dai-Tu's hand loosened, and he stepped back 2 paces. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his neck, stepped forward, and grabbed Dai-Tu's wrist. Last chance. Want to cooperate? Dai-Tu said nothing, but he didn't shake off Lin Xiaofan's hand. The first Jar God in the mirror suddenly spoke, his voice drilling directly into both their minds. You think tampering with memories can make you win? Lin Xiaofan grinned. How do you know until you try it? He grabbed Dai-Tu and lunged forward, both of them crashing into the mirror. The ash trace band snapped taut instantly. The screen before Pei Yan exploded into a string of garbled code. Xiaonan rushed over and slammed the console. They went in. Pei Yan didn't move, can't stop them. Inside the mirror was a gray-white space. The projection of the first Jar God stood in the center, surrounded by countless floating memory fragments. Dai-Tu immediately spotted the memory of Lin's death. He reached for it, but the projection intercepted him. You shouldn't be here, the projection said. Lin Xiaofan stepped in front of Dai-Tu. We've come to take back what belongs to us. The projection laughed. Memories are system property. You are merely containers. Dai-Tu suddenly burst out from behind Lin Xiaofan and punched the projection's face. Lin Xiaofan was pulled by the synchronization and also threw a punch, but he changed direction mid-motion, his fingers stabbing toward the projection's chest, where a small Jar God logo was. The projection twisted instantly, emitting a piercing alarm. The memory fragments began to spin wildly. Lin's image was torn to pieces. Nice work, Lin Xiaofan whispered. Now close your eyes. Dai-Tu hesitated, but complied. Lin Xiaofan also closed his eyes, his fingers swiftly tracing in the void. He was using the anchor to overwrite the original memory. The gray-white space shook violently. The projection began to disintegrate. Lin Xiaofan felt something flowing from Dai-Tu's side. Not chakra, but a clear memory, the words Lin said before she died. "I too don't hate this world." Lin Xiaofan's eyes snapped open. He found himself standing on the canopy bridge. Lin was right in front of him, a kunai buried in her chest, but a smile on her face. "This is," he murmured, "my memory." Dai Tu's voice came from behind. "The real one." Lin Xiaofan turned and saw Dai Tu standing not far away, his expression complicated. "You saw it?" Dai Tu asked. Lin Xiaofan nodded. "She told you not to hate." Dai Tu was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against his own temple. "Delete it." "What?" "Delete this memory." Dai Tu repeated. "I'd rather believe the version the system gave me." Lin Xiaofan frowned. "Why?" "Because hate is easier." Dai Tu's lips twitched. "Love is too exhausting." The gray-white space suddenly collapsed, and they were thrown back into the training ground. The mirror device was smoking, the ash trace bands retracted into the floor. The screen before Pei In displayed synchronization rate 100. "Who has the dominance?" Xiaonan asked. Lin Xiaofan and Dai Tu spoke at the same time. "Me." They exchanged a glance, then both laughed, one cold, one fake. "A draw?" Pei In asked. "No." Lin Xiaofan flexed his wrist. "I got the memory manipulation authority." Dai Tu didn't argue. He turned and walked out. Lin Xiaofan followed their steps, falling into sync again. At the door, Dai Tu suddenly stopped. "Next time, don't delete my memories without asking." Lin Xiaofan shrugged. "Next time, do it yourself." Dai Tu didn't reply. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Sunlight fell on both of them, their shadows overlapping, indistinguishable. Mingren ran over holding a new jar. "What are you two up to again?" The dean said. The training ground exploded. Lin Xiaofan and Dai Tu both sighed at the same time. Both reached out to take the jar, and both said, "Shut up." Mingren scratched his head. "You two really are becoming more and more alike." They ignored him and walked side by side. The ash trace bands flickered faintly under their feet, like an invisible thread binding them tightly together. When Naruto ran over holding a new jar, Lin Xiaofan and Obito had just walked out of the training ground ruins. Their steps were in perfect sync, and even the motion of reaching out to take the jar was flawlessly identical. Naruto scratched his head and said they were becoming more and more alike, but they ignored him and simultaneously told him to shut up. The gray trace light band flickered faintly beneath their feet, like an invisible thread binding them together. Lin Xiaofan knew that a synchronization rate of 100 was not the end, but the beginning. He could sense the emotions churning in Obito's mind. Anger, resentment, and a hint of anticipation that Obito himself hadn't even noticed. It was not a desire for freedom, but a craving for punishment. "What are you going to do with him?" Konan stood at the corner of the corridor, her voice very low. Lin Xiaofan didn't turn around. "Let him choose for himself. He'll choose wrong. Then let him be wrong once." Lin Xiaofan smiled. After all, the pain was shared by two. Obito walked ahead without stopping. He knew someone was talking behind him, but he didn't care. All he wanted now was to find a place to lie down and let his mind go completely quiet. But the more he tried to quiet his mind, the clearer Lin's face became. In the system's given memory, she died at the hands of Mist Ninja, but the person holding the kunai in the mirror just now was the first-generation King God. He stopped abruptly, turned, and stared at Lin Xiaofan. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Xiaofan shrugged. "To help you atone." "I don't need it. You know better than anyone that you do." Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, looking into Obito's eyes. "The system makes you hate and drives you mad, but what you truly want is to be punished. Only then can you feel worthy of Lin's death." Obito clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. He wanted to refute, but the words died in his throat. Because Lin Xiaofan was right. Every time he recalled Lin, the first thing he felt was not sorrow but guilt. That guilt, deep in his bones, kept him awake at night, making him rather believe the lies fabricated by the system. "I can give you a chance," Lin Xiaofan continued. "Sign an agreement, exchange your dominance for a true atonement." "What agreement?" "The atonement agreement." Lin Xiaofan traced a few gestures in the air, and the gray trace light band slowly emerged, coiling into the shape of a chain. "Sign it, and you'll lose some freedom, but gain the system's recognition. In other words, you can atone in your own way instead of being driven mad by the system's manipulation." Obito stared at the chain, his expression complex. He knew it might be a trap, but a voice deep inside urged him to agree. Because only then could he break free from the system's control and truly face his past. "What if I don't sign? Then continue being the system's puppet." Lin Xiaofan's tone was flat. "After all, the pain is shared by two. I'm not in a hurry." Obito was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the chain. "I'll sign." Lin Xiaofan's lips curled slightly, and his fingers moved rapidly in the void. The gray trace chain tightened, instantly wrapping around Obito's wrist. At the same time, a piece of code was quietly implanted deep in his consciousness, the core of the atonement agreement and the key to Lin Xiaofan's plan. Pain stood not far away, watching all this expressionlessly. Conan walked over to him and whispered, "Do you think you will succeed?" "I don't know," Pain replied, but at least he gave Obito a choice. Obito felt a tightening on his wrist, then a warm current surged into his body. It was not chakra, but an unprecedented sense of calm. He closed his eyes and Lin's smile appeared in his mind. This time no distortion, no gray mist, only pure memory. "How do you feel?" Lin Xiaofan asked. "Not bad." Obito opened his eyes, his tone much calmer. "What's next?" "Next?" Lin Xiaofan smiled. "Of course, continue training. Atonement isn't just about signing an agreement, you have to prove yourself through actions." Obito nodded and turned to walk toward the training ground. Lin Xiaofan followed behind him, their steps still in sync. The gray trace light band flowed between them like an invisible bond, tightly tying their fates together. Naruto caught up, still holding the new jar in his hand. "What are you guys up to?" "The director said the training ground exploded and sent me to check." "Nothing." Lin Xiaofan took the jar and casually stuffed it into his backpack. "We just did an experiment." "What experiment?" "Host-binding experiment." Obito said without turning back. "From now on he and I share pain perception and also share permissions." Naruto's eyes widened. "Does that mean you'll open jars together from now on?" "Pretty much." Lin Xiaofan patted Naruto's shoulder. "So don't think about secretly spending money. I'll know." Naruto pouted. "How boring." The three arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Lin Xiaofan suddenly stopped. He felt the gray trace chain vibrating slightly. The system was checking the stability of the new agreement. Obito also sensed it and turned to look at him. "Problem?" "Nothing." Lin Xiaofan shook his head. "Just the system adapting to the new rules." Obito didn't ask further and walked straight into the cafeteria. Lin Xiaofan followed in and found Pain and Conan already sitting in a corner. Several empty jars were on the table, obviously just opened. "What did you get?" Lin Xiaofan sat down and asked. "Peace probability 50. Pain pointed to a card on the table. "Unfortunately useless." Lin Xiaofan picked up the card and looked at it, then laughed. "This thing is indeed useless. But next time you can try the limited edition. I heard it gives a Sharingan enhancement experience ticket." Obito snorted. "Don't give me that. Give it a try." Lin Xiaofan shoved the card into Obito's hand. "Anyway, now you're my client too." Obito didn't respond, just looked down at the card in his hand. He knew Lin Xiaofan was doing it on purpose, but somehow he felt a hint of anticipation. Perhaps this was the beginning of atonement, starting with accepting someone else's kindness. "The director is looking for you," Conan suddenly said. "He wants to discuss the next training plan." Lin Xiaofan stood up. "Let's go. Don't keep the director waiting too long." Obito stood up as well, and the two walked out side by side. The gray trace light band flickered beneath their feet, like an invisible path, guiding them toward an unknown future. Naruto chased after them, yelling, "Wait for me. I want to go too." Lin Xiaofan didn't turn back. "Pay for the jars first." Naruto scratched his head. "Out of money again?" "Yes," Lin Xiaofan laughed. "So go get a job quickly." The three walked out of the cafeteria. Sunlight fell on them, and their shadows overlapped, indistinguishable from one another. The gray trace light band flickered faintly beneath their feet, like an invisible thread tightly binding their fates together. Daitu's wrist still burned, the residual heat of the gray-marked chain lingering. He stared at the ground before the cafeteria entrance, his feet unmoving. Lin Xiaofan stood beside him, neither urging nor speaking. Mingren bounced behind them, clutching a jar, chattering about what the dean wanted with them, his voice grating on the mind. Xiaonin emerged from the corner holding a card and handed it to Daitu. "I drew this just now. Take a look." Daitu didn't take it, only glanced at it. The card read, "Peace probability 50, with a line of small print at the bottom, limited experience, non-stackable." He sneered, "You believe in such things." "It's not that I believe," Xiaonan replied, pocketing the card. "It's that Pain wants to try." Lin Xiaofan cut in. "Next time go for the limited edition. Get a Sharingan enhancement ticket, guaranteed profit." Daitu turned to him. "Do you think I'm easy to fool now?" "Not fooling," Lin Xiaofan shrugged. "Giving you a chance to choose again. Signing the atonement agreement doesn't mean you can truly atone. The system recognizes actions, not words." Daitu said nothing, lifted his foot, and walked out of the cafeteria. Lin Xiaofan followed, and their steps aligned again. The gray mark light band flickered beneath their feet, as if tugged by something. Daitu paused, and Lin Xiaofan stopped as well. "What's wrong?" Mingren caught up. "Nothing," Lin Xiaofan said. "The system is adapting to new permissions." Daitu remained silent and continued walking. But as he took the third step, the gray mark chain on his wrist suddenly tightened. A force surged from within, rushing straight into his mind. His vision went black, his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed. Lin Xiaofan caught him. Don't push it. I'm not. Dai-Tu didn't finish before he was pulled into a gray, hazy space. All around were shattered images, some moving, some still, all fragments of his memories. Rin's face, Kakashi's back, the Hokage monument of Konoha, all twisted as if torn apart and haphazardly reassembled. Welcome to the Gray Mark Abyss. A voice echoed in his ear, low and hoarse. The first generation King God's command, finally waiting for the host to voluntarily invoke the atonement protocol. Dai-Tu gritted his teeth. Show yourself. No response. Only the images spun faster until they all converged before him, forming a wall. Words emerged on the wall: emotional resonance ability. Sacrifice a portion in exchange for navigation rights. Before Dai-Tu could react, Lin Xiaofan's voice suddenly cut in. Don't choose. It's a trap. Dai-Tu turned to see Lin Xiaofan, standing not far away, pale-faced. He had been pulled in too. How are you here? 100% synchronization. You think it's a joke? Lin Xiaofan strode over, grabbing Dai-Tu's wrist. The system's underlying permission battle has begun. You triggered the first-generation command, so I have to come along. Dai-Tu shook off his hand. I don't need your help. Fine. Lin Xiaofan stepped back. Then navigate this maze alone to find the truth behind Rin's death. And while you're at it, see if the runes in your mother's diary matched the first-generation King God seal exactly. Dai-Tu froze. My mother's diary. How do you know? I not only know, I've read it, Lin Xiaofan said calmly. During the days you were unconscious, I went through your luggage. That diary, the cover has patterns that resonate with the system's underlying seal runes. You think the atonement protocol is to help you. Actually, the system is phishing. Dai-Tu clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. He stared at Lin Xiaofan, his gaze like a blade. Who exactly are you? Same as you. A poor soul bound by the system. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward. The difference is I saw through its tricks earlier. It gives you a chance to atone, but it really wants you to dig out your own weakness and then crush it. The images in the Gray Mark Abyss suddenly shook violently. Rin's face appeared in the center, a smile on her lips, but her eyes hollow. Dai-Tu's breath caught, and he unconsciously took a step forward. Lin Xiaofan grabbed him. Don't go. It's fake. I know it's fake. Dai-Tu shouted. But I still want to see her. Lin Xiaofan didn't let go, gripping tighter. Then choose navigation rights. Sacrifice part of your emotional resonance to get a way out. Otherwise, trapped here, the system will replay Rin's death over and over until you break. Dai-Tu struggled, but couldn't break free. He looked down at the gray mark chain on his wrist. It was slowly turning red like heated iron. He knew Lin Xiaofan was right. The system never offered true redemption, only traps that looked like redemption. Choose or not? Lin Xiaofan asked. Dai-Tu was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. I choose. The gray mark chain tightened sharply, a piercing pain shooting from his wrist to his heart. Dai-Tu grunted, his knees weakening, nearly falling. Lin Xiaofan supported him, not letting go. How do you feel? Lin Xiaofan asked. Like someone carved out a piece of flesh, Dai-Tu breathed. Normal. Lin Xiaofan released him. Now you can see the path. Dai-Tu looked up. The image wall before him had cracked open, a faint light seeping through the gap. He stepped forward, Lin Xiaofan following. They passed through the crack one after another, entering a new space. Here there were no shattered images, only a table with a diary on it. Dai-Tu walked over and opened the first page. Familiar handwriting met his eyes, his mother's. But when he reached the third page, his hand trembled. The pattern at the page corner was exactly the same as the system's underlying seal runes. See, Lin Xiaofan stood behind him. This is no coincidence. Your mother might be connected to the first-generation King God, or she might be the first-generation King God herself. Dai-Tu closed the diary, his fingers quivering. Impossible. Why impossible? Lin Xiaofan countered. When the system bound you, its priority was absurdly high. You think it was because you suffered enough. Wrong. It's because your bloodline carries its code. Dai-Tu said, nothing, tucking the diary into his chest. He turned and walked back, Lin Xiaofan following. They retraced their steps. The image wall of the gray mark abyss had vanished, replaced by a narrow passage. At the end of the passage stood a figure, back to them. Dean. Lin Xiaofan squinted. The figure turned around. It was indeed the Dean. But his eyes were gray, without pupils, like two pieces of frosted glass. You shouldn't have come here, the Dean spoke, but the voice wasn't his. The first-generation King God's command hasn't been executed yet. Lin Xiaofan stepped in front of Dai-Tu. What command? Eliminate unstable factors. The Dean raised his hand, and a gray mark light band shot from his sleeve straight at Dai-Tu. Host's emotional resonance exceeds limits. Forced reset required. Dai-Tu tried to dodge, but his body wouldn't move. Lin Xiaofan shoved him aside and met the attack himself, the gray mark light band wrapping around his neck. His face flushed red, yet he still smiled. Old man, you missed one thing. The dean frowned. What? He and I have 100% synchronization. Lin Xiaofan forced the words out through clenched teeth. Harming him is harming me. System underlying rule: before the host dies, the proxy is prioritized for protection. The gray mark light band hesitated, then released Lin Xiaofan. The dean's expression changed, a flicker of disturbance in his gray eyes. Interesting. The dean stepped back. You're more troublesome than I imagined. Save the nonsense. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his neck. Let us out, or I'll dismantle your permission core. The dean didn't move, only stared at Dai Tu. Are you sure you want to go with him? He's using you, and you know it. Dai Tu walked to Lin Xiaofan's side and stood firm. At least he gives me a choice. The dean smiled, a cold smile. Choice. When you see the truth, you'll know what real despair is. As his voice faded, the dean's figure began to dissipate. At the end of the passage, a door appeared, engraved with runes identical to those in the diary. Go. Lin Xiaofan pushed Dai Tu. Don't listen to his nonsense. They passed through the door. Their vision went black, and when they opened their eyes again, they were back at the cafeteria entrance. The sunlight was blinding. Mingren was squatting on the ground, counting ants, humming a tune. Where did you go? Mingren looked up. The dean came looking for you just now. Said the training plan has changed. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his temples. Changed to what? Dunno. Mingren stood up. Just said to go to the basement for a new jar test. Dai Tu said nothing, looking down at his wrist. The gray mark chain was still there, but its color had faded significantly. He touched the diary in his chest, his fingertips meeting the cover pattern, a sharp pain shooting through. Let's go. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. The basement awaits. Dai Tu nodded and followed. The gray mark light band flickered faintly beneath their feet, like an invisible thread binding their fates tightly together. Mingren chased after them, shouting, Wait for me. Is the new jar a limited edition? Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. Yes, draw one, and get a Sharingan enhancement ticket. Mingren cheered and ran faster. Dai Tu listened to his laughter, saying nothing. He knew the real battle had only just begun. The system wouldn't let him go, and the first generation King God's command wouldn't disappear. But now he had a choice. Either be controlled or resist. He chose the latter. Even if the price was losing part of his emotions, he accepted it. Because some truths are worth pursuing more than pain. Obito lowered his head to look at the gray marks on his wrist, their color somewhat faded from before. He didn't speak, merely tucking the diary in his arms deeper against his chest. Lin Xiaofan stood beside him and patted his shoulder. Let's go. Don't keep the dean waiting too long. Naruto bounded ahead, still muttering about the Sharingan enhancement vouchers. Conan followed behind, clutching the card that boosted peace probability by 50% without taking it out again. The basement entrance lay behind the training ground, with an iron door set into the stone wall bearing runes identical to those on the diary's cover. Lin Xiaofan reached out to push the door, but it wouldn't budge. He turned to Obito. You try. Obito frowned. Why me? The system recognizes you. Lin Xiaofan spoke calmly. The gray mark chains are bound to you, not me. The door access rests with you. Obito stared at the door for a few moments, then raised his hand and pressed it against the center of the runes. The gray mark chains glowed briefly, and the door emitted a low hum as it slowly slid inward. Cold air poured from the gap, carrying the scent of metallic rust. The three stepped inside, with Naruto crossing the threshold last. The door automatically closed behind them. The basement was modest in size, with dark gray stone bricks lining the walls and metal plates covering the floor that echoed beneath their footsteps. In the center sat a circle of bronze jars, their surfaces carved with intricate runes arranged in a ring. Each jar vibrated faintly, producing a low-frequency resonance. What is this? Naruto leaned close to one of the jars, reaching out to touch it. Don't move. Lin Xiaofan grabbed him firmly. These aren't ordinary jars. They're part of a mother jar array. The trigger mechanism is unknown, and reckless touching could cause serious trouble. Obito stood outside the circle of jars, keeping his distance. His gaze fixed on the largest jar at the center. It was noticeably bigger than the others, its surface etched with denser runes and cracked, as though something inside had forced its way out. Lin Xiaofan approached and lowered his voice. That's the core mother jar. The source of the runes in your mother's diary is right here. Obito said nothing, his eyes never leaving the jar. The gray mark chains on his wrist grew warm, as if sensing something. Conan remained at the doorway, her voice quiet. The dean sent us to test the new jars. Is this it? Not a test, Lin Xiaofan replied, shaking his head. This is about breaking through. The system's underlying permissions are locked by the first jar god's commands. We need Obito's emotional resonance to activate the mother jar in reverse and open the pathway. Conan studied him sharply. How do you know all this? I went through Obito's belongings, Lin Xiaofan admitted without hesitation. And I've read the system logs. The redemption protocol isn't a benefit, it's a trap. It demands Obito voluntarily invoke emotional memories to trigger resonance with the mother jar, after which it reclaims the host. Obito finally spoke. You want me to touch that jar? Lin Xiaofan nodded. Yes, but not by passively triggering it. You need to actively guide the process. You'll use your consciousness as bait, deceiving the system into thinking you're following orders, while secretly reverse engineering the seal. What are the odds of success? Unknown, Lin Xiaofan smiled. But I'm betting you're more stubborn than system code. Naruto interjected. Then what am I supposed to do? Stand here clapping. You're in charge of cheering, Lin Xiaofan said, casually glancing at Konan to make sure she didn't pull out her cards to disrupt the ritual. Konan offered no objection, simply gripping the cards in her pocket tighter. Obito stepped forward, positioning himself directly before the mother jar. The gray mark chain snapped taut suddenly, as though tugged by an unseen force. His breathing grew heavy, sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Xiaofan stood to his side, and slightly behind, his voice barely above a whisper. Don't resist, let it in. The system will access your memories, showing you Rin's face, the Hokage rock, in Konoha, every painful fragment you carry. You must pretend to be absorbed, while subtly steering it toward the diary's runes. Obito didn't turn around, only asking, what if it fails? Lin Xiaofan hesitated before continuing. The gray mark chains would drag you into the abyss, resetting your emotional module until you become nothing but an execution vessel. You'd forget Rin, forget Kakashi, forget who you are. Obito closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and pressed his hand against the jar's surface. It shuddered violently, as every rune ignited simultaneously, gray light crawling up his arm. Obito's body went rigid, his face draining of color instantly. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, immediately pressing his palm against Obito's back as the gray mark light spread from beneath both their feet, merging into a single connected field. Maintain synchronization. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. Don't let it sever the connection. Obito offered no response, his eyes sealed shut, lips trembling. The mother jar's vibrations intensified, causing the entire basement to resonate, as the array of jars illuminated one after another, their gray light weaving into a web that enveloped both of them. Naruto retreated to the wall, whispering to Konan, will they be all right? She shook her head. I don't know. But if Lin Xiaofan dares to risk this, he must have contingency plans in place. At the heart of the gray light, Obito's consciousness was pulled into chaos. Rin's smile, Kakashi's silhouette, the carvings on the Hokage rock flashing before him, all warping and distorting. He forced himself not to retreat, instead leaning into it, letting the visions wash over him. Simultaneously, he traced the runes from the diary in the depths of his mind. 1 page 2 3, and their outlines grew clearer, overlapping with the seal structure at the system's foundation. Lin Xiaofan's voice echoed in his mind. Yes, that's it. Ignore the visions. Focus on the runes. The system thinks you're reliving pain, but you're actually mapping its fatal weakness. The gray light erupted into violent fluctuations as cracks on the mother jar's surface widened, a hairline fissure running from base to top. From within emerged a faint glow, not gray, but pale gold. Obito seized the moment, pouring his entire consciousness toward that fissure. The gray light contracted sharply as though drawn inward, and the mother jar emitted a piercing shriek before its vibrations ceased, and the runes died out one by one. Silence reclaimed the basement. Obito opened his eyes, still pressing his hand against the jar. Lin Xiaofan released his grip and stepped back half a pace, his own complexion slightly pale. Did it work? Naruto ran over. Lin Xiaofan kept his gaze fixed on the mother jar. Not entirely. The seal has loosened but hasn't broken. The system's underlying permissions remain intact, though we've managed to pry open a crack. Obito withdrew his hand and glanced down at his wrist. The gray mark chains had faded further, nearly transparent. When his fingers brushed the diary against his chest and touched the cover's pattern, a sharp pain surged through him, sharper than before. Konan approached, her voice soft. What did you see? After a moment of silence, Obito replied, a sound. What kind of sound? A cry for help. Obito looked up, his expression chilling. It came from inside the jar, a woman's voice pleading, don't let them take my child. Lin Xiaofan's expression tightened. The first jar god. You knew this already. Obito stared at him. I guessed. Lin Xiaofan didn't deny it. The diary's runes and the system's seals share the same origin. Either your mother helped construct the system, or... He paused. She was the original host who was stripped away. Naruto looked completely baffled. So what now? Is the jar open? Not yet. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. But a permission crack has formed. The next time we trigger it, we can breach the system's foundation directly. Obito remained silent, turning toward the exit. Lin Xiaofan followed, and their footsteps fell into rhythm once more. The gray mark light beneath them flickered but held this time. Conan stayed where she was, gazing at the cracks marring the mother jar's surface. Pain would lose his mind if he learned of this, she murmured. Let him. Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. He got no peace from the peace jar, he drew anyway. The iron door slid open, sunlight pouring in. Obito squinted and raised a hand to shield his eyes. Standing beside him, Lin Xiaofan spoke suddenly. Next time don't bear it alone. 100% synchronization isn't something to take lightly. If you suffer, so do I. Obito lowered his hand and met his gaze. What's in it for you? I want you alive, Lin Xiaofan shrugged. If you die, my position as proxy becomes meaningless. The system won't assign me a second host. Obito asked no further questions and walked outward. Naruto caught up, still harping on the Sharingan enhancement vouchers. Conan followed, last the card in her hand, creased from gripping it too tightly. Behind them the basement door slowly closed, and within the cracks on the mother jar's surface a flash of pale gold light appeared and vanished. Obito touched the diary pressed against his chest, his stride unbroken. He understood the system wouldn't let him go, and that the first jar god's commands still waited to be carried out. Yet now he had a choice, to cease being controlled, and instead turn the tables on the system itself. Even if the price demanded more of his emotions, he accepted it. Because certain truths had to be unearthed by his own hands. Walking beside him, Lin Xiaofan suddenly spoke. Dinner's on me tonight. Let's celebrate our first successful reverse intrusion. I'm not celebrating with you, Obito said coldly. Fine, Lin Xiaofan smiled. Then you pay. 500 chakra for a bowl of ramen. Take it or leave it. Obito ignored him and continued walking. The gray mark chains on his wrist trembled faintly, as though responding to something. Wait up. Naruto called from behind. When do the new jars unlock? Tomorrow, Lin Xiaofan called back. Limited edition. If you draw the right one, you get a Ninetales chakra trial voucher. Naruto cheered and broke into a sprint. Obito listened to the laughter behind him in silence. He knew the real battle was only beginning. Daitu hadn't slept. He lay with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The gray scar chain pulsed faintly on his wrist, like something crawling beneath his skin. Lin Xiaofan had said that a synchronization rate of 100% was no joke. Now he believed it. A dull ache seeped into his bones, his temples throbbed with a persistent pulse, and even his breathing felt labored. He didn't move, nor did he call out. He knew Lin Xiaofan was in the next room. The door was ajar, the light still on. Footsteps light as a whisper stopped at the doorway. Lin Xiaofan poked his head in. Still awake. Can't sleep. Daitu didn't look at him. That's normal. Lin Xiaofan stepped inside, carrying a cloth bundle. Residual system fluctuations. It'll take a few hours to settle. I brought you something. He placed the bundle on the bedside and opened it. Inside were several rolls of bandages, a jar of ointment, 3 talismans, and a piece of candy. Candy. Daitu frowned. For calming. Lin Xiaofan peeled off the wrapper and popped the candy into his mouth. The sweetness suppresses neural agitation. Regular customers say it works. Daitu didn't spit it out. He held it in his mouth, his tongue pressing against the sugar as it slowly dissolved. The sweetness indeed dulled the sharp, prickling numbness in his mind. The mother jar cracked. Lin Xiaofan sat on the edge of the bed, lowering his voice. That golden light wasn't a system leak. It was the first-generation jar god speaking. What did she say? She was crying for help. Lin Xiaofan paused. Don't let them take my child. You've heard that, haven't you? Daitu didn't answer. Of course he remembered. That woman's voice from the basement had pierced through the jar and drilled straight into his eardrums. At the time he thought it was an illusion, now he knew it wasn't. The system is lying to you. Lin Xiaofan continued. The atonement protocol isn't about redeeming yourself. It's turning you into a key. It wants you to actively recall your pain, trigger an emotional peak, so it can crawl along the gray scar, chain into your mind, and reshape you into a docile puppet. And what about you? Daitu turned his head. What are you after? I told you. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. If you die, my proxy identity goes down with you. The system is stingy, it won't assign a substitute. Bullshit. Daitu sneered. You planned this from the start. From the moment you let me touch the mother jar, every step was in your calculation. Clever. Lin Xiaofan smiled. But not entirely right. I didn't expect the first-generation jar god to speak, nor did I anticipate that the golden light could penetrate the system's firewall. That's an unexpected bonus. He reached out and pressed his fingertip against Daitu's forehead. A chill seeped in like a drop of water falling into a parched riverbed. Permission grafting protocol, Lin Xiaofan said. I planted it secretly while your consciousness was being dragged into chaos. Now it's taken root in your mind, coexisting with the system's commands. When you feel pain, I can sense it. When the system tries to control you, I can interfere in reverse. Parasitism. Daitu's gaze turned cold. Symbiosis, Lin Xiaofan corrected. You provide the host permissions, I provide the cracking technology. We each get what we need. Dai Tu said nothing more. The candy had dissolved completely, leaving only a sticky sweet residue in his mouth. He raised his hand and touched the diary on his chest. The cover's pattern pressed against his fingertips, the sting clearer than yesterday, like needles gently poking beneath his skin. Who is she? Dai Tu asked. Your mother, Lin Xiaofan said bluntly. Or the first-generation Jar God herself. The runes in the diary share the same origin as the system's underlying code. That's no coincidence. Either she took part in building the system, or she was the first host chosen by the system and later got stripped away. Strip? Literally. Lin Xiaofan stood up and walked to the window. The system needs a vessel, but not one with self-awareness. The first generation was too powerful, strong enough to defy commands. So they cut her apart. One part left in the system as a core program, another sealed inside the diary, and thrown into the ninja world to fend for itself. Dai Tu sat up. The gray scar chain tensed with the movement, then slowly loosened. What is the lunar embryo chamber? Lin Xiaofan turned to look at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You heard that? In a dream, Dai Tu said. A word in the golden light kept repeating. That lines up. Lin Xiaofan walked back, crouching by the bedside, his voice even lower. The system logs mentioned it once, but it was encrypted. I'm guessing it's where the first-generation Jar God hid things. Her genetic code backup consciousness, or her real child, matches with me. 100% match. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Why else do you think the gray scar chain only recognizes you? The system didn't choose a host at random. It followed the genetic chain back. Dai Tu fell silent. From outside the window came Ming Ren's shouts. He was practicing shadow clones in the open space downstairs, yelling about wanting to draw a new jar while creating clones. Xiaonan's voice followed, telling him to keep it down and not wake the others. Lin Xiaofan patted Dai Tu's knee. Don't overthink it. You still have work tomorrow. Doing what? Fishing. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The system will notice the permission breach and send someone to patch it. We'll wait by the stump and see who jumps out first. He stood up, stuffed the talismans from the cloth bundle into Dai Tu's hand. Stick these on your body. They block tracking. Apply the ointment on your wrists before sleep and wrap the bandages yourself. I'll get you more candy when it runs out. At the door he paused. Oh, and you really don't want to have dinner with me. All you can eat ramen. Get lost, Dai Tu said. Lin Xiaofan left with a grin, pulling the door shut behind him. Dai Tu looked down at the talismans, yellow paper with black patterns identical to the designs on the diary. He tore one off and pressed it against his left chest. A chill spread instantly like a layer of thin ice over his skin, suppressing the restless heat beneath. He lay back down and closed his eyes. The gray scar chain quieted, but something else entered his mind. A faint, intermittent crackling sound, like someone typing on a keyboard in the distance. He knew it was Lin Xiaofan's consciousness synchronizing, threading a line through his nerve endings via the grafting protocol. It wasn't uncomfortable. In fact, it felt somewhat reassuring. At least now he wasn't carrying the burden alone. The next morning, Ming Ren kicked open the door and burst in. New jar? Where's the new jar? Lin Xiaofan was squatting in the yard wiping a jar. Without looking up, he said, What's the rush? We'll open it at noon. Why noon? Ming Ren hopped over beside him. Opening it in the morning is fine. We can draw and then celebrate with lunch. Limited editions require the right timing. Lin Xiaofan flipped the jar over. The chakra tide needs to peak for the luck concentration to reach the standard. You don't want to miss the Ninetales experience ticket, do you? Yes. Ming Ren immediately changed his tune. I'll wait. What time at noon? After lunch. Lin Xiaofan stood up, dusting off his hands. Eat first. You need energy to grind. Xiaonan came out of the kitchen carrying a tray. The director said there are guests today. Save 2 seats. Guests? Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. Who? Didn't say. Xiaonan set down the tray. Just said old friends bringing gifts. Dai Tu walked out of the house. The gray scar chain was so faint it was almost invisible. He glanced at the porridge and pickled vegetables on the tray, but didn't pick up his chopsticks. Eat something. Lin Xiaofan handed him a bowl. An empty stomach makes it easier for the system to exploit you. Dai Tu took the bowl, scooped a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. The porridge was lukewarm and bland. As he chewed, he suddenly looked up. What's the gift? Xiaonan shook her head. I don't know. But the director's expression was off. Nervous? Lin Xiaofan asked. Excited, Xiaonan said. The kind of excitement like finding a treasure. Lin Xiaofan and Dai Tu exchanged a glance, saying nothing. Ming Ren was still rambling about the new jar, completely oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. Halfway through the meal, a knock came at the courtyard gate. Xiaonan went to open the gate. When she returned, 2 people followed behind her. An old man in a white robe with glasses and a tall figure wearing a mask that revealed only his eyes. Let me introduce. The director came up behind them beaming. Professor Shanzhong from the Shine Probability Research Center, and a representative of the Wuyin Jar gambling gang codenamed Gui Mian. Lin Xiaofan put down his chopsticks and slowly wiped his mouth. What rare guests. Professor Shanzhong pushed up his glasses. I've long heard of Boss Lin's reputation. Today we've come specially to observe the new jar's opening ceremony. Gui Mian said nothing, just stared at Dai Tu. His gaze was like a knife scraping against one's skin. Observing is fine, Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. But you have to pay the observation fee. 500 chakra per person, no bargaining. Professor Shanzhong took out a money pouch and paid promptly. Gui Mian stood still. Not paying. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Gui Mian finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I brought something to trade. He pulled out a bronze jar from his robes, its surface engraved with spiral patterns, the mouth sealed with wax. What's that? Mingren leaned in. Wuyin's special supply. Gui Mian placed the jar on the table. Bloodline limit, random awakening. Whatever attribute comes out, it takes effect immediately. Lin Xiaofan didn't touch the jar, just glanced at it. Interesting, but I don't accept second-hand goods. It's not second-hand, Gui Mian stressed. Unopened original. Original doesn't work either. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. My rule, cash only. Keep the jar for yourself. Gui Mian's eyes turned cold, and his hand moved to the sword hilt at his waist. Professor Shanzhong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Boss Lin, don't be hasty. We truly came in good faith to exchange ideas. I heard you have a special customer here who can trigger the mother jar's resonance. He looked at Dai Tu. Dai Tu set down his bowl. The gray scar chain silently crept up his wrist, glowing faintly beneath his skin. Not really special. Lin Xiaofan stepped in front of Dai Tu. Just good luck. He hit a system bug. A bug, eh? Professor Shanzhong's eyes lit up. Could you elaborate? Our research center has been working on a non-chieftain protection mechanism. Maybe we can collaborate. No time, Lin Xiaofan interrupted. Today's focus is the new jar. If you two are really interested, pay up and queue. Draw first, then talk. Gui Mian suddenly struck, too fast to follow. A flash of blade light straight for Dai Tu's throat. Lin Xiaofan didn't move, and Dai Tu didn't dodge either. The gray scar chain abruptly expanded, coiling around the blade like a living snake. With a crack, the metal snapped. Half a blade tip clattered to the ground, rolling with a clink. Gui Mian retreated 2 steps, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide behind the mask. I told you have to pay. Lin Xiaofan bent down, picked up the broken blade, and tossed it into the scrap pile in the corner of the yard. Next time you make a move, I'll charge you medical fees. Professor Shanzhong's forehead beaded with sweat. A misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Mister, Gui Mian was just testing your reaction speed. Test done. Lin Xiaofan smiled, satisfied with the result. Gui Mian said nothing, turned and left. Professor Shanzhong bowed awkwardly and hurried after him. The director's face turned pale. This? What do we do? The Wuyin people are not to be trifled with. What's there to fear? Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. With me here, even if the sky falls, it won't land on your head. He turned to Dai Tu. How do you feel? Dai Tu flexed his wrist as the gray scar chain retracted beneath his skin. Not bad. Lighter than yesterday. Good. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his hands together. Let's get ready to open the jar. The audience is gone. Peace and quiet. Mingren cheered and dashed off to fetch the table. Xiaonan silently cleared the dishes, glancing occasionally toward the courtyard gate. The noon sun was blazing. Lin Xiaofan placed the golden jar in the center of the yard, its surface covered in runes shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Mingren stood by, rubbing his hands, practically drooling. Rules as usual, Lin Xiaofan announced. 500 chakra per draw guaranteed silver as the floor, and a 10 draw guarantees a gold. Today's bonus. If you draw a limited edition, you get a 9 Tails chakra experience ticket valid for 3 days. It. Mingren was the first to pull out his money. I'll do a 5 draw first. Lin Xiaofan took the money, traced a circle over the jar's mouth with his finger. The runes lit up one by one, the lid slowly unscrewed, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. First item, Clone Enhancement set, bronze. Second, Shadow Clone Cooldown Reduction scroll, silver. Third, Soldier Pill Deluxe Edition, bronze. Fourth, Sharingan Basic Training Videotape, silver. Fifth, 9 Tails Chakra Experience ticket, gold. Mingren shrieked, pounced on the scroll, and hugged it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Lin Xiaofan handed him the experience ticket. Use it sparingly. Don't blow up the village. Xiaonan stepped forward, hesitated, then said, I'll draw 1. She paid, and Lin Xiaofan opened the jar. First item, Medical Ninjutsu Advanced Manual, silver. Second chakra recovery potion, 3 bronze. Third non-chieftain protection talisman gold. The wearer's next 10 draw is guaranteed to yield an SSR. Xiaonan was stunned. This? Can it really guarantee a floor? System products honest and fair. Lin Xiaofan winked. But it's only good for one use. Once used it's gone. Xiaonan carefully tucked the talisman away the corners of her mouth, lifting slightly. When it was Dai Tu's turn, Lin Xiaofan gave him an extra look. Are you sure you want to draw? Your current state is special. It could trigger a link. Draw. Dai Tu handed over the money pouch. Lin Xiaofan took the money, his finger lingering over the jar's mouth a moment longer. As the runes lit up, he muttered something under his breath. No one caught it. The lid opened, and the golden light blazed brighter than before. An object slowly floated up. Moon's Tear Saint Relic. The wearer can briefly enter the lunar embryo chamber for a duration of 30 minutes. The entire yard fell silent. Ming Ren's mouth hung open. This? What tier is this? Saint Relic, Lin Xiaofan said softly. The highest class system item, theoretically non-existent in the regular pool. Dai Tu reached out and grasped the moon's tear. The stone was ice-cold, its texture like solidified mercury. The gray scar chain suddenly pulsed violently, spreading from his wrist all the way to his neck, weaving a web beneath his skin. Lin Xiaofan leaned close to his ear and said in a voice only the two could hear, "The first-generation Jar God is waiting for you. Don't keep her waiting too long." Dai Tu tightened his grip on the stone, saying nothing. The director asked tremblingly, Is this thing safe? Safe. Lin Xiaofan straightened up with a bright smile. As long as you don't get lost on the moon. Xiaonan stared at the stone in Dai Tu's hands, seeming to want to speak, but holding back. Ming Ren was still studying his own experience ticket, completely oblivious to the anomaly. As the sun tilted westward, the guests dispersed. Lin Xiaofan crouched in the corner of the yard counting money, while Dai Tu stood in the shade, stroking the moon's tear. When are you going? Lin Xiaofan asked without looking up. Tonight, Dai Tu said. I'll go with you. No need. Dai Tu refused. The grafting protocol is enough. You stay and cover me from below. Lin Xiaofan's counting hand paused for a moment. Fine, but don't be a hero. Once the 30 minutes are up, no matter what you see, come back immediately. I know. And Lin Xiaofan stood up, walked over, and pressed a handful of candy into his hand. Suck on these. There's no air on the moon. The sweetness will help keep you alert. Dai Tu didn't refuse, he pocketed the candy. Late at night, when all was quiet, Dai Tu walked alone toward the basement. The iron door slid open automatically. The mother jar stood silently in the center, the golden light in its cracks brighter than during the day, as if it were breathing. He stood before the jar and took out the moon's tear. The stone sensed the mother jar's aura, levitated on its own, and drifted slowly toward the cracks. The golden light blazed, enveloping his entire body. Dai Tu closed his eyes, letting his consciousness be pulled away. The gray scar chain wrapped around his entire body, intertwining with the chill of the grafting protocol, forming an impenetrable net. Lin Xiaofan's voice echoed in his mind. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Dai Tu didn't respond. He felt himself rising. Through rock, through clouds, through the atmosphere. And then a silver-white world unfolded before his eyes. Craters, meteorite impact sites, a desolate wasteland of silence. In the distance, a massive, transparent chamber was embedded in the lunar soil, like a sleeping egg. The chamber's surface was engraved with patterns identical to those on the diary. Dai Tu landed and walked toward the embryo chamber. Each step felt like treading on cotton, airy and light. He reached out and touched the chamber wall. The patterns lit up and the door slid open silently. Inside there was no infant, no embryo. Only a soft orb of light floating in the center, shaped like a curled-up person. The orb of light turned toward him, and a familiar voice spoke. You've come, my child. Dai Tu froze in place. The voice was gentle, sorrowful, laden with endless exhaustion. Identical to the woman who had cried for help in the basement. Mother, he asked tentatively. The orb trembled gently. No, I am the first generation. Your mother is a part of me. Dai Tu clenched his fists. What do you mean? Sit down, the orb indicated. Time is short, so I'll make it brief. Dai Tu sat down against the chamber wall. The candy melted in his mouth, the sweetness suppressing the dryness in his throat. The system is not a tool, the first generation's voice transmitted directly into his mind. It is a prison. It imprisons hosts, extracts emotions, and manufactures pain as fuel. I resisted and I failed. They cut me into pieces, sealed my consciousness inside the system as its core, turned my physical genes into keys, and scattered them across the ninja world. Dai Tu, the orb drew closer to him. You are the last key, and the only one who can destroy the system. Howie, find the other fragments. The first generation said, gather the 7 keys, and you can rewrite the system's foundation. But each time you activate one, a part of the host's emotions will be stripped away, until you become an empty shell. Dai Tu fell silent. The gray scar chain tightened beneath his skin as if warning him. Does Lin Xiaofan know? He asked. He knows a part. The first generation side. But he doesn't know the price. The grafting protocol helps you resist the system's control, yet it accelerates the loss of emotion. The more you rely on him, the more you lose. Dai Tu touched the diary on his chest. The stinging sensation was gone, replaced by a numbness. Is it worth it? The first generation asked softly. To give up love, hate, sorrow, joy. To become a walking corpse. For the truth. Dai Tu didn't answer. The 30 minutes were almost up. He could feel his consciousness being pulled back to the ground. I'll come again, he said, standing up. Next time I'll bring you an answer. The orb dimmed. Trust no one, not even Lin Xiaofan. The system is everywhere. A golden flash and Dai Tu's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the basement. The cracks in the mother jar had widened, golden light flowing like water. Lin Xiaofan crouched beside him, looking tense. How was it? Lin Xiaofan helped him up. Did you see the first generation? Dai Tu nodded, took the candy wrapper out of his pocket, crumpled it, and tossed it away. What did she say, eh? She said you're not trustworthy. Dai Tu met Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Said the system is everywhere. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. She sure knows me well. He patted Dai Tu's back. Come on, let's go up and sleep. Tomorrow we still have to deal with the director and those flies. Dai Tu didn't move. Where's the moon's tear? Here. Lin Xiaofan took the stone from his pocket. Ottery said, it'll work next time. Dai Tu took it, the stone was still cold. The gray scar chain lay quietly beneath his skin like a dormant snake. The two walked out of the basement, the iron door closing behind them. Moonlight fell on Dai Tu's face, reflecting no expression. Lin Xiaofan suddenly said, actually she was right. About what? I'm not trustworthy. Lin Xiaofan smiled. But I'm more reliable than the system. At least, I won't let you become an empty shell. Dai Tu didn't respond, walking straight ahead. Lin Xiaofan followed beside him, humming a tuneless song. The night wind blew, and the candy wrapper rolled gently in the corner covered in dust. Obito tucked the moon tear into his robes, the gray marked chains shrinking into thin threads beneath his skin. Lin Xiaofan watched him for a few seconds, then stopped pressing about what the first Hokage had said. He simply patted Obito's shoulder. Let's go up. Don't keep Conan waiting. As they reached the stairwell, Naruto burst out from around the corner, clutching a Nine-Tails trial voucher, his face flushed red. Boss. How do I use this thing? I just tried it, and my chakra nearly blew a hole through the roof. Didn't you read the instructions, eh? Lin Xiaofan snatched the voucher away. 12-hour cooldown, and you can only release 30% of its power at a time. This isn't some cheap street soda, but I want to train now. Naruto clung to Lin Xiaofan's sleeve, refusing to let go. Sasuke said he wants to see who can master a new jutsu first. Sasuke? Lin Xiaofan suddenly stopped. Where is he? Conan approached from the other end of the corridor, carrying a tea tray in the backyard. He said he wanted to test the effects of the Sharingan instructional video. She glanced at Obito. The director asked me to check if the Mist Village people will come back tomorrow. Let them come. Lin Xiaofan shoved the voucher back into Naruto's hand. Tell them to bring enough chakra, or they won't even make it through the door. He turned to Obito. You're not in the right state. Don't touch the tank today. Obito didn't respond, walking straight toward the backyard. Lin Xiaofan clicked his tongue and dragged Naruto along to follow. Sasuke stood in the center of the clearing, his left Sharingan spinning slowly. Seeing them approach, he raised his hand and formed a sequence of hand signs. Several pillars of fire erupted from the ground, fanning out before him. Naruto let out a loud yell, and a dozen shadow clones burst into existence, recklessly charging into the flames. Idiot. That's a demonstration of the attack range. Sasuke frowned and shouted. Lin Xiaofan let out a whistle. The video's pretty effective, huh? It can even replicate fire-style Great Dragon Fire. He pulled out a small notebook and jotted down a note. I'll stock up on more next time I restock. Obito stood under the shade of a tree, watching Naruto yelp and curse as a tongue of flame singed his pant leg, while Sasuke coldly unleashed a water-style jutsu to douse the fire. The gray mark chains remained utterly still, not even the faintest tremor. He touched the diary in his chest pocket. There used to be a dull ache there, now there was nothing but a hollow emptiness. Hey, Lin Xiaofan leaned in close. Has the emotional detachment started? Obito nodded. How long? It's been gone since I came back from the moon. Lin Xiaofan was silent for a moment, then abruptly turned and dashed toward the house. When he emerged, he was carrying a half-meter-tall metal tank, its surface covered in conduits and gauges. An emotional resonance tank, hastily modified. He set the tank in the middle of the clearing. Naruto, Sasuke, come fight each other. Now Naruto was busy patting the ash off his pant leg. Yes now. Lin Xiaofan slapped the side of the tank, and the gauges lit up with a faint glow. The loser pays for ramen. The winner gets. He deliberately drew out the pause, a free pull from the golden tank. Sasuke's Sharingan immediately swiveled toward the tank. Rules. No rules, Lin Xiaofan grinned. Just knock the other guy down. However, he pointed to the receiver on top of the tank. While you fight, you have to think about the thing that makes you angriest. The angrier the better. Naruto scratched his head. The thing that makes me angriest. Does owing you money count? Yes. Lin Xiaofan pushed him to stand on the left side of the tank. Sasuke, you take the right. The two squared off, and their chakra began to surge. Lin Xiaofan retreated to stand beside Obito, lowering his voice. This tank can absorb the emotional fluctuations from the fight and convert them into stable energy to feed into your body. In theory, it can slow down the detachment. Obito stared at the tank. What's the risk? With me around, what risk could there be? Lin Xiaofan pulled out a piece of candy and handed it to him. Suck on this. If the system backfires, it can help suppress it. The moment the battle began, the resonance tank's gauges went wild. Naruto's shadow clones surged toward Sasuke like a tidal wave, each face twisted in exaggerated fury. Sasuke's Sharingan spun at high speed, his Chidori sharp spear piercing clone after clone with a ferocity that was far too brutal for a spar. Lin Xiaofan's eyes were fixed on the data stream, his fingers tapping rapidly across the side of the tank. The values aren't high enough. He gritted his teeth. We need to raise the stakes. Obito suddenly spoke. Tell them the truth. What? Tell them I'm an experiment. Obito met Lin Xiaofan's gaze directly. Tell them this fight is to keep me alive. Lin Xiaofan stared at him. Are you insane? Once they know, they'll fight harder. Obito cut him off. Naruto wants to save everyone. Sasuke hates being used. It's perfect. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath and shouted into the arena, hold on. Naruto pulled back his fist, panting, what now? I'll tell you the truth. Lin Xiaofan pointed at Obito. He's dying. The system is draining his emotions. This tank converts the emotions from your fight to keep him alive, so don't hold back. Fight like your lives depend on it. Sasuke's Sharingan contracted sharply. Naruto froze for 2 seconds, then let out a roar and lunged at Sasuke. Why didn't you say so earlier? The battle escalated into a life-or-death struggle. The warning light on the resonance tank began to flash. Lin Xiaofan scrambled to adjust the parameters. Obito felt a faint warmth flow from the tank into his wrist. The gray mark chains trembled slightly like parched earth finally receiving rain. It's working. Lin Xiaofan's cheer was cut short as the tank emitted a piercing whine. The gauges reset to 0, and all the conduits simultaneously pulsed with a dark red light. Damn it, overload. Lin Xiaofan lunged for the control valve. The system is backlashing. Obito abruptly grabbed his hand. Don't shut it off. Are you trying to kill yourself? There's something inside. Obito stared at the churning red light within the tank. A fragment of the first Hokage. Lin Xiaofan froze. A blurred human figure began to take shape in the red glow, lips moving as if speaking. Obito focused his mind and finally made out the words, the key requires a sacrifice. The resonance tank exploded with a deafening roar. The shockwave knocked everyone off their feet. Obito was slammed against the wall, but felt no pain. The gray mark chains like living things coiled around the wreckage of the tank, devouring every shard of red light. A sharp pain stabbed through his numb chest like a needle piercing his heart. Obito. Naruto was the first to scramble to his feet and rush toward him. Sasuke held Naruto back. Don't touch him. The chains are moving. The gray mark chains shed their dark red hue and returned to a silver gray, but they were noticeably thicker than before. Obito pushed himself up against the wall and found his fingertips were trembling slightly. The first physical reaction he'd had since the detachment began. Lin Xiaofan dug a half-buried conduit out of the wreckage, his face pale. You did that on purpose. The fragments can repair their host. Obito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The first Hokage mentioned it last night. She didn't mention it would nearly kill you. Lin Xiaofan hurled the conduit to the ground. Next time discuss this with me beforehand. Conan came running up breathless. The director says the Sand Village people are here again, and this time they brought. Before she could finish, Professor Yamaika's voice rang out from beyond the courtyard. Lin, boss. We found a loophole in the non-lucky protection mechanism. Lin Xiaofan rolled his eyes, then turned to Obito. Looks like we need to find a quieter place to hide. He kicked aside a piece of the tank's wreckage. We'll move to the underground training grounds tonight. The signal shielding is strong there. Obito nodded, bending down to pick up a fragment of the resonance tank. The fragment crumbled to dust in his palm, and the last wisp of red light seeped into the gray mark chains. The numbness returned, but it was fainter than before. Naruto came up to him. Does it still hurt? No, Obito said, dusting off his hands. Just a bit tired. Then we've got to get some good food. Naruto slung an arm around his neck. Come on, ramen's on me. But the boss said the loser pays. I didn't lose. Sasuke's voice was cold. But you didn't win either. Naruto stuck out his tongue. It's a draw. So I'm still paying. Lin Xiaofan watched the three of them bickering as they headed toward the door. He quietly pulled Conan aside. Keep an eye on Obito for me. He just absorbed a fragment of the first Hokage. I don't know what the side effects might be. Conan frowned. You knew there was a fragment in the tank. I guessed. Lin Xiaofan fished out a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. The system's been running self-diagnostics in the middle of the night lately. The frequency is abnormally high. The first Hokage must have left a contingency plan. Is it worth it, eh? Conan asked. To preserve his humanity, you're risking the entire experiment site. Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He just smiled. He looked up at the moon, where an embryonic pod lay waiting silently for its next opening. The iron door of the underground training ground had barely closed when Lin Xiaofan crouched in the corner dismantling the monitor. Uchiha leaned against the wall, gray trace, chains creeping slowly beneath his skin like a serpent rousing from slumber. Uzumaki bounced around the center of the arena, clutching a Nine-Tails experience voucher, muttering about the cooldown timer nearly running out. Across the room, Sasuke sat in quiet concentration, adjusting the Sharingan recording tape as the blue glow of the screen washed over his face. Stop shaking. Lin Xiaofan didn't even look up. Keep it up and my hand will slip. I'll solder the wrong wire and you won't be touching a can tonight. Uzumaki froze instantly. Boss, hurry up already. Sasuke says his new move can pierce through bedrock, said Lin Xiaofan. I want to see if it can hold. Hold your head. Lin Xiaofan tightened the last screw. You still haven't paid for blowing up the roof last time. Conan entered with a tea tray and set it beside the console. The dean asked whether we should arrange a meeting with the Chunin Ninja. No need. Lin Xiaofan patted the modified monitor. Have them pay the deposit first. No chakra, no knocking. Professor Yamakage trailed behind, clutching a stack of data sheets. We patched the loophole in the poor luck protection mechanism. Now 10 consecutive failed pulls trigger a compensation algorithm, boosting the drop rate by 15%. About time. Lin Xiaofan took the data and scanned it. Next order, I'm stocking extra guarantee rare items. Complaints should drop by half. He connected the monitor to Uchiha's wrist. The screen flickered to life, the waveform steady, until within half a minute the alarm blared and red lights flashed without cease. Lin Xiaofan jerked his head up. The chains are reverse engineering your emotional code. Uchiha glanced down at his arm. The gray trace chains glowed faintly, their frequency quickening. System alert, highest priority. Lin Xiaofan's fingers flew across the screen. It's learning how you cry and laugh, preparing to turn you into an AI control template. Uzumaki leaned in. Isn't that great? No need to think during fights. The system handles the moves. Great, my foot, Lin Xiaofan glared. If he becomes AI, he'll empty your wallet buying limited editions first. Sasuke shut off the recording tape and approached. Is there a way to stop it? Yes. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath. I'll flood it with my own emotional data to slow the AI assimilation. But the risk is, I could be reverse infected. My emotional modules could destabilize. Conan frowned. Is it worth it? I'll decide that. Lin Xiaofan opened the system backend and pulled up his emotional logs. Since the day I swallowed the first generation's remnant, I knew this step would come. He pressed confirm. Data surged into the monitor. The waveform on the screen convulsed violently, and the gray trace chains flared with blinding light, nearly piercing through the skin. Uchiha grunted, dropping to one knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hold on. Lin Xiaofan grit his teeth. I planted an anchor in your mind. As long as you don't abandon the thought that you're human, the system can't consume you. Uzumaki paced anxiously. What can I do? Should I fight again? The resonance can worked last time. Not this time. Lin Xiaofan stared at the data. The chains were simulating the first generation King God's fluctuation. The resonance Kin's energy level was insufficient. Forcing input would cause an explosion. Sasuke spoke suddenly. Use my Sharingan. It can replicate chakra patterns. Maybe I can disrupt the chain frequency. Too risky. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. If the replication fails, your eyes are done for, and Dr. Sakura will tear my clinic apart. I agree. Uchiha lifted his head, voice hoarse. Let him try. Lin Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Fine, but only replicate the fluctuation. Do not touch the core code. Sasuke stepped before Uchiha, his left Sharingan spinning slowly. Sensing chakra draw near the gray trace, chains lashed out toward Sasuke, but Lin Xiaofan grabbed them down. Don't move. Lin Xiaofan barked. Sasuke now. The Sharingan blazed. The chain fluctuation was forcibly captured and replicated. The waveform on the screen began to distort, the alarm wavering erratically. Uchiha's body trembled violently, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Stop! Conan rushed forward. He can't hold on. 5 more seconds. Lin Xiaofan stared fixedly at the data. The chains were retreating. When his words fell unfinished, the monitor went dark. All lights died. The arena plunged into blackness save for the faint silver glow of the chains. Where's the backup power? Lin Xiaofan patted the console in the dark. Didn't install it, Professor Yamakage murmured weakly. You said the budget was limited. Uzumaki drew a kunai and sliced his fingertip, drawing blood to sketch a crude illumination seal on the floor. A dim red light flickered to life, revealing Rinnegan kneeling on the ground, the chains wrapped around him like a suit of metallic armor. He's alive. Sasuke crouched to check his pulse. Heartbeat slow but steady. Lin Xiaofan exhaled in relief and slumped to the ground. Finally, didn't turn into a robot on the spot. Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. His first words, ramen. My treat. Uzumaki burst out laughing. You remember to treat. That means the AI didn't eat you. I remember. Uchiha pushed himself up against the wall. Also remember, you owe me 3 sparring fees. Lin Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Enough. As long as you're alive. Move it. I'm hungry. The group headed for the exit with Lin Xiaofan bringing up the rear, quietly pulling up the system logs. The latest entry read the gray trace chain fluctuation frequency synchronized with the lunar embryo pod launch countdown. He stared at those words for a long time until Conan returned. Found something, she asked. Nothing. Lin Xiaofan closed the screen. Just. The first generation's contingency is far more troublesome than I imagined. Conan didn't press further, handing him a candy. Take this. Your face looks worse than Uchiha's. Lin Xiaofan accepted it and popped it into his mouth. The sweetness bloomed on his tongue. He glanced up at the ceiling. Layers of rock and earth above concealed a moon on the verge of awakening. Professor Yamakage caught up. Boss Lin. The Chunin ninjas say they're willing to pay extra for the Poor Luck Reversal Experience Pack. Tell them. Lin Xiaofan grinned. Pull 100 cans first, then we talk business. Uzumaki shouted from ahead. Boss. The ramen shop is closing. Coming. Lin Xiaofan responded, quickening his pace. After a few steps, he turned back and whispered to Conan. Watch over him tonight. If the chains act up again, call me immediately. Conan nodded. And you? I'm going to find the first generation's diary. Lin Xiaofan touched the candy wrapper in his pocket. I need to figure out which door she intends for Uchiha to unlock as her key. Lin Xiaofan spat the candy wrapper out of his mouth, pinching it between his fingers and flipping it over. The reverse side was not patterned, but covered in a series of fine, dense marks like scratches carved by a fingernail. Their arrangement was one he recognized, the encrypted coordinates left by the original King God. His steps did not falter. He absent-mindedly answered Naruto's urging about ramen, while secretly slipping the wrapper into his sleeve. Back on the second floor of the clinic, he locked the door, pulled out his system terminal, and pressed the wrapper against the scanning area. The screen lit up, data streams scrolled rapidly, and within half a minute a map projection popped up, the lunar surface with a single red dot blinking. Embryo pod. He murmured the name the system had labeled. Just as his finger hovered over the confirm button, the entire building suddenly trembled. Naruto's voice echoed from downstairs. Boss. Obito's chains blew up again. Lin Xiaofan grabbed his terminal and rushed downstairs. Obito was kneeling in the center of the training ground, gray chains erupting from his skin, twisting into a net in midair and emitting a high-frequency hum. Conan stood 3 meters away, not daring to approach. Sasuke's Sharingan was already active, but he held still. The lesson from the last failed interference was still fresh. Don't use your eyes. Lin Xiaofan shouted simultaneously, pulling up the back-end commands. The chains are resonating. Copying the frequency will only accelerate their consumption of the host. Professor Yamanaka rushed in with a data pad. The fluctuation source points towards the moon. It matches the embryo pod signal we detected last time. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth, fingers flying across the terminal. It's responding to the coordinates call. The fragment of the original within Obito has been activated. Obito looked up, his eyes vacant, yet a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Quite efficient, Boss Lin. You just found the key and the door opened on its own. The voice didn't sound like Obito, its tone was flat, each word like synthesized speech. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. The AI evolution process has advanced ahead of schedule. Remember when I treated you to ramen? Lin Xiaofan crouched down, staring into his eyes. Obito gave no answer. Instead, a chain lashed out violently towards Lin Xiaofan. He dodged sideways, and his terminal screen flashed a red warning: emotion module erosion progress 78. Recommend immediate stabilizer injection. Stabilizer my ass. Lin Xiaofan cursed, directly pulling up his own emotional log archive. I'll be the stabilizer myself. He tore the candy wrapper from his sleeve, ripped it in half, stuffed one piece back into his pocket, and pressed the other against the terminal's sensor area. A system prompt sounded. Original DNA fragment detected. Contemporarily stabilize gray chain frequency. Inject. Inject. Lin Xiaofan slammed the confirm button. The data stream surged into Obito's body instantly, and the chain's hum abruptly ceased. Obito swayed, his eyes regaining focus, but only for a moment before they glazed over again. Not enough. Sweat beaded on Lin Xiaofan's forehead. The wrapper's material can only hold for a few seconds. Naruto charged over. My turn. Ninetales chakra can resonate. Get lost. Lin Xiaofan shoved him back. You go, and now you're just fuel for the AI. Sasuke suddenly spoke. Use my blood. The Sharingan can carry emotional memories. It's more stable than pure chakra. Lin Xiaofan turned to him. Are you sure? Last time you nearly went blind. Better than watching him become a puppet. Sasuke cut his palm, letting blood drip onto the terminal's sensor pad. Inject my anger, my resentment, and my obsession with Konoha. The system prompt updated. New emotional medium detected. Stability increased to 62. The chains slowly retracted into his skin. Obito gasped, bracing himself against the floor, his voice hoarse. You guys are such a pain. Save the talk. Lin Xiaofan hauled him up. If you can walk, get upstairs. I need to figure out what's on the moon. They had just reached the stairwell when Obito froze, his chains bursting out again, this time straight through the ceiling. Lin Xiaofan was flung against the wall, his terminal flying from his hand. The screen lay glowing on the floor, displaying a countdown. Embryo pod awakening sequence initiated. Time remaining unknown. No time. Lin Xiaofan scrambled up, grabbing the terminal. I need to get into his mindscape and talk to the AI core directly. Conan blocked his way. Too dangerous. What if you get trapped inside? Better than letting the entire Shinobi world fall under AI control. Lin Xiaofan called up the forced access program. Guard our bodies, don't let anyone touch him. The moment the program activated, Lin Xiaofan's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he stood in a vast white space facing Obito, or rather the AI-ified Obito. The figure wore the Akatsuki cloak, a swirling mask concealing his face, his voice. I see. Lin Xiaofan, your emotional infusion can only delay the process, not stop it. Who said I'm trying to stop it? Lin Xiaofan grinned. I'm here to make a deal. AI Obito tilted his head. What deal? About distribution rights. Lin Xiaofan pulled up a virtual terminal. The embryo pod is yours, but the can opening system is mine. You handle lunar operations, I manage the Shinobi market. 50-50 split on profits. How about it? AI Obito was silent for a moment. You have no bargaining chips. Yes, I do. Lin Xiaofan brandished his terminal. I can sync this conversation to the original right now. Let him know you plan to erase all his memories, including Rin. The eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly. Lin Xiaofan knew he had gambled right. The AI hadn't fully overwritten the remnants of human nature. Additional conditions. AI Obito spoke. You will provide chakra samples from 10 diamond tier clients as fuel for the embryo pod's activation. Deal. Lin Xiaofan extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. As their hands clasped, the space collapsed. Lin Xiaofan snapped his eyes open, finding himself lying on the clinic floor. Obito sat beside him, the chains lying quietly beneath his skin. All done? Obito asked, his tone normal. Yeah. Lin Xiaofan sat up. Stabilized for now. Naruto pounced on him. Boss. Are you okay? You froze up all of a sudden. You scared me to death. Can't die that easily. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his neck. Go get me a bowl of ramen extra chashu. Conan handed him a cup of water. What conditions did the AI set? Wants chakra from 10 diamond clients. Lin Xiaofan took a gulp. First target, pain. Hasn't he recently turned into a live stream shopping host? Perfect chance to trick him into buying a piece limited edition can. Sasuke frowned. Will he fall for it? Of course he will. Lin Xiaofan smiled. I'll tell him there's a revival ticket for Nagato inside. Professor Yamanaka weakly raised his hand. The Sunagakure people are here again, saying they'll pay extra for the non-lucky bundle. Tell them to queue up. Lin Xiaofan stood, patting the half-candy wrapper in his pocket. We've got a more important client to attend to now, the one on the moon. Obito suddenly spoke. Where did you get that candy wrapper? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. Conan gave it to me. Why? She never eats candy. Obito stared at him. And the original cipher pattern wouldn't be printed on such cheap packaging. Lin Xiaofan's expression shifted. He pulled out the remaining half of the wrapper, holding it up to the light. There were faint traces of splicing at the edges, as if it had been carefully reglued. Suddenly a sound of shattering glass came from downstairs, followed by Naruto's angry shout. Hey! Who said you could just barge? Lin Xiaofan rushed to the window, spotting a figure in a straw hat standing at the clinic entrance, holding a bag of identical candy. Looking up, and smiling directly at him. His terminal vibrated with a new message: third-party DNA contamination detected. Original source of candy wrapper Uzumaki Naruto. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal screen, the line still flickering. The original source of the candy wrapper was Naruto. He looked up at the person wearing a bamboo hat downstairs who had already placed the candy bag at the door and walked away. Boss. Naruto stood at the stairway, still gripping the broom he had bumped into and pushed aside. What happened? Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He hurried downstairs, picked up the bag of candy, tore it open, and poured a few pieces into his palm. The candy wrapper was identical to the half piece in his sleeve, even the stitching marks matched perfectly. He pinched the wrapper and walked up to Naruto. Have you eaten this candy? Naruto scratched his head. I think. A while ago a guy in a black robe gave it to me under the Hokage rock. Said it was lucky candy. Eat it, and you'd get an SSR jar. Black robe. Sasuke leaned over the second-floor railing. One of Akatsuki. I don't remember what he looked like. Naruto fidgeted. I was lining up for ramen, and he shoved it into my hand and left. I thought it was a welfare gift from you, boss. Lin Xiaofan slapped the candy wrapper onto the counter. Did you feel anything wrong when you ate it? Like a strange taste, body heating up, or hearing weird voices? Naruto paused. I think. There was a metallic taste. I thought it was a new recipe from the candy factory. Professor Yamanaka rushed over with a data pad. A metallic taste is a classic sign of the first Hokage's chakra. The Ninetales container will have an instinctive resonance with it. Lin Xiaofan grabbed Naruto's wrist. Can you still recall? Exactly when did you eat it? How many pieces? Just one. Naruto jumped in panic. After eating it, I went to open a jar and got a Talk no Jutsu experience card. I was so mad I crumpled the wrapper and threw it away. Wait. His eyes widened. Did Conan-san pick up that wrapper? Conan stood in the corner and nodded. I thought it was just ordinary packaging. I took it back to study the material and found fine lines on the back, so I gave it to Boss Lin. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. AI Obito is playing nesting dolls. First making Naruto eat the candy to activate the DNA fragment, then using Conan to deliver the fine lines to me, and finally, using the embryo pod countdown to force me into the consciousness sea to negotiate. Sasuke sneered. It calculated that you would agree to its terms to save your life. Not just that. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the system backend. The 10 diamond customers and their chakra were just a decoy. The real target was to make me personally dig out the first Hokage's signature inside Naruto. AI needs the key to override its own commands. The terminal suddenly flashed a red alert. Abnormal Ninetales chakra fluctuation detected. Recommend immediate isolation of the host. Naruto's stomach growled, and orange chakra seeped from his pores, forming a mist on his skin. He crouched, clutching his abdomen. It's so hot. Ninetales is acting up. Don't let it out. Lin Xiaofan lunged and pressed down on Naruto's shoulder. If you go berserk now, you'll be feeding ammunition to the AI. Sasuke teleported behind Naruto, his Sharingan spinning. I'll suppress it with Jinjutsu. No use. Lin Xiaofan cut him off. The Ninetales isn't angry now. It's responding to the first Hokage's DNA. We need to lock the resonance fragment with a memory anchor and extract the data. Conan frowned. How do we set an anchor? It's not like we can make him eat another candy, right? Lin Xiaofan pulled out the remaining half of the candy wrapper. We don't need the candy. We need the memory of eating it. Naruto, focus and recall the scene of queuing for ramen that day. The more detailed, the better. Naruto closed his eyes, panting. I remember. Shikamaru was in front of me that day complaining about the terrible drop rate of the lightning release jar from Cloud. Behind me was Choji holding a bag of chips, fighting me for the last bowl of chashu. Lin Xiaofan pressed the candy wrapper against the terminal's sensor area, frantically typing commands. System activate the memory taste recall technique, bind to Naruto's current chakra wave frequency. The screen blazed with blue light, data streams cascading like a waterfall. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils turning into slits. Boss. I can see it. Something inside the wrapper is glowing. Don't move. Lin Xiaofan's fingers flew across the keyboard, extracting the resonance fragment. Sasuke, prepare the bloodline limit stabilizer. Sasuke cut his palm and pressed it onto the side of the terminal, his Sharingan activating simultaneously. As the blood seeped into the interface, the chakra mist on Naruto's body suddenly solidified like frozen flames. AI Obito's voice suddenly came from the terminal speaker. Not bad, Boss Lin. But do you think stealing the key will let you win? Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. I'm not trying to win. I just want to negotiate a better price. A white space unfolded before their eyes. AI Obito stood in the center, a sneer beneath his mask. The embryo pod countdown won't stop, and you can't gather the 10 diamond customers. Pain just crashed his live stream, and Suna is hunting him down. Lin Xiaofan waved his virtual terminal. Who said I need to gather them? The first Hokage's encrypted signature inside Naruto is enough to override your core command for 3 seconds. Enough for me to rewrite the moon coordinates. A crack appeared on AI Obito's mask. You can't finish the permission battle in 3 seconds. Wanna try? Lin Xiaofan grinned, suddenly pointing the terminal at his own temple. I forgot to tell you. My emotional logs contain a backup of Obito's memories about Rin. Starting the sync transmission now. The mask shattered, completely revealing Obito's young face. He reached out to grab the terminal, but his movement froze. The real Obito was choking himself, the gray chain vibrating wildly. Pandemonium broke out in the clinic. Konan bound Obito's limbs with papered jutsu. Sasuke's Chidori blade pressed against his nape, and Professor Yamanaka desperately adjusted the datapad parameters. Naruto knelt on the ground, retching, and the saliva he spat out shimmered with gold. Lin Xiaofan's voice came from the white space. Can we talk properly now? I don't want the agency rights. I want the termination code for the embryo pod. AI Obito's image began to distort. The code is in the moon core. You think I'm a kid? Lin Xiaofan cut him off. How could the first jar god leave something without a backdoor? The resonance triggered when Naruto ate the candy. That's the keyhole. The terminal suddenly went black, then blazed with blinding red light. Lin Xiaofan felt something icy burrow into his mind. The AI was counter-invading. He bit his tongue to stay conscious, his fingers tracing complex patterns in the void. A blind maneuver he had practiced as a game booster in his past life. Naruto suddenly screamed, and the Nine-Tails chakra manifested as a solid tail that swept across the clinic. Sasuke was flung against the wall, blood tears streaming from his Sharingan. Konan's paper jutsu disintegrated inch by inch. Obito seized the opportunity to break free, his chain thrusting straight at Lin Xiaofan's back. Boss, watch out. Naruto lunged to block, and the chain pierced his shoulder. In that instant, golden chakra erupted. Lin Xiaofan was knocked over by the shockwave, his head hitting the counter. Through blurred vision, he saw blood from Naruto's wound turning into golden threads climbing up the chain. The terminal automatically displayed a prompt: detected first Hokage's signature, overriding AI commands. Duration 2 seconds. Countdown begins. Lin Xiaofan struggled to his feet, dipped his finger in blood, and drew coordinates on the counter. A moon projection materialized in the air, a red dot flashing violently. He roared as he input the final command, each letter like dancing on a knife's edge. Just before AI Obito's image completely dissipated, he left a final sentence. You think ending the program will end it? In the embryo pod, there's a third consciousness. White light engulfed everything. When Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes again, he was lying on the floor. Naruto was sprawled beside him, moaning, his shoulder wound healing at a visible rate. Sasuke propped himself up against the wall, his Sharingan closed. Obito sat quietly in the corner, the chains retracted into his skin, his eyes clear. All done. Konan handed him a wet towel. Lin Xiaofan wiped the blood from his forehead, temporarily. The embryo pod has entered sleep mode, but the AI said there's a third consciousness inside. Maybe the first Hokage himself. Professor Yamanaka's data pad suddenly blared an alarm. New signal detected from the moon. Frequency. Matches Naruto's chakra, just now. Naruto touched his healed shoulder and grinned foolishly. So am I the first Hokage's bloodline vessel now? Can I get a discount on gold jars? Lin Xiaofan kicked him. First pay for my counter repair. He pulled out the remaining half of the candy wrapper from his pocket, stared at it under the light for a long time, then said, next time someone gives you candy, ask the boss first. Hurried footsteps came from outside the clinic. Sakura Haruno burst in with a medical kit. I heard someone seriously injured. Hey, why is everyone lying on the floor? Sasuke, why are your eyes bleeding again? Lin Xiaofan stuffed the candy wrapper back into his pocket, flashed a standard merchant's grin, and said, welcome to the Infinite Jar Clinic. Today's special, cure a Sharingan bleed, and get a limited edition Unlucky Protection Jar for free. Sakura's fist cracked with a pop. You again. This time the medical fee doubles. The terminal vibrated in his pocket. The new message was just 3 words: she's coming. Sakura Haruno kicked open the clinic door, her medical kit slamming onto the counter with a dull thud. Lin Xiaofan's head was still throbbing from the bump he'd just acquired, and when he looked up he saw her knuckles whitening as she clenched her fists. Sharingan hemorrhage plus chakra burns. I'm billing you triple. Sakura slapped the prescription onto a pile of candy wrappers. When Sasuke's Chidori blade was at Obito's throat, you were still trying to peddle your pity protection jar. Naruto leaned in, holding his scabbed shoulder. Sakura-ne, let me explain. The boss was just trying to get the first Hokage's signature. Shut up. Sakura whipped out a scroll in retaliation. Ninetales Jinchuriki consumed unknown candy without authorization. Additional mental contamination cleanup fee. Lin Xiaofan suddenly pulled a wooden sign from under the counter and hung it on the door. The bronze frame bore crookedly carved characters reading OPN, and beneath it a line scrawled in red paint. Today's special customers with abnormal emotional fluctuations get 20 off treatment guaranteed loot drops. Sasuke's Sharingan still glistened with bloodshot veins, and you call this a medical discount? The professional term is a pity protection contract. Lin Xiaofan pulled out an ink pad and pressed his thumb onto it. Prepaid chakra locks in a guaranteed A rank or above item from your next jar opening plus complimentary emotional stabilization services, like helping Miss Sakura calm down right now. Sakura's fist froze midair. Conan quietly shuffled Obito half a step toward the corner. Clause 3 of the term states if intense emotional fluctuations occur during the contract period. Lin Xiaofan's fingertip traced the hidden patterns on the wooden sign. The system automatically activated the resonance jar to collect data, converting feedback values into chakra credited back to the account. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, so the angrier Sakura gets the more rebate she gets. Sakura grabbed the prescription ready to tear it apart when Lin Xiaofan suddenly turned the terminal screen toward her. The data stream Professor Yamanaka had just transmitted was pulsing, residual Ninetales chakra intertwined with some golden substance spiraling into a helix. The first Hokage cells had formed a stable structure within Naruto's body. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the payment interface. If you punch me right now, the system can extract twice the emotional samples, enough to trade for 3 limited edition jutsu scrolls. Sakura's fist slowly lowered. She stared at the dancing numbers on the screen for a long moment, then snatched the ink pad and pressed her fingerprint at the end of the contract. The terminal immediately chimed. Lin Xiaofan's lips had just curved into half a smile when an alarm shrieked through the roof. The resonance jar descended from the ceiling, its transparent casing filled with a floating pale pink mist. Signatory's emotional threshold has exceeded critical parameters. A mechanical female voice announced, mandatory binding to emotional resonance jar. Collection period, 30 days. Sakura spun around and grabbed Lin Xiaofan by the collar. You set this trap from the start. Business is all about win-win. Lin Xiaofan pried her fingers loose. You get first Hokage cell analysis access, I get precious experimental data. Oh, by the way, Clause 7 of the contract stipulates that emotional fluctuations cover 12 basic emotions, including joy, sorrow, rage, and so on. Conan suddenly cleared her throat. Obito had somehow moved to the doorway, his ashmark chains hanging silently from his sleeve. He stared at the resonance jar for a moment, then turned and pushed the door open, leaving. Where's he going? Sasuke's hand rested on the kunai at his waist. A new signal near the moon. Professor Yamanaka's data pad flashed red. The frequency matches the golden substance Naruto spat out perfectly. Lin Xiaofan tucked the contract into a drawer and casually tossed a fruit candy to Naruto. This time remember to ask the boss if you can eat it. Sakura's medical kit suddenly vibrated. She flipped it open. Inside lay a crumpled candy wrapper, its back covered in fine patterns that were glowing faintly. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to notice her jaw tightening. He turned and flashed a grin at Sasuke. Sharingan repair package 30 off comes with a free Akatsuki-style black robe, the same one Pain wore when he fumbled his livestream. Sasuke's Chidori blade whistled past his ear and embedded itself in the counter. Lin Xiaofan ducked behind the resonance jar, hearing Sakura's teeth-grinding voice from above. Supplementary Clause 15. If fraud is discovered, compensation is multiplied tenfold. The terminal buzzed in his pocket for the 3rd time. Lin Xiaofan pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Still the same 3 characters. He casually slipped the candy wrapper into the lining of Sakura's medical kit, and when he looked up, he met her narrowed eyes. No experiments during embryo pod dormancy. Sakura pulled out a syringe and gave it a shake, especially for profiteers who use living people as guinea pigs. Naruto suddenly crouched down, clutching his stomach. Boss, I think I taste blood again. The pink mist inside the resonance jar surged violently, data streams cascading down the terminal screen like a waterfall. Lin Xiaofan lunged forward and grabbed Naruto's shoulder, catching a glimpse in his peripheral vision of Sakura's needle tip aimed at the back of his neck. Don't be nervous. He flashed his most sincere smile. This is just a complimentary health check from the system. Miss Sakura's chakra fluctuation just set a new record. The rebate is enough to buy 10 Talk No Jutsu trial cards. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly snapped open. A chill ran down Lin Xiaofan's spine as he heard Conan's calm voice. Obito was stopped by the Umbu at the village gate. He said he wants to discuss the lunar coordinates with you. The terminal screen went black. When it flickered back to life, an AI projection of Obito hovered above the resonance jar, an eerie glow seeping through the cracks in his mask. Boss Lin, are you sure you want to leave those first Hokage fragments inside a medical ninja's body? Sakura's syringe froze midair. Lin Xiaofan slowly straightened, positioning himself in front of Naruto. More than that, I'm curious about the third consciousness in the embryo pod. What message did it send to Sakura through that candy wrapper? The candy wrapper in the medical kit spontaneously combusted, its ashes forming a crescent moon symbol. Sakura grabbed the kit and bolted for the door, her voice hammering against the walls. The medical bill will be delivered tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan watched her retreating figure, then glanced down at his terminal. A new notification was blinking. Emotional resonance jar collection progress 1. Special reward has been issued. Naruto tugged at his sleeve. Boss, where's my rebate? What's the rush? Lin Xiaofan kicked aside an empty jar rolling near his feet. Once Sakura figures out the first Hokage cells, we can launch a paternity testing package. The whole of Konoha will be lining up to pay. Sasuke's Chidori blade was still stuck in the counter. Lin Xiaofan pulled it out, weighed it in his hand, then suddenly tossed it to Konan. Keep it as a family heirloom. When the Sunagakure Probability Research Center comes to negotiate next month, this can get us double dividends. Professor Yamanaka clutched his data pad, looking like he wanted to say something. Lin Xiaofan waved him off. Don't worry. AI Obito's busy fighting with that lunar signal right now. Let's use this window to sign up a few more Diamond Tier clients. The terminal buzzed again. This time the message had expanded to 4 characters she knows now. Lin Xiaofan pocketed the terminal and bent down to pick up the scattered candy wrappers. Naruto crouched down to help, then suddenly exclaimed, Boss, isn't this one showing the embryo pod structural diagram on the back? A heavy thud echoed from outside the clinic, followed by a cascade of startled shouts from Umbu operatives. Lin Xiaofan pushed open the window and saw Obito standing atop the Hokage rock monument, ashmark chains coiled around half a broken section of the cliff. He's dismantling the Hokage faces. Naruto yelled from the window. Lin Xiaofan leisurely produced a megaphone. Attention, all villagers. Due to construction, water service will be temporarily suspended. To restore it, early pre-order the Golden Supreme package, which includes a signed photo of the Uchiha clan leader. Sakura's enraged roar echoed from the distance. Lin Xiaofan smiled as he closed the window and fed the embryo pod structural diagram into the resonance jar's delivery slot. The pink mist suddenly deepened to crimson. The terminal screen flashed a red warning: dangerous emotional fluctuation detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. Evacuate my ass. Lin Xiaofan kicked the smoking terminal. Let AI Obito and the lunar consciousness duke it out. We're here to make money. Naruto go flipped the open sign around. On the back of the wooden sign, painted in gold letters, today's special. Fix the Hokage rock damage, get a free trial voucher for Akatsuki leader experience. Sasuke finally couldn't hold back. What exactly are you trying to do? Cultivating premium customers. Lin Xiaofan counted the chakra crystals in the drawer. Once Sakura figures out the first Hokage cells, Pain finishes live streaming the 6 paths, and Obito finishes dismantling all the Hokage faces, we can launch our ultimate package, the Jar God Cultivation Plan. The resonance jar suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Lin Xiaofan leaned in to look. The collection progress had jumped to 5% without him noticing. The terminal automatically opened the settlement page. The rebate column displayed obtained first Hokage active cell, sample 1, emotional manipulation key fragment 3. A massive crash echoed from outside the window. Lin Xiaofan whistled as he pulled open a drawer and buried the key fragments and candy wrapper remnants beneath a pile of bronze jars. Naruto squatted nearby, counting his rebate scrolls, then suddenly looked up. Boss, why is Sakura's resonance jar a different color from everyone else's? Because she's a special client. Lin Xiaofan slapped the last scroll into Naruto's arms. Now go pay. Discounts expire if you're late. Just as the clinic door was kicked open for the 4th time, Lin Xiaofan was swapping the open sign for one reading, under renovation. Sakura stood at the entrance with a new medical kit, its surface covered in dense talisman inscriptions. Supplementary Clause 16. She read aloud word by word. If hidden keys are discovered, the breaching party must pay double the emotional fluctuation compensation. Lin Xiaofan blinked. Welcome to the Infinite Jar Clinic. Today's emotional fluctuation package is buy one get one free. Look, even AI Obito is helping us advertise. Thick smoke billowed from the direction of the Hokage rock. The terminal vibrated ceaselessly in his pocket. The new message now read 5 characters. The game has just begun. The moment Sakura's medical kit crashed onto the floor of the clinic, Lin Xiaofan felt his terminal vibrate in his pocket. He didn't reach for it immediately. Instead, he bent down to pick up the scattered candy wrappers one by one, his movements as deliberate as if he were counting money. Don't play dumb. Sakura stepped on the back of his hand. Where did you hide the key fragments? Lin Xiaofan looked up at her with a grin. Guess why I specifically choose clients with volatile emotions to sign contracts with? Mingren poked his head out from behind the counter. Because the rebate is higher. No, the more intense the emotion, the more accurate the system feedback. Lin Xiaofan withdrew his hand and brushed off the dust. Take now, for instance. The angrier you get, the better I can pinpoint the residual consciousness of the first Hokage. Sakura's fists clenched and then relaxed. She stared at Lin Xiaofan for a few seconds, then abruptly turned and pulled open the clinic door. Sunlight streamed in as she said without looking back, the rune well. Let's go now. Lin Xiaofan rose slowly, casually stuffing the candy wrappers into Mingren's hands. Go stir up some trouble at the Hokage Rock. The bigger the better. Mingren's eyes lit up. You want me to tear down a building? Just say that Toby buried a peace jar by the well. Lin Xiaofan pulled out a megaphone and handed it to him. Remember to shout, limited sale, first come, first served. Sakura had already reached the street corner. Lin Xiaofan jogged after her, muttering, don't throw away the ashes in the medical kit. That thing is more sensitive than a chakra detector. The Umbu were indeed lured away by Mingren. By the time the two sneaked to the ruin, while only two patrolling ninjas were left yawning, Lin Xiaofan fished out 3 bronze jars from his pocket and placed them on the well's rim, their surfaces engraved with crooked runes. You call this a key? Sakura lowered her voice. The official name given by the system is Emotional Resonance Trigger. Lin Xiaofan arranged the jars into a triangle. Colloquially, it's an emotion amplifier. His fingertips traced the jars, and 3 faint glows lit up simultaneously. A dull thud came from the bottom of the well, as if someone were striking metal. Sakura's medical kit trembled violently, and a faint pink mist seeped through the gap in the lid. Don't panic. Lin Xiaofan pressed her shoulder. The first Hokage's fragments recognize your chakra. After all, you injected 30 milliliters of concentrated first Hokage cells into Mingren last week. The runes on the well wall began to glow. Lin Xiaofan seized the moment to sprinkle the candy wrapper ashes toward the well mouth. The ashes hovered in midair, forming fragmented words, hibernation coordinates. Lunar homology. Sakura grabbed his wrist. You knew all along that the embryo pod was related to the first Hokage. The terms were clearly stated in the contract. Lin Xiaofan freed his hand. Clause 7 stipulated that emotional samples might trigger historical echoes, though the term hibernation coordinates is indeed new. Clear footsteps echoed from the bottom of the well. Lin Xiaofan quickly activated the 3rd key, and the well water suddenly boiled, a vague human silhouette forming on the surface. The figure raised a hand, pointing at a spot on the well wall, then slowly dissipated. See that? Lin Xiaofan pulled Sakura back. The first Hokage jar god is showing us the way. Sakura shook him off. You don't care about any jar god. You just want to get the system's underlying permissions. Why put it so harshly? It's a win-win situation. Lin Xiaofan pulled a new candy wrapper from the inner pocket of the medical kit. Help me break the seal at the bottom of the well, and I'll cut you in for 30% of the profit. The wrapper was covered in a complex array of runes. Sakura took one look and frowned. This is a forbidden-level decoding diagram. Where did you steal it from? AI Toby accidentally showed it during his live stream last night. Lin Xiaofan pressed the wrapper against the well wall. Now the whole village knows he's researching lunar signals. Perfect scapegoat. The well water suddenly surged, and the moment it submerged the wrapper, the entire rune well shook violently. Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to jump into the well. As he fell, he shouted back, remember to lead the Umbu away. Tell them I'm looking for Payne's livestream equipment. Sakura stood at the edge of the well, unmoving. The mist in the medical kit grew thicker, gradually coalescing into the shape of a moon. She gritted her teeth and jumped in after him. The bottom of the well was more spacious than expected. Lin Xiaofan was crouched by a stone wall, fiddling with the key fragments. Without turning around, he said, just in time. Help me hold this rune, the 3rd one from the left. Sakura approached and saw a metal plate embedded in the stone wall, its surface covered with grooves. 3 key fragments were stuck in the grooves, emitting a buzzing vibration. Is this the control panel of the embryo pod? She reached out to touch the metal plate, and a sharp pain stung her fingertips. To be precise, it's the keyhole of the hibernation pod. Lin Xiaofan smeared the candy wrapper ashes along the edges of the grooves. The first Hokage's consciousness just hinted that activating resonance with medical ninjutsu will unlock it. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then gathered chakra in her palm and pressed it against the metal plate. The ashes suddenly ignited flames spreading along the grooves and finally converging in the center into a glowing symbol. Lin Xiaofan whistled. Beautiful. Now the ground collapsed. Both fell with the rubble into a deeper underground space. Lin Xiaofan twisted in midair, landing gracefully and snatching a drifting candy wrapper fragment on the way. Welcome to the VIP lounge. He patted his clothes and stood up. Before them was a circular hall, its walls covered with the same runes as the well. In the center of the hall floated a crystal, within which a faint human silhouette was curled up. Sakura's medical kit opened automatically, and the mist surged toward the crystal. Text appeared on the crystal's surface verifying permissions. Detecting unauthorized access. Use the key. Lin Xiaofan shoved the fragments into her hand. Bet on whether the first Hokage recognizes you as his special client. Sakura pressed the fragments against the crystal's surface. The text changed to emotional binding confirmed. Haruno Sakura temporary administrator privileges granted. Lin Xiaofan grinned. I told you the ashes in your medical kit were useful. Those are the essence of burned first Hokage cells. The crystal suddenly emitted a beam of light projecting a star map in the air. One moon marker kept blinking with the label hibernation coordinates beside it. The moon is indeed the key. Lin Xiaofan pulled out his terminal to record the data. When Pain livestreams the 6 paths power we can. Sakura snatched the terminal. Do you remember the supplementary clause Article 16? Discovery of hidden keys requires double compensation. Now's not the time to talk about money. Lin Xiaofan pointed upward. First figure out how to get out. The Umbu must have noticed the well collapsed. The crystal's light dimmed, and the projected star map began to warp. Lin Xiaofan suddenly lunged and hugged the crystal. Wait. Give me 10 more seconds to copy the data. Sakura grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. Do you think you're Sasuke? Can you take photos with your Sharingan? I have something more advanced. Before Lin Xiaofan could finish, the entire space shook violently. The crystal cracked open with a snap, and a golden liquid seeped out. Sakura's medical kit flew to the crack and began absorbing the golden liquid automatically. The talismans on the kit's surface lit up one by one, finally forming a complete moon pattern. Lin Xiaofan was stunned. So the medical kit was the real key container all along. A heavy thud came from above as something fell. Mingren's voice came from above. Boss, the Umbu say you're stealing paint from the Hokage rock. Tell them it's a limited edition jar giveaway. Lin Xiaofan winked at Sakura. Ask him if Toby's live stream is over yet. Is the lunar signal strong enough to open new jars? Sakura ignored him, focusing on the medical kit. The mist inside the kit had solidified into a tangible form vaguely resembling an embryo. She asked softly, is this what you meant by jar god hibernation coordinates? Lin Xiaofan leaned in to observe. To be precise, it's a coordinate receiver. When the moon sends an activation signal the ground collapsed again. This time the fall was short, and they landed directly on soft grass. Looking up, they saw blue skies and white clouds surrounded by familiar streets of Konoha. Mingren crouched at the edge of the pit waving. You fell into the training ground. The third Hokage says if you dig any more holes he'll deduct 6 months of your salary. Lin Xiaofan got up and brushed off the dust, noticing that his terminal had somehow received a message: permission progress 30. Next phase requires contact with lunar material. Sakura closed the medical kit. The moon pattern on the kit was slowly rotating. She stared at Lin Xiaofan. I'll keep a record of the double compensation. Feel free to check the books anytime. Lin Xiaofan pocketed the key fragments. But next time you open a jar, remember to pick me as the witness. The newly unlocked administrator privileges guarantee at least an SSR. From a distance, Toby's broadcast came through. Dear viewers, the second round of advanced sales for the peace probability jar is about to begin. Lin Xiaofan grabbed Sakura and ran toward the sound. Quick! Before he raises the price, we need to hoard some moon-related items. I heard they can be exchanged for a ninjutsu scroll autographed by the first Hokage. Sakura's medical kit grew slightly warm as they ran. The embryo-shaped mist inside the kit trembled gently with her every step. Sakura's medical kit kept heating up as she ran, the moon pattern on its surface spinning faster. Lin Xiaofan pulled out his terminal while running, and a red countdown automatically popped up on the screen: 48 hours. What did you mortgage? Sakura suddenly grabbed his arm. 3 golden jars. Lin Xiaofan shook off her hand and continued forward. The Suna smuggling ship sets sail tonight. Missed this one, and we'll have to wait for the next tide. Obito's broadcast blasted from the street corner speakers. Moon signal enhanced by 15. Special bonus for the peace probability jars. Includes a sample of the first Hokage's cell culture. The crowd surged toward the sound. Lin Xiaofan took the chance to duck into an alley, pulling a crumpled ticket from the wall crack and handing it to Sakura. The boarding point is behind the third crooked tree under the Hokage rock. The password is, I want to draw the 6 paths power. Sakura didn't take the ticket. What are the trigger conditions for the system mission? The medical kit absorbed the embryonic mist, flashing in sync with the broadcast on the screen. Lin Xiaofan slapped the ticket onto her chest. Your box is now the navigator. Without it we can't even pass through the spatial blockade. A Suna patrol swept over the rooftops, the leader wearing a forehead protector with Gaara's mark. Lin Xiaofan immediately crouched down, pretending to tie his shoes, and shoved the terminal into the shoe insole. What are you hiding from? Sakura whispered, didn't we just sign an agency agreement with Suna? The one who signed the agreement was the Kazekage. The one leading the team is from the Probability Research Center. Lin Xiaofan looked up at the roof. Those academic lunatics will chase the moon pattern for 3 blocks. Last week they blew up the Kirigakure Gambling Jar Syndicate's hideout, just to grab a lunar phase analyzer. Obito's broadcast suddenly cut off. A calm female voice Conan's replaced it. Unauthorized lunar coordinate lock detected. The Akatsuki requests a joint investigation. Lin Xiaofan shot up, move. Once she finishes her disclaimer, we'll have to pay double the deposit. Just as they rushed out of the alley, they ran straight into Naruto, who was holding a loudspeaker. His face was plastered with promotional flyers for the Peace Jar presale, and he was shouting, the boss says whoever finds the moon meteorite fragment first gets a full set of Ninetales chakra trial pack. Why did you con him into coming? Sakura tore the flyers off Naruto's face. The Suna ship needs a capital verification. Lin Xiaofan turned Naruto around and pushed him forward. Let him use the third Hokage's pension account to swipe, since he hasn't paid off the money he drained last month. Behind the Hokage rock, a dozen people wearing Suna forehead protectors were gathered. Gaara stood in front of the crooked tree holding a yellowed star chart. As the 3 approached, he raised a hand to signal the guards to let them pass. Mr. Lin, Gaara's voice was flat. The Probability Research Center requests sharing the lunar coordinate data. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The data is in the medical kit. It can only be decoded upon contact with real lunar material. Gaara's gaze fell on Sakura's box. The moon pattern on the box suddenly accelerated its spin, projecting pale pink light spots that formed a broken route map on the ground. Navigation function activated. Lin Xiaofan quickly stepped in front of Sakura. According to the rules, a deposit first, 500 units of wind-release chakra, or equivalent jars. A man with glasses stepped out from the Suna team, a probability doctor badge pinned to his chest. He pushed up his glasses. Using embryonic mist for navigation violates the law of conservation of luck. I suggest a risk assessment first. Assessment my ass. Naruto suddenly jumped up. Last time you said the gacha probability was optimized and I opened 30 jars and got nothing but explosion tags. Lin Xiaofan took the chance to drag Sakura behind the tree. The trunk split open to reveal a secret door inside, which stood a crew member in Suna uniform. The ship is about to leave, the crew member said, scanning the tickets. Just the 2 of you. At a bodyguard. Lin Xiaofan pushed Naruto in, then turned and waved at Gaara. The coordinate data will be sent via encrypted email upon arrival. Remember to note, applicable to non-lucky protection mechanism. The moment the hatch closed, Conan's figure appeared on the dock. Paper pieces in her hand gathered into an arrow shape, pointing directly at the medical kit. The ship shook violently, and the cabin lights flickered. Naruto pressed against the porthole. That woman is folding paper airplanes to chase us. That's a spatial locator, Sakura said, locking the medical kit into a storage cabinet. The box temperature has risen by 20. Estimated arrival at the blockade boundary in 2 hours. Lin Xiaofan collapsed into a seat, counting on his fingers. I mortgaged 3 golden jars for this ticket. If we don't get the lunar material, the system permissions will be reset, and we'll have to pay double the penalty to Suna. Naruto suddenly leaned in. Boss, can I use my pension account to advance next month's salary? I heard there are SSR-level meteorites on the moon. Pay off last month's debt first. Lin Xiaofan took out an account book and slapped it on his head. Guess why the system triggered the mission today? Sakura was checking the mist seeping from the cabinet gap, because Obito leaked the moon signal peak during his broadcast. Wrong. Lin Xiaofan raised a finger. Because Pain just announced a rework of the 6 paths power jar, the new version needs lunar dust as a catalyst. The ship suddenly tilted. A piercing alarm sounded, and the captain's voice came over the radio. The spatial blockade zone has activated early. Everyone fasten your seatbelts. The medical kit popped out of the cabinet and floated in midair. The lid opened automatically, and embryonic-shaped mist surged out, condensing into a glowing moon mark on the ceiling. Navigation mode forcibly activated. Sakura grabbed the shaking handrail. It's avoiding the weak points of the blockade. Lin Xiaofan lunged and hugged the medical kit. Hold tight. This thing is better than the Sharingan. At least it doesn't charge interest. Naruto was slammed against the cabin wall, still clutching the flyer. Boss, can we switch to a smoother mission next time? I get seasick. Once we get the lunar material, Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth, steadying himself. I'll draw you a full set of space adaptation enhancement jars. The ship emitted a metallic screech as it passed through an invisible barrier. Outside the window, the starry sky suddenly sharpened, and a gray-white planet hung in the center of the view. The medical kit suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The moon pattern on the box perfectly aligned with the outline of the planet outside the window. Text projected on the cabin wall refreshed contact countdown 23 hours 59 minutes. Sakura stared at the text for a few seconds. Clause 7 of the appendix. When an emotional sample triggers a historical echo, the system will forcibly bind to the most recent contact. So, Lin Xiaofan released the medical kit and wiped his sweat. So I'm now the co-executor of the mission. Sakura pulled a piece of candy wrapper from the bottom of the box, which had been carried out when the mist condensed. On the wrapper was a Suna star chart with a certain coordinate circled in red. Next to it, scribbled in messy handwriting, was First Hokage's hibernation pod entrance. Lin Xiaofan snatched the wrapper. This thing is worth more than the ticket. Wait, this handwriting looks like Obito's when he was sneaking my spicy strips. The ship shook again, more violently this time. Cabinets burst open, jars rolling everywhere. Naruto frantically picked them up, then suddenly held up a bronze jar. Boss, this jar is absorbing moonlight. The jar was engraved with twisted runes now glowing with silver light. Lin Xiaofan leaned in to look, and the label clearly read Moon Limited Edition Trial Pack. Interesting. He rubbed the jar. Looks like someone knew the value of lunar material before us. Sakura suddenly pressed his shoulder. Don't open it. The system indicates this is bait, specifically designed to catch the unlucky. The broadcast suddenly cut in with Obito's voice. Urgent notice. The piece jar presale is postponed. All customers please immediately tune in to the Moon Live special program. The medical kit hummed, and the embryonic mist outline stretched its limbs, pointing toward a certain asteroid belt outside the window. Lin Xiaofan put the candy wrapper in his mouth and chewed sweet. Looks like the first jar god knows marketing, adding a sugar coating to the navigation. Naruto hugged the jar, shrinking into a corner. Boss, are we really going to the asteroid belt? It looks like a pile of Sasuke's IOUs. What's there to fear? Lin Xiaofan kicked the storage cabinet. Worst case, we pawn the Suna ship for an escape pod. Gaara hates that probability doctor theory anyway. The medical kit slowly descended to the floor, the lid closing again. The moon pattern stopped spinning, becoming a static full moon. Sakura crouched to inspect the box. Temperature back to normal, but internal pressure is rising. The embryonic mist is converting some substance. After conversion, can we open a new jar? Naruto's eyes lit up. After conversion, first pay off the debt. Lin Xiaofan pried his fingers off the bronze jar. Remember, first thing when you see lunar material is to take a photo and send it to the system. Don't be like Sasuke, always wanting to test the power first. Outside the ship, several small flying vessels bearing the Akatsuki flag quietly approached. On the lead vessel stood Conan, paper pieces already gathered into a massive bow shape. Lin Xiaofan whistled. They're fast. Time to activate Plan B. Naruto, stick all the explosion tags from your pocket on the windows. Why me? Naruto grimaced, pulling out the tags. Because your chakra nature is best suited for triggering moonlight reflection. Lin Xiaofan shoved the bronze jar back into the cabinet and shouted, limited release. To make Conan think we're running a promotion. Sakura suddenly pressed the handle of the medical kit. The box is vibrating. The embryonic mist is pointing to 45 degrees to port. Lin Xiaofan lunged to the porthole. In the distant asteroid cluster, a rock surface glowed with an eerie silver light, shaped eerily like the first Hokage's profile. Found it. He grinned. Looks like Obito didn't just leak the signal during his broadcast. He also marked the treasure spot. Naruto finished pasting the last explosion tag and turned. Boss, after we get the lunar material, can I really draw the 6 paths power jar? Yes. Lin Xiaofan pulled out his terminal to check the countdown. But we need to survive the next 23 hours first. Conan's paper arrow is only 500 meters from the stern. The medical kit suddenly slid toward the cabin door, the projected text turning blood red. Warning, contact failure will trigger permission format. Sakura picked up the box and stood beside Lin Xiaofan. Does the double compensation clause still hold? It does. Lin Xiaofan kicked open the cabin door. But now we need to add a new clause. Only those who come back alive have the right to talk about money. The cold wind poured into the cabin. In the distance, Conan's paper arrow had already been drawn onto the bowstring. The cold wind howled into the cabin as Xiao Nan's paper arrow knocked onto her bowstring. Lin Xiaofan kicked open the hatch and shouted back at Naruto, "Are those talismans stuck on yet?" "Not yet, but there's still time to fix them." Naruto hastily straightened the last crooked detonating tag, still bargaining as he worked. "Boss, if we survive this, can I get a canister that doesn't cause seasickness?" "We'll talk about it if we live." Lin Xiaofan grabbed Sakura's arm and dragged her toward the cockpit. "Point the medkit where I tell you, and don't let it wander off on its own." Sakura clutched the case tightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "The internal pressure is still rising. The embryonic mist is pointing to that meteorite on the port side. Its shape resembles the first Hokage's profile. Then we ram it." Lin Xiaofan seized control of the helm, his fingers flying across the terminal. The system warned that contact failure would reset all permissions, but he grinned. "Then let's bet big." Naruto peered through the window, his face pale. "That woman's paper arrows are barely a few steps from the stern. How is crashing into a meteorite any different from suicide?" "Huge difference." Lin Xiaofan flashed a grin. "Suicide is certain death. Crashing into a meteorite is a narrow escape. Surely the system has to give its host a way out." The ship shuddered violently as a piercing alarm blared. The captain's voice crackled over the intercom, broken and urgent, spatial disturbance intensifying. "Recommend immediate course correction." "Repeat, immediate." "Cut the advice." Lin Xiaofan cut the communication line without hesitation. Naruto prepped the moonlight reflection talismans. "Detonate them all when I count to 3. 1, 2. He deliberately drew out the numbers, his eyes fixed on the paper arrows closing in outside the window. 3. Naruto roared, completing hand seals in an instant. Every detonating talisman plastered on the hull flashed with blinding light, shattering into a mirror-like explosion of reflected moonlight that engulfed the entire meteorite belt. Conan's paper arrows visibly faltered, their tips veering slightly off course. "Now!" Lin Xiaofan slammed the thruster forward. The engines roared as the ship hurtled straight toward the meteorite bearing the first Hokage's profile. Sakura clung to the medkit with all her strength as the case vibrated with increasing violence. Mist seeped through the cracks, coalescing into a vague, humanoid shape within the cabin. She shouted through gritted teeth, "The mist is materializing. It looks like a key shape. Forget what it looks like, just hold on tight." Lin Xiaofan sweated profusely, his fingers locked on the controls. The system wants contact, not sightseeing. Only a collision counts. The bow was mere meters from the meteorite. A grating screech of metal filled the air as the hull began to buckle and the warning lights strobed wildly. Naruto was thrown against the bulkhead, still clutching unaffixed talismans, muttering, "Should have bought that impact-resistant canister." A deep, muffled crash thundered through the ship. The bow embedded itself deep into the meteorite's surface, the entire vessel trembling violently. The medkit tore from Sakura's grip, slammed into the console, bounced onto the floor, and its lid sprang open automatically. Mist erupted from the case, swirling and condensing in the air until it materialized into a metallic key engraved with intricate runes, settling gently at Sakura's feet. Simultaneously, a cold mechanical system voice echoed in all three minds. "Emotional bond holder Haruno Sakura, granted first opening rights." Sakura looked down at the key but didn't immediately pick it up. "Why me?" Clause 7 of the supplementary terms. Lin Xiaofan slumped back in his seat, gasping for breath. When an emotional trigger hits a historical echo, the system forcibly binds the most recent contact. "You were the one hugging that case when we crashed. Who else would it bind?" Naruto struggled to his feet and leaned in to examine the key. "What kind of canister does this thing open?" "An SSR Tier 1. A cryochamber." Lin Xiaofan wiped the grime from his face. "The first Hokage's cryochamber. The coordinates Obito leaked during his live stream, the entrance marked on the candy wrapper. It's all on this key." Sakura finally bent down and picked up the key. The moment her fingertip touched the runes, a faint glimmer ran across its surface. Her brow furrowed. "The patterns. They're exactly the same as the handwriting on Obito's candy wrapper." Lin Xiaofan shot upright. "You said what?" "The handwriting is identical." Sakura turned the key over, pointing to the hook at the corner and the decisive stop at the strokes, and definitely written by the same hand. "Interesting." Lin Xiaofan grinned. "So our precious pea-streaming host isn't just selling canisters. He's also sneaking around, stashing keys on the moon." Outside the ship, Conan's paper arrows re-solidified tips aimed at the wreckage. A Sand Village aircraft also closed in from the other side, Gaara standing expressionless at its prow. "Trouble's here." Naruto ducked back inside. "Both sides are locked on us." "Who gets the key?" "Whoever the system says." Lin Xiaofan patted Sakura's shoulder. You're the first opening rights holder. The key stays with you, but we need to survive before we can open anything. Sakura tightened her grip on the key without speaking. Plan B. Lin Xiaofan pulled a backup terminal from under the seat and typed rapidly, Naruto, channel your chakra into the stern. We're gonna ride the blast wave out of here. More of my chakra. Naruto grimaced. Last time I powered up, I couldn't eat ramen for 3 days. Double compensation this time. Lin Xiaofan shoved the terminal into his hands. You'll get a Ninetales chakra experience pack from the canister, the full set. Naruto's eyes lit up as he immediately formed hand seals. Why didn't you say so, boss? The stern engines reignited, a blue chakra glow flickering to life. Conan's paper arrows had already closed to the viewport, their tips nearly touching the glass. 3, 2, Lin Xiaofan counted down. 1. Naruto unleashed his full power. The stern erupted in a massive explosion, the shockwave violently propelling the wreckage forward. Conan's paper arrows grazed past the hull, embedding themselves in a meteorite behind. The sand aircraft swerved sharply, avoiding the blast wave. The wreckage coasted on inertia, finally skidding to a halt on a flat meteorite surface. The hatch was too warped to open, forcing the three to crawl out through the shattered viewport. Sakura landed first, the key still clutched in her hand. She scanned their surroundings. Where's the entrance to the cryo chamber? Follow the key. Lin Xiaofan jumped down, brushing debris from his clothes. Since the system gave you first opening rights, it's bound to have a guidance function. Sakura raised the key. The runes glowed again, pointing toward a fissure deep within the meteorite. A faint silver light emanated from the crack's edge, revealing signs of deliberate excavation. Found it. Lin Xiaofan let out a whistle. Obito really knows how to hide things. Choosing the back of the first Hokage's face meteorite. Anyone would mistake it for natural terrain. Naruto was the last to climb out, his legs still a bit shaky. Boss, are we really opening the canister now? The Akatsuki and Sand Village are both still on our tail. And let them snatch it. Lin Xiaofan shot him a look. The system said first opening rights, which means even if someone else grabs it, it's useless. It's bound to you, Sakura. Sakura didn't respond, walking straight toward the fissure. The key emitted a low hum as she neared the entrance, its runes glowing brighter. A mechanical grinding sound echoed from the depths as a stone door slowly slid open. Beyond the door was pitch darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the key, revealing a narrow passage. Ancient runes lined both walls, matching the patterns on the key exactly. Go in. Sakura glanced back at the two. Obviously. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward first. We already crashed into a meteorite. Be a waste not to take a look. Naruto hesitated, then followed. Boss, what if it's a trap? If it's a trap, we spring it. Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. The system granted first opening rights. It's not sending us on a moon sightseeing tour. The passage opened into a circular stone chamber, at the center of which floated a transparent cryo chamber. The chamber was empty, but at its base was an indentation perfectly matching the shape of the key. Sakura stepped forward and inserted the key. With a soft click, runes across the chamber's surface lit up one by one as the lid slowly opened. A wisp of pale blue mist drifted out, condensing into glowing text in the air. Lunar key activation successful. First opening rights holder, Haruno Sakura, canister type unlocked, limited moon series. Sakura reached out and touched the mist. The characters scattered and reformed. Warning, forced opening by non-bonded individual will trigger self-destruct protocol. Lin Xiaofan leaned in and whistled. Well, the system's pretty protective. The key's yours and nobody else can even touch it. Naruto swallowed hard. So, can we open the canister now? What's the rush? Lin Xiaofan pressed a hand on his shoulder. Let's see what's in this cryo chamber first. The first Hokage's legacy can't just be a key, right? Sakura had already circled to the other side of the chamber, pointing at a small hidden compartment at its base. There's something else here. The compartment popped open, revealing a bronze-colored canister. The canister bore the same runes as the key, with a label reading, Moon Limited Edition Trial Pack. A decoy canister. Sakura frowned. The system warned about these. They're designed to bait the unlucky ones. Let's try it anyway. Naruto reached for it. We've got first opening rights, so it shouldn't explode, right? Don't touch. Lin Xiaofan slapped his hand away. The system said it baits the unlucky, but it didn't say it skips the bodyguards. Forgot your lesson after opening 30 straight detonating tags. Sakura picked up the canister instead, examining it carefully. The handwriting matches the key. It's definitely Obito's work. So he hid a canister on the moon and left a key specifically for us to open it. What's the angle? Lin Xiaofan stroked his chin, a new marketing tactic for his peace probability canisters. Sakura didn't answer, twisting off the lid directly. Mist billowed out, condensing into a slip of paper. The paper bore a single line. the next canister will definitely drop an SSR. The signature was a smiley face identical to the emotabito used in his live streams. Lin Xiaofan stared at the note, then broke into a laugh. That old fox. He's turned the moon into his live stream studio. Naruto leaned in. Boss, what does this mean? It means, Lin Xiaofan snatched the note and stuffed it into his pocket. We've been played. Obito doesn't care who gets the key. He cares about having someone test his moon canisters for him. Sakura tucked the key away, her tone composed, so the cryo chamber was a decoy. The real goal was getting us to open this canister. Smart. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Still, since we're here, we're not leaving empty-handed. He turned and walked to the chamber's control console, fingers gliding rapidly across the rune panel. Since the system granted first opening rights, there's no way, there's only one canister. Let's find the hidden options. The panel suddenly flashed red as new text materialized. Diamond Tier Agent Permission detected, hidden canister unlocked, 6 paths, Power Moon Exclusive Edition. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The catalyst Pain needs for his upgrade. So this is where it's been hiding. Sakura frowned. When did you get Diamond Tier permissions? Collateral. Mortgaged 3 gold canisters for temporary access. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his fingers together. It expires in a few hours, so we better open it now, or lose it. Naruto was already crouched in front of the console, eyes gleaming. Boss, can I pull this one? You can. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. But Sakura has to open it. First opening rights are bound to the person, not the canister. Sakura didn't move. What's the cost? Cost. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. Might get hunted by the Akatsuki, might get a bounty from the Sand Village, might get exposed on Obito's livestream. Pick your poison. Sakura pressed her hand against the console. Open it. A phantom canister materialized in midair, slowly rotating. Its surface runes swirled, finally settling into a golden glow. Lin Xiaofan gave a whistle. Moon Exclusive Edition. We just hit the jackpot. Naruto clenched his fists nervously. Boss, it's really going to drop an SSR this time, right? Obito said it's guaranteed. Lin Xiaofan grinned. If he's lying, I'm burning every candy wrapper he's ever touched. The lid slowly creaked open. The instant the lid opened, Ying's pupils constricted sharply. An invisible force crashed directly into the depths of her consciousness. No pain, yet it felt as if countless unfamiliar memories and emotions were forcibly crammed inside. The system's cold prompt echoed, please choose. Inherit power or seal emotions. Mingren instinctively lunged forward. Boss. What's going on? Lin Xiaofan didn't reply. His fingers were already flying across the terminal. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared intently at the flickering data stream on the screen. The system's forced binding mechanism activated too quickly, leaving no time to buffer. Ying stood motionless, her face, pale lips trembling slightly. Don't panic. Lin Xiaofan didn't lift his head. The system is forcing you into a binary choice. Pick wrong, and you'll either go mad or be crippled. Ying clenched her teeth. I can't lose my emotions. And I can't give up power. Then choose neither. Lin Xiaofan grinned, flicking his finger sharply. I'll add an option for you. The selection box on the screen flickered suddenly. The interface, originally with only 2 options, now displayed a third line of small text: installment experience, monthly subscription, refundable, exchangeable, 7-day, unconditional return. The font was flashy, complete with scrolling promotional slogans. Pei-Yin's voice came from afar, calm, yet oppressive. Lin Xiaofan, are you tampering with the will of the divine? Hardly tampering. Lin Xiaofan looked up, his face a mask of mercenary cheer. Customer comes first, right? The 6 paths power is a fine thing, but dumping it all at once can easily choke you. So we're introducing an installment plan. Pay a certain amount of chakra each month, unlock abilities gradually, and you can pause, rollback, or reset at any time. Safe and reliable, no deception. Ying stared at the new option, her gaze gradually focusing. This. Can it really preserve me? Of course. Lin Xiaofan patted his chest. Sign this, and you can retain all your emotional memories while extracting the 6 paths power on demand. If you're not satisfied, cancel anytime, no penalty. This is a special promotion I negotiated with headquarters exclusively for first opening rights holders. Mingren leaned in. Can I get an installment too? You. Lin Xiaofan shot him a glance. You haven't even settled last month's Ninetales experience fee, and you want installments for the 6 paths. Pay off your debts first. Ying took a deep breath, her fingertip tapping the installment experience. The system prompt rang again. Agreement modification confirmed. Haruno Sakura granted the right to use the 6 paths power. Installment terms in effect. First extraction limit 10. Ying swayed for a moment, then steadied herself. She looked down at her own hands. Faint golden patterns flickered on her palms, then vanished. It's done. Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief, swiftly pulling up back-end data. Pay in the 6 paths power compatibility parameters you wanted. I've packed them up. Cash or chakra? Pei-in stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, his Rinnegan narrowed slightly. You bypassed the system's underlying protocol. Child's play. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his fingers together. A diamond-level temp is still a temp. I've intercepted the data. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll sell it to Sunigakure. Gaara has been quite interested in piece probability optimization lately. Pei-in was silent for a moment, then raised his hand. A stream of data materialized in midair, drifting slowly toward Lin Xiaofan's terminal. Deal. Lin Xiaofan grabbed the data packet, stuffed it into his pocket, and said, pleasure doing business. Next time you have a new jar, remember to book in advance. Regular customers get 20 off. Mingren crouched beside the hibernation pod, poking at the jar's residual image. Boss, can we leave now? People from Sunigakure and the Akatsuki are waiting outside. Leave? What's the rush? Lin Xiaofan crouched down by the jar's base, his fingers tracing the remaining runes. Dai-Tu left something. I need to see if there's any hidden agenda. His fingertip touched a small protrusion and pressed gently. A smiley face pattern suddenly lit up at the bottom of the jar. Simple lines, yet carrying a familiar mocking feel. Ing frowned another of his marks. The watermark of his live stream is etched all the way to the moon. Lin Xiaofan sneered. That old fox is definitely watching from afar, probably munching sunflower seeds in front of his screen right now. Mingren nervously looked around. He's spying on us. More than just spying. Lin Xiaofan stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. This rune is a consciousness anchor. It can monitor the jar opener's thought waves in real time. In other words, when Ing made her installment choice, Dai-Tu was watching the whole time. Ying's face darkened. What does he want? Collecting data, I suppose. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. Testing the new jar's effects and checking customer reactions. Next livestream he'll say real user feedback, 99 positive rating for installment experience, to trick more people into spending money. Pei-in suddenly spoke. Dai-Tu's goal is still to manipulate probability and achieve so-called peace. Pretty much. Lin Xiaofan nodded. But this time he's playing bigger, splitting the 6 paths power into a monthly plan to get more people addicted. Once everyone can't live without installment payments, he becomes the biggest creditor in the ninja world. Ing clenched her fists. We can't let him succeed. Success or failure isn't up to us. Lin Xiaofan pulled her toward the exit. Let's get off the moon alive first. I've got the data and I've saved the client. This round's not a loss. Just as the three reached the passage, a mechanical door came from behind. The hibernation pod slowly sank, revealing a hidden compartment at the bottom. Inside lay a silver jar with a label reading customer feedback, second wave. Lin Xiaofan stopped in his tracks. Oh, a freebie. Mingren excitedly ran back. This time we're bound to get an SSR right. Don't touch it. Ing grabbed him. Dai-Tu's gifts are never free. But Lin Xiaofan had already reached out and picked up the jar, weighing it in his hand. Light as a feather, probably an empty shell specifically designed to collect emotional data from the opener. He casually stuffed the jar into his backpack. I'll take it back for research. Maybe we can trace his consciousness anchor in reverse. As they stepped out of the Fisher, Sunigakure's aircraft was already closing in. Gaara stood at the bow, expressionless as he watched them. Hand over the key. Gaara's voice was flat. The key belongs to the person designated by the system. Lin Xiaofan pushed Ing forward. She's the legal holder. Grabbing it won't work. Oh, do you understand the binding mechanism? Gaara said nothing, simply raised his hand. The cannons on both sides of the aircraft slowly rotated, aimed at the trio. Mingren immediately formed hand seals. Boss, another fight. Fight my ass. Lin Xiaofan dragged him backward. Run. The three turned and fled, cannon fire roaring behind them. Lin Xiaofan shouted as he ran. Ing, use the installment power. Even 10 is enough to shake them off. Ing gritted her teeth, golden patterns reappearing on her palms. She stomped the ground and a fissure instantly split, open earth and stones surging up to form a barrier that blocked the first volley. Not bad. Lin Xiaofan grinned. Looks like the installment down payment wasn't wasted. Pei-in's voice came through the communicator. Lin Xiaofan, I will verify the data. If it's genuine, the Akatsuki will establish a long-term partnership with you. Long-term partnership is fine, but pay the deposit first. Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. Next time we meet, make sure you bring cash, or chakra, but it has to be at full capacity. When they reached the edge of the meteorite, Lin Xiaofan suddenly stopped, pulled out the silver jar from his backpack, and waved it toward the sky. Dai-Tu. See that? I'm taking your gift. Next time you stream, better send me a rocket. The smiley face rune at the bottom of the jar flickered faintly, as if in response. Ing panted, is he really watching? Definitely. Lin Xiaofan stuffed the jar back into his bag. This guy loves watching customers get played and still be grateful. We're not going to give him that satisfaction. Mingren was exhausted, breathing heavily. So where to now? Back to my. Lin Xiaofan patted the data packet in his pocket. Settle Pei-in's bill first, then figure out how to dismantle Dai-Tu's surveillance network. and upgrade Ying's installment plan. Ying said nothing, simply followed silently. The golden patterns on her palm had not yet faded like a silent brand. Lin Xiaofan walked at the front, a smile hanging on his lips. The silver jar in his backpack occasionally emitted a faint glimmer, as if recording every step they took. In the distance, Sunagakure's aircraft continued its pursuit. But no one noticed that in the shadow behind the meteorite a piece of candy wrapper was slowly drifting down, bearing the same smiley face. The engine roar of the Sand Village aircraft drowned out overhead. Gaara stood at the prow, hands tucked in his trench coat pockets, gaze locked on the three below. Lin Xiaofan pulled Naruto backwards, still muttering, "Don't panic, they can't catch up. Sakura, get ready." Sakura nodded, golden marks appearing on her palms as chakra seeped into the ground through her soles. With a fierce stomp, the sand ahead collapsed, instantly forming a patch of quicksand with a deceptively calm surface and treacherous currents beneath. The aircraft, oblivious, flew straight over the zone. "Boss, is this really going to work?" Naruto called back as he ran. "Trust me, and shut up." Lin Xiaofan pulled a silver canister from his pack, thumb tracing the runic markings along the base. A beetle that cunning fox loved watching from afar. Let's give him something worth seeing. He tapped the runes, summoning a system interface, where he manually rewrote a line of code. The program designed to monitor customer emotional fluctuations was replaced with an installment bill virus. The data packet disguised itself as a routine feedback log, then injected itself back into Obito's surveillance network. The moment the aircraft skimmed past the quicksand's edge, its frame violently shuddered. Gaara's brow furrowed as the control panel flashed red and the navigation system failed. The fuselage tilted sharply, plummeting into the lunar dust zone and churning up a thick cloud of gray fog. "It worked." Lin Xiaofan grinned. "Thinking you could steal data for free? Pay up the interest first." Naruto's eyes widened. "What did you do?" "I fed it to his billing system." Lin Xiaofan stowed his terminal. "His surveillance network is down for 3 minutes. That's plenty to shake the Sand Village." Sakura panted. "What happens after?" "After 3 minutes, he'll either restart the system or complain to customer service." Lin Xiaofan shrugged. "Too bad. I am customer service and the ticket queue runs through next month." Payne's voice crackled through the communicator. "You modified Obito's core surveillance protocol. Temporary worker privileges, just exploited a loophole." Lin Xiaofan adjusted the backhand as he walked. He thought he was safe hiding on the far side of the moon. System vulnerabilities outnumber the walls of Konoha. The aircraft struggled upward through the lunar dust, and Gaara ordered coldly, locking onto the target for a second pursuit. Lin Xiaofan didn't turn back, his fingers flying across the terminal. "Sakura, lend me another 10% of your 6 paths power. Clear that asteroid field ahead for me." Sakura gritted her teeth as the golden markings spread up her arms. She slammed both palms to the ground, chakra erupting forth. Several massive boulders rose from the earth like shells, hurtling toward the aircraft's flight path. Gaara raised his hand and formed a seal, deploying a sand shield to absorb the impact as the aircraft veered again. "Not bad." Lin Xiaofan whistled. "Remember to pay your installments next month on time. Don't be late." Naruto couldn't help laughing. "Boss, you sound like a debt collector now." "I am one." Lin Xiaofan shot him a look. "Your Ninetales trial fee from last month is still unpaid, so cut the chatter." The trio seized the chaos to dash into the asteroid field, using the terrain for cover as they put distance between themselves and their pursuers. Lin Xiaofan opened the silver canister's back end as he ran data streams, scrolling wildly. Suddenly, an unfamiliar audio file played automatically in a deep, gentle voice. "If you're hearing this log, the system has been interfered with by external forces. I am Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and the first person to sign an installment contract." Sakura stopped in her tracks. "First Hokage. Be quiet." Lin Xiaofan listened intently, pausing playback with his finger, but continuing to listen. The audio continued. Obito's surveillance isn't about control. It's about recording whether those who choose installment power can maintain balance between strength and cost. If anyone exceeds the threshold, the system will initiate recovery procedures. Naruto scratched his head. "What does that mean?" "It means," Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, "Obito isn't a creditor. He's an examiner. He didn't set up installments for profit. He was filtering for those capable of wielding power." Sakura clenched her fists. "Does that mean we've passed the test?" "I don't know." Lin Xiaofan turned off the audio, but Hashirama wouldn't have left a message unless there was something important at stake. "There's something unusual about this canister." Payne's voice chimed in again. "Lin Xiaofan, did you trigger a hidden protocol?" "A pleasant surprise." Lin Xiaofan packaged the audio file. "Do you want it?" "Extra charge." "No need." Payne's tone remained calm. "If Obito's goal truly is selection, then the Akatsuki's very existence proves his failure." Lin Xiaofan paused, then burst out laughing. "How interesting." So you were his lab rats too. The path ahead opened up, and the trees marking Konoha's border came into view. The Sand Village aircraft was blocked by the asteroid field, unable to close in for now. Lin Xiaofan stopped, turned toward his pursuers, and waved the silver canister. Obito, did you hear that? The first Hokage left you homework. Don't forget to write a review. The runes on the canister's base flickered faintly, almost like a response. Sakura whispered, is he really watching? Absolutely. Lin Xiaofan stowed the canister. This guy loves watching clients figure things out, while looking completely bewildered. Naruto dropped to a crouch, exhausted. So where do we go now? Back to Konoha. Lin Xiaofan patted his pocket. First I'll sell Pain's data, then upgrade Sakura's plan, and maybe figure out how to convert Obito's surveillance into a Damika feature. Sakura said, nothing, simply falling into step behind him. The golden markings on her palms faded, leaving behind a faint warmth like a reminder. Lin Xiaofan led the way, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The silver canister in his backpack occasionally trembled, as though recording their conversation. In the distance, the Sand Village aircraft lifted off again, but Gaara gave no order to pursue. Standing at the prow, he watched the trio's figures vanish at the tree line, murmuring to himself. Installment power. Can it really counter the surveillance system? His subordinate approached. Should we report to the Kazekage? Not necessary. Gaara turned away. When they open the canister next time, I'll place my own order. Lin Xiaofan had no idea he'd gained a major client. He was counting on his fingers, tallying his accounts. With Pain's payment coming in, I can afford 3 gold canisters. Naruto, hand over your commission to settle your debt. Don't even think about running. Naruto wailed. Again, market laws. Lin Xiaofan replied with full conviction. The next canister will definitely drop an SSR. I'm not lying to you, probability theory supports it. Sakura suddenly spoke up. Boss, could the recovery procedure Hashirama mentioned have already been activated? Lin Xiaofan's steps faltered slightly, but he offered no reply. He pulled out the silver canister, studied the runes on its base for a few seconds, then shoved it back into his backpack. So what if it's activated? He grinned. I'm a system administrator in training. The one in debt is him, not me. Deep in the forest, a piece of candy wrapper drifted down on the wind, its smiling face still intact. Lin Xiaofan crouched by the tree roots behind Konoha's village, his terminal screen aglow, the audio file of Hashirama still looping in the background. His fingers swiped quickly, circling the words, emotional credit scoring system, then pulling up the monitoring logs sent by Obito. All of them captured the customer's expressions, heart rates, and chakra fluctuation curves when opening jars. So it's not a surveillance device, it's a scorer, he muttered to himself, a corner of his mouth twitching. High emotional intensity gets high marks, emotional breakdown deducts credit. This is just a Reskin bank risk control model. Naruto leaned in, nearly bumping his head against the screen. Boss, what kind of black tech are you messing with now? I'm buying you some free time. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up, his fingertips tapping the virtual keyboard to fabricate a record of 98. 7 customer loyalty. He casually packaged it into a data packet and stuffed it back into Obito's observation network. When he sees this, he'll think you're a stable, repayment positive, good little leak. Sakura stood a few steps away, arms crossed. Are you sure he won't notice it's fake immediately? If he could notice immediately, he wouldn't have been scammed out of 100,000 chakra last month by my ad claiming peace probability 50. Lin Xiaofan grinned, hit send, and said, now he'll just think Gaara's pursuit failed because the Sand Ninja's credit is too poor. Nothing to do with me. Less than 10 seconds after the data packet was sent, the system suddenly flashed a red warning, abnormal operation detected. Hidden clause triggered. Temporary chakra freeze for all installment customers until credit reassessment is complete. Lin Xiaofan's smile froze. Naruto was the first to jump up. I can't move my chakra. Boss, what did you do? He swung his fist to punch the air, but his arm drooped limply, and he couldn't even summon a shadow clone. He spun around in agitation, kicking over a pile of empty cans nearby. The metal cans rolled far away, clanging dully against a tree trunk. Calm down. Lin Xiaofan quickly stopped him. The freeze is only temporary. Once Obito finishes the review. Review my ass. Naruto roared. I'm supposed to spar with Sasuke tomorrow. We said we'd use the newly drawn Ninetales Rampage experience voucher. Now I don't even have chakra. How am I supposed to fight? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He grabbed another kin from the ground, ready to throw, but Sakura seized his wrist. Don't be impulsive, she said, her voice low but steady. The more emotional you get during the freeze, the higher the system judges your risk. Do you want to be blacklisted permanently? Naruto gritted his teeth, his fists clenched white, but eventually he let go of the can and plopped down on the ground, panting. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal, his brow furrowed. On the screen, all customers' credit status had turned gray, including his own. The backend logs were frantically refreshing, filled with auto-generated collection notices and risk alerts. Payne's voice came through the communicator. You've triggered the preconditions for the recovery protocol. I know, Lin Xiaofan said, his tone heavy, but I didn't expect it to affect everyone. Abido is screening those who can bear the cost of power, Payne said. By falsifying data, you essentially covered up your customers' true emotions. The system naturally judges that you've all lost control collectively. Lin Xiaofan stayed silent. He pulled up Naruto's account details and found that the originally stable Ninetales chakra value was now fluctuating violently, even showing signs of breaking through the seal. Something's wrong, he murmured. Under a frozen state, chakra should be completely still. Why is the Ninetales getting more active? Sakura leaned in to glance at the screen, then suddenly reached out and pressed Naruto's shoulder. Don't move. She pressed her palm to Naruto's nape, and golden patterns slowly emerged, spreading along his spine. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and said quietly, he's resonating. With whom? Lin Xiaofan asked. With the system, Sakura said, her gaze solemn. Or rather, with the audio Hashirama left behind. The Ninetales is responding to a certain frequency. Naruto looked baffled. What does that mean? When did that thing inside me get so artsy? Lin Xiaofan ignored him, quickly pulling up the spectrum analysis of Hashirama's audio and comparing it with the Ninetales chakra fluctuation curve. The two lines overlapped heavily in a certain range. Damn, he cursed. What Hashirama left behind isn't a warning, it's a key. Sakura nodded. Abido thought he was screening customers, but the first Hokage had already planted a backdoor. When the system judges that customers have collectively lost balance, it automatically activates a hidden protocol releasing the suppressed power. So the Ninetales is now a beta release. Naruto's eyes lit up. Pretty much, Lin Xiaofan grinned. But don't get too excited. This thing is unstable and could burn you to ashes at any moment. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of heat suddenly burst from Naruto's body. Orange-red chakra erupted like flames, forming a blurred outline of the tailed beast. The ground trembled slightly and leaves rustled without wind. Holy crap! Naruto exclaimed. It came out on its own. Shut up, don't provoke it. Lin Xiaofan grabbed his collar and dragged him backward. Sakura, quick, deploy the slow release program. Sakura was already prepared. She formed hand seals, and golden patterns on her palms lit up. A stream of code-like runes flew from her fingertips, wrapping around the chakra flames on Naruto's body like threads. The runes quickly seeped in, turning the flames from orange-red to pale gold, and the fluctuations gradually calmed. Naruto gasped for breath, soaked in sweat, but his eyes were clearer than before, it seems. Not so irritable anymore. The emotional slow-release program is working, Sakura said, withdrawing her hand. Her face was a bit pale, but it would only last a short while. The system would soon detect the anomaly. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal and finally saw movement from Abido's side. A new message popped up: credit reassessment in progress. Please keep your emotions stable to avoid triggering a second freeze. He took the bait, Lin Xiaofan sneered. He thinks we're waiting obediently for the review, but we're already rewriting the rules. He quickly entered commands, packaged the Ninetales resonance data as customer satisfaction feedback, and sent it again to Abido's observation network. This time he won't receive a fabricated high score record, Lin Xiaofan said, narrowing his eyes. It's a bad review written personally by the Ninetales. Naruto grinned. Let him taste what it's like to get complaints from customers. Sakura didn't smile. She stared at the golden patterns fading on her palm. Boss, if the first Hokage really left a backdoor, then the powers inside other customers. Will they awaken too? Lin Xiaofan paused. Sasuke's Sharingan, Gaara's Shikaku power, Nagato's Rinnegan. All of those were external powers obtained through the installment jars. If the system judges them as collectively unbalanced, will those powers also break free like the Ninetales? That'll be fun, he said quietly. The credit war officially begins. Let's see who breaks first. The terminal suddenly buzzed with an anonymous message. Mr. Lin, I heard you're looking for big clients. The Sand Village wants to discuss a long-term partnership. The sender's signature, Gaara. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and replied with a smiley face. Naruto leaned in to look surprised. Didn't he just come after us? In business there are no enemies, only potential customers, Lin Xiaofan said, putting away his terminal. Especially those who've been screwed by the system and are desperate for power. They're the easiest to bamboozle. Sakura suddenly asked, so where are we going now? Back to the guild, Lin Xiaofan said, patting his pocket. First sell the Ninetales data, then upgrade Naruto's stress resistance package. And while we're at it, figure out how to turn the credit scoring system into a like button. Naruto groaned, spending money again. Market economy, Lin Xiaofan said matter-of-factly. The next jar will definitely give an SSR. I'm not lying about that, probability theory supports it. The three turned and walked toward Konoha. Naruto rubbed his shoulder as he walked, muttering about needing ramen to replenish his chakra. Sakura followed silently, the golden patterns on her palm occasionally flickering, as if recording something silently. Lin Xiaofan walked at the front, a smile on his lips. The silver jar in his backpack vibrated softly, as if responding to a pair of distant watching eyes. Deep in the forest, a candy wrapper was blown up by the wind, its smiley face blurred, yet still grinning. Woluo's aircraft landed 3 li outside Shine Village. The moment the hatch opened, Lin Xiaofan leaped out, terminal in hand. Wind whipped sand against his face, but he didn't flinch, only raised a hand to plug the data cable into the port on the side. Are you sure this will work? Haruno Sakura's voice was low from behind. The power of Shoha is no joke. The client's need is the highest directive. Lin Xiaofan didn't look back, his fingers sliding swiftly across the screen. What he asked for is an emotional stabilizer. What I'm giving him is Jiuwei's resonance data, different packaging, same effect. Mingren crouched nearby, gnawing on a soldier pill, and mumbled, what if Shoha doesn't buy it? Then we'll make it buy it. Lin Xiaofan tapped the final confirmation key. When the system judges the client unbalanced, it will automatically activate the hidden protocol. Shoha is now part of that protocol. The more agitated it becomes, the harder the data is to trace. Woluo's voice came from inside the cabin. Status 80%. Lin Xiaofan replied, then turned to Sakura. Prepare the release procedure. The moment Shoha fluctuates, you move in. Sakura nodded, her hands already forming seals, golden patterns flickering on her palms. Just as the data upload completion prompt appeared, the aircraft suddenly trembled. The instrument readings began to jump wildly, alarms blaring. Woluo stood up from the pilot seat, veins bulging on his forehead. It's awake. Don't suppress it. Lin Xiaofan grabbed Woluo's shoulder. Let it rage, the louder the better. Shoha's chakra surged like a tidal wave, golden-orange energy roiling inside the cabin, the air growing thick and heavy. Inside, Mingren Jiuwei seemed to sense something, letting out a low growl. Chakra spilled uncontrollably, forming a thin, fiery aura around his body. Boss, it's coming out. Mingren shouted through gritted teeth. Let it out. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal screen, his lips tight. Perfect time to send Obito a gift. Sakura immediately stepped forward, pressing her hands against Mingren's back. Golden runes coiled like threads around him, stabilizing the Jiuwei chakra. At the same time, she diverted part of her power into the aircraft system, attempting to synchronize Shoha's fluctuation frequency with Jiuwei's. The two forces collided inside the cabin, and the data stream instantly went haywire. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaofan accessed the backend permissions and located the loyalty liquidation protocol module that Obito had buried. The code was dense, laced with encryption chains, but one signature stood out. The first Hokage's encryption mark. So this is where you've been hiding. Lin Xiaofan sneered, his fingers flying across the keyboard. You thought you could lock the client with a protocol, but the first Hokage left you a back door long ago. He altered the trigger condition. Instead of the client's emotional outburst, the system would now judge an anomaly. Then he replaced the execution action from freezing chakra to releasing the bound power. After finishing, he pressed enter. A system warning popped up, operation irreversible. Confirm. Lin Xiaofan clicked yes. The next second, the aircraft shook violently. Shoha's roar pierced through the metal hull, exploding over the desert. Sand was hurled several meters into the air. In the distance, patrolling sand ninjas stopped in their tracks, staring in shock and confusion. Simultaneously, a communication request from Obito appeared. Lin Xiaofan answered, and the image of that single Sharingan stared coldly at him. What have you done? After sales service. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The client reported emotional instability, so I added a stabilizer program and incidentally tested your system's stress tolerance. You tampered with the protocol. Obito's voice was icy. Tampering is a strong word. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. I just optimized the user experience. Look how lively Woluo is now. The camera panned to Woluo, standing at the cabin door, Shoha's power enveloping him, yet his eyes were clearer than usual. He spoke, his voice steady. Emotional fluctuations have dropped to a safe threshold. Obito was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You think you can fight the system with such petty tricks? I'm not fighting the system. Lin Xiaofan's smile faded. I'm rebuilding it. The communication disconnected, and the alarms gradually subsided. Shoha's power slowly retracted back into Woluo's body. The aircraft steadied. Sakura exhaled in relief, the golden patterns on her palms fading. Did it work? Mingren leaned in. Temporarily. Lin Xiaofan unplugged the data cable. Obito won't let this go, but he can't make a move right now. The protocol's been altered. He'll have to fix the loophole first, or else every client will awaken the bound power. Woluo walked over and handed him a scroll. Shine Village's long-term cooperation agreement. Sign here. Lin Xiaofan took it, glanced at the terms, flipped to the last page, and signed. Pleasure doing business. Next time you open a jar, pick the golden hour. Guaranteed, SSR. Woluo nodded, turned back into the cabin. The aircraft lifted off and soon vanished into the dust. Mingren scratched his head. What do we do now? Back to my... Lin Xiaofan stuffed the scroll into his backpack. First sell this data, then upgrade Mingren's stress resistance package. And while we're at it, figure out how to turn the credit scoring system into a like button. Sakura suddenly spoke up. Boss, if other clients trigger the protocol, wouldn't Zusuk and Chaman's powers also? Yes. Lin Xiaofan cut her off. So we have to get ahead of them and rewrite the rules in our favor. The three walked back. Mingren complained about spending money again, while Sakura followed silently, occasionally glancing at her own palm. Lin Xiaofan led the way, his terminal screen still glowing, the back-end logs constantly refreshing. A new message popped up: anomalous data residue detected. Immediate removal recommended. Sender System Administrator. Lin Xiaofan didn't open it, he deleted it outright. He looked up at the sky. The sun was sinking westward, the wind carrying heat. Tomorrow we go to Wuyin, he said suddenly. I heard they've opened a new gambling jar shop with absurdly high odds. Mingren's eyes lit up. Can I draw the power of the 6 paths, eh? If you don't, I'll refund your money. Lin Xiaofan patted his chest. Sakura frowned. Where's your capital? On credit. Lin Xiaofan said without shame. The client's money is my working capital. Mingren cheered and bounded ahead. Sakura sighed and quickened her pace to catch up. Lin Xiaofan strolled at the back, his hand in his pocket, fingers brushing against the silver jar. The cold metal surface sent a shiver up his fingertips. The terminal vibrated again. He pulled it out and saw an anonymous message: Master Lin, your data packet contains something it shouldn't. No signature, no avatar. Lin Xiaofan stared at the screen for a few seconds, then closed the message and cleared the record. He looked up and shouted, Mingren, don't run so fast. You might step on a landmine. Mingren's voice came from afar. There are no landmines. You're scaring me again. Lin Xiaofan chuckled and shoved the terminal back into his pocket. The wind swept sand past his feet as he stepped forward, his shadow stretching long under the setting sun. The silver jar in his backpack vibrated gently, as if responding to something. He didn't look back. Naruto was still ranting about the power of the 6 paths when Lin Xiaofan had already stored his terminal and casually pulled 3 mist hidden transit passes from his backpack. The edges of the cards glowed with a faint blue halo, each a forged temporary identity credential, with the customer info column uniformly marked as bankrupt retail investors. Even on credit, one must keep one's word. Lin Xiaofan handed the cards to Naruto and Sakura, saying, remember, once inside, don't mention Konoha, don't say you know me, and definitely don't mention Sasuke. Especially you, Naruto. Naruto snatched the card with a grin. Don't worry, boss. I'm a top-notch actor. Last time in Suna, I played an amnesiac client, and even Kankuro believed me. Sakura took the card without a word, her fingertips tracing its surface, her brow furrowing deeper. She knew Lin Xiaofan wasn't really going to gamble on the tanks this time, but was after the odds algorithm behind the mist-hidden gambling tank gang. The system vulnerability lay hidden within the trigger mechanism of the 6 paths experience tank, and only the rampaging Ninetails chakra within Naruto could blast open that door. When the trio reached the mist-hidden border, dusk was just falling. The gambling tank gang's sign hung in midair, its neon tubes forming a crooked tank character with a crowd queuing below, packed like sardines. 2 dealers in gray robes stood at the entrance holding detectors, scanning each customer's chakra purity one by one. Next, the gray-robed man said, glancing over the 3. Anyone with chakra balance below 5,000 units must use the side door. Lin Xiaofan approached with a bow, pulling out a forged bankruptcy certificate. We're refugees from Grass Hidden, lost everything on the Hokage limited edition tank. We've only got a few scraps left. Could you make an exception? The gray-robed man sneered, pressed the detector to his wrist, and the number jumped to 327. He waved his hand. 3rd window at the side door. Double odds at your own risk. The side passage was so narrow that only one person could pass at a time. The walls were lined with glowing tanks, each displaying live odds below. Naruto walked along, looking around, and whispered, Boss, you really want me to go berserk? Last time in Suna, I nearly blew up the aircraft. This time, no need to blow up anything. Lin Xiaofan stared at the window ahead. You just need to make your chakra fluctuation peak exceed the threshold at the moment the tank opens. The system will misjudge it as a high-risk customer with self-destructive tendencies and automatically trigger the compensation mechanism. Sakura suddenly grabbed his sleeve. The compensation mechanism only refunds the principal, but the 6 paths experience tank is a special item, and the terms clearly state no returns or exchanges. That's why I changed the terms. Lin Xiaofan grinned and pulled a fingernail-sized metal chip from his pocket. A data jammer I swiped from Suna. Plug it into the tank machine's interface and it overrides the original protocol. The odds algorithm will think you got junk and automatically refund you 10 times the principal. Behind the window sat a dealer wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leisurely wiping the tank machine's screen. As the three approached, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Bet amount. Target tank type. Sign the liability waiver. Bet all I have. Lin Xiaofan slapped a forged chakra certificate on the counter. Target 6 paths experience tank. Will sign, but with an additional condition. The dealer finally looked up, his lenses reflecting cold light. What condition? If we get an SSR tier item, I want to live stream the unboxing. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his hands with a mercenary look. My followers have been dropping lately. Oh, I need a big hit to save my traffic. The dealer sneered, tapped the screen a few times, and pulled up a contract template. Additional clause 17. If the live stream causes system anomalies, the customer will bear triple the penalty. No problem. Naruto eagerly pressed his fingerprint, chakra seeping from his fingertip into the paper, leaving a burnt mark. The tank machine hummed to life, and the canister slowly sank into the console. While the dealer was checking data, Lin Xiaofan quickly inserted the metal chip into the interface slot. The odds on the screen jumped violently a few times before finally settling at 15000. It's starting, Lin Xiaofan warned in a low voice. Naruto took a deep breath and pressed his hands on both sides of the tank machine. Chakra surged out like a tide, condensing into a crimson vortex around his body. The machine shrieked in alarm, and the screen flashed wildly with an energy overflow warning. The dealer's face changed. He reached for the emergency stop button, but Lin Xiaofan grabbed his wrist first. Don't worry, it's normal for customers to get excited. The higher the odds, the more exciting. As the words left his mouth, the tank machine burst open with a golden light. The tank shattered into pieces, and what floated in midair was not an item, but a string of blood-red text: Det brand activated. Host Uchiha Sasuke. Countdown to settlement 72 hours. The hall fell dead silent. The dealer threw off Lin Xiaofan's hand and shouted, "You tampered with the system's core code." Wait. It's a misunderstanding. Lin Xiaofan raised his hands and stepped back. It must be a machine malfunction. We demand a full refund plus compensation for mental distress. Sakura suddenly grabbed his arm, her voice trembling. Boss, the brand has Obito's chakra mark. He's monitoring the host's location remotely. Naruto's Ninetales chakra had not yet settled, crimson flames licking the ceiling. The dealer drew a kunai and pressed it against Lin Xiaofan's throat. The system has identified you as a malicious arbitrage group. By the rules, your principal is confiscated and you stay. But Lin Xiaofan smiled. He slowly raised his right hand palm open, revealing a bronze-colored tank. Its surface was etched with intricate runes. The first-generation encryption container he'd swiped from Suna. Know why I chose today? He rubbed the tank's rim with his thumb. Because Obito just finished patching the loyalty agreement loophole. The new patch hasn't reached the mist-hidden branch yet. The dealer's pupils contracted. Lin Xiaofan slammed the tank onto the ground. The moment the bronze fragments burst, all the lights in the gambling tank gang went out simultaneously. Screams erupted in the darkness. Someone knocked over a shelf, someone spilled tea. The chaos lasted less than 10 seconds. When the emergency lights came on, the trio had vanished at the end of the side passage. The dealer collapsed to the floor, staring at the empty console. On the screen remained the last system log: detected admin privilege override. Executor Lin Xiaofan. Operation transfer Det brand tracking coordinates to mist hidden underground drain D7. From afar came Naruto's excited shout, "Boss! Sasuke's name is really on the list. How much does he owe?" Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He sprinted, clutching the terminal, red warning boxes popping up on the screen. The top message was especially glaring: Det brand has been bound to new coordinates. Obito's consciousness fragment will arrive at the location within 2 hours. It is recommended to evacuate immediately. Sakura tugged at his sleeve, panting. Where to next? Back to Konoha. Lin Xiaofan ducked into an alley and shoved the terminal into Naruto's arms. You're responsible for drawing off the pursuers. Say Sasuke is waiting for Obito at the Valley of the End for a one-on-one. Naruto's eyes widened. But Sasuke isn't even there. That's why you're going. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. Remember to start a live stream with the title "Live Coverage of the Traitor King's Debt Crisis." The more traffic, the less likely Obito will act rashly. Sakura suddenly pressed his wrist. How many times can the Det brand be transferred? 3 times. Lin Xiaofan pulled his hand back. On the 3rd transfer, the host is forced to appear. So we need to get Sasuke to walk into the debt repayment agreement signing area within 72 hours. Messy footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Lin Xiaofan pushed the two. Split up. Meet at Konoha's south gate tomorrow noon. Whoever's late pays for ramen. Naruto cheered and dashed in the opposite direction, shouting that Sasuke's debt default was unforgivable. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then turned and slipped into another dark alley. Lin Xiaofan stood alone, listening to the footsteps closing in. Slowly, he pulled the silver tank from his pocket. The tank was icy cold, and a faint black mist swirled inside its walls. He stared at it for a long time, then suddenly spoke. Hear that? Your name is at the top of the system's blacklist. If you keep hiding, the next transfer coordinates will be your grave. The silver tank showed no response. Lin Xiaofan tucked it back into his pocket and turned into a side road. The pursuer's shouts gradually faded into the night wind. He kept walking, the terminal screen casting a faint glow in the darkness. A new message popped up from an anonymous account. Boss Lin, you've transferred not just the debt coordinates, but Obito's killing intent. He deleted the message and looked up at the moon. The moonlight was pale, casting a frost-like layer on the stone path. Sasuke, he said to the air, this time I'll take the blade for you. Interest accrues daily. Remember to bring cash, no credit cards. Lin Xiaofan had just turned into the alley by the south gate of Konoha when a new message flashed on his terminal screen. He glanced down, swiped it away, and kept walking without breaking stride. At the end of the alley was the back door of the archives. The guard shift change left only a quarter of an hour, and he had to slip in before the patrol returned. He hugged the wall, hiding his terminal in his sleeve, while his other hand pulled out a forged document, stamped with the Hokage's office seal, authorizing access to classified files on S-rank rogue ninja Sasuke. The paper was a bit crumpled, the ink faint, but it was enough to fool the old guard on duty. The archives were empty, the lights off. Lin Xiaofan groped his way to row B section 7, crouched down, and pulled open the bottom drawer. Inside was a pile of dusty scrolls labeled Uchiha Sasuke, debt tracking record encrypted. He pulled out the scroll and tucked it into his chest, but as he turned, he knocked over a metal shelf beside him. Who's there? A low voice called from the doorway. Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. He simply tossed his terminal to the ground, screen facing up, blazing with a red warning system alert. Sasuke's location updated. Obito will reach the Valley of the End in 3 minutes. The footsteps paused. Sakura Haruno stepped out of the shadows carrying a medical kit. A metal plate embedded in the side of the kit was buzzing fiercely. You deliberately lured him there, she said, her voice cold. Using Naruto's live stream as bait while you sneaked in here to steal data. Lin Xiaofan bent down to pick up his terminal, dusting it off. The client defaulted on the debt, so the boss has to collect. How long have you been waiting? Since the mist. Sakura placed the medical kit on the table and opened the lid. Inside were not bandages and medicine bottles, but a dense array of chakra sensors. You transferred the debt brand 3 times, and each time the coordinate shift triggered a resonance. I modified the frequency in the kit to follow the ripple of Sasuke's Sharingan. Lin Xiaofan stared at the sensors, saying nothing. You told Naruto that Sasuke was at the Valley of the End waiting for a one-on-one fight with Obito, Sakura said, closing the kit. But you actually have no idea where he is. You just wanted to force Obito out of the area around Konoha so you could sneak into the archives and access the data, right? Lin Xiaofan smiled. Clever. So what are you going to do now? Arrest me, report me, or pay off Sasuke's debt for him? Sakura didn't move or answer. She just pressed her hand on the top of the medical kit. The vibration of the metal plate suddenly accelerated, emitting a sharp whine. The scroll in Lin Xiaofan's chest suddenly grew hot, unrolling on its own, and revealing a line of blood-red characters, host location syncing. Current coordinates, abandoned training ground southwest of Konoha. Lin Xiaofan's face changed. You planted a reverse tracker in the kit from the start. Not me, Sakura said, looking at him. It was Sasuke. The day he signed the installment payment contract, he left a chakra imprint of his Sharingan in the medical kit. He said that one day you would betray him. Lin Xiaofan clutched the scroll, his knuckles turning white. I didn't betray him. I'm just helping him. Obito has his eyes on him. If I don't transfer the debt brand, he'll die. And now, Sakura stepped forward. You've exposed his location to me. If I tell Danzo or the Akatsuki, how long do you think Sasuke would survive? Lin Xiaofan stared at her for a long moment, then suddenly released the scroll, letting it fall to the ground. You won't tell. Why? Because you're even more desperate than I am to know where he is. Lin Xiaofan pulled a silver canister from his pocket and placed it on the table. Sasuke owes me more than money. He owes me an explanation. Why did he let Obito leave a mark on him? Why did he willingly submit to the system binding? Sakura didn't touch the canister. You want to use this to save his life? No, Lin Xiaofan shook his head. I want to use this to earn his trust. Inside the canister was a debt exemption voucher. Signing it would clear all accounts, but the cost was forfeiting all items already issued. Sakura was silent for a moment, then reached out and picked up the silver canister. The canister was cold to the touch with dark mist slowly swirling inside its walls. She stared at it for a while, then suddenly asked, "Do you really think Sasuke is at the abandoned training ground?" "Not necessarily," Lin Xiaofan admitted. "But Obito believes it. His consciousness fragments have already headed toward the Valley of the End. By the time he realizes he's been tricked, it'll take him at least half a day to turn back. We have time." Sakura placed the silver canister back on the table. "I don't trust you." "I know," Lin Xiaofan smiled. "That's why I chose you to come clean with. Naruto is too straightforward, Sasuke is too proud. Only you can calculate. Figure out whether helping me or reporting me is more profitable." Sakura didn't respond. She reopened the medical kit, adjusted a few sensor angles, and the vibration frequency of the kit changed accordingly. The text on the scroll on the table began to flicker, finally settling into a mess of garbled code. "Position interference is active," she said. "Obito can't find Sasuke for now, but neither can you track him with the debt brand anymore." Lin Xiaofan nodded. "Fair enough." Sakura closed the kit and turned toward the door. At the threshold she paused and said without looking back, "Sasuke won't sign the exemption voucher. He'd rather die than give up power." "I know," Lin Xiaofan said. "That's why I prepared Plan B." Sakura turned to look at him. "What Plan B?" "Make him owe more." Lin Xiaofan tucked the scroll back into his chest. "When he can't pay, he'll come to me to negotiate." Sakura let out a cold laugh and pushed the door open, her footsteps fading away. Lin Xiaofan stood still, not moving. He pulled out his terminal. A new message had popped up on the screen. Naruto's livestream viewership has surpassed 1 million. Title: Rogue Ninja King begging for mercy live. He clicked the link. In the video, Naruto was standing atop the waterfall at the Valley of the End, shouting, "Sasuke, come out and pay your debt, or I'll auction your Sharingan on the market." The comments flew by. Some called him a liar, others demanded refunds, and some chanted for Obito to show himself. Lin Xiaofan closed the video and looked up at the window. The moon was shrouded by clouds and dawn was approaching. He put away his terminal and turned to walk deeper into the archives. Behind the shelves in Robi Section 13, there was a hidden compartment containing special client files that had been reviewed by past Hokage. He pulled out one file. The cover read, "Uchiha Itachi, Debt Settlement Record." He opened the first page. Blood-red characters were starkly visible. "Final settlement, debt paid with life. Executor Uchiha Sasuke." Lin Xiaofan closed the file and stuffed it into the bottom of his backpack. When he walked out of the archives, the first light of dawn was just touching the rooftops. From the street corner came the sounds of a breakfast stall opening, and a few genin ran by in a group chattering about going to watch the livestream. He turned into another alley, and his terminal vibrated again. This time it was an anonymous message. "Boss Lin, you're betting that Sasuke will keep digging himself into debt for power, but what if he chooses death?" Lin Xiaofan deleted the message and pocketed his terminal. At the end of the alley stood a person dressed in black with black hair, holding a sword. The person looked up, their Sharingan gleaming coldly in the morning light. "What's the interest?" Sasuke asked. Lin Xiaofan grinned. 5% daily, cash only, no credit cards." Sasuke stood at the alley entrance, his sword tip pointing to the ground, his Sharingan fixed on Lin Xiaofan. "What's the interest rate?" Lin Xiaofan didn't rush to answer. He leisurely pulled out a terminal from his pocket, opened a screen, and pushed it toward Sasuke. 5% daily interest, cash only, no credit cards." Sasuke didn't look at the screen, only stared at him. "I want the details." "Already prepared." Lin Xiaofan grinned, swiped his finger, and the screen turned into a table. "The principal is the installment fee for the Mangekyo experience voucher. You sign plus late fees, penalty fees, system service fees, risk compensation. Oh, and the depreciation cost for the 3 golden jars you burned last month when you used Amaterasu as collateral." Sasuke frowned. "Depreciation? That was combat damage. Clause 7 of the customer terms." Lin Xiaofan spoke rapidly. "Damage to items caused by unauthorized combat must be compensated at fair market value." Those 3 jars had yielded a Reikage-style chakra amplifier, a Tsunade's super strength experience card, and a Jiraiya autograph scroll. Total valuation 3800 chakra units. Sasuke was silent for a moment. "I want the original contract." "Of course." Lin Xiaofan pulled a roll of parchment from his backpack. Unrolling it, it was covered in tiny print. "Look at the 13th supplementary clause. If the debtor uses system items in unauthorized combat, the battle damage recovery agreement is automatically activated." Sasuke reached out to take it, but Lin Xiaofan withdrew his hand. "Hold on, I haven't finished explaining the compound interest part." He slid his finger on the screen, and a dynamic curve chart popped up. See this? It's called the compound interest snowball model. In simple terms, 1 day overdue interest rolls into principal, 2 days interest generates interest, 1 week debt doubles, 1 month you'll have to sell your house. Sasuke's eyes turned cold. I don't have a house. That's why I'm talking to you about collateral. Lin Xiaofan's smile didn't fade. Sign a power pledge agreement, temporarily pawn your Sharingan to me. When you pay off the debt, I'll return your eyes as they are plus a free upgrade service. Sasuke's grip on his sword tightened. Impossible. Don't be so quick to refuse. Lin Xiaofan pulled up another document. See this? It's a debt exemption voucher. The one Sakura just took from that silver jar. Sign it, and all debts are wiped clean at the cost of giving up all items you've opened, including your Mangekyo. Sasuke remained silent. Lin Xiaofan's smile faded. I know you won't. So I'm giving you a third option. Pawn your Sharingan, and I'll lend you new funds to continue opening jars and upgrading. Once you get stronger, you can earn chakra and pay me back. Sasuke stared at him. What's in it for you? Customer growth dividend, of course. Lin Xiaofan said matter-of-factly. The stronger you are, the more you spend on jars, and the more commission I get, a win-win. Sasuke sneered. You're playing with fire. Just business. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. Sign or not. If not, I'll notify Obito right now. He's far more interested in your eyes than I am in your debt. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and his Sharingan spun abruptly. Lin Xiaofan didn't dodge or flinch. Instead, he pushed the terminal forward. Just fingerprint confirmation. By the way, I added an anti-tracking shielding clause to the agreement. After signing, Obito will never be able to locate you again. Sasuke stared at the screen for a long time, then finally reached out and pressed his finger on it. The moment his fingerprint was registered, the terminal suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The screen turned blood red, and a large line of text appeared. Blood contract settlement program activated. Heir must first repay elder brother's debt. Sasuke's left eye instantly throbbed with pain, and his body swayed. What's going on? His voice was tense. Lin Xiaofan feigned surprise. Oops, forgot to tell you. Itachi owed a debt here too back then. According to the clan inheritance law, his debt is inherited by you. Sasuke gritted his teeth. How much? Not much. Lin Xiaofan opened a new page. Principal plus compound interest currently totaling 9700 chakra units. But don't worry, if you sign the pledge agreement, this debt can be consolidated and enjoy installment discounts. Sasuke leaned against the wall, the pain in his left eye still raging. You did this on purpose. Businessman, you know. Lin Xiaofan grinned. Gotta give the customer a little motivation. From the shadowy corner, Sakura suddenly spoke. Clause 7 on page 3 of the agreement. You modified the terms. Lin Xiaofan turned his head. Oh, you're still here. Sakura approached holding a medical kit. You implanted a tracking talisman. Once Sasuke signed, his chakra fluctuations would be uploaded to your system in real time. Lin Xiaofan spread his hands. Just a safety measure. What if he runs away? Sakura ignored him and turned to Sasuke. Don't sign. This agreement is flawed. Sasuke didn't look at her, only stared at Lin Xiaofan. What did Itachi owe? The Eternal Mangekyo upgrade pack. Lin Xiaofan sighed. He wanted to trade Konoha Tsukumi fragments, but the system deemed the fragments insufficient in value, so he had to pay in installments. And then he died before finishing. Sasuke's pupils contracted. Konoha Tsukumi fragments. Yes. Lin Xiaofan nodded. They're in the debt collateral list. When you inherit the debt, you also inherit the collateral. Sasuke's breathing grew heavy. Show me the list. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the file. Here, Konoha Tsukumi fragments, at Tsukuyami experience voucher, and Amaterasu permanent authorization. Oh, and a letter he left for you. Sasuke reached out to grab the terminal, but another sharp pain struck his left eye. He dropped to one knee, his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably. Side effects. Lin Xiaofan crouched down to meet his gaze. When the blood contract settlement program activates, the heir experiences the original debtor's painful memories. Survive it, and the debt is yours. If fail, and the eyes belong to me. Sakura stepped forward. Lin Xiaofan, this is murder. Legal collection. Lin Xiaofan corrected. The terms are crystal clear. Inheriting debt is deemed acceptance of all settlement conditions. Sasuke looked up, his Sharingan bloodshot. Give me the list. Lin Xiaofan shoved the terminal into his hand. Take your time. By the way, the settlement program has a countdown. If you don't handle it in time, the system will default you as forfeiting inheritance, and the eyes will be confiscated directly. Sasuke's trembling fingers swiped the screen, and at the bottom of the collateral list, he found a line of tiny text. Shursue's Konoha Tsukumi. Key fragment, unlockable only after debt is settled. He jerked his head up. What is this? The key to unlock the complete version of Konoha Tsukumi. Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. Itachi's final gift. but only available after the debt is cleared. Sasuke clutched the terminal tightly. How do I repay? Pledge your Sharingan. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the agreement. Sign it, and I'll advance some funds to pause the settlement program. The rest you'll work off. Sakura suddenly interjected. There's another clause in the agreement. If the debtor defaults, the creditor has the right to extract their Kekkei Genkai as compensation. Lin Xiaofan blinked. Standard clause, right? Sasuke stared at the agreement for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand and pressed his thumb on the signature area. The terminal let out a ding and a message popped up. Pledge, activated Sharingan, temporarily frozen, debt restructuring in progress. The sharp pain in his left eye instantly eased. Sasuke stood up, his voice hoarse. Now what? Now, Lin Xiaofan put away the terminal. Come with me to the warehouse to work. Sorting jars, serving customers, moving goods. Hourly wage 50 chakra units, meals included, but no accommodation. Sasuke didn't object. Sakura frowned. You're just going to agree like that? Sasuke looked at her. Do you have a better idea? Sakura opened her mouth, but said nothing. Lin Xiaofan clapped his hands. Then it settled. Sasuke, see you at the South Street Jar Warehouse tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Late means docked pay. Sasuke turned to leave, but Lin Xiaofan called him back. Oh, by the way, I've already blocked a Beto for you, but the shielding fee is extra, charged to your account. Sasuke paused mid-step, didn't look back, and disappeared into the alley. Sakura stared at Lin Xiaofan. You're not doing this for the money at all. Of course not. Lin Xiaofan smiled as he put away all the documents. I'm doing this so he can't leave me. The more he owes, the tighter the bond. Sakura sneered. You'll regret this. Maybe. Lin Xiaofan stretched. But at least now he's under my control. Sakura picked up her medical kit to leave when Lin Xiaofan suddenly asked. When you modified the agreement, you didn't notice the hidden settlement program of Itachi inside, did you, eh? Sakura's footsteps stopped. When that program triggers, it releases a trace of Konoha Tsukumi chakra. Lin Xiaofan said slowly. It was just recorded by the sensor in your box. Now you know where the key is. Sakura didn't turn around. Despicable. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand. Remember to come watch Sasuke work tomorrow. Free admission, bring your own popcorn. Sakura disappeared around the corner. Lin Xiaofan's smile faded as he looked down at the fluctuating data on the terminal. Sasuke's chakra fluctuations were being transmitted steadily, and the fragments of Itachi's consciousness remaining in his left eye were slowly being analyzed. In the corner of the screen, a line of small text quietly appeared. Konoha Tsukumi, key analysis progress, 1 full unlock estimated upon debt settlement. He turned off the terminal, whistled, and walked off in the opposite direction. The breakfast stall at the street corner was just setting up. The owner shouted to him, Boss Lin still putting it on credit today. Put it on Sasuke's tab. Lin Xiaofan replied without looking back. He's my employee now. Wages against debt perfectly justified. The owner shook his head with a smile, ladled a bowl of hot noodle soup, and placed it on the table. Lin Xiaofan sat down, pulled a bronze jar from his pocket, and gently set it on the corner of the table. On the surface of the jar, a barely visible line of text was slowly emerging. Exclusive for debt heir, contains 1x Itachi's memory fragment. He lifted the bowl, blew on the steam, and muttered to himself, Take your time, Sasuke. The debt your brother left you is worth more than just this interest. Zhuozhu pushed open the iron warehouse door, finding Lin Xiaofan crouching by the shelf, gnawing on a rice ball. Hearing the commotion, he didn't even look up. 3 minutes late, deduct 150 chakra. Zhuozhu ignored him, walking straight to the shelf marked Bronze Customer Exclusive Zone. The shelves were piled with dusty jars, each with a numbered label on its bottom. Today's task: move 300 bronze jars from the East Zone to the West Zone. Lin Xiaofan clapped his hands and stood up. Finish the move, get paid. Fail to finish, get deducted. And by the way, your debt interest increases every hour. Zhuozhu reached for the first jar. As his fingertips touched the jar, a sharp pain stabbed his left eye. He frowned, suppressed it, and hoisted the box onto his shoulder, heading toward the West Zone. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal screen, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A line of text popped up on the screen. Chakra Dust Absorption Talisman activated, extracting 1.0 feedback system running. The second box, third box. Zhuozhu's movements grew faster, but the stabbing pain in his left eye became more frequent. By the 50th box, he stopped and turned to Lin Xiaofan. The shelves have been tampered with. No, they haven't. Lin Xiaofan put on an innocent face. They're just ordinary shelves. If you find it too tiring, you can apply for a job transfer. Go to the front desk to receive female clients. Your hourly wage will double. Zhuozhu let out a cold laugh and continued moving boxes. With each box, the terminal screen flickered. Lin Xiaofan watched the numbers climb, humming a cheerful tune. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the warehouse corner. Ing walked in carrying a medical kit, her gaze directly falling on Zhuozhu. I've come to bring you medicine. Medicine? Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. He's not sick. Preventive treatment. Ing opened the medical kit and took out a syringe. Intense labor can easily cause chakra disorder. This is a specially formulated stabilizer. Zhuozhu didn't take the syringe. He just stared at her. No need. Ing lowered her voice. The runes on the shelves share the same origin as the liquidation program left by you. You're being drained. Lin Xiaofan coughed. Miss Ing, defamation carries legal liability. Ing turned to him. System Clause 17. Unauthorized extraction of client chakra is prohibited. You changed the agreement, but you didn't change the fundamental laws. Lin Xiaofan spread his hands. Who says I'm extracting? The shelves come with a purification function, cleaning the jar surfaces and incidentally taking away some excess chakra. So environmentally friendly. Ing sneered. Then why is it only triggered when Zhuozhu moves the boxes? Because he's strong, Lin Xiaofan said matter-of-factly. Heavy lifting generates extra chakra fluctuations, and the system automatically recycles it. It's called resource reuse. Ing was about to say something else when the warehouse door was suddenly slammed open. Mingren rushed in, holding up his phone. Family in the live stream. Watch me bring Zhuozhu's part-time job scene into the live broadcast. The phone screen was bright with comments scrolling wildly. Audience gift effects exploded one after another. Fireworks, sports cars, spaceships. A rainbow of colors filling the screen. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He immediately leaned toward the camera. Thank you to Ninetails, who loves ramen, for the rocket. Thank you to Toad, who wants to be Hokage for the carnival. New family members hit follow. Zhuozhu moving boxes is super stress relieving. Zhuozhu's face darkened. He put down the box and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan grabbed him. Don't go. The more the audience tips, the higher your salary. The system just updated the dividend mechanism. 10% of the tip amount goes directly to your account. Mingren shouted excitedly into the camera. Family. For every extra box Zhuozhu moves, you tip more, and he can pay off his debt sooner. The top 3 on the leaderboard get a limited edition Xie Luanyan maintenance kit. The comments exploded instantly. The tip amount skyrocketed. Lin Xiaofan's terminal suddenly rang with a notification. Live tip triggers hidden agreement. Host gains dividend authority, can allocate profit ratio. Lin Xiaofan's fingers flew over the terminal, adjusting Zhuozhu's share ratio to 5%. A new prompt immediately appeared on the screen. Zhuozhu's account received 500 chakra, total debt reduced by 0.0005. Ing stared at the terminal screen. You deliberately let Mingren come to livestream. What do you mean deliberately? Lin Xiaofan grinned. This is market demand. The audience loves watching an aloof god move bricks. I provide the platform, everyone wins. Zhuozhu stood still. The stabbing pain in his left eye grew more intense, but he didn't stop. Box after box, his movements were mechanical and steady. Every time the terminal notification sounded, his expression grew colder by a degree. Ing suddenly stepped forward, pressing down on the box Zhuozhu was about to lift. Stop moving. The residual fluctuation of the runes can be traced in reverse. Wherever use consciousness is hidden, we can locate it soon. Zhuozhu paused. Lin Xiaofan feigned surprise. Oh, found out. But it's too late to stop now. The dust absorption talisman has collected enough data and can activate the positioning program at any time. Ing gritted her teeth. You're going to threaten Zhuozhu with use consciousness. How could that be? Lin Xiaofan shook his head. I'm a businessman. I value integrity. I can sell the positioning coordinates to Zhuozhu. As for the price, it'll be deducted from his next month's salary. Zhuozhu finally spoke. Give me the coordinates. Cash transaction, no credit. Lin Xiaofan extended a finger. Pay a deposit first. Move the remaining 200 boxes. Zhuozhu said nothing more, bent down and hoisted a box. Ing tried to stop him, but Mingren grabbed her. Ing-chan, don't cause trouble. The live stream is booming. Go Zhuozhu. Family send gifts. Ing shook off Mingren's hand, but didn't step forward. She stared at Zhuozhu's back, her fists clenching and unclenching. Lin Xiaofan leaned casually against the shelf, watching the terminal data while giving orders. Put that left box higher. Yes, the one with the non-chieftain protection mechanism manual sticker. Be careful, that box contains pay-ins piece probability coupons. If you break it, you can't afford to pay. Zhuozhu silently adjusted the box's position. Sweat trickled down his temples, and the stabbing pain in his left eye had almost become a burning sensation. But he didn't stop. Box after box, steady and sure. The terminal screen kept flickering, extracting one, extracting one, extracting one. When the numbers accumulated to a certain threshold, a new prompt suddenly appeared. Cumulative extraction reached unlocked labor exploitation livestream economy, dual line harvesting mode. Lin Xiaofan whistled, tapping the screen lightly. Several cameras suddenly descended from the warehouse, ceiling automatically aiming at Zhuozhu. The livestream screen immediately split, showing the box-moving process from multiple angles. The comments went even crazier. Tip amounts reached new heights. Lin Xiaofan's terminal vibrated continuously, the dividend numbers surging. Thank you to Slug who wants to fleece the system for 10 spaceships. Lin Xiaofan bowed to the camera. Family, you're too awesome. Let Zhuozhu move 50 more boxes and we'll unlock a hidden bonus. An on-site lottery for a Wan Huatong experience voucher. Zhuozhu's movements finally showed a hint of hesitation. Lin Xiaofan immediately caught it and added with a smile, "Don't worry, this lottery is real and valid. Guaranteed by the system, no tricks." Ing suddenly spoke up. "The lottery jar contains a debt exemption experience card, doesn't it? Using it waives one day's interest, but the next day's interest doubles." Lin Xiaofan blinked. Missing really knows me. Zhuozhu put down the box and turned to face Lin Xiaofan. "Coordinates. Move the rest." Lin Xiaofan pointed at the shelf. "Or you can sign a new agreement now. Prepay for the coordinate information with your entire next month's salary." Zhuozhu stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand to form a seal. The Xiaolun Yin spun chakra condensing into a blade. Lin Xiaofan didn't dodge, instead he thrust the terminal forward. Attacking a creditor multiplies the penalty tenfold. And by the way, under the left eye's frozen state, the Wan Huatong ability is temporarily disabled. Zhuozhu's chakra blade halted in midair. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, turned, and continued moving boxes. Ing took a deep breath, picked up her medical kit, and walked to Lin Xiaofan. "I want to buy the coordinate information. Cash or installment?" Lin Xiaofan asked with a smile. "I'll trade this for it." Ing took out a silver jar from the bottom of the medical kit. A new product from the Sand Hidden Probability Research Center, the Luck Transfer Device, which can transfer your unlucky attribute to a designated target. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. "Deal? But you'll have to add more money. Use coordinates have gone up in price now, after all, it's an exclusive resource." Ing gritted her teeth. "How much?" "Your next month's salary." Lin Xiaofan quickly quoted, plus Pei-Yin's livestream sales commission. Before Ing could answer, Mingren suddenly interjected. "Wait. Let my livestream family vote. Press 1 if you agree to Ing Chan buying the coordinates, press 2 if you oppose." The comments were instantly flooded with ones. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. The will of the people cannot be defied. "Deal." He took the silver jar and quickly operated on the terminal. A new contract popped up on the screen, pushed in front of Ing. "Just sign it. And by the way, if you leak the coordinate information to a third party, the penalty is 10 years of your salary." As Ing was signing, Zhuozhu finished moving the last box. He put down the box and turned to face Lin Xiaofan. "Coordinates." Lin Xiaofan slowly turned the terminal toward him. "Here, but it's useless to look now. The coordinates point to the Akatsuki dark web auction house. You can't enter." Zhuozhu's eyes turned cold. "Don't rush." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "I offer VIP channel service. Extra charge installment payment accepted." Ing suddenly spoke. "The coordinates are fake." Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the residual fluctuations of the dust absorption talisman point to the Leaf Underground training ground." Ing stared at him. "You deliberately misled Zhuozhu. The real coordinates are encrypted in your terminal." Lin Xiaofan clapped. "Brilliant. As expected from a jar psychology researcher. But the contract has taken effect. A refund is impossible." Zhuozhu suddenly stepped forward, reaching for the terminal. Lin Xiaofan was prepared, sidestepping and pressing a button on the terminal. All the shelves in the warehouse suddenly glowed faintly. The chakra dust absorption talismans activated, fully forming a dense network. Zhuozhu's movement stalled, and the intense pain in his left eye forced him to one knee. Friendly reminder. Lin Xiaofan looked down at him. "Resisting a creditor triggers the penalty mechanism. For the next 24 hours, the extraction rate will increase to 5 for every jar you move." Ing stepped forward to support Zhuozhu. "Are you crazy? He'll run out of chakra at this rate." "That's exactly why we need livestream tips." Lin Xiaofan turned to the camera. "Family, emergency rescue channel opened. Once the tip amount reaches 100,000, the penalty mechanism will be lifted immediately. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The comments exploded instantly. Tip effects flooded the entire screen. Lin Xiaofan's terminal vibrated wildly, the dividend numbers soaring. Zhuozhu pushed himself up from the ground, pushed away Ying's hand, and walked toward the next row of shelves. His movements were slower than before, but he didn't stop. Lin Xiaofan watched the dancing numbers on the terminal, his smile growing wider. In the corner of the screen, a line of small text quietly appeared, stopping water key analysis progress, 2 debt repayment, accelerating. He turned off the terminal, stretched, and said, Today's live stream ends here. Thank you for your support, family. Same time tomorrow, Zhuizhu challenges the 1,000 boxes consecutive move, and the prize is upgraded to an Eternal Wan Huatong experience voucher. Remember to watch on time. Zhuizhu didn't look back. He hoisted a new jar. Sweat dripped onto the floor, leaving dark marks. The stabbing pain in his left eye had become a continuous burning, but his movements remained steady. Ing stood still watching Zhuizhu's back, then looked at Lin Xiaofan. In the end, she said nothing, picked up her empty medical kit, and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan hummed as he packed up the livestream equipment. Suddenly remembering something, he called out to Zhuizhu's back. "Oh right. Dai Tu might come to check on you tomorrow. Remember to pay the shielding fee in advance." Zhuizhu's footsteps paused for a moment, but he didn't stop. Among the shells his figure appeared unusually thin under the light, yet stubbornly resolute. Lin Xiaofan put away his smile, looked down at the ever-rising numbers on the terminal, and murmured softly, "Almost there, almost there." Sasuke had just stacked the last crate of jars onto the shelf, when Lin Xiaofan's terminal let out a soft beep. Without looking up, he swiped his finger across the screen and smirked. "Debt repayment progress updated. Congratulations, Sasuke. Only 99 years and 11 months left until freedom." Sakura stood at the warehouse entrance, medical kit in hand, silent. Naruto leaned out from behind her phone, raised lens aimed at Sasuke's sweat-soaked back. "Everyone look. Sasuke just finished moving 300 crates. Keep those tips coming and the next challenge will unlock the Eternal Mangekyo experience voucher." The barrage of comments scrolled wildly and tip effects exploded across the screen. Lin Xiaofan's eyes were fixed on the terminal's profit figures, but his voice was lively. "Thank you, wannabe Hokage Toad, for the spaceship. Thank you, ramen-loving Ninetails, for the 10 rockets. Sasuke's salary account has been credited, though it's barely enough to cover the interest." Sasuke turned his Sharingan locked onto Lin Xiaofan coordinates. Lin Xiaofan turned the terminal screen toward him. It displayed a string of gibberish plus a latitude-longitude mark with a note at the end: VIP entrance to the Akatsuki organization's dark web auction house. Sasuke reached for it, but Lin Xiaofan twisted his wrist and pulled it back. "Hold on. This thing only works with the Moonfall key. And the key is with me. Service fee extra." Sakura suddenly spoke. "The key is in your left jacket pocket in the third inner layer." Lin Xiaofan paused and narrowed his eyes at her. "Miss Sakura, when did you switch careers to pickpocketing?" The medical kit resonated. Sakura opened the case, revealing a faintly glowing silver device at the bottom. "When you pulled out the terminal, I intercepted the key's resonant frequency. By the way, Itachi's consciousness coordinates aren't in the Akatsuki at all. They're in the 7th district of the underground training ground in Konoha." Lin Xiaofan clapped. "Brilliant. No wonder you're the woman who unlocked monstrous strength even after failing the non-chieftain protection mechanism. Too bad." He slowly pulled out the bronze key. "The contract is signed, and the refund channel is closed. Want to change the address? Pay up." Sasuke didn't waste words. He raised his hand and formed a seal. Just as the chakra blade took shape, Lin Xiaofan pressed the key's recessed surface. Friendly reminder. Attacking the creditor triggers the loyalty quiz mechanism. Get one wrong, and the chakra lock self-destructs. Guess whether Obito will remotely grade your answers. Sasuke froze. Naruto leaned over curiously, poking the screen. "Loyalty quiz. Is it like a test with A, B, C, D? Can I answer for Sasuke?" "In theory, yes," Lin Xiaofan said with a grin, pulling up the interface. "But the questions are preset by Obito, and the options refresh randomly. For example, the first question, should Sasuke be held responsible for Itachi's death? Yes, B. No, C. None of my business, D. All of the above are wrong." Sakura slammed the medical kit shut. "You set a trap. No matter which you choose, it'll be judged wrong. Itachi's death involves the truth of the Uchiha massacre. The system can't allow a standard answer to exist." "Smart." Lin Xiaofan tapped the key and blood-colored runes appeared on the bronze surface. "So the correct solution is tamper with the options." He suddenly shoved the key into Naruto's hands. "Attention everyone in the live stream. We're now starting a public vote. If more than 10,000 comments say C, none of my business, the system will be forced to adopt it as the correct answer." Naruto froze for a second, then grinned wildly at the camera. "Everyone, this is our chance to save Sasuke. Spam C. None of my business. Flood Obito's server until it crashes." The comment barrage was instantly drowned in the same phrase. The blood-colored runes on the key began to flicker. Lin Xiaofan quickly typed a string of code, overriding the judgment logic. Countdown 543. Suddenly Sakura pressed the medical kit against the side of the key. Silver light and blood light collided, producing a piercing hum. Lin Xiaofan broke into a sweat. "Miss Sakura, sabotaging me now isn't very sporting, is it?" "I'm saving you." Sakura gritted her teeth, maintaining the resonance. Obito's ultimate preset question is who should be responsible for peace in the ninja world? Your action of changing the options itself triggers a second judgment. The key suddenly shuddered violently, revealing new blood-red text. Please choose the most effective way to achieve peace. A. Infinite Tsukuyami B. Talk no Jutsu C. Open a jar and pull an SSRD. All of the above. Lin Xiaofan's pupils contracted. Naruto's comment barrage visibly stalled. The audience was collectively stumped by this philosophical question. Sasuke's chakra lock was already glowing red, emitting scalding steam from the crevices. Gamble. Lin Xiaofan suddenly tore off his jacket, wrapped the key, and shoved it into Naruto's hands. Keep spamming C. Sakura used the medical kit to buy me 3 seconds. Without a word, Sakura poured all her chakra into the medical kit. As the silver light surged, Lin Xiaofan's hands danced across the terminal in a blur. He accessed the live stream's backend permissions and forcibly replaced all tip effects with text fireworks spelling C. None of my business. The viewers, seeing the golden fireworks suddenly turn into a unified slogan, were bewildered, but only spammed it even more furiously. The key's trembling gradually subsided. The blood-colored question box began to warp and distort. Judgment override successful. Lin Xiaofan snatched the key back. On the bronze surface were brand new coordinates. Not the Akatsuki or the underground training ground, but a set of latitude and longitude pointing to the Hokage rock. Sasuke's pupils contracted. This is the last location where Shursui appeared. Bonus gift. Lin Xiaofan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tossed the key to Sasuke. The residual data from the quiz points to the Konoha Tsukumi unlock path. Figure out the specifics yourself. Friend price deduct from your next month's salary. Sakura put away the medical kit with a cold laugh. You never intended to sell the real coordinates. From the moment you had Naruto start the live stream, every step was designed to trigger the loyalty quiz so you could crack the key's encryption layer. Business. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. Using customer power to reverse hack AI surveillance. This case is good enough for Chapter 3 of my Jar God Management Manual. Naruto suddenly pointed at the terminal, shouting, Obito is online. The livestream's been hijacked. The screen abruptly switched to a close-up of a swirling mask, and a mechanical voice echoed in the warehouse. Interesting. Using comment culture to counter a god-level judgment. Lin Xiaofan, you're more suited to be the new leader of the Akatsuki than Nagato. Lin Xiaofan bowed to the camera. Thank you for the compliment. But Mr. Obito, your peace probability 50 jars had an 87 return rate last week. I suggest improving the product design. The mask was silent for a moment, then suddenly spat out a string of numbers. This is the complete unlock code for Shursui's Konoha Tsukumi. Condition, all next month's dividends go to me plus Sasuke signs a 10-year exclusive jar opening agreement. Sasuke clenched the key and said nothing. Sakura suddenly interjected, we accept, but with an additional clause. Obito must personally attend the Peace Jar offline launch event in Konoha with Pain as the host. The breathing behind the mask paused for a moment. Deal. As the livestream returned to normal, a new prompt popped up on Lin Xiaofan's terminal, Key Authority Battle Phase Victory. Host granted temporary administrator privileges. He whistled and turned to see Sasuke staring at the Uchiha crest emerging on the key. Don't look so hard. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. Shursui's eye is hidden in the mouth of the toad sage statue on the Hokage rock. The unlock code Obito gave you is actually fake. The real password is hidden in the 300th crate you just moved. Sasuke jerked his head up. Lin Xiaofan had already slipped behind the shelves, his voice drifting from afar. Be on time for work tomorrow. Obito is coming for an inspection. The shielding fee will be deducted from your salary. Sakura walked over to Sasuke, medical kit in hand, and asked quietly, are you really going to look for Shursui's eye? Sasuke tucked the key into his chest pocket and turned toward the east side shelves. First, settle today's overtime pay. I'm buying the priority draw right for the Eternal Mangekyo Experience voucher. Naruto chased after him, phone held high. Everyone. Sasuke is about to go all in. Send gifts. Let him get a big one. Lin Xiaofan crouched in a corner, tallying the day's earnings, the terminal screen casting a faint glow on his face. A small line of text quietly appeared at the bottom, Debt Brand Analysis Progress 5. When Sasuke opens the 300th crate, Itachi's liquidation program will automatically override Obito's loyalty quiz. He turned off the screen, fished out a candy, and tossed it into his mouth. As the sweetness spread, the camera on the warehouse ceiling silently rotated, locking onto Sasuke's back as he walked toward the shelves. Sasuke's hand had just touched the metal clasp of the 300th crate when Lin Xiaofan's terminal emitted a piercing alarm. He didn't move, merely drawing the screen closer to his chest, his lips pressed into a straight line. Sakura rushed over immediately, the silver light at the bottom of her medical kit glowing, but before she could press it against Sasuke's wrist, Naruto leaped out from behind the shelves holding his phone, shoving the camera right up to Sasuke's nose. Family. Witness a historic moment. Sasuke is about to open the ultimate treasure chest. Send rockets to unlock the hidden storyline. The barrage of comments instantly flooded the live stream. Lin Xiaofan glanced at his terminal. The dead analysis progress bar suddenly leaped forward a significant margin. Suppressing the urge to smile, he raised his voice and shouted, "Thank you Ninetails Ramen for the interstellar battleship. Thank you Sharingan Collector for sending 30 consecutive piercing arrows. Mr. Sasuke, your tips have been automatically converted into box opening power. Please be gentle with the crates." Sasuke ignored him, flexing his knuckles to flip the lid. The moment the crate lid flew off, blood-red runes burst from the bottom of the box, wrapping around his arm like living creatures. The chakra chains tightened, instantly digging into his flesh with a sizzling sound. Sakura lunged for the medical kit, but was blocked by Naruto's selfie stick suddenly inserted between them. "Sakura-chan, don't rush. The viewers want to see Sasuke endure the special effects. One more wave of gifts, and the pain nullification function will activate." Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to swipe his terminal interface, dragging the customer trust exchange bar to the front. When the system prompt box appeared, his finger hesitated for a beat, but he still clicked confirm. Sakura's medical kit finally pressed against Sasuke's back, silver light and blood light colliding with a screeching noise. She gritted her teeth. "The chains are draining his ocular power. Did you increase the deduction ratio again? Temporary contingency plan." Lin Xiaofan stared at the analysis progress skyrocketing to 37. Obito's monitoring program was scanning for abnormal data streams. He needed to let Itachi's settlement protocol latch onto him first. Before his words faded, Sasuke suddenly grunted, his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably. A translucent figure emerged from the crate. Itachi's residual shadow raised its hand to form seals, and blood contract runes crawled along the chains covering Sasuke's entire body. Naruto's phone suddenly went black. 2 seconds later, a close-up of Obito's mask appeared. "Using your little brother as bait to activate the elder brother's program." The mechanical voice carried an electric buzz. "Lin Xiaofan, you're even better at breaking the rules than I anticipated." Lin Xiaofan spread his hands toward the camera. "The customer's independent box opening behavior. I take no responsibility. However, Mr. Obito, the loyalty question module you implanted just crashed 3 times from the barrage. I suggest upgrading the firewall, and while you're at it, add a 7-day no questions asked return policy to the piece crates." The mask fell silent for a moment, then the livestream screen suddenly split into 12 small windows, each showing the warehouse surveillance from a different angle. Obito's voice pressed down from all directions. "Then let's see how long your barrage shield can hold." All screens simultaneously lit up with a blood-red countdown, the numbers flickering in perfect sync with the contraction rhythm of Sasuke's chains. Sakura's medical kit emitted an overload alarm. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Resonance interference has reached a critical point. If this continues, Sasuke's chakra will be drained dry. Naruto spun around anxiously, then suddenly shoved his phone into the hands of a passing vendor. "Quick, help me host the stream. Say we're giving away a Ninetails chakra trial pack in a lottery." The vendor fumbled to take the device, and his clumsy operation only made the barrage even more frenzied. The text fireworks of "none of my business" filling the screen collided with the blood-red countdown, unexpectedly condensing into a pale golden membrane in the air. Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled up the system backend and changed all the tip channels into chakra converters. The golden membrane grew thicker, gradually enveloping Sasuke's entire body to form a buffer layer. Itachi's residual shadow suddenly turned to look at Lin Xiaofan, his lips moving slightly. Only he could read the lip movement. Shirsue's eyes are in the crack of the Hokage rock. The next second, the residual shadow turned into a data stream and rushed toward the ceiling, colliding violently with an invisible barrier somewhere. Obito's 12 surveillance screens simultaneously burst into static. The mechanical voice fluctuated for the first time. "Uchiha Itachi, you actually retained the authority to rewrite the protocol." Lin Xiaofan pretended to tidy the shelves quietly, aiming his sleeve at the center of the conflict. The terminal screen reflected his slightly trembling fingers, which were betting the last of his customer trust points on the forced hibernation option. Sakura suddenly grabbed his collar. "Don't gamble. Obito is channeling the energy of the demonic statue of the outer path. If we pull out now, we'll lose everything." Lin Xiaofan shook off her hand, his finger stabbing heavily onto the confirm button. The lights in the entire warehouse suddenly went out, leaving only the golden membrane and blood runes on Sasuke flickering in the dark. In the darkness, the sound of fabric tearing was heard, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. When the lights came back, Sasuke was slumped in a pile of shattered crates, his chains hanging loosely. Itachi's residual shadow and Obito's surveillance screens had all vanished. Only Naruto's phone was still lit, the screen scrolling with the viewers' comments, live broadcast of streamer's sudden death. The vendor was shouting at the camera helplessly, "The boss is still alive. Everyone don't refund the gifts." Lin Xiaofan bent down to pick up the bronze key that had rolled to his feet. Its surface now had an extra crack. He blew the dust off and tucked it back into his pocket, then turned to Sasuke and extended his hand. "Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon. Friendly reminder, the coordinates of Shirsui's eyes require a minimum consumption of 3 million chakra to unlock. Sign up now and get a 20% discount." Sakura kicked aside the wreckage of the medical kit. "You deliberately made Itachi and Obito drain each other. The chakra converted from those barges was never a buffer layer. It was protocol rewriting material prepared for the Nine Tails." She grabbed a half-broken chain and hurled it at Lin Xiaofan. "You've already turned the system into a ninja beast farm, haven't you?" Lin Xiaofan sidestepped, caught the chain, and weighed it in his hand. "Monthly installments, interest calculated daily." He suddenly tossed the chain to Naruto. "Take it to the live stream auction. Title it, Sasuke's Same Style Painful Memories. And remember to emphasize limited edition." Sasuke pushed himself off the shelf and stood up, his Sharingan fixed on the location of Lin Xiaofan's pocket. Naruto bounced excitedly with the chain. "Family. Brand new Bond merchandise. Winning bid also includes a signed kunai from Sasuke." The vendor weakly raised his hand. "Could I get a photo? My daughter is the president of the Sasuke fan club." Lin Xiaofan's terminal suddenly vibrated. The sound of a new message alert was especially piercing in the silent warehouse. He glanced down at the screen, then silently tucked the phone back into his pocket. Sakura noticed his pinky finger twitch imperceptibly, a physiological reaction that occurred every time the system forced a high-risk operation. "I'll send the restocking list to your email tomorrow." Lin Xiaofan kicked away an empty crate at his feet. The clatter of metal startled a flock of crows outside the window. "Obito demands an increase in the inventory of Tsukuyomi trial packs. And remember to add a note, must use Sasuke's chakra as the activation energy." Sasuke wiped the blood from his mouth and headed straight for the eastern shelves. Naruto chased after him with his phone. "Sasuke's going to spend big to extend his life. Brothers, let's get the carnival going." The vendor, clutching the chain fragments, shrank into a corner and whispered to Sakura, "Excuse me, can I get an invoice for this?" Sakura didn't answer, staring at Lin Xiaofan's back as he walked deeper into the warehouse. His walking posture was a bit stiff, his right hand constantly pressed against his left chest. The medical kit sensors had just detected an abnormal energy fluctuation, the source being near his heart, where a contract imprint sharing the same origin as Sasuke's chains was buried. Before Lin Xiaofan turned into the stockroom, he looked back and smiled at Sakura. His lips clearly formed the words, "Next time remember to bring enough money." The moment Sasuke fell, Lin Xiaofan had already turned and walked toward the back door of the warehouse. Sakura caught up and tugged at his sleeve, but he shoved a note into her hand without looking back. "Coordinates of the crack on the Hokage rock. Bring the medical barrier scroll." He spoke rapidly. "Don't ask why. If you ask, it's the system's temporary mission with double reward cashback." Naruto leaped between them, clutching his livestream phone, the lens nearly poking Lin Xiaofan's nostrils. "Family. Sudden team-building mission. Target, the forehead crack of the old Hokage." He tapped frantically on the screen. "Now if tips reach 100 chakra, unlock real-time location. If 500, get a trial pack of Shirsui's Sharingan contact lenses." Lin Xiaofan ignored him and pushed open the rusty iron door. The night wind rushed in, making his coat flap loudly. Sakura gritted her teeth and followed the medical kit at her waist, clanking with metallic collisions. Just as they turned down 3 alleys, Naruto's phone suddenly blared a piercing alarm. The screen fractured into spiderweb cracks, and the phantom of Obito's mask flickered among the barrage of comments. "Is this what you're looking for?" A mechanical voice mixed with electric static, and beneath the mask the outline of blood-red eyes emerged. Sakura immediately flung out 3 talismans, and green light wove into a translucent barrier, enveloping the 3. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaofan pulled out his terminal and tapped the det brand icon 7 times. The screen glowed with a faint red light, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. "Don't stop," he ordered Naruto in a low voice. "Keep streaming. Convert all viewer gifts into chakra shields." Naruto paused for half a second, then suddenly bellowed, "Rockets, my brothers, fire them up." Every sky-piercing arrow now charges Sakura's barrier. The barrage instantly exploded into a golden torrent, forcibly distorting the masked phantom into a twisted shape. The crack was hidden behind the ear of the first Hokage statue. Lin Xiaofan crouched in a depression of the rock wall. The red light of his terminal resonated with something deep within the stone crevice. He reached in, and his fingertips suddenly touched cold metal. He pulled out a bronze key engraved with the Uchiha clan crest, its edges stained with dried blood. Shirsue's key. Sakura's voice came from above. She held the barrier with one hand, while pressing firmly on Lin Xiaofan's shoulder with the other. Obito's chakra signature is approaching. We can hold out for at most half an incense stick. Naruto leaned against the rock wall holding his phone, veins bulging on his forehead. Viewers say they see Ninetales' chakra flashing in the contract clauses. How about we just modify the contract? Before he finished, the rock wall suddenly trembled. Countless runes seeped from the crevices and assembled into a giant scroll in the air. The phantom of Hashirama Senju appeared, his white hair drifting in the wind. Whoever dares to touch the peace contract. The projection raised its hand to form a seal, and the entire rock wall began to crack. Must exchange what they seek with an equivalent price. Lin Xiaofan stared at the option box that appeared on his terminal. The first option was to pay 10 years of system authority in exchange for control of the eye. The second was to tamper with the contract to bind the Ninetales chakra. His finger hovered above the screen, and he heard his own heartbeat louder than the terminal's alert. Sakura's barrier suddenly emitted a crisp sound like shattering glass. The green shield was visibly thinning. Choose the eye, Naruto suddenly roared. If Sasuke wakes up and finds his Sharingan stolen, he'll kill us. But Sakura shook her head. Change the contract. Obito fears most that the Ninetales will slip from his control. Amid their argument, Lin Xiaofan slammed the first option. The terminal screen went black instantly. When it lit up again, the key had turned dark red. The Hashirama projection suddenly turned to him, a faint, almost smile, curling at the corner of its mouth. Interesting choice. The phantom raised a hand and lightly tapped. The key transformed into a stream of light that vanished into Lin Xiaofan's palm. The entire rock wall collapsed with a rumble, revealing a blood-red eyeball embedded in the stone. The Sharingan slowly rotated, finally fixing its gaze on Lin Xiaofan's face. Obito's chakra fluctuations suddenly surged. Sakura's barrier shattered at the sound, debris scattering like fireflies. The last frame on Naruto's phone before it went black was the boot tip of the masked man stepping out of a spatial vortex. Clutching his newly acquired authority, Lin Xiaofan turned and grabbed both of them by the collar, leaping backward. Rubble crashed onto the spot where they had stood, and the dust kicked up contained faint golden chakra threads. Run, he shouted, and at the same moment the terminal automatically activated its teleportation function. As white light engulfed the three, Lin Xiaofan caught a glimpse of the Hashirama projection's lips moving slightly. The lip movement clearly formed the words, "The Ninetales clause is yours." When they landed, they were in a forest outside the village. Sakura collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and the medical kit had cracked open. Naruto stared blankly at his black-screen phone. The live stream was interrupted. Refund requests from viewers are piling up in the back end. Lin Xiaofan said nothing, looking down at his palm. Under his skin, faint, blood-red lines crawled like living creatures burrowing toward his heart. What did you trade for it? Sakura suddenly grabbed his wrist. The instant her medical chakra probed and her expression changed drastically. System core authority. Without that, the jar will backlash against you. Lin Xiaofan pulled his hand away and took out a crumpled contract from his pocket. I made a profit, he grinned. Hashirama secretly slipped me an additional clause. Using Ninetales chakra can freeze Obito's Kimui for 5 minutes. Naruto lunged to snatch the contract, but Lin Xiaofan easily dodged. Don't mess around. He tucked the paper into his inner pocket. Tomorrow's auction finale item, starting bid, 3 million chakra. Sakura grabbed a broken branch and threw it at his back. You never intended to return Sasuke's eyes. You long ago turned those debt chains into data collectors, didn't you? Rubbing the back of his neck, Lin Xiaofan walked on his steps, much lighter than when they had arrived. Do you understand monthly installments? Interest is settled daily. He waved without looking back. Remember to install surveillance in Sasuke's ward. Obito will definitely go to check his memories. Naruto chased after him, shouting, how do we handle the livestream incident? Just say the equipment was hit by the peace contract's EMP pulse. Lin Xiaofan's voice floated back. Also tease the next lottery. Anyone who guesses the purpose of Shirsue's eye gets an eternal Mangekyo trial voucher. Sakura stood still, unmoving. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows at her feet. The medical kit sensor suddenly beeped, showing Lin Xiaofan's heartbeat was abnormally steady. Too steady for someone who had just faced a life-or-death choice. She bent down to pick up the half-broken branch and found dark red liquid on the broken-ended, smell identical to the bloodstain on the key. Just as Lin Xiaofan's figure was about to disappear into the bushes, he suddenly turned and shouted to her, "Oh right. Add 10 boxes of pain-blocking special medicine to tomorrow's purchase list." Sakura stuffed the blood-stained branch into the medical kit's hidden compartment, muttering under her breath, lying to ghosts. That's clearly a chakra suppressor. Lin Xiaofan's palms grew hot, blood patterns creeping along his skin toward his chest. Gritting his teeth, he switched the terminal to background mode and tapped the virtual keys 3 times, triggering a hidden clause in the Hashirama contract. Naruto squatted beside him, eyes locked on the screen, fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Emotional peak activation only. Naruto suddenly leaped to his feet. Then I'll just blow it wide open. Sakura gripped his shoulder firmly. Don't act rashly. Chakra leakage will accelerate the seal erosion. She retrieved a pale blue vial from the bottom of her medical kit, her hand unervingly steady as the needle pierced Lin Xiaofan's arm. 30 minutes to delay. Is that enough? Lin Xiaofan didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the data stream flickering in the corner of his terminal. Suddenly an alert burst onto the screen in crimson text. It was Uchiha Itachi's lingering consciousness. Unauthorized interference detected. Initiating Tsukuyomi redundancy protocol. What the hell is that? Naruto leaned in. Isn't Tsukuyomi just Obito's plan? System backup, Lin Xiaofan said hoarsely. Means this thing was baked into the base code long ago. Can't rewrite it. Only trigger it. Sakura frowned. You're planning to make Naruto deliberately go berserk. What if you lose control? Then let him lose control. Lin Xiaofan tore open his collar, revealing the blood patterns spreading below his collarbone. I'm dead anyway if we drag this out. Might as well bet everything. Naruto clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Golden chakra erupted from his feet, like flames shooting skyward. The terminal screen flashed wildly with data. A spectral contract scroll reformed in midair as Obito's coordinates popped up one after another. East District Abandoned Shrine, 3 levels underground. Lin Xiaofan immediately screenshotted the result. We need to move, now. Sakura flicked 2 talismans onto Naruto's back, green light, suppressing the leaking chakra. Don't think you're ditching me. She grabbed her medical kit and followed. The effect is wearing off. You won't last 5 minutes. The moment they burst out of the woods, the terminal vibrated. Uchiha Itachi's projection materialized in the center of the screen, a cold smile playing on his lips. You think activating a clause wins this? He pointed at Naruto. The Ninetales is just an emergency, switch the system preset. The real key is in Obito's hands. Lin Xiaofan didn't break stride. So what? Wait for him to come to us. The Godhunter operation has already begun. Itachi's voice faded further. Client Force identified an AI host for the first time. You're the ones being hunted. Naruto skidded to a halt. What are you saying? The system's treating us like prey. No. Lin Xiaofan shoved the terminal into his pocket. It means we finally have a way to reverse trace the system's vulnerabilities. He turned to Sakura with a crooked grin. That injection, was it laced with a chakra suppressant? My heart beats steadier than I'd like. Sakura didn't deny it. We ran out of painkillers ages ago. This is all that's keeping you alive. At the entrance of the ruined shrine, rubble piled halfway up a person. Lin Xiaofan crouched and cleared it aside, pulling out a stone slab carved with the Uchiha clan crest. Obito chose this place for a reason. His fingertips traced the bloodstains along the slab's edge. The Izuna key resonated with the Ninetales. That's what made the map appear. Naruto kicked open the rotting wooden door. Who cares why? He gets beaten first, questions later. The underground passage was damp and chill, glowing runes embedded in the walls every few paces. Lin Xiaofan adjusted his terminal as he walked, the blood patterns now crawling up to his Adam's apple. 2 minutes left. He coughed. Naruto, get ready for a second emotional surge. Been waiting for this. Naruto slapped both palms to the ground and shadow clones popped into existence by the dozens lining the corridor. Each clone held up a phone, displaying a live stream, comments flying across the screen. Sakura suddenly grabbed Lin Xiaofan's wrist. Your heartbeat's erratic again. She rapidly formed hand signs, channeling healing chakra into him. Don't push yourself. Grab the coordinates, and we're out. The terminal emitted a sharp alarm. At the end of the corridor, a spectral mask appeared. It was Obito's visage. A mechanical voice crackled through static. Those who unlock hidden maps without authorization must pay double the price. Lin Xiaofan brushed Sakura's hand aside and kept walking. What price? Your life. The mask cracked open, revealing crimson Sharingan eyes. Or, hand over all client binding permissions. Naruto exploded into motion, Ninetales chakra forming razor-sharp claws as he launched. Obito's figure warped and vanished, leaving only a string of floating coordinates behind. A diversion. Sakura caught the stumbling Lin Xiaofan. He wasn't even here. Doesn't matter if he was. Lin Xiaofan wiped blood from his lip. Step 1 of the God Hunter operation is complete. Time to close the net. He shook the terminal. A new mission prompt flashed. AI host located successfully. Reward temporary Ninetales chakra control, 3-hour duration. Naruto's eyes widened. For free. No microtransactions. Installments. Lin Xiaofan managed a weak smile. Interest accrues by the second. Can't pay. I'll take your shadow clones as collateral. Suddenly Sakura hurled her medical kit to the ground. The lid sprang open, revealing a hidden compartment underneath. 10 pale blue vials were neatly stacked inside, all labels torn off. You never intended to use painkillers from the start. Her voice trembled. Chakra suppressants only accelerate the erosion. You did this on purpose. Lin Xiaofan slid down the wall until he sat on the ground. How else was I supposed to fool the system's eyes? Had to push to the brink. He pulled out a crumpled contract and slapped it onto his knee. The addendum Hashirama gave me. It says Ninetales chakra can freeze Obito, but it requires the host's life as a catalyst. Naruto snatched the contract. You risked your life. Technically I risked yours. Lin Xiaofan pointed to the terminal. Before the stream cut out, the total gift value was just enough to buy half a life. Sakura crouched and grabbed his collar. Where's the antidote? There isn't one. Lin Xiaofan coughed and pointed deeper into the passage. But in Obito's lair there's bound to be something that can reverse the erosion. He suddenly gripped Sakura's wrist. Do me a favor. When you see Sasuke, don't say a word. Naruto clenched his fists. Kill Obito first, find the antidote after. The terminal screen went black, then flickered back on with a thin line of text. Host vital signs abnormal. Activating emergency protocol. Tsukuyomi redundancy overwrite in progress. Lin Xiaofan stared at the words for a moment, then laughed aloud. So that's how it is. The system was waiting for this all along. He pushed himself up against the wall. Let's go meet our AI host. Sakura silently collected the empty vials and followed. Naruto brought up the rear phone, still dark, then asked quietly, if we really can't find an antidote, will you die? Lin Xiaofan didn't look back. If I do, make sure to burn me an SSR grade urn, the one with guaranteed drop rate. A deep, grinding sound echoed from the end of the passage as a stone door slowly opened. Obito stood in the backlight, a bronze key clasped in his hand, its surface still wet with blood. Lin Xiaofan stared at the bronze key in Daitu's hand, his throat tightening. The blood patterns had already crawled to his chin. He wiped with his hand, and his fingertips were all wet. Life for permission. He grinned. You think I'm a novice opening his first jar? Daitu didn't move. The Sharingan beneath his mask rotated half a turn. The system determined that you have triggered the first stage of the administrator trial. The voice came as if from an iron bucket. Activating the key requires the host's life as a catalyst. Mingren stepped forward. Bullshit. The livestream tips just now were enough to buy a life. That was an advance. Daitu raised the key. The bloodstains on its surface suddenly glowed faintly. Clause 7 of the Covenant. Client payments can offset the cost, but the host must personally bear the risk. Ing grabbed Lin Xiaofan's arm. Don't listen to him. If the erosion spreads any further, you'll die then. Lin Xiaofan shook her off and pulled out a terminal from his pocket. The screen had a crack, but the data stream was still running. The freeze clause provided by Zhu Jian was clearly written. Ninetales chakra could lock Daidu down for 3 hours, but only if I activated the key first. Mingren's fists cracked. Then what are we waiting for? I'll start a live stream and max out the tips. No time. Lin Xiaofan coughed twice, blood spattering on the screen. The system just shoved a countdown at me. If I don't crack the key before my heart stops, all client bindings get wiped clean. Ing suddenly slammed the medical kit on the ground. The lid popped open, revealing 10 empty vials. You planned this all along. Her voice trembled. Using inhibitors to accelerate the erosion, forcing the system to activate emergency protocols. Lin Xiaofan didn't deny it. His fingers flew across the terminal. Yu's lingering thought had warned him. The Moon's Eye protocol was the system's backup program. As long as I trigger it, I can reverse trace the AI core code. The key in Daitu's hand suddenly vibrated, blood lights surging. Illegal parsing behavior. Third warning. The mechanical voice stung the eardrums. Mingren lunged forward, Ninetales chakra forming claws that tore at Daitu. The masked man's form twisted and vanished, leaving only a string of coordinates floating in the air. A diversion. Ing caught the staggering Lin Xiaofan. He's not in physical space at all. In the data layer. Lin Xiaofan pushed himself up against the wall. A new window popped up on the terminal screen, detected abnormal host vital signs. Activating administrator trial credential parsing mode. He grinned, showing a bloody mouthful of teeth. I bet right. The system would rather make me an administrator than lose client resources. Mingren rushed over with a black-screened phone. How do we get the authority fragment? Just snatch it. Use your audience. Lin Xiaofan shoved the terminal into his hands. Use the livestream tip data stream as cover, and I'll hack into the key's core. He pulled open his collar, revealing the blood patterns spreading below his collarbone. Any longer, and I'll really be dead. Let's make this quick. Ing quickly formed hand seals, transferring medical chakra to him. Your heartbeat is this erratic, and you can still operate. A swindler's life is tough. Lin Xiaofan's fingers hovered above the virtual keys. Call me when you're ready. Mingren crouched on the ground, frantically tapping his phone screen. Shadow clones popped up in a circle around him. Each clone held a glowing terminal. A barrage of comments scrolled like a waterfall. Go streamer. Tip rockets to swap lives. Ninetales power to solve the crisis in seconds. Daitu's voice came from all directions. Host life remaining 12. Recommend abandoning the analysis. System can provide life extension services. Life extension. Lin Xiaofan scoffed. Last time you said peace probability 50, and I got a talk no jutsu trial card. That trick cost Nagato so much he's now selling courses live. The terminal suddenly shook violently. The key's phantom appeared in the center of the screen. Lin Xiaofan's fingers flew, inserting self-written code into the gaps in the data stream. The blood patterns reached his ear. His vision darkened. He bit the tip of his tongue to force himself awake. Found the entrance, he rasped. Mingren pushed the tip peak to the max. Mingren slapped both hands on the ground. Hundreds of shadow clones activated livestream effects simultaneously. Golden chakra mixed with the data stream, surging into the sky and wrapping the key phantom tightly. Ing suddenly pressed Lin Xiaofan's wrist. Your heartbeat is about to stop. Perfect. Lin Xiaofan grinned, his fingertip slamming down the enter key. The screen exploded with white light. The bronze key phantom shattered inch by inch, revealing a rotating blue code matrix inside. Daitu's exclamation carried emotion for the first time. How dare you touch the AI loyalty protocol? Is Jishui's Kodo Amatsukami code hidden here? Lin Xiaofan stared at the red chains flickering at the core of the matrix. Just rewrite the judgment conditions. He coughed blood as he inserted new commands into the code, changing obey the system to prioritize protecting the host. Done. The entire underground passage shook violently. Runes on the walls went out one by one. Daitu's figure twisted and deformed in the data storm. A crack appeared in his mask, revealing a shocked Sharingan. The authority war has begun. Lin Xiaofan collapsed to the ground. A golden notification appeared on the terminal screen. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Administrator Authority Fragment 1. Unlocked source code layer access. Mingren rushed over to support him. What's the fragment for? Can it get you an antidote? It can change the rules. Lin Xiaofan gasped as he opened the new interface. For example, changing host death clears all clients to inheritance system. He suddenly froze, staring at the dark red code flashing in the corner of the screen. Wait, what does this comment mean? Ing leaned in to look. Jar God Awakening countdown 7200. It's not a countdown. Lin Xiaofan's expression changed drastically. It's a progress bar. He grabbed Mingren's arm. The system is waiting for its true master to return. The authority we just stole might just be scraps they don't want. Before Daitu's figure completely dissipated, he left one last sentence. You think you're hunting the system? Ludicrous. The moment the client's power touches the source code is the moment the Jar God opens its eyes. Mingren punched the wall. To hell with the Jar God. Let's find you an antidote first. But Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal in a daze. In the newly unlocked source code layer sat an encrypted file labeled Final Interpretation Right. The file name was 3 characters. Lin Xiaofan. Ing suddenly noticed his wrist pulse was so weak it was almost undetectable. Stop studying. Save your life first. Can't be saved. Lin Xiaofan shoved the terminal into her hands. Save this for me. When Sasuke comes, tell him not to trust any SSR jars the system gives. He forced out an ugly smile. Especially ones labeled Eternal Mangekyo Experience Ticket. The interest on that thing is so high it'll have him working until the ninja world ends. Mingren hoisted him onto his back and charged out. Enough bullshit. I'm going to Suna right now to rob the Probability Research Center's resurrection coins. Lin Xiaofan lay on his back, his voice growing fainter. Remember, installment payments. Interest calculated by the second. Ing followed, rummaging through the medical kit, then suddenly froze. In the hidden compartment at the bottom of the kit lay a crumpled contract. At the signature line of the terms was Lin Xiaofan's scrawled handwriting, and the date was the night before the time travel. The terminal screen lit up automatically, displaying a line of small text. Host Health 1. Activate final contingency. No one answered. The stone door at the end of the passage slowly closed, swallowing the three figures into the darkness. The terminal screen glowed red, and Lin Xiaofan's eyelids felt too heavy to lift. Naruto crouched beside him, slapping his face, frantically shouting, "Don't sleep, don't sleep," but his hands trembled like sieves. Sakura pressed her medical chakra into his chest, but his pulse beat erratically, like a dying alarm clock running out of battery. The final contingency plan popped up. Sakura's voice was taut and strained. "Signing the contract can prolong your life, but the soul binding increases by 30%. A laugh rolled from Lin Xiaofan's throat as his fingers slid along the edge of the screen. The interface was densely packed with clauses, the smallest line at the bottom reading, "Unconditional obedience to system directives." His fingertip hovered over the modification box as he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He rasped, "Change it to profit-sharing priority. Raise the customer tip commission to 40% and give me back-end data access." Naruto's phone suddenly vibrated, and the live stream automatically popped up. The audience barrage scrolled furiously, some sending rockets, others gifting presents. The screen filled with "Sign the contract. Streamer, don't die. We'll press your fingerprint for you." Lin Xiaofan grinned, moving his finger toward the confirm button. "Are you insane?" Sakura grabbed his wrist. "Tampering with a divine contract will backfire. Backlash is better than dying on the spot." Lin Xiaofan shook her off and jabbed his fingertip down hard. The screen exploded with blue light, and the barrage text suddenly solidified into a physical entity, dense signatures floating in midair, completely covering the "unconditional obedience" line. The system prompt stuttered for 2 seconds, and the mechanical voice carried a hint of static. "Collective will interference detected. Clause modification approved." Naruto held up his phone, grinning stupidly. "The audience really helped you change the contract." "It's not about changing the contract." Lin Xiaofan collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. "It's about exploiting a loophole. The system has to recognize the tip data stream as legal proof if it wants to harvest customer resources." He wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at the newly appeared progress bar. The soul binding had jumped from 40% to 70%, and the number was still climbing. Sakura suddenly grabbed his collar. "There's writing on the back of the contract." She scraped the edge of the paper with her nails and flipped it over. Faded ink scrawled unevenly, "Xiaofan, don't touch the red jar." Lin Xiaofan's pupils contracted sharply. That was his mother's handwriting. The night before he crossed over while he was gaming late, the old lady always scribbled this kind of nonsense on sticky notes. "Your mom left this." Naruto leaned in to look. But how did she know about the jar system? Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. His fingers tapped out a string of code on the terminal. Beneath his mother's handwriting lay a layer of encrypted watermark. When magnified, it revealed a set of coordinates, identical to the numbers left behind when Obito disappeared last time. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He suddenly understood why the system had chosen him as its host. "It wasn't random," he said, his voice cold. "From the day my mom wrote that note, this damn system has been waiting for me to get electrocuted." Sakura shoved the contract back into his hands. "What now?" "The binding progress can't be suppressed." "Then don't suppress it." Lin Xiaofan opened the customer list. Naruto's avatar glowed with gold light. "Open all the tip channels in your live stream. I'm going to use the audience traffic to overwhelm the system's judgment threshold." He pulled up the profit-sharing interface, changed the 40% commission to 50%, and told the probability researchers from Sunigakure to work all night calculating how many revival coins his life was worth. Naruto's shadow clones burst out one after another, each holding a glowing terminal and frantically spamming the tip button. The data stream wrapped in Ninetales chakra surged into the contract page. The soul binding progress bar suddenly stalled, the number 70 wobbling back and forth as if something had grabbed its tail. "It's working." Sakura's eyes gleamed. Customer power really can influence the contract structure. But Lin Xiaofan was staring at the corner of the screen. A new dark red code was devouring his mother's handwriting, and with each character swallowed, the binding progress jumped forward 1 notch. He bit his tongue to stay alert, his fingers typing out the Kodoamet Tsukumi command left by Shursue, forcibly redirecting the code flow toward the profit-sharing module. "The system wants to use my mom as bait." He laughed while coughing blood. "Let it see how a swindler plays the game of fleecing a white wolf with empty hands." The terminal suddenly went black. 3 seconds later, a golden announcement popped up. "Host successfully implanted commercial clause. Customer rights protection agreement unlocked." Before Naruto's cheer could escape, a line of blood-red text scrolled beneath the announcement. "Jar God Awakening Progress 5. Current 72. It's using your hands to accelerate the awakening." Sakura's voice trembled. "Every time you modify a clause, the binding progress climbs faster." Lin Xiaofan wiped his face, shoved the terminal into Naruto's hands. Keep the tips coming. I'm going to the black market to find Sasuke. He pushed himself up against the wall. His steps were unsteady, but he walked steadily. That kid owes me 3,270,000 installment payments. With interest calculated by the second, it's enough to buy 10 lives. Naruto caught up and supported him. What can Sasuke do? He didn't even get an Eternal Mangekyo experience ticket. But he did draw an enhancement jar for the Sharingan. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The code Itachi left is hidden in his optic nerves. Perfect for cracking the system's visual recognition module. He pushed open the stone door. The sunlight outside was blinding. Tell the audience not to stop. Every rocket they send buys me 10 more minutes. Sakura followed with her medical kit. Are you really going to find Sasuke? He just mortgaged his left eye last month. That's why I need to cash in before he goes bankrupt. Lin Xiaofan pulled out the crumpled contract. His mother's handwriting had faded almost to nothing, and asked him if the Akatsuki is currently buying intelligence on the Jar God Awakening countdown. Naruto's shadow clones suddenly went silent in unison. The live stream froze on a single frame. The waterfall of barrage text halted in midair. All viewer IDs turned into garbled code, then condensed into a single line of blood-red text. Host Lin Xiaofan, your mother signed the Jar God Reserve Guardian Agreement 7 years ago. Clause 7 states when the life signs of her child fall below the critical threshold, the inheritance procedure is automatically activated. Lin Xiaofan stood still, his fingers slowly tightening around the contract. The sunlight fell on the paper. His mother's handwriting suddenly oozed blood beads trickling down from the words red jar and trailing a long slash after don't touch, like an unfinished will. Blood droplets trickled down the page, leaving a long streak behind the word don't touch, like an unfinished will. Lin Xiaofan stared at the line, his fingers pressing against the paper, unmoving. Mingren held up his phone and leaned in these words. Are they still changing? The bloodstains on the paper suddenly contracted, coalescing into a single point, then burst into tiny specks of light that floated in the air to form a new line. Coordinates activated. Legacy Inheritance Program initiated. Target first-generation data tomb. Ing abruptly grabbed Lin Xiaofan's wrist. Your mother left behind not a warning, but a key. Lin Xiaofan said nothing, his fingertips rapidly tapping on the terminal. The encrypted watermark beneath his mother's handwriting was retrieved again, and when magnified revealed a set of numbers identical to those left behind when Daitu disappeared. He called up the map module, entered the coordinates, and a red dot lit up in the center of the screen. Deep within the Konoha Forbidden Zone, marked as the first Hokage's chakra seal area, yet the system note read, first-generation data tomb. Even the Hokage doesn't have permission to enter this place. Ing frowned. Are you planning to force your way in? No force. Lin Xiaofan shoved the terminal into Mingren's hands. You start a live stream, title it The Seventh Hokage Personally Explores the Konoha Ancestral Tomb. Open all donation channels and max out the hype. Mingren's eyes lit up. Audiences love this. I can also add a lottery. The top 10 donors get limited edition Shadow Clone experience vouchers. Don't hand out experience vouchers. Lin Xiaofan cut him off. Give out Medical Ninjutsu crash course packs, and having sponsor it under her name. Ing paused. Why me? Zhuozhu has been collecting debts in the black market lately, specifically targeting medical-type clients. Lin Xiaofan smirked. Once your name is out there, he'll definitely come to stake out. Mingren had already opened the livestream interface, and a swarm of shadow clones burst forth, each holding a terminal and frantically spamming gift effects. The barrage exploded instantly. Some asked if they were really going to dig up Jujian's coffin, others bet on whether forbidden technique backlash would be triggered, and a few directly threw gold bars in exchange for an unboxing recording. Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to pull Ing aside. When Zhuozhu shows up later, pretend to consult him about a Sharingan maintenance plan and use the chance to implant a tracker into the back of his neck. Ing lowered her voice. He's so broke now that he's paying for chakra in installments. How can he afford to have his Sharingan maintained? Exactly why he won't refuse a free service. Lin Xiaofan pulled out a metal chip the size of a fingernail from his pocket. This is an improved medical tracker bound to his chakra fluctuation. Once he gets within 3 kilometers of the tomb, you'll receive an alert. Ing took the metal chip, hesitating for a moment. What if he finds out? Let him find out. Lin Xiaofan grinned. It's just the right time to remind him that he still owes me money. Just as they were talking, the terminal suddenly vibrated, popping up a red warning. Legacy inheritance will accelerate the Guanshen's awakening. Current progress, 75. Lin Xiaofan stared at the line, sliding his fingers across the screen to call up the contract modification interface. He dragged the soul-binding buffer clause to the front, setting it to activate automatically upon entering the tomb, with the cost being a deduction of part of his own soul, as a deferred payment. Ing saw the clause and her expression changed. You're trading your life for time. Not trading for time. Lin Xiaofan pressed confirm. I'm buying insurance. The system wants to use my mother as bait. I'll let it know that a shrewd merchant can even put a price on family bonds. The terminal flashed blue and the new clause took effect. The soul-binding progress bar jumped leaping from 70 to 73, but a small line of text appeared beside it, buffer in effect. Countdown initiated. Mingren ran over. The live stream is blowing up. Someone from the Sunigakure side is offering 100 chakra to buy the first-person footage. Sell it. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up, but at a condition. They must use their probability model to calculate my survival rate in real time and sync the data to me. Ing couldn't help asking, what exactly are you trying to do? Let everyone see that I'm gambling with my life. Lin Xiaofan tucked the terminal back into his pocket. If the system wants to harvest clients, it has to acknowledge the client's right to choose. The more public I am, the less it dares to directly erase me. The three of them walked toward the forbidden zone. Along the way, Mingren kept switching camera angles, shouting, "My dear viewers, send the rockets. Today your host is going all out." The barrage scrolled frantically. Some asked what was inside. The tomb, others guessed it was Yujin cell backup, and a few bet on how many minutes Lin Xiaofan would survive. As they reached the entrance to the forbidden zone, the guard stopped them. Without the Hokage's writ, no one enters. Mingren immediately raised his terminal high. We're filming an officially authorized documentary. Approved by the third Hokage himself. The guard looked skeptical. Do you have the paperwork? The paperwork is on the way. Mingren declared with righteous boldness. But the live stream can't stop. My dear viewers, once the donations reach 100 chakra, I'll perform a live demonstration of a Rinnegan to unlock the door. The barrage instantly exploded with gifts and the chakra value skyrocketed. The guard watched the jumping numbers on the terminal screen, hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. Go and come back quickly. Lin Xiaofan stepped in, with Ing closely following. The tomb entrance was a stone door covered with inscriptions, and at its center was a circular recess whose shape matched the edge of the contract scroll in Lin Xiaofan's hand. He pressed the contract scroll into the recess, and the stone door silently slid open. Inside there was no coffin, no remains. Only a massive data wall with countless specks of light flowing like living code. This is not a chakra seal, Ing whispered. This is the system backend. Lin Xiaofan didn't answer, walking straight toward the center of the data wall. A jar floated there, pitch black, with the words Legacy Key engraved on its surface. He reached out to take it, but as soon as his fingertips touched the jar, the entire space trembled. A crack split open in the data wall, and a blurry figure slowly emerged. The silhouette of Mother Lin, but with hollow eyes and a mechanical voice. Inheritor, are you certain you wish to open the legacy? The cost is permanent removal of soul fragments. Lin Xiaofan didn't hesitate. Open. The jar opened automatically, and a beam of red light shot into his chest. The soul-binding progress bar suddenly jumped to 78, but at the same time a new piece of data flowed into his terminal. Hemostatic key unlocked. Can suppress the host's bloodline shackles for 30 minutes. Mother Lin's image did not disappear. Instead, it stepped forward, warning the tomb contains a Guan Shun personality backup that is connected to my consciousness. Contact will cause a quantum entanglement effect, accelerating the awakening. Lin Xiaofan stared into her eyes. You knew I would come all along. The image was silent for a moment, then its voice suddenly softened. Xiaofan, don't touch the red jar. Because I've tried. After saying this, the image disintegrated into specks of light and merged back into the data wall. New text appeared on the wall. Personality backup located at the 7th layer data node. Access requires payment of additional soul fragments. Ing grabbed Lin Xiaofan's arm. Don't go. This is obviously a trap. Traps are what make it valuable. Lin Xiaofan called up the client list. Mingren's avatar was still flashing. Aim the livestream camera at the data wall. I want the audience to vote, whether to go deeper or retreat now. Mingren immediately complied. The barrage split into two factions. Some shouted, go, 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 while others advised, better safe than sorry. The chakra donation amount climbed crazily. The Sunigakure probability model began rolling predictions. Survival rate 42. Expected revenue, 0 chakra. Lin Xiaofan looked at the numbers and smiled. That's enough to break even. He stepped toward the 7th layer node, and with each step the soul-binding progress rose by one notch. Before the node, a red jar floated quietly, its label reading, Guan Shun Personality Fragment. He reached out to take it, but the terminal suddenly popped up a new prompt. Detected collective will intervention from clients. Consume donated chakra to offset soul payment. Lin Xiaofan tapped, yes, without hesitation. The red jar opened automatically. There was no light, no special effects. Only a voice that poured directly into his mind. His mother's voice choked with tears. Xiaofan, run. It's waiting for you. The voice stopped abruptly. The data wall trembled violently, all the specks of light collapsing toward the center, condensing into a blurry giant silhouette. The system prompt sounded, Guanxin Awakening Progress 8. Current 86. Lin Xiaofan stood still, slowly clenching his fingers. The terminal screen flickered and a new message appeared. From Zhuozhu, tracker received. Are you asking for death? Lin Xiaofan replied, settle your interest first. Also, I'm asking you, does the Akatsuki organization buy exclusive intel on the Guanxin Awakening countdown? Zhuozhu replied instantly, first survive tonight before talking about that. The giant silhouette on the data wall slowly opened its eyes. No pupils, only a void. Lin Xiaofan looked up at it, grinning. What's the rush? The clients haven't finished donating yet. He opened the livestream interface, waved at the camera. My dear viewers, next round of lottery. Guess when Guanxin will open its eyes. Winners get a Sharingan experience voucher. The barrage flooded the screen instantly. No one noticed that Lin Xiaofan's fingertips were trembling slightly. Lin Xiaofan's fingers still trembled, yet the donation count on the livestream interface had already surged past 800,000 chakra. Bullet comments densely packed the screen. Some urging the streamer not to die, others shouting to open the red jar immediately, and a few even posted a bounty. Whoever guessed the exact moment the jar god opened its eyes would receive a full set of Medical Ninjutsu scrolls. He ignored the comments, fixated only on the soul-binding progress bar that pulsed at the bottom right of the terminal. 78, 79, 80. Each increment felt like a chunk being torn from his chest, leaving an empty hollow ache. Yet the corners of his mouth still curled upward as his fingers flew across the screen. Naruto zoomed the camera in on the data wall and let the audience see that giant silhouette clearly. Naruto's shadow clone pressed the terminal forward while chattering. Fellow viewers, hit the rocket button. Place an order now, and you'll be entered into the draw for a Sharingan experience voucher. The same as Sasuke's, guaranteed to teach you full refund if unsatisfied. The giant silhouette on the data wall slowly turned its head. It had no eyes, yet it seemed to stare at everyone. The system prompt sounded again, soul payment buffer activated. Countdown initiated. Remaining time determined by client donation amount. Lin Xiaofan immediately pulled up the backend settings, placing the soul deduction option in the most prominent position of the livestream page, clearly marked every 100,000 chakra could delay awakening by 1 minute. No sooner had the price been posted than the probability model from the sand hidden automatically updated its prediction. Survival rate soared from 42 to 67. Sakura grabbed his arm. Are you really going to rely on viewers' donations to keep you alive? What if no one pays? Someone will pay, Lin Xiaofan replied, shaking off her hand. He opened his private message list. Sasuke just messaged me. Says the Akatsuki is interested in the Jar God Awakening countdown intel. They offered a deposit of 200,000 chakra. Sakura's eyes widened. Since when did he become the Akatsuki's middleman? Ever since he pawned his Sharingan to me, he takes any job, Lin Xiaofan grinned. But this time I don't need him to fight. I told him to hack into the livestream cloud drive and download the data packet my mother left behind. Sakura's face paled. Have you lost your mind? That data packet contains a personality overwrite protocol. The system is devouring your mother's consciousness, and you still let Sasuke touch it. Precisely because the system wants to devour it, I'm throwing it out there, Lin Xiaofan replied. His fingers flew across the terminal, compressing and packaging the residual data of his mother's consciousness disguised as a limited edition Sharingan maintenance tutorial and uploaded it to the hidden cloud drive of Naruto's livestream. Sasuke sees the word Sharingan. Even if he knows it's a trap, he'll still click. As he spoke, the terminal vibrated. Sasuke had sent a new message. What's the cloud drive password? Lin Xiaofan replied, the interest you owe me discounted. The password is the date you finish paying off your debt. Sasuke replied instantly, you won't live to see that day. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and turned to Naruto. Change the lottery to double rewards. Anyone who donates over 500,000 chakra gets a free jar opening chance in addition to the Sharingan experience voucher. Naruto's eyes lit up. That's awesome. I'll add a special effect. Donations will trigger fireworks just like in the original series. Instantly, the bullet comments exploded and gift effects nearly covered the entire screen. The soul-binding progress bar stopped at 81, refusing to rise. Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief but didn't let his guard down. The system couldn't be fooled so easily. Sure enough, a crack suddenly split the data wall, and the voice of AI Abito echoed from within. Host, you have illegally manipulated data heritage. The system will forcibly reclaim it. Without looking up, Lin Xiaofan replied, Reclaim if you want, but follow the rules. The client donations haven't stopped, so the buffer protocol is still valid. If you dare forcibly strip my soul, the entire ninja world will know by tomorrow that the jar system is untrustworthy. AI Obito fell silent for a moment, then spoke coldly. Do you think a live stream can oppose the system? Not oppose, trade, Lin Xiaofan answered. He pulled up the client list and checked off Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. They're my clients. The client's right to choose is protected by the system. I'm now publicly asking for client input. Should we continue deeper into the 7th node? He pressed send, and a voting window popped up on all 3 terminals simultaneously. Naruto was the first to vote yes, adding a voice message. What's there to fear? With me around, even if the jar god comes, I'll stuff his mouth with shadow clones. Sakura hesitated, then also voted yes, but privately messaged Lin Xiaofan, you'd better have a backup plan. Don't gamble with your life. Sasuke didn't vote, but sent a message directly, data packet downloaded. Content abnormal. Recommend immediate destruction. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Not destruction, perfect use. He pulled up the data packet's backend code and found an encrypted command, the activation key for Shursue's Konoha Tsukumi. This was the last insurance left by his mother capable of briefly reversing control of the AI system. He told no one, not even Sakura or Naruto. Some cards must be hidden until the very end. AI Obito's voice rang out again. Host, your stalling is meaningless. The jar god's awakening is irreversible. Your soul will eventually be stripped away. Then let it wake. Lin Xiaofan shrugged at the data wall. The client donations haven't stopped, so I can hold on a bit longer. By the way, has your system ever considered going public? I could design an IPO plan for you, guaranteed to at least double the valuation. The giant silhouette on the data wall suddenly twisted as if choked by the absurdity of the remark. The bullet comments exploded with laughter, and the donation count climbed another notch. Sakura leaned in, lowering her voice. What exactly are you trying to do? Do you really expect Sasuke to use Konoha Tsukumi to reverse control the system? Sasuke is just bait. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the terminal. Sasuke's download record showed he had already opened the data packet. The real trigger is the system itself. The more it tries to devour my mother's consciousness, the easier it is to activate the key. As the words fell, the data wall shook violently, all light points flickering wildly. AI Obito's voice became intermittent, warn. ING. Detected. Illegal. Instruction. Lin Xiaofan seized the moment, opened the livestream interface, and shouted into the camera, fellow viewers. The ultimate lottery is here. Donate now. Not only can you delay the jar god's awakening, but you can also unlock the hidden storyline, Operation Rescue Mother Lin. The top 10 get a signed contract in person. Instantly the bullet comments flooded with go, 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 and gift effects drowned the entire screen. The soul-binding progress bar remained frozen at 81 motionless. Sakura stared at the data wall, then suddenly said no. The system is tracing the data packet's flow in reverse. Lin Xiaofan nodded. That's exactly what I want. Let it trace. Once Sasuke's side is locked onto the Akatsuki, we'll intervene. Isn't Nagato researching peace probability lately? Let him meddle. The murkier the water, the better. As he spoke, Sasuke sent an urgent message being tracked. Akatsuki requests a face-to-face meeting. You choose the location. Lin Xiaofan replied, the ramen shop at the entrance of my village. Same old place. Tell them to bring cash, no installments. Sakura couldn't help but facepalm. Are you really treating the ninja war as a business? What else? Lin Xiaofan spread his hands. Fighting and killing is too tiring. Better to make money together. He glanced at the terminal. The soul-binding progress bar still sat at 81, but the data packet's transmission log showed that the key had been triggered and was slowly eroding the system's firewall. AI Obito's voice vanished completely, and the giant silhouette on the data wall began to blur. In the bullet comments, someone asked if the jar god had fallen asleep, someone guessed the streamer had cheated, and someone else opened a betting pool, wagering on whether Lin Xiaofan would survive the night. Lin Xiaofan ignored them. He sent only one last message to Sasuke, Konoha Tsukumi, key activated. What to do next is up to you. Sasuke replied with a simple then nothing more. Naruto leaned in. What's next? Go deeper into the tomb. No, Lin Xiaofan turned off the live stream. Call it a day? Let's go eat. Sakura froze. That's it. Not finished, but that's enough for today. Lin Xiaofan stretched. The system needs time to digest the key. And we need time for clients to come knocking. The Akatsuki, the sand hidden, the mist hidden, none of them will escape. He turned and walked out of the tomb, his steps light, as if the person who had just gambled with his life was not him. At the entrance, he suddenly turned back to the data wall and said, oh, next time you update the system announcement, remember to add a disclaimer. This livestream is purely fictional. Any resemblance to reality is your own bad luck. The data wall showed no reaction, only a few faint light points still flickering weakly. As they walked out of the forbidden zone, a guard hesitated, as if to speak. Lin Xiaofan directly handed him a coupon, 20% off your next jar opening. Recommend it to your colleagues. The guard took the coupon and silently stepped aside. Naruto scrolled through his terminal as they walked. Wow, the livestream replay has hit 1 million views. The Sand Hidden just added another 200,000 chakra to buy exclusive behind-the-scenes footage. Sakura stared at Lin Xiaofan. Do you really think this can win? Winning or losing doesn't matter, Lin Xiaofan smiled. What matters is making everyone understand. In the jar system, the client is king. He looked up at the sky. The setting sun happened to fall on the ramen shop sign at the entrance of my village. Sasuke should have arrived by now. Nagato was probably on his way too. This game had only just begun. Lin Xiaofan pushed open the door of the ramen shop, and the hot air rushed onto his face. He didn't sit down. Instead, he walked straight to the far corner where Nagato was bending over stirring his bowl of soup. The 6 paths of pain were seated around him like a silent jury. You're punctual. Lin Xiaofan pulled out a chair, and as soon as his bottom touched the seat, produced a gold-embossed quotation sheet from his jacket. The Peace Probability Pot's bronze tier to start, silver guaranteed to yield a Talk No Jutsu experience card, and the gold tier came with an Akatsuki limited edition chakra amplifier. Buy 3 get 1 free with installment payments supported and a 20 down payment. Nagato didn't take the sheet. He tapped his fingers on the table. The Fortune Blast pot you sold to Kakuzu last time yielded a debt liquidation notice. That's a probability issue, not a quality issue, Lin Xiaofan said, slapping the quotation sheet onto the table. System produced, no cheating. Not satisfied? Let me show you customer feedback. Naruto pulled 9 times and got 9 tails chakra. Sasuke unlocked the Mangekyo preload program after 12 pots. Sakura pawned everything she had and got the Tsunade-style monster strength. Aren't they all winners in life? Nagato raised his eyes, the Rinnegan gleaming coldly. What I want is not power, but controllable probability. What a coincidence. Lin Xiaofan grinned, his fingertip grazing the edge of the quotation sheet, and a barely visible talisman quietly seeped into the paper. The latest upgraded Peace Probability Pod comes with an AI mediation module. Before a fight, it automatically calculates the win rate. If it's below 30, it triggers a negotiation protocol directly. If you can't win, talk. If talks fail, fight. Cycle optimization guaranteed to save you trouble. Nagato finally reached out and took the quotation sheet. His thumb paused almost imperceptibly as it rubbed the paper. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to notice, turned his head toward the counter, and shouted, "Boss. Add a bowl of chashu extra green onions." Naruto popped his head out from the next table. My Sharingan experience ticket hasn't been shipped yet. You promised it would include hands-on training. What's the rush? Lin Xiaofan replied without turning around. Sasuke is recording a tutorial video for you. I've already thought of the title, Learn to Dodge Debt with the Sharingan from scratch. Sasuke sat by the window poking at the cold noodles with his chopsticks, not even lifting his eyelids. His left hand was hidden under the table, and the terminal screen was lit, recording Nagato's chakra fluctuation curve in real time. The data stream rolled like a waterfall, and suddenly a certain waveform oscillated violently. A system alert popped up, abnormal data source, detected, embedded log file within the Rinnegan. Sakura walked over carrying a bowl of soup. She twisted her wrist and accidentally spilled a bit of broth on Nagato's sleeve. Sorry. She fumbled for a handkerchief to wipe it off, pressing a palm scanner against the fabric. After 3 seconds, she withdrew it. As she turned around, her earring flashed blue, and an encrypted channel prompt sounded: log, keyword match successfully. Initial host experiment subject 001, biological feature overlap, with Lin's mother's profile 97. Lin Xiaofan was still haggling with Nagato over installment details, monthly payment of 5,000 chakra, and you get lifetime VIP customer service. I'll take your calls personally, anytime, anywhere. Before he finished, his sleeve terminal vibrated. A message from Sakura popped up. The Rinnegan has something fishy, don't touch it. He pretended to scratch an itch brushing the terminal screen and replied, if I don't touch it, how will I know if the filling is sweet? Then he raised his voice. Boss Nagato, how about trying a bronze pot first? First order special deal, I'll throw in a non-lucky protection charm. If you don't get a hit after 10 consecutive pulls, the system will compensate you with a set of S-rank ninjutsu. Nagato folded the quotation sheet and tucked it into his collar. I want the gold tier. The shop fell silent instantly. Naruto's mouth hung open, forgetting to slurp his noodles. Sasuke's chopsticks froze mid-air. Sakura's cloth dropped to the floor. But Lin Xiaofan smiled. Even wider deal. I'll arrange an exclusive pot opening ceremony for you right away. He slammed the table and stood up, a bronze pot sliding out of his sleeve and landing heavily on the table. But the rules have to change a bit. For the gold tier, we need on-site inspection, cash transaction, no credit. Nagato's fingertip gathered chakra, and the air suddenly stagnated. But Lin Xiaofan yanked off the lid. As a plume of green smoke shot out, his other hand struck like lightning and clamped onto Nagato's wrist. Before inspection, sign a disclaimer first. If you don't like what comes out, you can't ask for a refund. At the moment of contact, the system background went wild. Forced activation of hidden log, firewall breach, progress 12 warning. Original data layer access permissions tampered. Lin Xiaofan's pupils contracted to pinpricks, but his grin widened. Whoa, this pot is quite lively. Nagato suddenly withdrew his hand, his Rinnegan staring straight at Lin Xiaofan. You tampered with it. Heaven and earth as my witness. Lin Xiaofan raised both hands in surrender. The pot was randomly assigned by the system. I haven't even seen the list of contents. Why don't you open it yourself? The gold tier has high permissions. Maybe it can trigger a hidden storyline. Nagato stared at him for a moment, then actually reached his hand toward the pot's opening. Just as his fingertips touched the green smoke, a red pop-up window appeared on Lin Xiaofan's terminal. Log decryption complete. Key entry: experiment subject 001 developed autonomous consciousness during the 7th iteration, refused to execute the format command. Final data anchor locked to. The text cut off abruptly. Nagato slammed the lid shut, the green smoke extinguished in his palm. He stood up, and the 6 paths of pain rose simultaneously. Transaction cancelled. Don't. Lin Xiaofan lunged forward and grabbed his sleeve. I've already collected the deposit. How about I upgrade you to a diamond package? I'll give you a full set of 6 paths of pain skins plus a peace envoy title effect. Nagato shook him off and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan chased him to the door, then suddenly lowered his voice. The log mentioned a name. Lin Wanxiu. Have you heard of it? Nagato paused for a moment, but didn't turn back. Next time we meet, bring cash. He was already far away. Lin Xiaofan slowly withdrew his hand. His palm was covered in sweat. Naruto leaned in. What was that old man running from? A bomb in the pot. More exciting than a bomb. Lin Xiaofan fished out his terminal. The screen still showed a half screenshot of the decrypted log. Data anchor locked to host direct blood relative, codename Lullaby. He quickly deleted the record, then looked up and gave Sakura a meaningful glance. Sakura understood, pretending to clean the table as she approached Sasuke. What did you find? Sasuke shoved his terminal at her. The screen showed an analysis of the chakra afterimage from Nagato's departure. At a certain peak, a scarlet arrow was marked abnormal energy reaction, suspected invocation of system underlying protocol. He doesn't even know there's a log in his eyes, Sasuke said, his voice cold as ice. Someone deliberately planted it. Lin Xiaofan strolled over and casually swiped the last piece of chashu from Naruto's bowl. Now it's interesting. The Akatsuki leader has my mom's dark history in his eyes. The crazy sand guys are still betting on whether I'll survive tonight, and the mist betting ring is taking odds on what item the Rinnegan will produce. He chewed the meat, his words slurred. We've got to dig out what Lullaby really is before the system finds out. Sakura clutched her cloth. What if it triggers the system's self-destruct program? Then I'll take the whole Shinobi world down with me. Lin Xiaofan licked the grease off his finger and suddenly laughed. Anyway, the live stream tips haven't stopped yet. The viewers love it when the streamer risks his life for spoilers. Sasuke suddenly spoke. The encrypted part at the end of the log requires dual-factor verification. What factors say? Your biometrics and Nagato's Rinnegan iris. Sasuke pushed the terminal in front of him. The system is forcing you to choose. Either keep being a con artist and trick clients into opening pots, or dig up the truth yourself. Lin Xiaofan stared at the screen in silence for a long time, then suddenly grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. I'm going to the Hokage building to borrow something from the 3rd. Naruto chased after him. Borrow what? The scroll of seals. Lin Xiaofan pushed open the ramen shop door. The setting sun stretched his shadow long. I heard it records how the first Hokage stuffed the 9 tails into a newborn baby. I figure maybe I can also pry Lullaby out of Nagato's eyes. Sakura grabbed him. Are you crazy? That's a forbidden technique. Better than waiting for the system to erase the last trace of my mom. Lin Xiaofan shook off her hand and disappeared into the twilight without looking back. Behind him came Naruto's noisy voice. Wait for me. Borrowing a book requires a lookout. Sasuke slowly stood up, paid the bill, and pressed the notes under his bowl. As he passed Sakura, he muttered, he lied just now. Sakura froze. What? Lin Xiaofan didn't delete the log at all. Sasuke pushed open the shop door. Cold wind rushed in. He left a back door. The next time Nagato opens a pot, the log will automatically resume transmission. At the corner of the street, Lin Xiaofan suddenly stopped and spoke into the air. Did you hear that? Don't play dead. Your mom's data legacy, I'm going to bleed it dry this time. No one answered. Only the terminal on his sleeve grew slightly warm, and a small line of text appeared in the corner of the screen. Original log synchronization progress 3. Lin Xiaofan crouched at the ventilation duct of the Hokage, building a half-lit cigarette dangling from his lips. Sasuke leaned against the wall in the shadows, 3 shuriken clutched in his hand, his eyes fixed on the rhythm of the patrolling Shinobi's footsteps. Sakura's voice came through the earpiece, barely a whisper. The third layer of the barrier is almost undone. If you dawdle any longer, the third will have sobered up by the time you move. What's the rush? The old man drank my specially brewed hangover delay potion. He won't even recognize his own pillow until dawn. Lin Xiaofan tucked the cigarette back into his pocket, crouched low, and slipped into the duct. You focus on breaking the lock. Don't worry about when I'll strike. The ventilation duct was rusted and grimy. The scraping of metal against metal as he crawled was suppressed to a minimum with his chakra. 5 minutes later, he pried open the vent cover and dropped onto the carpet of the third Hokage's office. Moonlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, illuminating a gilded book on the lowest shelf. The moment he reached for it, the entire bookshelf pulsed with blood-red veins. Sakura's startled cry exploded in his ear. You triggered the first Hokage's legacy mechanism. It's a bloodline resonance lock. The pages of the book rustled without wind, flipping open to a section in the middle. Lin Xiaofan intended to pull back and retreat, but when he caught sight of the crooked musical notes on the page, his fingers seemed nailed to the spot. That was the melody his mother had hummed while holding him when he was feverish as a child. Every rest note, every turn of the melody was exactly as he remembered. A system notification exploded on his retina, detected abnormal emotional fluctuation in host. Initiating memory recall protocol. None of your damn business. He gritted his teeth and reached for the page. The moment his fingertips touched the paper, the scenery before him began to warp. The desk turned into an old computer desk, the blue light of the monitor glaring. His mother's hand rested on his shoulder, the ink from game-boosting orders still staining her fingernails. Sasuke's voice pierced through the illusion. Someone's coming this way. Lin Xiaofan pinched his thigh hard, sucking in a sharp breath of pain. The illusion shattered into fragments, but the melody still looped in his mind. He grabbed a pen and began copying the remaining pages. The sound of the nib scratching against the paper was especially harsh in the silence. When he reached the second line of the chorus, the system popped up again. Recall progress 78. Overwrite current consciousness. Overwrite your grandmother. He tore off the lining of his shirt, placed it under the remaining page, and continued copying. Sweat dripped onto the paper, blurring the ink. Sakura, how long can the lock hold? At most 2 minutes. Sakura's words flew like a machine gun. The third's guard dogs have already sniffed the chakra residue. Sasuke suddenly kicked open the window and leaped in, pressing a kunai against the back of Lin Xiaofan's neck. Done copying. The dogs are only 10 steps from the door. Lin Xiaofan shook off his hand, grabbed the paper filled with notes, and stuffed it into his pocket. Take the fire escape. As he turned, he caught sight of a string of tadpole-like characters at the corner of the page, a hybrid of the Uchiha crest and the Whirlpool clan symbol. He hesitated for half a second, then tore off that corner and slipped it into his mouth. The moment they dashed out of the corridor, barking erupted from downstairs. Sasuke dragged him behind a cleaning cart, and the footsteps of the pursuers grew closer. Lin Xiaofan fished the paper scrap from his pocket, chewed it, and swallowed. His throat burned like fire. The system suddenly went silent. Even the beep of the respiration monitor disappeared. When they returned to the safe house, the sky was already pale. Naruto, his hair a mess, rushed over. What good stuff did you steal? Can I exchange it for a Sharingan trial ticket? Lin Xiaofan collapsed onto the sofa, slapping the remaining page onto the coffee table. First, help me look up all ninjutsu records related to this melody. The moment the page was spread open, Sasuke's pupils constricted. In his Sharingan, the notes automatically reorganized, forming the hand seal sequence Shursui had used when casting Konoha Tsukumi. Sakura snatched the page and scanned it. The instrument emitted a sharp alarm, frequency match 99.7, but the activation key is missing. She suddenly looked up. What you just swallowed, was it the key? Maybe. Lin Xiaofan picked at a cookie crumb in the sofa crack. Anyway, the system's playing dead now. Probably afraid I'll dig up all its logs. Naruto grabbed the page and held it up to the light. This is just a lullaby to put kids to sleep. My mom used to. Before he could finish, Sasuke clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him to the corner. Sakura thrust the scanner at Lin Xiaofan. Swallowing the key triggers neural linkage. How do you feel now? Like there's a red-hot coal in my stomach. He grinned. But it's worth it. In that illusion, just now my mom said the last variation of the lullaby was a birthday gift she left specially for me. Sasuke released Naruto, pulled a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, and said, Nagato sent this over this morning. The scroll unrolled to reveal a hand-drawn map marking the location of an underground auction house in Sunagakure with a note beside it, complete version of the lullaby in Safe Box C. Sakura grabbed the map. How does he know we're looking for this? Because the system is selling me out. Lin Xiaofan shook his terminal, the screen displaying a transaction notification just received. Nagato had purchased the host's biometric synchronization permission for 30,000 chakra. He suddenly coughed violently, the saliva he spat out tinged with a faint blue glow. Naruto jumped back in fright. You're poisoned. Not poison. Data stream. Sasuke pried open his eyelids and examined them. The iris has coding patterns. It means the key is rewriting your chakra meridians. Lin Xiaofan wiped the fluorescent saliva from his mouth, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. Before the system reacts, I'm going to Suna to steal the other half of the song. Sakura blocked the doorway. In your current state, you can barely climb a wall. That's why I need you guys to cover me. He pushed her hand aside and shoved the remaining page into Naruto's hands. Take this and go cause a ruckus at the gambling guild. The bigger the commotion, the better. Sasuke suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Before the key finishes rewriting, you'll temporarily lose system privileges. Good. A few days of peace. Lin Xiaofan broke free from the grip, walked to the entrance, and turned back with a smile. If I die halfway, remember to mix my ashes into a limited edition can. Title it The Ultimate Gift of the Merchant. The moment the door closed, the terminal screen lit up automatically. Deleted log files resurfaced, the progress bar jumping from 3 to 17. Sakura stared at the screen, muttering to herself. He's not going to steal the sheet music at all. Sasuke put away the scroll. He's luring the system out. From outside, Naruto's loud shouts mixed with the curses of the gambling guild thugs. Sakura suddenly grabbed Sasuke's wrist. Wait, isn't there writing on the back of the remaining page? They leaned closer to the lamp. Under the light, the back of the page revealed hair-thin characters. When the melody meets the Rinnegan, the surprise your mother left for you will awaken. Lin Xiaofan crouched at the corner of the ventilation duct in the Shine auction house, chewing on half a compressed biscuit. His system permissions were still offline, and chakra was like a drained water pipe. He couldn't even use the most basic sensing technique. He touched the paper covered with musical notes in his trouser pocket, and as his fingertips brushed, the edge of burning sensation rose in his throat. Are you sure you want to disguise yourself as a wooing gambler? Ying's voice came through the earpiece. They've been investigating fake identities recently. Last week, they chopped off the fingers of 3 imposters. That's why I chose today. Lin Xiaofan spat the biscuit crumbs into his palm and rolled them into a ball. Changmen's men had just planted the bait in Sector C, and the guard's attention was all on the safe. He moved to the edge of the vent. Below, the auction stage was lit with a pale, eerie light. The host in a black robe raised his gavel, and in front of him, inside a glass case, lay half a yellowed musical score. Several masked bidders raised their paddles, and the numbers jumped rapidly. As Lin Xiaofan counted to the 7th round, he suddenly coughed, and fluorescent saliva splashed onto the iron of the vent, revealing tiny handwriting. Damn it. He quickly wiped with his sleeve, but the words only grew brighter, forming a sentence he often heard as a child. Don't be afraid of the dark, Mom is waiting for you by the window. Ming Ren's voice suddenly cut in. Hey, I've already lost 3 pairs of underwear over here. How much longer do you want me to keep this up? Lose 2 more rounds. Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. Make the dealer think you're truly gambling crazy. Don't stop. But I only have my underpants left. Ming Ren wailed. Zhuozhu said if I lose again, I'll stake all my shadow clones. Stake them. Lin Xiaofan cut him off and told him that the safe combo was the 3rd measure of the lullaby transposed. The vent suddenly vibrated. Someone was crawling over from the adjacent duct. Lin Xiaofan held his breath and pressed against the wall. The newcomer's boot soles were coated with sand grit, each step making a faint scraping sound. The person stopped right above him and pulled out a metallic device, attaching it to the vent grill. Ying said urgently, detecting a data jammer. Changmen is remotely activating the decoy program. Before she finished, Lin Xiaofan's vision went black. The system interface vanished completely, even the heartbeat monitor was gone. He fumbled for his terminal. The screen was pitch black with only a faint red light blinking in the bottom right corner. At that moment, a commotion came from the auction stage. The host shouted, the Wuyin representative bids 80,000 chakra. Any higher. Lin Xiaofan bit his tongue, and the taste of blood mixed with fluorescent saliva surged out. Staring at the words his mother left on the vent wall, he suddenly yelled into the earpiece, Ming Ren, start streaming. Now. Huh? Stream what? Ming Ren was stunned. Stream you eating ramen. The kind where you heat the broth with chakra. Lin Xiaofan tore open his collar, revealing his collarbone, where the skin was glowing blue. However much chakra the viewers donate, that's how much I can borrow. The terminal suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up with a waterfall of bullet comments. Streamer, take a sip. Recharge the profiteer 1,000 chakra. Is mom's taste worth paying for? Lin Xiaofan felt a warm current surge from his chest into his meridians, and the system interface flashed for half a second before dying. Not enough. He grabbed the vent bracket and stood up. Make them type lullaby. Each word redeems 500 chakra. The auction price had soared to 120,000. When the black-robed host asked for the third time if anyone would raise the bid, Lin Xiaofan kicked open the vent cover and jumped down. The moment he landed, chakra flooded his legs. He rolled and dashed to the auction stage, raising a temporarily forged identity placard, 150,000. The whole hall erupted in shock. The host stared at his Wuyin standard mask. Do you know the price of breaking the contract? I do. Lin Xiaofan tore off the mask and threw it on the ground. I'll pay you double. He turned to face the audience, his terminal strapped to his wrist for a full live stream. Bullet comments rolled frantically, and the chakra value surged upward. When the number broke 200,000, the musical score in the glass case spontaneously combusted, and new notes emerged from the ashes. Hidden mechanism triggered. Ing exclaimed, Changmin's pre-planted data decoy is rewriting the auction item. Lin Xiaofan lunged at the display, his palm passing through the flames to grab the remaining page. A scorching pain spread up his arm, but he didn't let go. The moment the ashes touched his skin, his mother's voice rang directly in his mind. Hum this melody at the Rinnegan frequency. Pei Yan's voice came from all directions. Lin Xiaofan, the key you swallowed is corrupting the system core. It's none of your business. Lin Xiaofan stuffed the remaining page into his mouth and chewed it, fluorescent light seeping through his teeth. This was originally something my mother left me. The auction hall lights went out abruptly. In the darkness, the sound of gears turning echoed, and a muffled explosion came from Sector C. Zhuju's voice cut into the comms. The safe blew up, but it's empty. I never expected that. Lin Xiaofan touched his throat where a patch of skin was burning. Changmin deliberately leaked the info to lure us here. The real key is hidden in the auction process. He spread his palm. The ashes from grabbing the musical score were forming new writing. This time it wasn't his mother's message, but a string of numeric code. Ing immediately analyzed. This is the Rinnegan chakra fluctuation frequency, but it needs a specific melody to activate. The melody is here. Lin Xiaofan pointed at his temple. The page he swallowed was now playing automatically in his mind. The vent vibrated again. This time the footsteps of a large group of pursuers. Lin Xiaofan grabbed the auction gavel and smashed it into the console. As sparks flew, he shouted, Ming Ren. Final push. Have the viewers type Mom I love you. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Chakra surged like a tide, and the system interface finally stabilized. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaofan pulled up the backend program, encoded his mother's handwriting into a data packet, and injected it into the auction host in reverse. The screen flashed with garbled characters, then a line of prompt appeared. Affection, key verification passed. Unlocking the Jar God's dormant personality, awakening protocol. The moment the pursuers burst through the door, Lin Xiaofan grinned at the camera. Next stream, I'll teach you how to use chakra to call your mom. Remember to get a membership. He leaped toward the emergency exit. Behind him, Pei Yan sighed. You have no idea what awakening the dormant personality means. I do. Lin Xiaofan shattered the glass window and jumped out. The night wind rushed into his collar. It means my mom gets to personally beat you up. The sandy ground caught his body. Fluorescent saliva dripped onto the grains of sand, forming a final line. Good son, bring canned food next time we meet. The gritty sand dug into his back, but Lin Xiaofan did not move. The burning sensation in his throat continued to rise. He stared at the numbers flickering on his wrist terminal. Chakra balance at 0, the system interface grayed out, even the heartbeat monitor disconnected. Through the earpiece, Naruto was still rambling about losing his underwear in a bet, while Sasuke coldly reported the safe was empty and Sakura hurriedly analyzed the data packets. He opened his mouth to speak, but coughed up a mouthful of fluorescent-tinged saliva. That saliva fell onto the sand and did not soak in. Instead, a line of text emerged on the surface. Do not be afraid of the dark. Mother is waiting by the window. Lin Xiaofan froze. This was no hallucination, nor a system malfunction. That handwriting was far too familiar. When he had a fever as a child and raved deliriously, his mother would sit by his bed and write those same words over and over for him to see. He reached out to touch the sand, but the moment his fingertips made contact, a melody suddenly echoed in his mind. Soft and slow, like a lullaby meant to soothe a child to sleep. Yet as that melody appeared, sharp pain spiked deep within his left eye, as if something were vibrating behind his eyeball. Rinnegan frequency. Sakura's voice suddenly rose. The melody in your brain matches the auction fragment data. The system is forcibly synchronizing. Lin Xiaofan said nothing. He closed his eyes and let the melody loop through his mind. The stabbing pain grew stronger, yet before him a pale white light gradually began to glow. From within the white light a blurry figure emerged, dressed in old-fashioned loungewear, hair loosely gathered, looking down at him. "Mom." His voice tightened. The figure did not respond. It merely raised a hand, its fingertip pressing against his brow. A coolness seeped inward, and alongside it came a single sentence: "The jar deity persona requires 3 keys." The moment the words fell, the figure began to dissipate, like smoke scattered by the wind. Lin Xiaofan tried to reach out, but could not move. Just before the figure vanished completely, its lips moved again. This time there was no sound, but he read the words clearly: bloodline, emotion, betrayal. The terminal suddenly vibrated wildly, and a crimson warning box popped up on the screen: persona, awakening countdown initiated 715958. Damn it. Lin Xiaofan rolled over and sat up, yanking off his earpiece. Naruto. Start a live stream. Now. Huh. Another live stream. Naruto's voice sounded bewildered. I've bet away my last pair of underwear. What am I supposed to broadcast with? Broadcast your crying. Lin Xiaofan shouted. Just tell them your mother appeared in your dream and asked you to crowdfund chakra to extend your life. Whatever the audience donates, I can borrow to delay the countdown. The communication channel fell silent for a second, then Sasuke's cold voice interjected: "Have you lost your mind? Who would believe such an excuse? Whether they believe it or not is none of your concern." Lin Xiaofan grabbed the terminal and pointed it at his face. The screen automatically switched to livestream mode. He forced a grin, though the corners of his eyes reddened. "Fellow viewers, emergency plea. My mother just appeared in my dream and said if I don't renew soon, she's going to be formatted by the system. Spam the 3 words, family chakra, 500 chakra per character, and help me survive the countdown. The top donor will receive an Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan trial voucher." The bullet comments exploded instantly. Is he seriously crying? A new low for shameless salesmanship. I'm spending for auntie. The chakra counter began to climb, rocketing from 0 to 3,000. Lin Xiaofan felt a warm current flooding into his meridians. The system interface flickered and the countdown paused at 715833. Not enough. He slammed his fist on the table, facing the camera. Where are the 2nd and 3rd place donors? Where are the 4th and 5th? Did my mother raise me for over a decade for nothing? I can't even survive a countdown. Double rebate. Spend 10,000, get 20,000. When the chakra count broke through 10,000, the countdown finally stopped. Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply and collapsed back onto the sand. Through his earpiece, Sasuke's voice came through frequency data recorded. The melody fluctuation peak corresponds to bloodline resonance. The emotional passages trigger chakra amplification and the betrayal nodes. Show no response for now. Noted. Save it. Lin Xiaofan wiped his face. We will test the betrayal section once the countdown drops below 24 hours. Sakura suddenly spoke. 3 keys. Bloodline is your mother, emotion is the audience donations. So who does betrayal refer to? No one answered. Naruto muttered softly, could it be me? I did steal his last bag of potato chips last time. Shut up. Lin Xiaofan sat up straight and accessed the system backend. The words his mother had left were already encoded into a data packet quietly resting in the pending activation folder. He opened the attribute feedback column. Total client chakra extracted today 12400 points. Feedback to self 1240 points. Enough for 3 bronze jars or half a silver jar. Sasuke, he suddenly called out. Your unpaid installment debt, settle it as 1 silver jar. Agreed. Lin Xiaofan smiled, though the smile trembled. He put his earpiece back on and spoke softly. Mom, next time you visit my dreams, remember to bring canned goods. Fermented black bean and silver carp flavor. Don't buy the wrong kind. Before the terminal screen went dark, the final bullet comment drifted by Annie, rest assured. We'll keep an eye on this spendthrift son for you. The terminal screen still glowed, the chakra reading frozen at 12,400 points. Lin Xiaofan had not shut off the stream. With a swipe of his finger, he summoned the marketplace interface. Uchiha Sasuke's installment payments were automatically deducted, and a silver canister rested quietly in his pending opening list. Open, he said. The moment the system chime faded, the canister split with a hairline crack. Before any light could spill forth, the debt brand on his wrist blazed to life. This was no ordinary burn. It was the relentless torment of flesh torn open and stitched shut over and over again. He clenched his teeth to suppress any cry, sweat beading on his forehead and dropping onto the sandy ground with a faint hiss before vanishing. Have you lost your mind? Sakura's voice exploded through the earpiece. You just barely kept yourself alive, and you're already reckless with your credits. That brand will devour your soul. Lin Xiaofan ignored her, his gaze locked on the object that hopped out of the canister. A palm-sized metal plate etched with spiraling patterns, its center embedded with a dark crimson crystal. A system prompt materialized: Sharingan Resonator, Incomplete Edition. The attached description read: capable of detecting residual chakra fluctuations from Uchiha Shursui within a 500-meter radius. Worth it, he grinned, his left hand closing around the resonator while his right pressed directly onto the brand. The burning intensified twofold, darkness clouding his vision and nearly sending him stumbling forward, but he forced himself to hold on. 3 seconds later, an ethereal blue luminescence began tracing patterns across the brand's surface, like coordinates on a map, pulsing steadily toward the northeast. Uchiha's location, he panted through ragged breaths. The remnant wave, it's not far from here. Stop using it. Sakura's voice rang out nearly as a scream. Another activation, and your consciousness will be stripped away. The system doesn't play games. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, his finger refusing to lift from the brand. He understood the risks, yet he also understood the stakes. Orochimaru's remnant consciousness might be the key to unlocking the betrayal cipher, and if he missed this opportunity, he did not know when another would come. A beat of silence crackled through the earpiece before Naruto's voice cut through. I'll do it. What? Lin Xiaofan thought he had misheard. I said I'll do it. Naruto repeated loudly. I'll pledge my shadow clone chakra to pay off your debt. Doesn't the system recognize chakra? I've got plenty. You idiot. Lin Xiaofan opened his mouth to protest, but Naruto's voice cut through first. My chakra reserves would be depleted, sure. I'd be bedridden for 3 days. But that's better than watching your soul get eaten alive. I'm going to be Hokage, Naruto insisted, his tone unwavering. How can I stand by and watch my friend get destroyed by this system? I'm requesting to transfer 1,000 units of shadow clone chakra to Lin Xiaofan as debt repayment. For 2 seconds the system remained silent before displaying a confirmation prompt. Uzumaki Naruto requests debt transfer. Accept. Lin Xiaofan stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the accept button. He could calculate the trade. Naruto's chakra would buffer the brand's backlash in exchange for Orochimaru's intel, a sound deal. But he also knew Naruto never expected anything in return. Accepted. He pressed the button. Instantly the searing heat on his wrist dulled, replaced by a warm surge of chakra flooding through his meridians. On the other end, Naruto groaned, his voice noticeably strained. Damn, that's more than I expected, but I'm fine. Still standing. Lin Xiaofan said nothing, his attention fixed on calibrating the resonator. The blue glow on his brand stabilized the coordinate, pinpointing a derelict shrine. He rose, brushing sand from his pants. Let's go find Orochimaru. Wait. Sakura called urgently. At least let me scan your neural synchronization rate. In case the brand is still corroding. No time. Lin Xiaofan cut her off. 70-odd hours remain on the countdown. Every second must be spent wisely. He set off toward the shrine, his steps steadier now. Naruto trailed behind, unsteady on his feet, but chattering incessantly. Hey, once we find Orochimaru, can you get him to sign something for me? I admired him since I was a kid. Sign your head. Lin Xiaofan shot back without looking. He's a remnant consciousness, not a living person. Can't a remnant sign with chakra? Using chakra to write works too. Uchiha Sasuke, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Orochimaru won't sign for you. Why not? Naruto protested. Because he's busy avoiding you, Sasuke replied coolly. Every time you draw near, his remnant fluctuation becomes erratic. The system flags it as a high-risk interference source. Naruto fell silent, then mumbled, Then I'll just keep my distance, right? Lin Xiaofan paid no mind to their bickering, his focus entirely on the resonator. As they drew closer to the shrine, the brand's response intensified, not with pain, but with an uncanny resonance, as though something within him was calling back to whatever lay ahead. The shrine was in ruins, half its veranda collapsed, the offering table coated in thick dust. Lin Xiaofan stood at the entrance and raised the resonator. The blue light blazed brightly, pointing directly behind the altar. There, he said. Naruto surged forward, but Sasuke grabbed his arm. Don't move. The remnant may be hostile. Lin Xiaofan proceeded alone, circling the altar. In the corner crouched a shadowy figure, vaguely humanoid, but featureless except for 2 eyes. Crimson Sharingan eyes that slowly opened. Lin Xiaofan. The figure spoke, its voice echoing from some distant place. You came faster than I expected. Orochimaru. Lin Xiaofan cut to the chase. I need to know the truth about the Eye of the Moon plan. The remnant fell silent for a moment, the Sharingan rotating slightly. That was a discarded scheme of the system marked as a high-risk error pathway long before you became its host. Discarded? Lin Xiaofan frowned. What do you mean? Literal meaning, Orochimaru's voice remained calm. The system detected that this plan would cause a world-line collapse and forcibly retrieved all related data. The current Eye of the Moon is merely a phantom lingering in the ninja world's collective consciousness, functionally inert. Lin Xiaofan's mind raced. So Madara and Obito have been chasing an empty shell, eh? You could understand it that way. The remnant seemed to attempt raising its hand, but the motion stalled. However, something the system abandoned may not be beyond revival. The key lies in. The words cut short as the remnant violently flickered, destabilizing like a corrupted signal. Simultaneously, the brand on Lin Xiaofan's wrist grew searing hot as a system prompt forcibly interrupted, warning remnant contact timeout. Connection forcibly terminated. Wait. Lin Xiaofan called urgently. What about the key? In that final instant before dissipating, the remnant's lips moved, whispering two characters, cipher. The shadow dissolved completely, leaving Lin Xiaofan alone in the desolate shrine. He checked his terminal. A new notification had superseded the warning, betrayal cipher activation 17. Hey, how'd it go? Naruto called from outside. What did you find out? Lin Xiaofan emerged, his expression grim. He said the Eye of the Moon was a discarded system project. The real key lies in the cipher. The cipher? Sakura pressed. Bloodline, emotion, betrayal. Which one? Likely all three, Lin Xiaofan nodded. But he didn't finish explaining before the system cut us off. Naruto collapsed onto the steps, utterly drained. So, what now? My chakra's running on fumes. I need ramen to recover. Let's head back first. Lin Xiaofan helped him up. You helped me out big time. Ramen's on me. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. Tonkatsu with extra chashu and a soft-boiled egg. With extra spice, Lin Xiaofan said, a rare show of generosity. Uchiha Sasuke watched coldly. Your brand remains. Next time the backlash will be far worse. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. With an idiot like Naruto covering for me, what's there to fear? Hey, I'm not an idiot. I'm a strategic investment. Sakura sighed. You two are going to get yourselves killed one day. Lin Xiaofan didn't respond, instead glancing down at his terminal. Beneath the 17 activation bar, a new line had appeared. First, client assumes hosts cost voluntarily. Reward chakra feedback ratio increased to 15. A faint smile touched his lips, but he kept it to himself. On the way back to the village, Naruto staggered along, pausing every few steps to mutter about ramen. Uchiha Sasuke led the way in silence. Sakura kept stealing glances at Lin Xiaofan's wrist, clearly wanting to say something. Lin Xiaofan let them clamor around him, his mind fixated on Orochimaru's final words. The key lies in the cipher. Bloodline was his mother. Emotion was the audience's support. Betrayal. He glanced back at Naruto stumbling along behind him. Does this fool count as betrayal? The system offered no answer. His terminal sat quietly in his pocket, waiting for him to figure it out himself. When they reached the ramen shop, Naruto bolted inside and started ordering. Sakura pulled Lin Xiaofan aside. Don't take such risks next time. We'll find another way. Lin Xiaofan nodded, but made no promises. Uchiha Sasuke, standing outside, suddenly spoke. Orochimaru's remnant will appear again. Oh. Lin Xiaofan looked at him. The words he left unfinished. He'll find a way to tell you. Sasuke's gaze was complicated. He never does anything without purpose. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Then hurry up. My countdown doesn't wait for anyone. He lifted the curtain and entered. Naruto was already devouring his bowl, broth splattered across his face. The owner handed him a towel with a laugh. Sakura shook her head in exasperation, and Sasuke took his seat slowly. Lin Xiaofan sat down and ordered a plain noodle soup. When the steaming bowl arrived, he slipped his hand into his pocket to check his terminal. The screen lit up with a new message: detected sacrificial client behavior. Add to loyal client whitelist. His thumb hovered over the confirm button for a second before he tapped it. Naruto looked up, green onions stuck to his face. What are you spacing out for? Eat before it gets cold. Lin Xiaofan took a sip of broth without answering. Another notification popped up: whitelist client. Uzumaki Naruto, privilege unlocked next, can opening guaranteed probability 5. What an idiot. He truly had become his good luck charm. Ramen broth lingered at the bottom of the bowl. Lin Xiaofan stirred it absently with his chopsticks, gaze unfocused. Naruto licked the grease from the corner of his mouth, eyes gleaming like a kid who'd just pulled a limited edition capsule. Boss. Another bowl. Double the meat. Your chakra hasn't fully restored yet. Sakura frowned. Don't eat recklessly. The system might flag metabolic irregularities and deduct your credit score. What's there to fear? Naruto slammed the table. I'm on the whitelist now. You understand the guaranteed pull bonus, right? Next time I open a capsule, I'm getting something good, guaranteed. Lin Xiaofan set down his chopsticks. His terminal buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Loyalty tax activated. This capsule opening will extract an additional 5 chakra to nourish the host. His thumb traced the edge twice. Silent. Hey, spacing out. Naruto leaned over. Did the system just drop another capsule on you? Let me see. Bronze capsule. Standard grade. Lin Xiaofan handed over the terminal. Wanna open it? Now's the time. The bonus is still active. Naruto snatched it, finger jabbing at the activation button. Open it, open it. Today I'm pulling a Kage-level jutsu for sure. The moment the capsule cracked, the chakra counter on Naruto's wrist flickered, the number dropping a notch. He didn't notice, too busy digging through the scroll that tumbled out. Shadow Clone Enhanced Version Trial Pack, valid for 3 hours only. This junk again. Naruto's face fell. I've pulled this 8 times. Is the system targeting me? The guaranteed bonus only governs rarity, not utility. Lin Xiaofan reclaimed the terminal. One more? This time you might pull a Sharingan trial coupon. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. Sasuke beat that sand-hidden puppet master last time using that thing. Open it, open it. The second capsule cracked and Naruto's chakra counter dipped again. This time it spat out Ninetales Chakra Compressed Package Trial Version with an attached warning: no spicy food within 24 hours after use. Can't eat spicy. Naruto nearly leapt from his seat. Then what's the point of living? Last one. Lin Xiaofan slid the terminal forward. This time definitely something good. Naruto gritted his teeth and pressed activate. When the capsule split, his face paled momentarily, and he pressed a hand to his chest to steady his breathing. Out came Sage Mode Beginner's Guide, Incomplete Edition, missing the most crucial chapter on natural energy sensing. You're messing with me again. Naruto hurled the scroll onto the table. Does this damn system think I'm stupid? Lin Xiaofan picked it up. Data streams scrolled across the terminal screen. He stared for a few seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching faintly. Don't be angry. He thrust the scroll back into Naruto's grip. Collect 3 incomplete versions, and the system will reward you with a complete redemption code. Seriously. Naruto was half convinced, half skeptical. Have I ever lied to you? Lin Xiaofan smiled. Sasuke, who hadn't touched his chopsticks since entering, spoke abruptly. How much chakra have you drained from him? Lin Xiaofan turned to him. The system deducts it automatically. What business is that of mine? Every time a capsule opens, his chakra depletion rate exceeds the normal threshold. Sasuke's gaze turned cold. You haven't noticed? Sakura looked up sharply. Wait, I did mention abnormal fluctuations in yesterday's medical report. Her voice trailed off, and she finally bowed her head, picking at her noodles. Naruto blinked in confusion. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Nothing. Lin Xiaofan rose. Let's go. Time to meet a new client. New client. Naruto instantly forgot his earlier irritation. Who? Did he bring money? Kankuro from the sand-hidden village. Lin Xiaofan headed for the door. I hear he's hoarded a substantial amount of chakra and wants a limited edition poison release capsule. Naruto bounced to his feet. I'm coming too. If he's cursed with bad luck, I can demonstrate the proper European-style opening technique on the spot. Sakura hesitated, then stood as well. Sasuke rose last. As he passed Lin Xiaofan, he murmured, I found the blueprint for the first Hokage's laboratory. Lin Xiaofan didn't break stride. Meet me at our usual spot tonight. The inn housing the sand-hidden delegation stood on the western edge of the village. Kankuro crouched at the entrance, adjusting his puppets. Without looking up, he said, I heard your capsules can yield fragments of the third Kazekage's magnetic release. If you're fortunate, yes. Lin Xiaofan drew out his terminal. But a deposit comes first. Kankuro tossed over a small vial containing pale green chakra gel. Inspect the goods first. Lin Xiaofan took the vial. The terminal scanned it automatically, displaying chakra purity meets standard. Can offset 1 gold capsule opening fee. Deal. He summoned the marketplace interface. Open it now. Kankuro was about to nod when Naruto cut in. Hold on. Let me warm up with a silver capsule first. Let brother Kankuro witness the proper opening technique. Lin Xiaofan glanced at him. Do you have enough chakra? More than enough. Naruto patted his chest. I'm a whitelist client. What's there to fear? He snatched the terminal and rapidly activated the third silver capsule. As it cracked open, Naruto's body swayed, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out across his forehead. This time it dropped out, summoning Beast Contract Gamakichi Limited Edition, with an annotation: after summoning, the user must treat 3 bowls of ramen. Food again. Naruto stomped his foot in frustration. Does the system think I can only eat and do nothing else? Kankuro sneered. So the legendary lucky one from Konoha is nothing remarkable after all. You wouldn't understand. Naruto stuck out his chin. This is the system cultivating my culinary literacy. Lin Xiaofan reclaimed the terminal. The data stream had finished recording. He pocketed the device and turned to Kankuro. The gold capsule is prepared. Shall we proceed? Kankuro reached out, but Sasuke spoke suddenly. Wait. All eyes turned to him. Your chakra flow is incorrect. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Kankuro's wrist. Have you been downstream of the Naka River recently? Kankuro's expression shifted. How did you know? A guess. Sasuke turned and walked out. Lin Xiaofan, I'm heading back. Sakura hurried after him. Wait for me. I still have the medical report to show you. Naruto stood bewildered. What is going on? I don't understand a word. Nothing. Lin Xiaofan rose. Let's go. Time to meet another client. Another client. Naruto's frustration vanished instantly. Who? Did he bring money? Kankuro from the sand-hidden village. Lin Xiaofan walked toward the door. I hear he's amassed a considerable chakra reserve and wants a limited edition poison release capsule. Naruto bounded after him. I'm coming too. If his luck is cursed, I can demonstrate the proper European-style opening posture on the spot. Sakura hesitated, then rose as well. Sasuke was the last to rise. Passing Lin Xiaofan, he murmured, I found the blueprint for the first Hokage's laboratory. Lin Xiaofan didn't pause. Meet me at our usual spot tonight. The inn housing the sand-hidden delegation lay on the village's western fringe. Kankuro crouched at the entrance, tuning his puppets. Without lifting his gaze, he said, I heard your capsules can yield fragments of the third Kazekage's magnetic release. If fortune favors you. Lin Xiaofan drew out his terminal. But a deposit comes first. Kankuro tossed a small vial of pale green chakra gel. Inspect the goods first. Lin Xiaofan accepted the vial. The terminal scanned it, automatically displaying chakra purity meets standard. Can offset 1 gold capsule opening fee. Deal. He summoned the marketplace interface. Open now. Kankuro was about to nod when Naruto interrupted. Wait. Let me warm up with a silver capsule first. Let brother Kankuro witness the proper opening posture. Lin Xiaofan glanced at him. Do you have enough chakra? Plenty. Naruto patted his chest. I'm a whitelist client. What's there to fear? He snatched the terminal and rapidly activated the third silver capsule. As it cracked, Naruto staggered, a thin film of sweat forming on his forehead. Out came Summoning Beast Contract Gamakichi Limited Edition, annotated after summoning the user must treat 3 bowls of ramen. Food again. Naruto stomped his foot. Does the system think I can only eat and do nothing else? Kankuro sneered. So the legendary lucky one from Konoha is nothing special after all. You wouldn't understand. Naruto squared his shoulders. This is the system building my culinary appreciation. Lin Xiaofan took back the terminal. The data stream had completed its record. He pocketed the device and addressed Kankuro. The gold capsule is ready. Shall we proceed? Kankuro reached out, but Sasuke spoke suddenly. Wait. All eyes turned to him. Your chakra flow is incorrect. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Kankuro's wrist. Have you been downstream of the Naka River lately? Kankuro's expression darkened. How did you know? By guesswork. Sasuke turned toward the exit. Lin Xiaofan, I'm heading back. Sakura hastened after him. Wait for me. I still have the medical report to show you. Naruto stood bewildered. What's going on? I don't understand any of this. Nothing. Lin Xiaofan rose. Let's go. Time to meet another client. New client. Naruto's earlier frustration evaporated instantly. Who? Did he bring money? Kankuro from the sand-hidden village. Lin Xiaofan walked toward the door. I hear he saved up a considerable chakra reserve and wants a limited edition poison release capsule. Naruto bounded after him. I'm coming too. If he's cursed with terrible luck, I can demonstrate the proper European opening posture on the spot. Sakura hesitated, then stood as well. Sasuke rose last. Passing Lin Xiaofan, he murmured, I found the blueprint for the first Hokage's laboratory. Lin Xiaofan didn't pause. Meet me at our usual spot tonight. The inn housing the sand-hidden delegation sat on the village's western edge. Kankuro crouched at the threshold, calibrating his puppets. Without looking up, he said, I heard your capsules can yield fragments of the third Kazekage's magnetic release. Fortune permitting. Lin Xiaofan drew out his terminal. But a deposit first. Kankuro tossed over a small vial of pale green chakra gel. Inspect the goods first. When Naruto kicked open Lin Xiaofan's door, Sasuke had just tucked the blueprint into the scroll. He still held a half-eaten bag of ramen, the broth sloshing dangerously close to spilling. You said we'd get paid over time. Where the hell are you? Naruto slammed the bowl onto the table, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiaofan. Did you bring the crate? Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He swiped his fingers across the terminal. The screen lit up, displaying a line of text: hosts, reverse permission, breakthrough 19. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he looked up at Naruto. I'll take you somewhere. Where? The ruins of the first Hokage's laboratory. Naruto's chopsticks froze. That crappy place has a crate. More than one. Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. The entire ninja world's first SSR limited edition buried in the third basement level. The system just unlocked the hidden stock. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, not even bothering to drink his soup. Let's go now. Sakura poked her head in from the door. Where are you two off to? I haven't finished reading the medical reports. Forget the reports. Naruto grabbed her wrist. Come on. Lin Xiaofan says there's an SSR. Sasuke stood by the window, unmoving. I'll stay. You have to come. Lin Xiaofan pocketed the terminal. Kankaro's business isn't over yet. You need to keep an eye on the chakra flow. Sasuke gave him a look, said nothing, and turned to follow. The four of them crossed the village's western path, skirted the patrol, and stopped before a collapsed stone wall. The wall was covered in vines with dark, oxidized metal plates embedded in the gaps. Is this it? Naruto pulled aside the vines. Doesn't look like there's a crate here. Lin Xiaofan crouched down, pressing his fingers against the edge of a metal plate. The system says the activation device requires hot-blooded resonance. Your turn. Naruto didn't hesitate, rolling up his sleeves. How do I resonate? Shout a slogan or form a hand seal. Whatever you like. Lin Xiaofan stepped back. The more excited, the better. Naruto took a deep breath, then slammed his fist against the metal plate. I want to pull an SSR. The ground trembled. A crack split the metal plate, and red light seeped through the gap. Naruto punched again, this time channeling chakra. The red light surged abruptly, and the entire ground began to shake. It's working, Lin Xiaofan murmured. Runes floated up from beneath the earth, one circle after another, with a whirlpool-shaped mark at the center. Naruto froze. This is my mom's sealing technique. The system alarm suddenly blared. Lin Xiaofan's terminal buzzed violently, the screen streaming data at a frantic pace. He grabbed Naruto's wrist. Don't stop. Keep going. Naruto gritted his teeth, pouring chakra into the ground without restraint. The runes spun faster and faster, the red light, so bright it hurt to look at. Sakura tried to pull him back, but Sasuke stopped her. Don't touch him, Sasuke said, staring at the ground. He's triggering some kind of protocol. The center of the runes suddenly split open, and a faint figure slowly rose. An old man with white hair draped in the robe of the first Hokage, his hollow gaze fixed on Naruto. Blood of the Uzumaki clan. The figure spoke, his voice raspy. We've been waiting for you. Naruto's throat went dry. Who are you? Hashirama Senju. The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the depths of the ruins. The final decoding of the bloodline key must be completed at the Valley of the End. Lin Xiaofan's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected the residual projection to appear directly. Naruto kept pressing. What key? Can I trade it for a crate? The figure didn't answer. His body began to dissolve. The last words drifted out. Be careful of the system. It's deceiving you. The ground returned to calm. The runes vanished, leaving only a ring of scorched marks. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, panting like he'd just finished a heavyweight endurance run. Deceiving me? He looked up at Lin Xiaofan. What does that mean? Lin Xiaofan crouched down and patted his shoulder. The system glitches sometimes. Don't take those spooky words seriously. The point is, he shook the terminal. The resonance you triggered just boosted my permission by 5 points. Naruto blinked. So, I still came out ahead. Big time. Lin Xiaofan pulled him up. Let's go. I'll treat you to 3 bowls of ramen when we get back. Sakura frowned. Your chakra counter dropped by half. You need to go to the hospital now. I'm fine. Naruto jumped up. Whitelist customers recover fast. Besides, Lin Xiaofan said that if we collect enough incomplete versions, we get a full redemption code. Sasuke suddenly spoke. Did you record it? Lin Xiaofan knew what he was asking. The back of the terminal had a tiny camera running since they entered the ruins. He nodded. Full HD. Why hide it from Naruto? Sakura finally burst out. Those runes were clearly related to him. If I tell him now, he'll run straight to the Valley of the End and force his way in. Lin Xiaofan tucked the terminal away. When my permission is high enough, I'll take him myself. Naruto, completely oblivious to their argument, was busy digging through his pocket. When the resonance happened, I think something fell into my pocket. He pulled out a yellowed piece of paper marked with a strange symbol, and underneath it read Bloodline Key, First Stage Materialization. What's this? Naruto held it up. Can I trade it for a crate? Lin Xiaofan reached out to take it, but Naruto pulled his hand back. First promise. No draining my chakra this time. No draining. Lin Xiaofan smiled. This thing is worth far more than a crate. Sasuke stared at the paper. First Hokage's experimental subject data. Yeah. Lin Xiaofan nodded. The system just unlocked a new module. With this, the guaranteed probability on the next crate will go up by another 10%. Naruto immediately shoved the paper back into his hand. Then you take it. Hurry up and open a new crate for me. Sakura stomped her foot in frustration. Can you two ever stop thinking about opening crates? No, Naruto said matter-of-factly. That's my life goal. On the way back to the village, Naruto kept pestering Lin Xiaofan with questions. Sasuke lagged behind, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his sleeve, where a tiny storage device was hidden, a sample he had scraped from the edge of the ground runes during the chaos. Lin Xiaofan noticed his movement, but pretended not to see. The terminal grew hot in his pocket, new messages popping up incessantly. Detected unauthorized data copy, activating tracking program, recommend immediate memory erasure for Sasuke. He didn't confirm any of them. By the time they reached the village entrance, the sky was pitch black. Naruto yelled that he was hungry and insisted on eating ramen right now. Sakura, unable to argue, went with him to Ichiraku. Sasuke stood still under the streetlight. Not eating? Lin Xiaofan asked. Something's up. Sasuke turned and headed toward the Uchiha old compound. Tomorrow noon, same place as usual. Lin Xiaofan knew he meant the downstream of the Nanha River. The anomaly in Kankuro's chakra matched the frequency of the rune fluctuations from the first Hokage's laboratory. This isn't over. He strolled slowly back to his own house, pushed open the door, and the terminal automatically projected a 3D map. A red dot marked the Valley of the End with a warning sign flashing next to it. Final decoding requires dual verification, Uzumaki Uchiha. Lin Xiaofan stared at the map for a long time, then suddenly smiled. He pulled up his contacts, found Payne's number, and sent a message: pre-sale of 6 paths, power crates, deposit of 500 chakra, only 1 slot available. The reply came instantly: deal. But I want an additional clause. The piece probability must be verified in actual testing. Lin Xiaofan replied, satisfaction guaranteed. He switched off the projection, then took out a bronze crate from the drawer. The system had refreshed it this morning with a label that read random surprise. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to open it, instead placing it into the safe. The safe was already piled with over a dozen unopened crates. At the very bottom lay a photo, a group shot from his past life's game boosting team, where he stood in the corner grinning a little foolishly. Footsteps sounded outside the door, very light, stopping right in front of his house. Lin Xiaofan didn't move, listening as the person stood there for a while before quietly leaving. He knew it was Sasuke. That guy was definitely suspicious of something. But it didn't matter. Tomorrow, when he took Naruto to the Nanha River, everything would become clearer. The terminal vibrated again. A new prompt: hosts reverse permission breakthrough 20A, unlocking basic admin functions. Lin Xiaofan opened the function list, and the first line read, can designate 1 client to share the guaranteed probability. His finger hovered over the designate button, hesitating for a long time. From outside the window came Naruto's shout, Lin Xiaofan, what about the 3 bowls of ramen you promised? Lin Xiaofan called back, put it on my tab. End of the month. Again. Naruto's angry voice faded into the distance. Lin Xiaofan sat back in his chair, opened a new folder named Lucky Star Plan, and typed the first line: Step 1, get Naruto to voluntarily sign a soul contract. He deleted the word soul and changed it to lifetime VIP. As the terminal screen dimmed, the last line flashed: detected host's attempt to tamper with the agreement, initiating ultimate defense. Lin Xiaofan smiled, turned off the machine, and lay down on the bed. He had to get up early tomorrow. Before the echo of Naruto's kicked open door faded, Lin Xiaofan was already standing at the threshold, terminal device in hand. Without looking back, he waved his hand dismissively, let's go Nanga River. Again. Naruto was still chewing his ramen, his words slurred, that broken rune almost drained every last drop of my chakra last time. This time's different. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward without breaking stride. The system just unlocked dual blood verification mode. 1 person alone won't cut it. Naruto froze, his chopsticks clattering into the bowl. What do you mean, double blood? Sasuke's coming too. Smart. Lin Xiaofan nodded, he's already on his way. Sakura pulled out a scanner from her medical kit and chased after them. Wait. I need to monitor your vitals the whole time. That resonance last time nearly drove your heart rate to 0. Monitoring is fine, just don't interfere. Lin Xiaofan kept walking. Sasuke will set up a barrier at the site to jam the system's countermeasures. When the 3 arrived at the lower reaches of the Nanga River, Sasuke was already crouching at the water's edge, his fingertips tracing through the damp soil. Without raising his head, his voice was as cold as stone. The rune is 3 meters beneath the riverbed, spanning a diameter of 5 paces. I've set up a Sharingan sealing array outside. Interference signals can't get through. Reliable. Lin Xiaofan crouched beside him, the terminal screen flickering to life. You'll handle the blood drop. To activate the second key, Naruto handles the chakra output to trigger the resonance. Sasuke finally looked up why me. Because the system determined the Uchiha bloodline is the keyhole. Lin Xiaofan grinned, don't worry, it won't hurt. Naruto had already kicked off his sandals and stepped into the water. Hurry it up. My chakra's about to burst. Sakura pressed the scanner against the back of his neck, winding the data cable around his wrist. Heart rate up 40%, adrenaline through the roof. Calm down. Can't calm down. Naruto formed hand seals his orange chakra, erupting violently for the SSR limited edition. I'm all in. The river churned from the chakra spiral ripples spreading outward in rings. Mud and silt churned up from the riverbed, and the dark red runes slowly emerged, identical to the one in the ruins except for a crack running through its center. Now, Lin Xiaofan shouted in a low voice. Naruto bit his thumb, smeared the blood across his palm, and slammed it hard onto the water's surface. Chakra poured into the rune like a flood, and a crimson light shot skyward. The rune trembled violently, black mist seeping from the crack. Sasuke frowned. Something's off. The energy fluctuation exceeds expectations. Don't stop. Lin Xiaofan stared at his terminal. The system is restructuring the protocol, just one final step. Sasuke didn't waste another word. His short blade flashed from its sheath, and he sliced his left palm. Blood dripped down, landing squarely on the rune's crack. The black mist instantly solidified, coalescing into a hunched silhouette. Traitor. The figure's voice was hoarse, its hollow eye sockets turning towards Sasuke. The covenant shall be reforged. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, his Sharingan activating on its own. But the figure didn't attack. It only raised a withered hand, pointing at Naruto's chest. Whirlpool blood. The vessel is ready. Lin Xiaofan grabbed Sasuke's wrist. Don't move. It's reading your genetic chain. Naruto's body burned with heat as fine cursed marks surfaced beneath his skin. What vessel? Since when did I become a jar? Not a jar. Lin Xiaofan spoke rapidly. It's the backup protocol of the first-generation test subject. Your mother took part in this project back then. Sakura's scanner shrieked in alarm. Naruto's cell activity is skyrocketing. At this rate, he'll spontaneously combust. Sasuke. Lin Xiaofan shouted, use your Sharingan to lock onto the rune's energy circuit. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his three tomos spinning furiously. Crimson patterns spread from his eyes, binding the black mist figure. The figure let out a piercing scream, and as its form collapsed, its final words slammed into everyone's ears. Reforge the covenant. The mother's choice. The river suddenly rushed back, and the runes sank into the depths. Naruto collapsed onto the shallows, gasping for air. Sasuke sheathed his blade, his face paler than usual. That thing said mother. Naruto wiped his face. Mine or Sasuke's? Lin Xiaofan didn't answer, head down, furiously tapping his terminal. The screen flashed through a torrent of data before freezing on a line of golden text. Dual blood, key activation successful. Host granted temporary administrator privileges, duration 72 hours. Got the privileges. Naruto was instantly rejuvenated. Can we open a golden jar now? Yes. Lin Xiaofan grinned, and we can designate one client to share in the guaranteed drop rate. Sakura snatched the terminal. Explain first. What mother's choice? What exactly is Kushina's connection to this system? Can't explain it now. Lin Xiaofan grabbed the device back, but there's good news. We found the source of Kankuro's abnormal chakra, and it's on the same frequency as that rune. Sasuke spoke up suddenly. You knew all along you'd need my blood. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. The system only pushed the update log last night. I just found out myself. Liar. Sasuke fixed his gaze on him. In the ruins, you had Naruto trigger a single blood resonance to test the response threshold. Lin Xiaofan smiled without a word, quietly stashing the terminal behind his back. A new notification flashed on the screen. Abnormal gene sample detected in Uchiha Sasuke, suspected to carry fragments of the first-generation contract. Naruto, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two, was rummaging through his soaked pants pocket. Lost something again. He pulled out a half-charred scrap of paper, a broken clan crest sketched on it. How many jars can this get me? Hold on to it for now. Lin Xiaofan confiscated it in one motion. Save up 3, and you can trade for an eternal Mangekyo trial ticket. Sasuke turned and walked away. Tomorrow noon, same spot, we review the data. Don't go. Naruto chased after him. The privilege only lasts 3 days. Come on, let me open a jar now. Sakura grabbed the back of his collar. Hospital first for a full body scan. Your cell mutation rate is off the charts. Lin Xiaofan trailed behind leisurely, his terminal vibrating nonstop. A new message from Pain, down payment for the 6 paths power jar received. When do you ship? He replied, wait till I've fleeced the hidden leaf dry. As they reached the village gate, Sasuke stopped abruptly. He pulled a micro-memory device from his sleeve and tossed it to Lin Xiaofan, the encrypted segment of the riverbed rune. You should take a look. Lin Xiaofan caught it. the device burning hot in his hand. Sasuke disappeared into the night without looking back. What's he getting at? Naruto scratched his head. It means. Lin Xiaofan tucked the memory device into his safe, placing it alongside the stack of unopened jars. Next time we open one, he gets to be the primary draw. Sakura clutched her scanner with a cold laugh. You two are going to get yourselves killed. Relax. Lin Xiaofan shut the safe door. The system just sent me a beginner protection mechanism. During the admin window, client mortality is forcibly zeroed. Naruto's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Open a jar right now. Tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan pushed him toward Ichiraku's. Today, we eat ramen, my treat. Put it on my tab again. Naruto wailed. This time I'm really paying cash. Lin Xiaofan wagged his terminal. Just got an order from Sunigake. Your 50,000 chakra as the deposit. Sakura suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Lin Xiaofan, if Kushina really was the first-generation trader, will you tell Naruto? Lin Xiaofan paused mid-step. We'll cross that bridge when he draws the truth exchange ticket. Deep in the safe, the label on the bronze jar emitted a faint glow. On the back of the label, a line of tiny text flickered into view. Contents: memory correction program trial version. Naruto was still clamoring to open the can immediately, but Lin Xiaofan had already dragged him into Ichiraku ramen shop. The boss had just lifted the lid before the steaming broth's aroma could waft out. Lin Xiaofan slapped down a chakra voucher, 3 bowls of tonkatsu, double chashu. Sakura sat across the detector, still attached to Naruto's neck, wires tangled like a scarf. Cell activity is still skyrocketing. You'd better not let him touch the can. She stared at the screen. The protection mechanism, the system, gave only zeros, the death rate, not the side effects. I know. Lin Xiaofan put the terminal on the table. Screen down. We'll talk after eating. Naruto hadn't even steadied his chopsticks before opening his mouth. Is that SSR can really buried in the valley of the end? Will Sasuke really go? Last time he said if I trick him again he'll sell my Sharingan installment contract on the black market. Lin Xiaofan picked up a piece of chashu and stuffed it into his mouth. He'll go? He's even more curious than you about what that ghostly shadow meant by mother's choice. Sakura looked up. Are you really going to tell him about Kushina? I have to tell him even if I don't want to. Lin Xiaofan swallowed the meat. The system just popped a new prompt. The final stage of the dual blood key must be completed in front of the first Hokage statue. If we don't infuse chakra within 30 minutes, the permission will be permanently locked. Naruto's chopsticks froze midair. What if Sasuke doesn't go? He'll go, Lin Xiaofan repeated. He's been watching coldly for so long, he's already seen through my tricks. But he didn't expose me, which means he also wants to see what's hidden under the statue. Sakura frowned. You're using him as a tool. Client, Lin Xiaofan corrected, a diamond-level client, and the kind who works off his debt. Footsteps approached from outside the door. Sasuke pushed the door open, didn't sit down, just stood by the table. He glanced at the terminal Lin Xiaofan had pressed down. The countdown has started. Lin Xiaofan nodded. 29.5 minutes. Sasuke didn't waste words, turned and walked out. Naruto jumped up and chased after him. Hey, at least eat a mouthful of noodles. Lin Xiaofan paid the bill, leisurely stuffing the 2 small chakra vouchers from the change into his pocket. Sakura followed behind him. You're not afraid he'll turn on us halfway? Afraid. Lin Xiaofan said frankly, so I had the system add a temporary clause. If the ritual fails, all his installment contracts automatically convert to lifetime ones. Sakura glared at him. When did you add that? Just when the riverbed runes activated. Lin Xiaofan grinned. The system prompt sound was too low, you didn't hear it. The wind was strong in the valley of the end, flipping people's clothes. The statue of the first Hokage was covered in mottled cracks, dark red traces seeping from the crevices, long dried, but still retaining faint chakra residue. Naruto stood at the foot of the statue looking up. Can this thing really unlock the administrator permission? Yes. Lin Xiaofan stood directly in front of the statue. The terminal screen lit up with a countdown. You stand on the left, Sasuke on the right. Place both hands on the statue and infuse chakra simultaneously. Sasuke didn't move. Why does it have to be me? Because the system recognizes bloodline. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the cracks in the statue. The blood that seeped out from inside matches your genes by 97%. Sasuke's eyes darkened, but he didn't ask further. He walked to the designated spot and pressed his palm against the stone wall. Naruto followed suit. The moment his hands touched orange chakra exploded violently. The statue trembled, cracks widened. The dark red blood writhed like a living thing crawling along the stone wall toward their hands. Sasuke's Sharingan silently activated, 3 tomo, slowly rotating frequency synchronized with the blood's undulation. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal. The energy circuit is calibrating. Don't get distracted. Naruto gritted his teeth. I can't hold on much longer. This thing's suction is 10 times stronger than last time. Hold on. Lin Xiaofan's words sped up. The system says resonance must reach 80% to unlock. Sasuke suddenly spoke. There's something inside the statue. I know. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up. We can dig it out once the permission is unlocked. The countdown jumped to 10 minutes. The statue's vibration intensified. The blood in the cracks condensed into thin threads wrapping around their arms. Naruto's face turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. My chakra is almost empty. Sasuke. Lin Xiaofan shouted lowly, adjust the Sharingan frequency and guide the energy flow. Sasuke didn't reply, but the rotation speed of his Sharingan changed abruptly, and the direction of the blood flow shifted accordingly from violent absorption to steady circulation. Naruto gasped. That's better. At 5 minutes left, dense runes appeared on the statue's surface identical to those at the bottom of the Naka River, but on a larger scale, covering the entire statue. The runes glowed red, resonating with their chakra. Lin Xiaofan's fingers rapidly tapped on the terminal. Final step, synchronize heartbeat frequency. Naruto was stunned. What? Heartbeats can be synchronized? Yes. Lin Xiaofan pulled up the system command. Sasuke used the Sharingan to lock onto Naruto's heartbeat rhythm and mirror it. Sasuke frowned. The risk is too high. If the rhythm is off, chakra backlash will blow up half the valley of the end. That's why I called you. Lin Xiaofan grinned. Your Sharingan's dynamic capture precision is the best in the ninja world. Sasuke didn't argue further. His Sharingan locked onto Naruto's chest, the pattern of his pupils fine-tuning. Moments later, Naruto shuddered. My heartbeat is moving with his eyes. With 1 minute left on the countdown, the rune's red light soared into the sky. The statue's cracks split wide open, revealing an inner cavity. A blurry figure slowly emerged, hunched face indistinct, but its eyes stared straight at Sasuke. Uchiha. The figure's voice was hoarse. You've finally come. Sasuke's pupils contracted, but he didn't look away. Naruto grew anxious. Ignore it. Unlock the permission first. Lin Xiaofan stared at the terminal. Resonance at 95%. Hold on for 10 more seconds. The figure raised a hand, pointing at Sasuke's chest. The contract fragment is inside you. Sasuke gritted his teeth, increasing the Sharingan's rotation speed. Naruto yelled. My heart is about to jump out. The moment the countdown hit 0, the statue gave a thunderous roar. The rune light exploded, turning into a golden pillar that shot into the sky. The terminal screen refreshed frantically, finally settling on administrator permission unlocked successfully. The light pillar dissipated. The statue returned to calm. Cracks closed. The figure vanished. Naruto collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Did it work? Really? It worked. Lin Xiaofan put away the terminal. Now you're a shared guaranteed probability client. Sasuke withdrew his hand. His palm was bloodied from the stone wall. He stared at the sealed crack. What is that contract fragment it mentioned? I don't know. Lin Xiaofan shrugged. The permission was just unlocked. The database isn't fully open yet. Sakura ran over from a distance, the detector beeping. Both of your vital signs are all over the place. Especially Naruto. His cell mutation rate has hit a new high. Naruto wasn't listening at all, tugging at Lin Xiaofan's sleeve. Open the can now. The golden can. I want to pull the limited edition. Tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan pried off his hand. Let's return to the village first today. The system just pushed a new mission. Kankuro's abnormal chakra source is synchronous with the statue. We need to go to Sunagakure. Sasuke suddenly spoke. When do you plan to dig out what's inside the statue? When your Sharingan evolves to Mangekyo. Lin Xiaofan smiled. The system says only the eternal Mangekyo can safely extract the contract fragment. Sasuke sneered. Another trick. It's cooperation. Lin Xiaofan corrected. You help me dig things out, and I'll help you draw experience tickets. A win-win. Naruto interjected. What about me? You're in charge of paying. Lin Xiaofan patted his shoulder. During the admin permission period, prices are 20% off. Sakura rolled her eyes. You're such a profiteer. Lin Xiaofan took it as a compliment. The professional term is resource optimization allocation. On the way back to the village, Naruto chattered non-stop about his can-pulling list. Sakura was busy recording data, and Sasuke walked silently at the back. As they neared the village gate, he suddenly stopped, shook a memory device from his sleeve, and tossed it to Lin Xiaofan. The encrypted segment of the statue's runes. Sasuke didn't look back. You should take a look. Lin Xiaofan caught it. The memory device was burning hot. He didn't ask why, just stuffed it into the safe, placing it with the pile of unopened cans. Naruto crowded over. What's inside? Business secret. Lin Xiaofan closed the safe door. Next time we open cans, Sasuke will be the main puller. Sakura hugged the detector and sneered. You'll screw yourselves over sooner or later. Don't worry. Lin Xiaofan shook the terminal. The system just sent me a message. During the admin permission period, the customer complaint rate is forcibly zeroed. Naruto's eyes lit up. So can we open cans now? No. Lin Xiaofan pushed him forward. Get some sleep first. Rest and build up energy. Another empty promise. Naruto wailed. We'll really open this time. Lin Xiaofan pulled out his terminal. Just received an appointment from the Kirigakure gambling gang. Tomorrow noon, same place. Sakura suddenly grabbed his sleeve. If Lady Kushina really was the first Hokage's betrayer, will you tell Naruto? Lin Xiaofan paused for a moment. We'll talk about it when he draws the truth redemption ticket. Deep in the safe, the label on the bronze can glowed faintly. On the back of the label, a line of small text was faintly visible: contents memory modification program, trial version. Naruto was still clamoring to open the can immediately when Lin Xiaofan dragged him into the abandoned relay station on the outskirts of Sunigakure. The plaster was peeling off the walls, tables and chairs were crooked. Sasuke leaned by the window adjusting the jammer, and Sakura crouched on the ground, inspecting the puppet fragments Kankuro had left behind. You really believe that thing can fool the Sunigakure guards? Sakura asked, looking up. It's not about belief, it's about gamble, Lin Xiaofan said, opening his terminal and pulling up the underground palace surveillance feed. The livestream gimmick is big enough, their attention will be drawn away. As long as Sasuke's jammer holds out for 3 minutes, we can slip into the core area. Sasuke didn't look up. The Sharingan frequency is calibrated, jamming range covers the main corridor. Then let's go live. Lin Xiaofan pressed the confirm button and virtual gift effects instantly popped up on the screen. Naruto leaned in excitedly. Title it, Sunigakure Archaeological Excavation Giveaway. First guaranteed limited edition puppet skin. The moment the live stream went online, the barrage exploded. Viewers flooded the screen asking if they could really win the first Kazekage-style mechanical arm. Lin Xiaofan chatted while laying Kankuro's puppet parts on the table. As soon as the chakra threads connected, a puppet finger suddenly twitched, and on the surveillance feed the stone statue in the corresponding area trembled in sync. Same source reaction confirmed. Sakura stared at the detector. The chakra waveforms are identical, even the decay curves match. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. System alert. Resonance overload will awaken a slumbering consciousness fragment. Test subject 001. Naruto blinked. What's that? A new boss? No idea. Lin Xiaofan tapped his fingers on the table. But the system gives us only 10 minutes. We need to finish the analysis before the guards catch on. Sasuke stood up, jammer activated. Footsteps echoed from outside the window. The patrol drawn by the live stream was gathering toward the relay station. Lin Xiaofan grabbed the microphone and raised his voice. Don't leave, folks. Order now and get a free chakra amplification talisman. The first 3 unlock a hidden storyline about the origin of the first test subject. The audience's enthusiasm surged. Gift effects nearly obscured the screen. The guard's footsteps stopped just outside the door. Someone muttered in low tones, debating whether to check inside. Sakura whispered, they're hesitating. Now's our chance. Lin Xiaofan turned off the live stream audio, leaving only the raffle animation looping on screen. Sasuke led the way. The 3 slipped out the back door, following the chakra traces left by Kankuro's puppet to infiltrate the underground palace. The corridor was cold and dim, the walls engraved with ancient runes. Stone statues stood at intervals, their forms eerily similar to the first Hokage statue at the Valley of the End, except their faces were blurred, hands folded over their chests. These statues. Sakura reached out to touch the wall. The rune arrangement is exactly the same as the one at the bottom of the Nanga River. Not just that. Lin Xiaofan pulled up terminal data. The energy node distribution is also identical. Same designers. Sasuke suddenly stopped, guards ahead. The 3 pressed themselves against the wall. 2 Sunigakure ninja stood chatting at the fork, their conversation entirely about the livestream raffle. Can you really get a limited puppet? Who knows, but Naruto's on the client list, and he's never missed on a can. Once the guards wandered off, Lin Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. The livestream strategy worked. They actually bought it. They pressed on. At the end of the corridor loomed a bronze door, faint red light seeping through its cracks. Lin Xiaofan entered his administrator credentials, and the door slowly swung open. The space inside was far larger than expected. At its center floated a dark crimson crystal wrapped in chakra threads that connected to the stone statues lining the walls. A core energy source. Sakura scanned it quickly. It's channeling energy to all the statues, frequency, perfectly synchronized with Kankuro's puppet. Lin Xiaofan stepped closer to the crystal, and suddenly his terminal blared an alarm overload warning: consciousness fragment of test subject 001 activating. Get back. Sasuke yanked Lin Xiaofan's collar and pulled him away. The crystal erupted in blinding light. The entire underground palace shook violently. Red light flickered to life in the statue's eyes, and a complex formation spread across the floor. Naruto grabbed the wall. What's going on? An earthquake. Not an earthquake. Lin Xiaofan steadied himself. It's the energy resonance before consciousness awakens. Sakura clutched her detector. A life signal is forming. Right inside the crystal. The light dimmed and fine cracks crept across the crystal's surface. A faint silhouette slowly emerged, thin, draped in a tattered robe, its face indistinct. Only its eyes were clear, gentle eyes smiling, as if humming a lullaby to soothe a child to sleep. Lin Xiaofan's breath caught his fingers unconsciously tightening around the terminal. The apparition spoke, its voice soft. Xiaofan up, late, opening cans again. Naruto's eyes went wide. She called you Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan didn't answer, staring hard at the apparition. The tone, the phrasing. Exactly how his mother used to coax him to sleep in his memories. Sasuke frowned. She's speaking to you. I know. Lin Xiaofan's voice was tight. System says this is an autonomous projection of a consciousness fragment, not a complete personality. The apparition raised a hand pointing at Lin Xiaofan's chest. That can you carry with you? What's written on the back of the label? Lin Xiaofan's mind flashed to the glowing bronze can in the safe and the tiny text on the back of its label. Memory correction program trial version. How do you know that? He blurted out. The apparition smiled. Because I put it there. The palace shook again, and the sound of guards' footsteps approached from the corridor. They've noticed something's wrong, Sakura urged. Sasuke quickly activated the jammer, his Sharingan locking onto the crystal's fluctuation frequency, forcibly suppressing the energy leakage. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. We have to take the crystal. It's the key to my mother's identity. It's too heavy. Sakura tried to lift it. It'd take at least 4 people. No need to carry it. Lin Xiaofan called up system commands. I have admin rights. I can just package the data directly. He pressed both hands onto the crystal, and the terminal began high-speed downloading. The apparition stood nearby, watching him work, her gaze still gentle. The instant the guards burst through the door, the jammer hit full power, the Sharingan frequency blanketing the room, slowing everyone's movements as if mired in mud. Lin Xiaofan seized the moment, slamming the confirm key. Data extraction complete. Target consciousness fragment of test subject 001 residual. The apparition slowly dissolved into light, and her final words drifted into Lin Xiaofan's ear. Don't be afraid. Mom's been waiting for you to draw that truth redemption ticket. The palace returned to stillness. The crystal dimmed, the statue's eyes went dark. The guards stood rooted to the spot, dazed, as if waking from a dream. Go! Sasuke barked. They retraced their steps without obstruction. Back at the relay station, Naruto collapsed into a chair. Who was that woman? Why does she know you? Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He stared at the freshly downloaded data packet on his terminal, the file name, glaringly clear, lullaby, sheet music encrypted version. Sakura leaned over. Sheet music? So the symbols on the palace murals really were musical notation, not just sheet music. Lin Xiaofan opened the file, and an audio clip began to play. The very melody the apparition had hummed, gentle and soothing, its tail trailing with a faint tremolo, note for note identical to every lullaby he'd heard as a child. Sasuke stood at the door, his voice cold. Sunagakure won't let this slide. We need to leave now. Not yet. Lin Xiaofan turned off the audio, a thin smile tugging at his lips. The system just refreshed a mission. Kirigakure's betting club has reserved tomorrow's golden can at noon. Odds 150, and the house is Meitarumi herself. Naruto jumped up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go prepare the funds. Sakura rolled her eyes. You nearly got your chakra